The Green Forest Seven Sons, Blue Sea Seven Heroes, and all sorts of strange names were endless, and behind them might be some ordinary knights. In short, chasing fame and fortune was human nature. This was especially true for mortals, whose lives only lasted 100 years. The average lifespan of people in this era might not even be 50 years old. Hence, most people preferred to lead timid and mediocre lives. No heroic and epic characters could make major contributions and become legendary in such a short time. As people often said, there were only dead legends in this world. The remote Black Water Valley was no exception. Baron Black Snake was the king's direct vassal. The emissary from the kingdom quickly sent the news of the conscription to the Black Water Valley, or 50 to 100 gold coins per cavalryman. Levi had told the butler before he entered seclusion for his transformation process. If the higher-ups came to recruit soldiers, they would have to pay the money accordingly. With Levi's current wealth and strength, he would happily hand over the money to not cause trouble. In front of Black Snake Castle, the emissary frowned at the butler and asked, "Where is Baron Black Snake?" This emissary was a high-level knight. He also brought a small team to prevent nobles who harbored evil intentions from trying to get away with it or refused to fulfill this sacred obligation. The emissary said coldly, "This war is different from the past. His Majesty has said that all the vassals under His Majesty must personally lead the troops to battle." The butler stuttered, "But our lord." The envoy questioned loudly, "Shut up. Your lord was conferred by His Majesty. His Majesty also conferred this land. Go and call Baron Black Snake out immediately. Otherwise, we will punish him for desertion during wartime and strip him of his title. Can you bear the consequences?" The butler kept quiet and was thinking about how to quibble. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the Lord. "I'll go," Levi said. The emissary looked at the thin man who looked quite capable. "You are Baron Levi." "That's right. I'll fulfill my obligations." "When do we set off?" Levi said. The emissary responded, "Very good. We will set off now. Bring your soldiers and gather at Earl Kulam's territory. Prepare to head to the battlefield at the northern line of the lush forest." Not long after, under the leadership of the emissary, Levi led a team of soldiers toward Earl Kulam's territory. Levi looked at the emissary in front of him. He was a high-level knight with a team of cavalrymen who were quasi-knights. When the Black Snake Castle had disappeared behind them, the team came to a small road in the wilderness. In front of them, two stalwart figures in heavy armor blocked their way. These two figures did not say a word as they silently watched the emissary and the others. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" "I'm the kingdom's emissary. Quickly move aside." The emissary's expression changed drastically. The two figures blocking the way did not hide their powerful auras at all, as well as their sinister and cold auras. These might be two grand knights. How is this possible? How could we meet two grand knights on the way? There might not even be 100 grand knights in the entire Emerald Kingdom. Two grand knights blocked him on this secluded path. Moreover, these two people looked dead. Their deep blue eyes stared at him, making his hair stand on end. In the next moment, the two grand knights suddenly exerted their strength. Boom! The two giants swung their greatswords and axes. The high-level knight narrowly dodged the attack. The cavalrymen behind him were not so lucky. "Enemy attack! Retreat!" Levi shouted at the soldier. The soldiers had never seen Magic Shark in Demon Mountain before, so they thought some random enemy had come to attack them. Under the Lord's orders, they quickly fled. Those two people were too terrifying. They were even more terrifying than the giant bears of the northern territory Levi raised. Levi also slowly retreated. He watched as the two brothers, Demon Shark and Demon Mountain, tore the emissaries and the cavalrymen into pieces. In the end, none of them survived. "Initially, I wanted just to pay the money peacefully, but why do you have to force me? My father was a powerful grand knight, and his brave soldiers all died on the battlefield of the Holy War. How can I repeat the same mistake? Money is fine, but to sacrifice lives, that's impossible. I'm a grand knight now. The world is so big I can go any of her." Levi used the seal of flame to burn the corpses to ashes. His philosophy was clear. He would never go to war for the king. Today, he had successfully advanced into a grand knight. A black snake broke out of the cocoon at his heart, and a mighty and extraordinarily large black snake seed coiled around Levi's heart like a dormant dragon. The level 8 black snake seed had a powerful aura and was incomparable. In front of the black snake seed, whether it was the blood whale, the giant rhinoceros, siren, or the man-faced spider, all paled in comparison. They feared and worshipped the transformed black snake seed, their king. The black gas wrapped around Frostmourne, making it as black as ink. The viscous fluid flowed, shining with the luster of asphalt. "I've mastered the black gas entwined skill." Levi looked at all of this and felt his powerful self. After becoming a grand knight, his strength underwent a tremendous change. The black gas that covered his entire body gave him a sense of security. The level 8 black snake breathing technique was already extraordinary. Black snake breathing technique, level 8 100,000, special effect, transcendent defense. "Let's go home," Levi muttered and left with his two companions. It was the New Year's first month of the year 1011 in the Holy Brilliance. Calendar, the flames of war continued. Levi looked at the citizens celebrating in his territory, his heart calm. Other than breaking through, these ordinary festivals could hardly bring Levi joy. After the dull festival, Levi was bored out of his mind as he inspected everything in the territory. Ultimately, he brought Magic Shark and Demon Mountain to the mountain forest in his territory. He wanted to test his current strength. He was now with the transcendent defense of a level 8 black snake breathing technique, the top-tier strength of a level 7 giant rhinoceros breathing technique, the top-tier speed of a level 7 siren breathing technique, and the top-tier endurance of a level 7 blood whale breathing technique. And he wanted to see how he fare without relying on a heaven-defying sword skill like the Golden Cross Slash, his seals, the Frost Giant armor, or any other armor if he relied solely on his physical body. Magic Shark and Demon Mountain were fully armed. They were clad in heavy armor, wielding greatswords and huge axes, weapons with high offensive power. Levi was wearing nothing but underwear. "Come attack me fiercely." Then he ordered the two brothers to attack him freely. The two huge creatures charged toward Levi. Their huge axes tore through the air and their greatsword soared. The forest was filled with a murderous aura. The black snake seed was jumping at Levi's heart, and a surging power was brewing. The surging black gas circulated through his blood. He seemed to be wearing a pitch-black devil helmet, and his upper body was pitch black. Thick black gas flowed on his upper body, and so was his lower body. His legs seemed made of copper, shining with a metallic luster. Is this transcendent defense? Levi was shocked. Bang! He covered his palms with black gas and caught the Magic Shark's greatsword. Then he kicked the Magic Shark's abdomen with his top-tier strength. Magic Shark could not help but take a few steps back. However, he was a strength-type Grand Knight, and his strength was stronger than Levi's. If it was an ordinary Grand Knight, Levi's kick might have sent them flying. At the same time, Demon Mountain's huge axe came slashing down. Levi used his fist to smash his giant axe, and metal clashing could be heard. The black gas on his fist trembled violently. The force of the giant axe dispersed the black gas covering Levi's fist, causing his fist to feel intense pain. It's still not enough to fight head-on with a weapon wrapped in black gas. Although the black gas has strengthened my physical defense, a body of flesh and blood is still inferior to steel. But a short confrontation is not a problem. Levi calmly dealt with the berserk attacks of the Magic Shark and Demon Mountain. He calculated his current strength. His greatest strength was not his great defense, but his all-rounded body attributes. The other Grand Knights might be able to surpass Levi in a certain attribute. For example, although Magic Shark was still stronger than Levi, his speed, endurance, and defense were inferior to Levi's. His identity as a Grand Knight gave him no obvious shortcomings, but he was still inferior to Levi, who had cultivated to the peak. This was Levi's strength, an all-rounded warrior. Platinum Star on the 5A panel. Ultimately, Levi stopped the battle with his two companions to conserve their energies. Although he could get 1 or 2 cores of the undead monthly, they were still in high demand, and Levi did not dare to waste them. On the one hand, this battle allowed him to test his strength. On the other hand, he had also gained some proficiency in the Seal of Hell. Now that he had become a Grand Knight, he would be considered a powerhouse in the kingdom, and even the 7 kingdoms. Levi had to think about his next step. The first was the breathing technique. He would continue to practice them. Before he truly stepped on the path of a wizard, the knight's breathing techniques were still the foundation of his body. Moreover, being a Grand Knight was not the end of the knight's path. Since he had already set foot on this path, Levi still wanted to reach the top and become a legendary knight if the conditions permitted. However, with his proficiency panel, would a legendary knight be his limit? Others could become legendary knights without the proficiency panel. He had the proficiency panel. He must become a legendary knight no matter what. It could even be possible for him to surpass the legendary realm. Secondly, after becoming a Grand Knight, it would be the Battle of Black Gas. At this time, if he could master advanced black gas usage like the Pale Shadow, his strength would be immense. Therefore, Levi also wanted to expand in this aspect. Finally, there was the wizard path Levi had always considered. So far, among all the clues that Levi had found, which Gulwig and Ms. Rowland were both suspected to be wizards. Although they had briefly appeared in the human world, it was still very difficult for Levi to find them. Most importantly, even if Levi found them, he was unsure if they were friends or foes. The uncertainty was too great. Apart from these two, Levi could also explore the 4 major families, mainly the Constantine family and the Winchester family, which might still exist. The last time these 2 families appeared was over 100 years ago. With their family's strong foundation, Levi felt that they should not be destroyed. However, these families were most likely a thorn in the church, so they did not dare to appear in the world and hid in the dark. Levi needed to find their descendants, and it might take some time. Levi used his identity as an informant with a one-way connection with his avatar to constantly inquire about clues regarding their families. However, up until now, there was still no news. It was evident that these 2 families had hidden themselves very well. Therefore, Levi could do nothing about the four families but wait quietly. Finally, there was the snuff bottle that he had recently obtained. There was no doubt that it was an item related to the wizard. Although Levi's spider sensing did not warn him, he was worried that it could be mistaken, so he did not dare open the snuff bottle. However, he guessed there was a high possibility that an evil spirit was sealed inside, so he had been preparing. When he was fully prepared, he could open it. There's also the evil spirit from Blackwater River, Naiad. Now that I've been promoted to a Grand Knight, I must consider how to deal with it in my territory. If that thing is powerful enough to leave Blackwater River one day, it's also a time bomb for me. Magic Shark could escape Naiad's attack. With my strength, I shouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Why don't I try it now? If the spider sensing perceived something wrong, I'd retreat immediately, Levi pondered. Forget it, let's play it safe for now. Evil spirits are becoming more frequent all over the world. Perhaps the Shining Tavern will know the whereabouts of the evil spirit just now. I'll come back after I master the seal of draconic might. That's safer. It was almost the end of the month, just in time for the trade with the Earl of Silver Mountain. Levi returned to the shelter, put on his armor, packed up and brought some money. He let Magic Shark and Demon Mountain carry the goods and headed toward Icewind City. Levi did not care about the emissary he had dealt with some time ago. Now that he had advanced to a Grand Knight, he was powerful and could come and go freely without any scruples. Just the kingdom itself was already in a terrible state. How could they have the time to investigate the disappearance of this emissary? The emissary did not just come to his territory to recruit soldiers. He went to the vassal territories of some kingdoms in the north. Hence, no one would have an idea where he died. The worst that could happen was for the king to find out after the rebellion of the Duke of Montenegro that Levi did not send his troops to the battle. Then he might send someone to settle the score with him. However, Levi had also thought it through. He would settle the issue with money if he could. If money could not solve the problem, he would directly lay his cards on the table and reveal his identity and strength as a Grand Knight to see how the king would react. If the king insisted on punishing him, he could send an army to encircle and annihilate Blackwater Valley. If so, Levi would leave. Then, he would leisurely travel around the 7 kingdoms and let the king have his territory. His days as a lord were almost over, and his goal was to become a wizard, not a lord in a ravine. He might be able to find more information about the wizard if he went to the outside world. If he eloped, the king could not possibly send troops after him to hunt him down. Even if he did, Levi would fight them using his strength as a Grand Knight. Offending a Grand Knight with no territory, family, or weakness was an extremely unwise and foolish act. Levi had plenty of ways to make the king pay for his actions. Now he only had to worry about the church. The church was unfathomable, and the king could not compare to it. However, Levi did not intend to fight with the church for faith, so it would not suppress him. All in all, the chaos in the world was beneficial to Levi. No one would care about a small figure like him if it was chaotic. On the contrary, when those big shots were idle during times of peace, it was easier for them to target him. That's right, Levi was referring to the Duke of Montenegro, who had most likely forgotten about Levi in his quest to conquer the world. After all, the Duke of Montenegro had been hiding for many years and secretly stationed many soldiers. His military strength far exceeded any of the great nobles in the kingdom. However, he was too arrogant. Fighting against the royal family and the southern nobles was difficult. Of course, now that more than half of the nobles in the north had joined the Montenegro Mountain Coalition Army, the gap between him and the Southern Coalition Army was shrinking. However, the Earl of Silver Mountain was not one of these nobles. After arriving at Icewind City, Levi hid Magic Shark and Demon Mountain in the wilderness and entered the city alone with his goods. Although their bodies were covered in armor, Levi was still worried that the hidden experts of the Icewind City would sniff out the unusual stench of corpses, especially those lunatics from the church. Within Silver Mountain Castle, the Earl of Silver Mountain looked at Master Tyra sitting quietly. As a Grand Knight, he keenly sensed that the blacksmith master seemed stronger than before. However, without displaying black gas, it was difficult for the Earl of Silver Mountain to see what realm he was in. Judging from his aura, he was not far from becoming a Grand Knight. It seemed that the blacksmith master was not only very talented in forging, but his talent in cultivation was also not bad. The Earl of Silver Mountain laughed. "Congratulations, Master. Your path of cultivation has leaped." Master Tyra, Levi said with a smile. Compared to the Earl, it is still not worth mentioning. He knew it would be difficult for his improvement to escape Silver Mountain's eyes. However, he did not care. After all, with his strength, Silver Mountain could not do anything to him. Moreover, Levi interacted with Silver Mountain during this period. All in all, among the nobles in the north, the Earl of Silver Mountain was relatively reliable, and he was the kind of person that Levi was willing to deal with. The Earl of Silver Mountain was smart and did not dwell much on this issue. "Earl, what's the situation with the snow demons recently?" Levi asked. Thinking of this, the Earl of Silver Mountain sent his servants away and said, "Master, let me show you something." "Oh, what is it?" Levi asked, curious. The Earl of Silver Mountain responded solemnly, Snow Demon. What is it, Snow Demon? Levi was tly surprised. The Earl of Silver Mountain nodded and brought Levi to the castle prison. The prison of Silver Mountain Castle was busier than the one in Black Snake Castle. There were many criminals imprisoned here. The prison was divided into 2 levels. The first level was for criminals among the commoners, while the second level was for knights and even peak knights. Levi could not help but sigh. Fortunately, he had been careful enough when he was weak. Otherwise, the Earl of Silver Mountain would have locked him up. As expected of a veteran noble, the Northern 7 flying cavalry was indeed powerful. Finally, the Earl of Silver Mountain brought Levi to the most remote corner of the second floor. Unlike other prisons, this prison cell was made of hard boulders wrapped in iron nets. It was very secure. With Levi's skill as a blacksmith master, he could tell at a glance that a trace of mithril was mixed in the iron net. Although little it was there, in this cell was a human-shaped monster with ragged clothes and light blue skin. Many of its bodies had rotted and even exposed its bones. The human-shaped monster was currently pulling at the walls of the prison. Occasionally, when it bumped into the mithril iron bars, it would emit a puff of green smoke and then shrink back. Levi looked carefully and saw the monster's face. It was not a face. It was more like the rotting zombies in Resident Evil or The Walking Dead. The light blue bones and teeth were exposed from the facial muscles. The monster's eyes were also emitting blue flames, similar to Levi's 2 companions. This terrifying undead monster had become pervasive in the Northern Territory. The Snow Demon. At first glance, it looked like a zombie. Master, did you discover anything? Earl of Silver Mountain said. Judging from the clothes these monsters wore when they were alive, they were living people. They were wearing clothes from the Evernight Kingdom. Their power source should be the frost heart in their bodies, Levi said. That's right, and after my experiments, these monsters are really afraid of mithril products. I only mixed a tail of mithril into these iron nets. They did not dare touch them. Once they did, their bodies were burned, Earl of Silver Mountain said. However, if the mithril content is too little, they will ignore it. The higher the mithril content, the more damage it will cause them. I once tried to tie a piece of pure mithril to its body, and very quickly it burned a big hole. If we were to use ordinary iron weapons to attack, even if the monster's legs were chopped off, it would be able to rely on that mysterious power to heal slowly. Earl of Silver Mountain's expression was grim. This monster was beyond common sense. Ordinary mortals were no match for this monster. It did not eat or drink and was unafraid of death. Moreover, as long as Frostheart was still in its body, it was almost immortal. To kill them, they had to be crushed into pieces. However, according to some people at the front line, some powerful snow demons could slowly heal after their entire skeleton was shattered, though their strength would plummet. This was completely unreasonable. Hearing this, Levi's heart skipped a beat. My magic shark and demon mountain also use the same energy. Does this mean that the 2 of them can also heal their broken limbs? Levi asked, what does Earl plan to do next? The snow demons are very likely heading south. The Earl of Silver Mountain sighed. That's right. It's too difficult to unite everyone. What I can do now is strengthen the defense of Icewind City. When the snow demons come, I can protect my people. Fortunately, I have the mithril equipment forged by you, Master. In the future, if those elite soldiers and knights use this equipment to fight against snow demons, it won't be a problem for them. The difficulty lies in the production of mithril. It's fortunate for the Icewind City to have a leader like him, Levi sighed. After leaving Silver Mountain Castle, Levi thought about the snow demons. All in all, they were not very strong. Their only strength was their undying bodies. However, Levi's full set of mithril equipment could manage that. After seeing the snow demon, Levi's fear of the unknown lessened. Compared to evil spirits, it was still much weaker. It was equivalent to a strengthened version of a zombie, but it did not have the infectious ability of a zombie. These were all monsters spawned by the Dark Wave. If possible, I can check out the situation at the Evernight Kingdom. Secondly, I can get more frost hearts to increase my proficiency with the Seal of Hell. The materials for the other seals are hard to find, so let's first push the level of the Seal of Flame and the Seal of Hell to the limit and see how effective they are. With Magic Shark and Demon Mountain, as well as my strength, there shouldn't be any danger in the Evernight Kingdom if I'm careful. Levi went to the Shining Tavern to check on his commission. He also bought a flying fish breathing technique and a mountain troll breathing technique. The flying fish breathing technique was a shallow bloodline breathing technique. It was a speed-type technique. Levi judged from the number of miniature figures that it could be cultivated to the limit of level 5. Flying fish, a legendary big fish that could swim in the sea and travel in the underworld. It was said that this creature fed on cloud gas. That's right. After cultivating to the limit, I can sacrifice it to break the limits of the siren breathing technique. Currently, the progress of the siren breathing technique is 1-5. The flying fish breathing technique could increase the progress by 2 points. The mountain troll breathing technique gave Levi a slight shock. There were a total of 30 miniature figures. Mountain trolls were monsters mentioned in the legends of some regions. They had the power to move mountains. Like the man-face spider breathing technique, the mountain troll breathing technique should be the best shallow bloodline breathing technique and could be cultivated to the peak of the 6th level. This was a strength-type breathing technique with a limit of level 6, which could be converted into 3 points of breakthrough progress. On the other hand, his giant rhinoceros breathing technique was still 3 points away from breaking through the limit. Perfect. The giant rhinoceros breathing technique will soon break through its limit. Levi was secretly delighted. With his current cultivation speed, it should take him at most 3 months to reach the limit of the mountain troll breathing technique. Levi was very satisfied with his gains in breathing techniques. He finally knew about the frost ape's blood required for the giant breathing technique. The person who provided the clue was a wandering knight from the Evernight Kingdom. As a mercenary of the kingdom, he went to the Evernight Kingdom to fight against snow demons. He had heard that there was a region in the Evernight Kingdom where the natives believed in a totem called the Great Ice Ape King. Levi quickly paid the bounty to the wandering knight and asked about the area where the native tribe was located. Icicle Islands in the Evernight Kingdom. Levi remembered the place's name deep in his mind. Now we have another reason to go to the Evernight Kingdom. The core of the undead or the frost ape's blood can only be obtained in the Evernight Kingdom. Ultimately, only the evil spirit dust and the Turbolarian egg were left. There was still no news. This was especially true for the Turbolarian egg. They were hard to find. Levi had been searching for them for so many years, but he had found nothing. If you can't do it, prepare to cultivate harder, thought Levi, helpless. As for the clues of the 4 great families, nothing could be gained. These days, Levi had found a place to stay in Icewind City. He had mastered the flying fish breathing technique and mountain troll breathing technique in 2 days. Flying fish breathing technique, level 111,000. Mountain troll breathing technique, level 111,000. The secret medicine for the flying fish breathing technique was the seaside specialty rain swallow nest. It was rumored that rain swallows liked to prey on big-winged fishes in the sea. They were small fishes that could ride the wind and waves on the sea's surface and glide hundreds of meters. After these rain swallows swallowed it, they would digest it in their stomachs and spit it out. They would use the digested matter to make the rain swallow's nest. This was a delicious food, and its price was high. However, for Levi, it was not a problem. Some medicinal herb shops in Icewind City sold dry rain swallow nest. Therefore, it was easy to cultivate. The secret medicine required for the mountain troll breathing technique was the powder ground from stone turtle shells, also a common material. In short, as long as it was not a breathing technique of excellent quality or above, their secret medicines were relatively easy to find. With the secret medicine, he could cultivate at a faster speed. Since there was nothing much to do in the territory, Levi was not in a hurry to return to the territory and stayed in Icewind City. Every afternoon and evening, Levi would take some time to go to the Shining Tavern and eavesdrop on the customers' conversations. He hoped to hear useful information from these conversations, such as about the 4 great families. Of course, most of the time it was useless. The usual topics were the war in the south, rumors of evil spirits in certain areas, and where the Wilderness Brotherhood was doing evil. This continued for many days. Levi never stopped his daily homework. Flame Flow, Hell Black Snake, Blood Whale, Flying Fish, Mountain Troll, // If he had free time, he would spend it with the Turbolarian and Giants. A month later, Levi's Flying Fish and Mountain Troll were level 4. After completing his transaction with Silver Mountain that day, he went to the tavern to eavesdrop on conversations. With his advanced vibrosensing, he could hear many useful things. During this period, he had used this method frequently. He had unintentionally picked up a small amount of money in the wilderness. He had unintentionally punished a few robbers and confiscated their illegal gains. He had unintentionally found out how many mistresses a certain noble had and even some rumors about the Earl of Silver Mountain. Silver Mountain is a good-looking man. I knew it, such a handsome person. Levi was nosy. Fortunately, I've always been wearing a mask. Levi was very glad that he had been able to get the upper hand. He came to eavesdrop again today. We can't stay in Icewind City for now. What's wrong? I heard, don't tell anyone else, that an evil spirit broke into Icewind City and attacked a church priest. That priest, the way he died was terrifying. It was as if he had been strangled to death and his eyeballs had popped out. How do you know it's an evil spirit? Could someone have deliberately created the illusion that the evil spirit was attacking? This had happened many times recently. Impossible. Which thug could enter a heavily guarded cathedral? Moreover, the head priest of the Icewind Church is said to have personally taken action. That evil spirit wanted to possess the head priest but was severely injured by him. Now that the evil spirit has escaped, I don't know who it has possessed. This is the terrifying thing. Because after the evil spirit successfully possesses someone, if it doesn't act up, you won't be able to see any difference. There's such a thing, then I'll have to leave for a while. On the other side, Levi suddenly frowned, drinking alone in a private room. An evil spirit. It appeared in Icewind City. Thinking of this, Levi immediately returned to the hotel, packed his luggage, and prepared to leave. In Icewind City, Levi suddenly stopped after packing his things and preparing to leave. Wait, if the head priest can severely injure the evil spirit, why can't I? I remember that he only has the strength of a grand knight. That's right, even though the church boasted that they were omnipotent and created the 7 knights of the sky, even many churches' head priests still cultivated to become knights. There was no such thing as clergy with divine power. The head priest of churches in big cities like this was usually at the level of a grand or peak knight. Otherwise, having power without strength might not be enough to suppress others. However, based on some rumors, Levi was unsure if the information about the evil spirit was true. Now that he had so many trump cards, he felt it would not be a problem to protect himself in Icewind City. Perhaps this is also an opportunity to obtain the evil spirit dust, Levi thought. There had to be a start. Who knew when the evil spirit dust would appear? Without it, there was no way to cultivate the seal of dragon might. If that was the case, there was no way to deal with Naiad and the evil spirit that might be hiding in the snuff bottle. Let's wait and ask around, Levi thought. The next day he went to Icewind City for a stroll. He realized that the city gates were already tightly shut. He learned from the Earl of Silver Mountain that the church had ordered him to seal all the exits. He did not say why, but Levi had guessed. It must be because the church was worried that the person possessed by the evil spirit would slip out of Icewind City. This also further confirmed the fact that evil spirits roamed. The church cared about its reputation. They would not let the world know that the spokesperson of the Heavenly Father could not even defeat an evil spirit. However, Levi did not mind. With his strength as a grand knight, it would be easy for him to get out. In the middle of Icewind City stood a magnificent Gothic church. A gentle-looking gray-robed older man was reading ancient books in the church library. Finally, he found a book in the corner. After flipping through it, the older man muttered, "The evil spirit chained prisoner. Restricted level evil spirit." The older man smiled bitterly, sigh, "I must be old. Otherwise, why would I let a mere restricted level evil spirit escape?" He was the head priest of the Icewind City Church, the gray-robed sage Adolf. According to the records, a chained prisoner's possession will not last more than 7 days. After 7 days, the host must be changed, or it will be forever imprisoned in the host's body. Within these 7 days, no one is allowed to leave Icewind City. Icewind City is only such a big place, I don't believe that I can't find it. Adolf blew on his beard and rolled his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. He took out his holy light greatsword from his weapon rack. This was the weapon of the head driest when he was Vounce, but because of his high decision, he rarely used it. He exercised his tendons, making cracking sounds. The black gas spread to the holy light greatsword, and the silver-white sword became as black as ink. Next, let's play a game of cat and mouse. When I was young, I also killed a dangerous evil spirit. You're just a local-level evil spirit. You're belittling me, Adolf's cold voice echoed. The church divided all the evil spirits discovered since ancient times into 3 levels: restricted, dangerous, and calamity. They were categorized according to their danger and difficulty levels. For example, chained prisoner was a restricted level evil spirit. Generally speaking, evil spirits of this level were less dangerous and took longer to kill others. Moreover, if a well-prepared grand knight could deal with them. The dangerous level evil spirit was tougher to manage. Only a top-notch grand knight could deal with them, but they would also face greater danger. When facing an evil spirit of this level, it was best for an ordinary grand knight to escape. Otherwise, there was a high chance of death and no chance of winning. The most dangerous of them all was the calamity-level evil spirit. This kind of evil spirit was the king of evil spirits. Only a legendary knight could resist it. There had been such evil spirits in history. The church had paid a huge price to tackle them. The appearance of this evil spirit was a natural disaster. Many people would be killed or injured. Even a city would be destroyed. When Adolf was young, he was also a top-notch grand knight in the church and the vice-captain of the 7 holy knights of the world. However, as he got older and his strength declined, he retired and came to the Icewind City to be a head priest. However, he did not expect a restricted-level evil spirit to dare to cause trouble in his territory. This shamed him. This time, he was determined to kill this beastard personally. Although the church had tried to cover it up in every possible way during this period, rumors of evil spirits still spread within the city. However, it was currently limited to the circles of the knight and nobles. Most of the commoners did not know. They thought that the closing of the city gate meant that the Wilderness Brotherhood had come again. The church's knights and the Earl of Silver Mountain also began to search for traces of evil spirits from house to house. Once a suspicious person was found to be possessed by an evil spirit, they would be taken away immediately. Only after passing the church's inspection could they return. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic. Levi was still cultivating as usual. He had prepared 20 sets of casting materials for the Seal of Protection and Seal of Flame each. He had also secretly brought Magic Shark and Demon Mountain back to the city and rented a remote mansion, letting his 2 companions guard him at all times. "Come, I'm ready." Levi was not afraid. The church would have run away long ago if the evil spirit were really dangerous. Since they did not, it meant that it was still under control. It was just that it was a little troublesome to find out. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. During these 7 days, besides cultivating, Levi also began to observe the people in the city using spider sensing. He thought of a way to detect the evil spirit, to search thoroughly. A creature like the evil spirit should be enough to trigger his spider sensing. Perhaps he could take the initiative to attack and subdue the evil spirit since he was prepared. These days, Levi had searched most of the places in Icewind City, but spider sensing had not been triggered so far. There were only 2 places that Levi had not searched yet. Levi looked at the 2 most magnificent buildings in Icewind City. One was a church and the other was Silver Mountain Castle. Even evil spirits know that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Levi was in a dilemma. Grand knights guarded these 2 places. It was not easy for him to act. At night, the temperature dropped. Levi let out a breath of cold air in an abandoned house near the church. He wore the white wolf mask and a black robe to hide himself. He looked at the bell tower at the top of the cathedral and remained silent. Through his spider sensing, he finally sensed danger here. This sense of danger was much weaker than when facing a powerhouse like the Fist of the Empire. However, there was indeed a sense of danger. I'm unsure if the evil spirit or the head priest triggered the sense of danger. It's most likely the evil spirit. It seems like it's in the church. Levi could not barge into the church's territory to exorcise it. This would be courting death. On the bell tower, the figure of the bell ringer slowly disappeared. Under the moonlight, the shadow of a curved chain flashed. Levi closed his eyes and rested. No matter what, he had to try and see if he could obtain the evil spirit dust. He needed a good start to activate the seal of dragon might. Otherwise, the seal would never be able to be cultivated. Inside the church, a clergyman who had just eaten his fill patted his belly in satisfaction. He looked at the ugly bell ringer who was passing by. The latter was sallow and skinny. The clergyman joked, "Maxie, I heard you went on a date with a noble lady some time ago. Was this for real?" Was the lady blind? Ha 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 ha. Every day, many church clergymen would laugh at Maxie's appearance. It was hard to imagine such unjust and immoral behavior appearing in a place like the church. Maxie rubbed the back of his head and smiled foolishly without saying anything. However, when he turned his face away, a ferocious face appeared. An illusory chain began to stretch out from his mouth. It was nearly 10 meters long and swayed under the moonlight in the night like a snake dancing. Catcha. The next moment, something pierced through the clergyman. He turned his head around and looked at everything in disbelief and horror. "You deserve to die." A hoarse and unpleasant voice came out of Maxie's mouth. Maxie seemed to have completely changed. Behind him was a 2-meter-tall, slender figure with chains all over his body. This figure was very illusory and emitted a white light. Maxie mumbled mechanically, "DMN it." The slender figure left and Maxie's ugly face lost luster. He fell to the ground, dead. Just as the chained prisoner was about to enter the clergyman's body, a roar sounded. It sounded like the roar of a ferocious beast. An old man in a gray robe with black gas surging around him slashed at him with a holy light greatsword. The old man's body was covered in muscles and his robe fluttered. "Evil spirit, die." Adolf's holy light greatsword came at him. The chained prisoner was unable to dodge in time and was slashed. The huge sword surrounded by black gas instantly faded its figure. "Hee, your movements have slowed down. It seems that the few days of hiding have weakened you," Adolf sneered. The chained prisoner could not speak. As an evil spirit, it instinctively sensed that Adolf was dangerous. Thus, its illusory figure began to float backward. Adolf immediately chased after him, and the chained prisoner went straight out of the cathedral. Adolf could not walk through walls, so he kicked the door away and chased after him. His gray robe was already torn to shreds. "Where are you escaping to?" The chained prisoner continued passing through the walls, and Adolf chased them relentlessly. Like a human-shaped bulldozer, he kicked down the walls one by one. He was even more terrifying than the evil spirit on this dark night, a pitch-black human figure with a beard that stood on end. Levi, who had been on guard, suddenly felt movement inside the house. Before he could figure out what was happening, he saw an illusory thin figure bound by chains rushing towards him. Then it stopped halfway as if it instinctively felt fear. It forcefully stopped its body and floated forward as if it was passing by. "DMN, evil spirit, what's going on?" Levi's spider sensing had faintly sensed danger once he entered, so he did not expect the evil spirit to appear in front of him suddenly. Levi stood up and was about to chase after it. Suddenly there was a bang. The wall suddenly collapsed and dust flew everywhere. Levi dodged the flying stones and spat out a mouthful of dust. He saw an older man with a bare upper body and black gas swirling around him. He looked like he had just come out of a coal mine, holding a huge sword the size of a door. He looked at Levi in a daze, then immediately chased after the evil spirit without stopping. The old man cursed, "Stop, you D-Ned evil spirit. You don't even dare to face an old man like myself." Levi was dumbfounded, but he instantly understood something. "This evil spirit belongs to me. With a loud bang, Levi shot out, his speed much faster than the older man. The evil spirit was floating ahead when it suddenly noticed two figures. Behind was the older man from before, chasing relentlessly. The other person in front was the masked man it had wanted to possess but felt it could not. The masked man did not say a word. His large hand was wrapped in black gas that covered every inch of his body. It was like a demonic claw that attacked directly, making people suffocate. At night in Icewind City, the cold wind whistled like an unsheathed blade. The slender chained prisoner was almost caught by the man's large hand covered in a black robe. Levi's hand grabbed nothing. Just as the evil spirit was about to be caught, it used its long chain to hook itself onto the chimney of a house. Then it gently flew towards the chimney. Trying to run, Levi sneered in his heart. His entire body shot up like a cannonball, and he jumped onto the roof with a boom. The evil spirit relied on its body to walk through walls and hide in the house below. DMN, it's so tiring. Levi stomped on the roof and shattered it. He fell straight into the room below. Unlike the other rooms, which were all abandoned, a couple was in the room just about to get intimate. The man exclaimed, what are you doing? The lady hid under the blanket, not daring to show her face. Levi ignored the two of them and looked at the evil spirit about to pass through the wall again. Golden cross slash, the black gas-entwined frostmourne. Break. Levi slashed out with his sword like a lightning bolt, and a rainbow pierced through the sun. It was so brilliant that one could not look straight at his sword. Boom. The cross-shaped slash wrapped in thick black gas cut the house's walls into 4 pieces. The evil spirit's body became even more illusory after being slashed. It was like a candle flame that could be extinguished anytime in the wind. It became even weaker. Levi would have already used the seal of flame if not for the head priest behind them. The flames were the same as the black gas. They both had a certain damage effect on the evil spirit. Boom! The house collapsed, and Levi's figure had long disappeared. The man looked at Levi's disappearing back and heaved a sigh of relief. The lady also heaved a sigh of relief. The male owner stood in the courtyard and could not help but sigh in relief. It's okay. I thought it was your husband, Richard, who broke in. At the same time, a dark-skinned older man holding a greatsword and dancing with black gas hurried past. The gray-robed wise man Adolf shouted angrily, "The two of you are naked in broad daylight. What a disgrace. Quickly put on your clothes. When did a grand knight appear in the Icewind City, and how could he be so fast?" Could it be Silver Mountain? It doesn't look like him, though. Adolf chased after them, but he was still doubtful. On the other side, the evil spirit, attacked by Levi, was forced into a desperate state. It did not intend to escape anymore, and a faint, low roar could be heard. At the same time, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The 10-meter-long illusory chain charged toward Levi. Black gas surrounded Levi. His entire body was like a wriggling black fog. A large hand stretched out from the black fog and grabbed the chain. The sound of sizzling sounds rang out. The illusory chain started to smoke under Levi's thick black gas. This feeling is like snow demons meeting Mithril. As expected, the black gas was useful. No wonder the evil spirit ran away when it saw me. It couldn't defeat me, Levi thought. He grabbed with force, and the evil spirit was dragged over by his large hand along the chain. Then Levi's golden cross slash sent out another sword light. Ripple slash, advanced ripple force bubbled, causing the black gas to become even more violent. It was like a black demonic sword. Catcha. Levi felt like he had stabbed a red-hot sword into a large piece of pork. The evil spirit's chest was burning. Its figure became even more illusory, and its aura became weaker. Levi did not let him off, slashing at him continuously. Not long after, the evil spirit's figure resembled toilet paper soaked in water. It broke with a poke and was extremely fragile. It used its ghost claws and chains in a futile attempt to break through the layer of black gas on Levi, but it was useless. The black gas was too thick. It felt like it was grabbing onto a sea of black gas. It was overestimating its strength. In the end, Levi used his black gas to tear the evil spirit's body apart, crumpling it into a ball and crushing it. The evil spirit's figure completely disappeared, and that extreme resentment finally dissipated. Just this, Levi was doubtful. Did I kill it or not? For a moment, Levi doubted his life. It was his first time killing an evil spirit, so he did not have much experience. Until Levi saw a pile of white powder on the ground like ashes, scattered all over the ground. Evil spirit dust. Levi was overjoyed. Not far away, the black gas around Adolf gradually dissipated, revealing the body of an older man who looked capable. He coughed and stood there, not daring to act rashly. He knew that he was no match for this mysterious person. In him, Adolf saw his younger self. The figure in the white wolf mask raised his head and looked at Adolf without saying a word. Adolf smiled and stopped asking for trouble. He turned around and left, dashing towards the church. Watching the older man disappear, Levi quickly collected the evil spirit dust and placed it in the prepared container. With so much powder, I wonder if I can raise the seal of dragon might to level 2, Levi muttered, finally leaving the battlefield. He returned to his residence, called Magic Shark in Demon Mountain, and left Icewind City overnight. Because of the commotion from the battle last night, it was bound to attract the attention of the Earl of Silver Mountain. Levi did not want to go to jail for trespassing and intentional property damage. After all, he was doing the people a favor. After returning to Blackwater Valley, Levi reviewed the battle with the evil spirit. Overall, the battle was about as he had expected. No, the evil spirit was weaker than he had imagined. Perhaps this is the weakest evil spirit. Levi warned himself not to become arrogant because he killed an evil spirit, but no matter what, this is a good start. It means Grand Knights have the power to fight against evil spirits, especially a defensive Grand Knight like me. I have an advantage against evil spirits. Because my black gas defense is thicker than the others, I don't even need to use the seal of protection against evil spirits of this level. But I doubt this applies to other Grand Knights. To deal with evil spirits, you don't need much strength. You must have enough powerful black gas to capture the other party alive. Before you kill, you need a powerful defense to be immune to their attacks. As expected, stacked armors are the most powerful. Stacked armor style is the best. Levi felt lucky that his path was correct. After today's battle, Levi's fear of evil spirits gradually disappeared. He would still be cautious with them, but was no longer terrified. Evil spirits were just that. Once I grasp the seal of dragon might, I'll kill Naiad. I want to see how powerful this evil spirit that once almost killed Magic Shark is. It was dangerous to keep an evil spirit company. Although Levi guessed that Naiad could not leave the vicinity of the Blackwater River, it would be best if he could get rid of it completely. Levi prepared the materials beforehand to cast the seal of dragon might. He was also very familiar with its hand gestures and successfully executed the seal. Levi slapped his palm out into the air. Boom. In an instant, a mysterious power surged into Levi's body. The earthly dragon beast's blood in Levi's casting materials started to burn, turning into a raging fire. This fire had no temperature and was just an illusion. A pair of indifferent golden vertical pupils that would not extinguish slowly opened within the raging flames. It was as if golden flames were erupting. Then, a mental energy field rumbled out. Ang, it was like a dragon's roar. Under the dragon might, all living things submitted. The entire shelter seemed to tremble slightly because of this invisible spiritual fluctuation. Good heavens, how is this power so strong? A spiritual attack interfered with matter. This seal of dragon might is quite something. Elm's seal is not simple. Levi looked at the slowly dissipating dragon shadow and was shocked. This was probably the legendary dragon. That golden pupil was soul-stirring and incomparably majestic. It was like a natural king, insufferably arrogant and invincible. After his excitement, Levi opened his proficiency panel. As expected, the Seal of Dragon Might skill was already imprinted on the interface. Seal of Dragon Might, level 1000. Another proficiency point, 1000 sets of casting materials to reach level 2, and then thousands of them. Levi estimated the amount of evil spirit dust he needed. The dust the chained prisoner provided was probably only enough for Levi to increase his proficiency by 1/10, killing 10 evil spirits to reach level 2. Alright, let's leave this skill as it is. In any case, the power of the first level should be enough. Levi had no idea where to find evil spirits. Moreover, evil spirits had different levels. If he encountered a powerful evil spirit, such as the one that killed White Horse Knight, there was a high chance that he would fail. Therefore, the Seal of Dragon Might cultivation had a lower priority. Instead of desperately killing evil spirits to obtain the Seal of Dragon Might, it was better to work hard to improve the quality of his black gas. But no matter what, Levi had obtained the skill to counter evil spirits, so he was still happy. After more practice on the Seal of Dragon Might, I can get Naiad. Then Levi continued cultivating. At the same time in Icewind City, the aftermath of that night's battle had yet to subside. The Icewind City Church announced that it had successfully used newly developed holy water to expel an evil spirit hidden in the Icewind City. The Icewind City gates opened again. Instantly, the people rejoiced. They were excited by the church's magnificent feat. On that day, many rich people donated a lot of gold coins to the church. A lot of holy water was also sold. This allowed the church to earn another wave of money. Within Silver Mountain Castle, the Earl of Silver Mountain and the gray-robed elder sat opposite each other in the living room. Did the Earl not kill the evil spirit that night? Adolf asked with a smile. Silver Mountain Count looked helpless and shook his head, saying, Adolf, we have been friends for many years. You were my idol when I was young. How could I lie to you? I, Silver Mountain, never lie. Adolf frowned and sighed. It looks like it wasn't you. Then who could it be? Judging from the aura of that black gas, that person's strength is not weaker than yours. He's only a little weaker than me when I was young. Oh, this person is so strong. Silver Mountain was slightly surprised. That's right. I originally thought that he was a grand knight who specialized in speed. However, when I saw that the chain attacks of the chained prisoner could not break through his black gas defense, I realized he was a defensive Amite. The most terrifying thing was that his strength seemed unmatched, and he was proficient in an extremely powerful sword technique. Silver Mountain, a great expert, is hidden in your Icewind City. The terrifying thing is that such an expert never publicly shows himself. If it weren't for him hunting down the evil spirit this night, we wouldn't have known there was such a hidden expert. However, it's worth rejoicing that this expert doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. Instead, he helped me kill an evil spirit. Oh, Heavenly Father, if I were 10 years younger, no, even 5 years younger, I would use my fist to tell the D-Ned evil spirit that this Icewind City is not a place where it can behave atrociously. The gray-robed sage had a regretful expression as he continued to talk about his past glory. Silver Mountain had already heard such words countless times. Silver Mountain frowned. He suddenly remembered that Yados, the vice president of the Wilderness Brotherhood, had mysteriously disappeared some time ago. He was suspected of having been killed by a mysterious expert. Did he kill Yados alone? He hoped not. Looking at the distracted Earl of Silver Mountain, Adolf sighed and said, "Sigh, I'm old, I have to admit. Forget it, let's not disturb him." In short, this mysterious expert doesn't have any ill intentions. However, the church priests are so shameless. Holy water, what bullshit. The gray-robed wise man Adolf walked away unhappily. The Earl of Silver Mountain smiled bitterly. This head priest was probably the one with the most personality among all the members of the church that he had ever met. He was also one of his few church friends. When he was young, he was indeed a top-notch Grand Knight. The Earl of Silver Mountain sighed. It's such a pity that such an expert doesn't go out and make a name for himself but hides in the secular world. Then he went to study how to deal with snow demons. He was determined. The month of Germinal in the year 1011 of the Holy Brilliance calendar was chilly because the weather was getting colder in spring. This year the grass and trees sprouted a little later than usual. The war between the North and the South continued. The flames of war raged on, engulfing most regions. The Duke of Montenegro had been stopped by the Southern Coalition Army and the royal family, but he was still holding on. Meanwhile, in the Tuva Empire, thousands of miles away, the civil war had ended, and the rebels had taken over the country. The younger brother of the Lord of the Empire became the new Lord of the Empire. He no longer established the so-called Fist of the Empire position. Under his leadership, he destroyed the societies and organizations that fanatically believed in the First of the Empire. He tried to erase the traces of the Fist of the Empire's existence. The Fist of the Empire was nowhere to be found. No one knew where he went. Some people speculated that the Fist of the Empire had already become a legend. Some people guessed that the Fist of the Empire had concealed his identity and gone to another country. In short, Fist of the Empire fans would never believe that he was dead. They believed that Storm's birth, the unparalleled god of war, would not die. The Wilderness Brotherhood could no longer hold on. The difference in strength between them and the church was too great. They could only rely on guerrilla warfare to resist the church and destroy some small churches in some places. Therefore, they returned to the wilderness and gradually disappeared from the public sight. However, they were still secretly spreading the faith of the Lord of the Wilderness. Chaos would eventually return. Levi's enemy, the Bird of Death's Voice, had no news. Levi had hoped that the Bird of Death's Voice would continue to send assassins after him. It would be best if the Pale Shadow came personally. This way, he could get to know this D-Ned organization better. After a month of cultivation, Levi's Seal of Dragon might gained 50 proficiency points. The power was a little stronger than before. As for the remaining 50 sets of casting materials, Levi could no longer use them for cultivation. This was for actual combat. The cultivation of the seal itself was not very difficult. However, the speed of the cultivation depended on the amount of casting materials, so Levi could not fully display his subjective initiative. Therefore, Levi still preferred cultivation. This month, he reached level 5 of the flying fish breathing technique. After fusing with the siren breathing technique, it achieved some breakthroughs in its limits. It had reached 3/5 of the breakthrough. The level 6 mountain troll breathing technique, which had also been pushed to the limit, had also successfully allowed the giant rhinoceros breathing technique to break through. Giant rhinoceros breathing technique, level 7 150,000, special effect, top tier strength. It won't be long before the giant rhinoceros breathing technique reaches the peak of level 8. At that time, it will be another extraordinary power. I'm looking forward to it. Levi recalled the Fist of the Empire. It was obvious that the opponent had extraordinary powers. It was simply too exaggerated for a mortal to be on par with an earthly dragon beast. Although his current strength was great, it was still far inferior to the earthly dragon beast or the ice rhinoceroses. His strength was more similar to the three brothers. Even though both are strength-based breathing techniques, there is still a gap. Although Demon Shark and Demon Mountain are Grand Knights, their combined strength is still inferior to the Fist of Empire. Perhaps there is a difference in extraordinary power. My realm is too low, so I can't show it yet. It's about time to go and meet Naiad. If I can't beat it, I'll run. It's not that embarrassing. Naiad should be stronger than that evil spirit. This was Levi's instinct. Hence, Levi began to prepare the items to deal with the evil spirit. The mithril sword is effective against the undead, but it seems ineffective against evil spirits. Levi remembered how he had dealt with chained prisoner that night. He had tried it before. If the mithril sword were not wrapped in black gas, the physical attack of the mithril sword would be ineffective against the evil spirit. Therefore, he used the golden cross slash to kill the evil spirit not because of the mithril, but because of the black gas. Mithril won't work, but I don't know if silver will work. After all, in some literary works in my previous life, a female warlock killed people with an iron sword and killed demons with a silver sword. Silver had always been a metal used by some cultures to deal with dark creatures such as evil spirits or vampires. We'll know once we try. Levi immediately forged a silver sword. Why don't we try using gold? What if silver doesn't work? Levi began to brainstorm. The fact that mithril could deal with the undead gave him a lot to think about. I might as well make a golden sword. Levi returned to the shelter and took out 10,000 gold coins and about 100 pounds of gold from his savings to forge a knight's sword. With Levi's fine craftsmanship and his wind axe special effect, a perfect master-level knight's sword soon appeared. It, just this material alone is worth 10,000 gold coins. In this world, who is more extravagant than me? Levi could not help but ridicule himself. Furthermore, those who did not have enough strength would not be able to swing this knight's sword at all. It was too heavy. Now that we have the mithril iron sword, the silver sword, and the golden sword, why don't we make a peach wood sword? Levi remembered the Taoist priest in his previous life. He seemed to have used a peach wood sword to kill ghosts. I'm quite the wits. Levi could not help but praise himself. Thus, Levi made another peach wood sword. Following his example, he made a variety of longswords. He was prepared to give them a try in the future. This time, he only tested 3 types of swords against Naiad: the silver, golden sword, peach wood sword. After forging the weapon, Levi prepared enough casting materials, wore layers of armor, and replenished the whale sack with enough food for 3 months. Then he called his 2 companions and protectors. Magic Shark and the Demon Mountain were at the front. They would lure Naiad out and restrain her while Levi was in charge of attacking from the back. This should be good enough, Levi sighed in his heart. It would not make sense if this could not subdue the evil spirit. To be safe, Levi chose to fight during the day. Levi knew that Naiad could appear then. The next morning, cold air permeated the air. The Black Water River had just thawed recently. The cold river water flowed slowly. Levi followed his memories and came to where the original owner had once fished. No one was here because the Lord forbade anyone from going to the river. Levi could not help but feel a little nervous when he thought about his childhood trauma, even though he had successfully killed an evil spirit. However, they were all the same. Few. Levi took a deep breath to calm himself down. The black snake seed in his body had already begun to roar like an engine. Black gas had already spread all over his body to prevent a sudden attack from the evil spirit. At the same time, the frost giant Sai was ready. Although it might not be able to attack the evil spirit, it was still possible to try. After all, this was a genuine spell, so it could still be useful. The 2 brothers, Magic Shark and Demon Mountain, were not afraid of death. They stood quietly on the shore while Levi stood behind them, ready to attack at any time. The river flowed and time passed. Could the evil spirit not be home today? Or did she not dare to come out after seeing the 3 of us? Levi guessed. Just as Levi was about to leave for the time being, Spider sensing reacted. His hair stood on end. This sense of danger was much stronger than when he faced the chained prisoner in Icewind City. However, it was still far from a match for the Fist of the Empire. He did not know if it was because he became stronger or because of the sense of danger, but he knew that her strength was weaker than Fist of the Empire. All in all, black smoke rose from Levi's body like demonic flames. His entire body flowed with a sticky black flame that emitted a metallic luster. At this moment, Spider sensing activated once again. Levi's body tensed up, behind you. Levi suddenly felt a weight on his back, as if something was lying on his back. His advanced vibrosensing did not work on evil spirits. The opponent's every move did not cause the air to vibrate. You're out. The black flames behind Levi's back swelled by a foot. At the same time, a silver-white light had already lit up around his body. The level 2 seal of protection was the bright silver protection. The black smoke burned the evil spirit on his back. The existence on his back seemed threatened and used all its strength to break through Levi's bright silver protection, then floated behind him. Levi turned around and finally saw the enemy who had haunted him from childhood and brought nightmares. Naiad. Her swollen, tattered skin filled with holes seemed to flow with clear water. Dense algae and water plants crawled out of these holes. The stinky fish and rotten prawns were nauseating. That face seemed to have been soaked in water, terrifying and strange. For a moment, the surroundings seemed to have become even colder. This was not an ordinary coldness. The coldness made one's scalp numb and their hair stood on end. Without hesitation, Levi snapped his fingers. Behind him, the shadow of the frost giant appeared again. The giant also snapped his fingers. In an instant, a radius of 10 meters around Levi, including Naiad's evil spirit, was frozen. Crack, crack, the black water river froze, and it only took one breath. Levi noticed that Naiad's movements were not affected at all. She screamed and spat out water. Countless green algae and seaweed grew in a complicated manner as she charged toward Li Wei. Although it was useless, Levi had expected it. Spells specialize in magic, and he probably needed a specific type of magic to deal with evil spirits. Good, Levi had cast the hand seal. A palm strike was thrown out, accompanied by Levi's low murmur. Dragon's might. Boom. Golden flames erupted in the void behind Levi, and a pair of golden eyes appeared. A huge wave of mental energy shook the ice. Dust flew up from the ground and rolled backward. Countless water plants were instantly shattered, and Naiad, rushing over, was sent flying. Evil spirits were imaginary creatures, but spiritual power was illusory. The seal of dragon might was specifically targeted at evil spirits. Levi activated the seal of the dragon, and the effect was overwhelming. Naiad's body became lighter after that attack. Levi, who had fought against chained prisoner, knew this weakened its strength. He did not waste any time and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Please take advantage of its weakness and take its life. The second attack of the seal had already formed. Boom, the third attack, the fourth attack. 5 solid seals of dragon might caught Naiad off guard. The seals shattered the water plants on her body as soon as they appeared. At this moment, her body was already broken into pieces. Levi continued to attack. The attack range of the seal of dragon might was very wide. It was a spreading spiritual fluctuation, so it would surely strike the target. Naiad seemed to know that she was no match for Levi. She started to flee. She floated and wanted to return to the black water river. How could Levi allow her to escape? Who knew when he could find this fellow again if she escaped? Levi's speed burst forth, and the siren seed fully activated. Top-tier speed. Levi was like an arrow that had left the bow. Before Naiad jumped into the water, his large hand, covered in black gas, had already grabbed her neck. "Get over here," Levi shouted. He grabbed Naiad's neck, and the surging black gas attacked her. Naiad's terrifying attacks continued to assault Levi. She wailed, disturbing Levi's mind. She even used his ghost claws to tear apart the black gas defense that Levi was so proud of, wanting to drill into Li Wei's body and possess him. Dream on. Levi again used the black gas he had released to clamp Naiad's claws, but still felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was obvious that all the physical defense armor, leather armor, and even the frost giant armor he wore had no defensive effect. So far, only black gas could defend against evil spirits. The black snake seed was pushed to the limit by Levi, and the giant rhinoceros seed, siren seed, blood whale seed, and man-face spider seed all exploded. These 5 types of black gas gathered together and attacked Naiad. This made Fairy wish she was dead. She was grabbed by Levi's large hand, which was covered in black gas. The terrifying attacks of the ghost claw continuously brought waves of pain too. Levi's chest, cold, pitch-black, ghostly claw marks appeared on Levi's chest. Even though the black snake's transcendent defense was powerful, Naiad could not compare to weak, evil spirits like the chained prisoner. Thus, Levi's defense was still broken. Despite the immense pain, Levi would not let all his efforts go to waste. Massive amounts of black gas continuously attacked Naiad, and Seal of Dragon might have shot out one after another. After 10 Dragon's Might, Naiad's body was already extremely transparent, like a piece of paper that could be broken with a single touch. She was grabbed by Levi's large hand and no longer had the strength to resist. A terrifying evil spirit was subdued by Levi just like that. "Now let me see what you are." Levi grabbed Naiad tightly with one hand. With his other hand, he pulled out a silver sword. Levi started stabbing Naiad. Naiad seemed to be fine. Silver won't work. "Let's try my peach wood sword." Levi started stabbing again. It, the golden sword. Levi took out his golden knight sword, shining with a legendary golden light. This stab put Naiad in excruciating pain. Her body trembled and her figure became even fainter. Hee, so gold can restrain evil spirits. Ha 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 ha. Levi laughed sinisterly. Then he wrapped black gas around the golden knight's sword. In just a few strikes, the evil spirit Naiad, already on the verge of death and could not move, was under the double of gold and black gas. Ultimately, she completely dissipated, leaving behind a pile of pale white powder that slid down Levi's fingertips, leaving a huge pile on the ground. Levi quickly packed up the powder. Otherwise, the wind would blow it away, which would be a huge loss. After collecting all of them, Levi compared his gains with those from the chained prisoner. It's more than 5 times the amount. If the amount of this powder represented the strength of the evil spirit, it meant that Naiad was several times stronger than the chained prisoner. The difference was too great. No wonder chained prisoner could not break through his black snake defense. However, Naiad, whose Seal of Dragon might had weakened, could break through his black gas defense. Thinking of this, Levi felt a sharp pain in his chest. He immediately brought the 2 useless companions back to the shelter. He lifted his armor and checked his chest. A few black claw marks were deeply imprinted on his flesh like ghost claws. Levi could not help but frown. The attacks of the ghost claws did not cause him any bleeding or other external injuries, but they were extremely painful. I don't know if it can be cured. Evil spirits are troublesome. Unfortunately, there's too little information about evil spirits in the Spirit Exorcism Manual. The Winchester family must know about it very well. But for now, these injuries do not affect me. I'll take a look after a while. Levi did not know what to do, so he ignored his injuries. Levi had gained a lot from the battle with Naiad. On the one hand, Naiad, who had traumatized Levi's childhood, was finally eliminated. The Black Water Valley was finally free of this hidden danger. On the other hand, he had also obtained a large amount of evil spirit dust, which could probably allow up his seal of dragon might by 600 proficiency points. It was still not bad. The most important gain was that Levi had finally discovered the evil spirit's weakness: gold. Money makes the world go round. The ancients did not deceive me. Levi had only wanted to experiment, but he had never expected that he would be able to do so. Gold could harm evil spirits. Although the damage is relatively weak, this was a significant breakthrough. This was equivalent to discovering the secrets of these evil creatures. Knowing this secret was highly advantageous. Levi could rely on his powerful defense to slowly grind the evil spirit to death. He was not afraid of low damage. In that case, I'll have to forge a set of golden innerwear. No, it's the golden holy garment. Levi would not wear the golden holy garment on the outside. He wanted to wear it on the inside. This set of golden holy garments would not be very thick. It would be made to be as thin as gold paper. This way, I'll have more confidence when facing evil spirits in the future. He had saved a lot of money and forged the golden sword with 10,000 gold coins. He uses the remaining gold coins for the golden holy garment. Levi took full advantage of his forging skills and began to arm himself. RLAJ 0 days later, Levi was wearing gold and silver, looking like a nouveau rich as he stood in the shelter. No, the gold is still too dazzling. It's jeweled and easy to be targeted. I have to apply some paint. Levi painted the golden holy garment black. The black holy garment was not bad either. The golden sword was also wrapped in cloth by Levi. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous to bring it out. It would likely get robbed. Such a valuable piece of equipment, it doesn't make sense that it doesn't have a name. The black holy garment will be called golden robe. Originally, Levi wanted to name it golden armor, but he felt it did not sound good. The golden sword shall be called the remnant sound of gold. From now on, Levi would always have two swords on him. In his left hand was the mithril sword Frostmourne. This was his primary weapon. In his right hand was a golden sword, the remnant sound of gold. This was his secondary weapon. Mithril killed people and spirits, while gold killed evil spirits and evil spirits. The two swords had a clear division of labor. After all, gold's hardness was average and unsuitable to be used as a primary weapon. Perfect. With my skills, I could be considered a spirit exorcist. Black gas, seal of dragon might, and the remnant sound of gold. They were all effective against evil spirits. In the future, even if he encounters a powerful evil spirit, he should have the strength to fight. Gold is great. Not only can it give me a sense of financial security, but it can also give me a sense of physical security, Levi sighed. He still had to earn more money. In the future, he would build a golden house for himself. That was the true invulnerability of evil spirits. Now that my strength is pretty good, I can dig out that snuff bottle. I want to see what's inside. It's most likely an evil spirit. However, it could be that a wizard's prank was hidden inside. Let's wait for another month. Let my frost giant sigh cool down first. Just like that, Levi waited for a month. During this month, he had been cultivating non-stop to strengthen himself further. The black ghostly claw mark that Naiad had scratched him with had also slowly disappeared, making Levi relieved. Finally, the frost giant's size cooldown was over, and he could use it again. Let's begin. I'm ready to open the snuff bottle. Everything was ready, and Levi had already made his utmost preparations. Although there was still a certain amount of risk, Levi felt he could try it to understand the wizarding world. He did this based on his strength, although in terms of physical strength, he might still be a little inferior to existence like the Fist of the Empire. However, he might not necessarily be more powerful than him in terms of techniques. If an evil spirit was sealed in that snuff bottle, he should be able to fight. Besides, spider sensing had not reacted to the snuff bottle. All in all, Levi thought it was worth a try after considering all the conditions. He went to the mountain behind the shelter and dug out the snuff bottle where he had buried it. Levi had already prepared the seal of protection and dragon's might. He had already thought it through. It did not matter if there were evil spirits inside. The moment he opened the lid, he first put on the seal of protection and cast the seal of dragon's might into the air. Breathe. Levi took a deep breath and checked his equipment one last time. Frost giant sigh, poison, frostmourne, remnant sound of gold, frost giant armor, golden robe, casting materials, magic shark, demon mountain. On Levi's chest, the black snake seed spiraled around his heart. Level 7 siren, giant rhinoceros, blood whale, level 6 man-face spider. They were all ready to attack. black gas surged into Levi's limbs and bones. His entire body was enveloped in black flames, and his hair stood on end, making him look like Saiyan. Magic Shark held the snuff bottle and waited for Levi's instructions. Levi was 3 meters away from Magic Shark and the others. This way he would have a chance to escape if he encountered any attacks. Open, Levi said. Magic Shark unscrewed the lid of the bottle. At the same time, a scolding voice came from the snuff bottle. A twisted shadow came out of the snuff bottle. Didn't I tell you? It would be best to use a spell to call the main body out, not in this way. Moreover, wasn't the previous deal completed? It was the vague shadow of a bald head. In the next moment, a dragon's roar sounded. On the bald phantom's face was shock, astonishment, disbelief, and fear. Only then did he notice that the person standing before him was no longer the familiar bald man, Yatos. It was an unfamiliar person wearing a white wolf mask. This person was currently shrouded in an exaggerated black aura flame. He looked like a demon god who had just crawled out of the abyss, a nightmare knight from the deep. He seemed to be even stronger than Yatos. But this was not the most terrifying part. The terrifying thing was that behind that person, the golden eyes bathed in golden flames in the void were burning with eternal flames that made all things tremble and bow their heads in submission. That was a giant dragon. Moreover, it was a pure-blooded dragon. Legend had it that the most potent pure-blooded dragons were legendary creatures comparable to demigods. This kind of creature was high and mighty, arrogant and powerful. The only thing that could make them respect and even fear, besides the astral world gods and the rulers of the multidimensional plane, were only the wise, erudite, and powerful legendary wizards. Although it was just an insignificant shadow, it shocked the bald man. "Hey, what are you doing? Let's talk things out." A powerful spiritual fluctuation attacked and the bald phantom was hit. A large portion of his figure suddenly disappeared. At the same time, he looked at the figure of the white wolf covered in bright silver light. The burly knight pounced over with his demonic claws wrapped in black flames and shouted. He grabbed his fate by the neck. Then a pitch-black knight's sword stabbed at him. This was not the end. Before he could speak, the man switched to a long sword that looked made of mithril and stabbed him again. The bald phantom cried in pain, "Stop stabbing me, stop stabbing me. I'm not an undead. Mithril does not affect me. I'm not an evil spirit. Gold does not affect me." Levi sprayed another handful of man-faced spider breaths, sending poison powder flying everywhere. At the same time, he activated the frost giant's sigh. After the frost giant appeared and snapped its fingers, the area was completely frozen. "Sir, it's not necessary, it's not necessary. I'm just an artifact spirit. Why are you treating me like this? We didn't have any grievances in the past, and we don't have any grudges recently, right? Why are you so vicious to kill me?" The bald phantom was about to melt from the black gas. Levi had so many tricks, but none of them could affect him. However, black gas, the seal of dragon might, and the seal of dragon might were too painful, and they almost blew him away. After a series of combos, Levi was stunned to discover that the evil spirit sealed in the snuff bottle could speak. He suddenly understood something. This must be a high-level evil spirit. Let me cast a few more seals of dragon might. Levi began to prepare his hand seals. Seeing Levi forming seals again, the bald shadow cried and said, "Sir, what are you doing? If you do it again, I'll die." In the end, Levi stopped and pinched the bald phantom. Up until now, spider sensing had not detected any danger signals. Even though the chained prisoner was weak, it gave Levi a sense of danger. However, this fellow did not feel dangerous at all. Either he had no ill intentions toward Levi or was too weak. "Come on, give me a convincing reason. If I'm satisfied, I might let you live. Otherwise, prepare to disappear. You should be able to see that I have a way to kill you," Levi threatened. The bald phantom said weakly, All right, let's talk things out. I'm just an artifact spirit. I see that you seem to know about seals. It would be best if you were a descendant of one of the 4 great clans. Although I know little about the 4 great clans, I still have some knowledge. To be able to cast the seal so skillfully, especially the seal of the giant dragon just now, shows that your talent in casting spells is not bad. Honestly, I was a wizard before I became this D-Ned artifact spirit. As long as you don't erase me, I will recognize you as my master and teach you meditation techniques. Besides, you're a knight, so I know a secret medicine to help you advance to the Grand Knight Realm. My previous master only advanced to the Grand Knight Realm with my help. Li Wei sneered, "Ha, do you think I'm a fool?" However, he was excited. He felt that he was close to finding a way to become a wizard. Of course, at this time, he had to remain calm. "I can't help it if you don't believe me." Levi grabbed the bald shadow with his black hand and asked coldly, "Since you said you are a wizard, let me ask you, do you know the witch Gullwig?" The bald phantom hesitantly said, "Of course, I know witch Gullwig. She was the master of the realm of frost, the pioneer of the school of ice, and probably the woman closest to the snow goddess." Levi's expression did not change, but he muttered in his heart. "It seems that the woman who forged the armor for the Melon family a few hundred years ago is not simple. She is still alive, and seems very famous in the realm of the unbelievers. Where's which Roland? Levi asked calmly. Ms. Roland, a powerful wizard from the realm of life, a master of the life. School of thought, sir, you must think that I don't know much about the wizarding world and want to test me to see if I'm lying. The bald phantom continued carefully. Then the questions you asked are all wrong. After all, these two people are both famous figures. Levi was speechless. The two clues he had found with great difficulty were big shots in the wizard realm. However, this baldy seemed to be a member of the wizard circle. The bald phantom said, the decline of the four great clans seems far beyond my imagination. You don't even know such basic knowledge. If you can talk, then say more. Levi grabbed at him fiercely, and the bald phantom screamed in pain. I can't breathe. Aren't you an artifact spirit? Do you still need to breathe? But you're using the black gas to strangle me. I'm indeed suffocating. After a round of abuse, the bald phantom was barely breathing. Levi did not care and said coldly, give me the meditation technique, meditation art, and you can continue to stay inside. The bald phantom said weakly and helplessly, according to the principle of equal exchange, you must provide me with the corresponding price before I can give you the meditation art. Hey, please don't kill me first. I didn't set this. This is the rule that the creator of this wizard tool imposed. I don't think you should blame me for this. I also want to give it to you for free to save my life. Levi looked at the bald phantom and fell into deep thought. What price do you need, soul? Only the power of the soul can maintain the normal operation of this wizard tool. Therefore, the creator of this wizard tool set the equivalent exchange price as the soul. The higher the level of life, the higher the value of the soul. Is a human soul okay? Ordinary people won't do. Only knights will do. A grand knight's soul is the best. A grand knight's soul is enough to keep this wizard tool running for many years. What is the use of this wizard tool of yours? Who is the creator? Please don't lie to me. It won't do you any good. If you treat me sincerely with my strength, I can maintain your wizard tool, Levi said. Can you let go of me first? I'm going to be strangled to death by you. No, if you continue to talk nonsense, I'll destroy your body and soul directly. Don't, I'll tell you. My name is Tootin, and this magic tool is called the Pot of Equal Value. An official wizard made it from the Soul School of Thought. I'm his apprentice, and he plotted against me by trapping me in this container, turning me into a tool spirit that has no desires and can't do anything. My existence means to be an ancestral item of his family in the secular world. To prevent his clan from relying too much on this magic weapon, he had set up the principle of equal exchange, allowing the clan members to constantly hunt the knight of other families to maintain the operation of this wizard tool. In this wizard tool, he stored some inheritances that were very important to his family in the secular world, including his family's breathing technique inheritance, secret medicine, and other inheritances that were helpful to the cultivation of knights. There was even a tiny portion of the estates of wizard apprentices. As long as the disciples of his family completed the equal exchange, they could obtain the inherited knowledge from the wizard tool. In this way, his family would have a foundation in the secular world. If there was a wizard with talent, they might be able to embark on the path of a wizard through the inheritance left behind. He would personally guide his descendants into the realm of the unbelievers. However, his plan was not foolproof. He had carefully planned many things, but he never returned after going to the realm of the unbelievers. Later, there were people in his family who became wizards, but they never waited for him to. He probably died in the wizard world. Later, his family also declined. Even though he had deliberately set up so many backup plans, he could not stand the disappointing descendants of his family. Ultimately, the Wilderness Brotherhood destroyed their family, and the pot of equal value fell into the hands of the Wilderness Brotherhood vice president. I pretended to be an evil spirit to trick him and provided him with the secret medicine knowledge that could be used to break through as a knight. At the same time, I asked him to kill knights for me. I used the knight's soul to maintain the operation of this wizard tool. The bald phantom that called himself Tootin continued begging. Everything I said was true. I do have meditation art. Please don't kill me. Although I'm living a miserable life now, at least I can use this artifact spirit method for a long life. Even though it's very dull, I don't want to die. What would happen if I cut or burn this snuff bottle into pieces? Levi pointed his longsword at the snuff bottle in Magic Shark's hand and asked calmly. The bald phantom said, Don't, I'm just an artifact spirit. I can deal with a normal knight, but I'm no match for a grand knight. Levi was skeptical of his words, but temporarily gave up on killing him. After all, his conditions were indeed very tempting. Meditation art. This was something that Levi had always dreamed of. With this, Levi had one foot on the path of a wizard. I can keep you temporarily. I hope you don't have second thoughts. Now tell me, if I need the meditation art, how many knight souls do I need for the exchange? Levi said in a dangerous tone. The bald man said, the souls of the 3 grand knights. Meditation art is the most valuable thing in the pot of equal value. The quality of the souls of ordinary knights is not enough. He mumbled, a little aggrieved. One could have been enough, but your seal made me lose too much power. Sure, how can I provide you with a soul? You only need to bring me with you and release me within 7 minutes after killing the enemy. I will naturally absorb the enemy's soul to maintain the operation of this wizard tool. All right then, I hope you won't lie to me. Otherwise, you'll completely disappear from this world and won't even have the qualifications to become an artifact spirit. Levi pointed at the snuff bottle. Now go in by yourself. You can come out again the next time we need you. Do you need me to tell you the spell to reveal myself? You can call me out next time without opening the lid, no need. Hurry up and roll back. All right. Naturally, Levi was skeptical about the words of the artifact spirit Tootin. His understanding of the wizarding world was minimal, and he could not verify whether what he said was true or false. However, Levi had some understanding of this snuff bottle, which was known as the pot of equal value. There was a spirit in this snuff bottle. If the lid was closed, it could not come out by itself. It could only be opened by magic or manually. Levi did not choose to use the summoning spell because he was worried that Tootin would deceive him. Tootin could utter some spell that could kill Levi. Besides, summoning it manually did not take much effort. Just as Levi had thought, this snuff bottle was indeed a wizard's prop. Until now, Levi had never seen an evil spirit that could speak. Whether it was the weak chained prisoner or the powerful naiad, they remained silent throughout the battle. Therefore, Levi's initial analysis was that evil spirits should not be able to speak. From this point of view, he felt that Tootin shouldn't be an evil spirit. However, he wasn't 100% sure. Levi's understanding of the evil spirits was still too little. However, it was evident that Tootin knew a lot. Let's wait a little longer. It's better to be careful when coming into contact with things related to the wizard. The price for meditation art is the souls of 3 grandamites. There were only so many knights in the Emerald Kingdom. He had already taken care of 2 of them. It was a pity that Levi had obtained the pot of equal value too late. Otherwise, Magic Shark in the Demon Mountain would be 2. Levi was not particularly anxious. The path of a wizard could not be completed in a day or 2. He was only 21 years old and still had a lot of time. No one else would dare to imagine that a 21-year-old could have the strength of a Grand Knight. After getting rid of Naiad, he also uncovered the secret of the snuff bottle. Now, Levi had resolved 2 potential dangers. Tootin was even weaker than the evil spirit. He said he was a wizard apprentice while alive, and Levi was a little suspicious. After all, the strength displayed by the other party was too weak, even for an apprentice. He couldn't be so weak, right? Yet his black gas entirely controlled him. However, it was hard to say. After all, the other party was only an artifact spirit. He could do nothing but act within the rules set by the creator of the wizard tool. In the next few days, Levi rested. During this period, he had been on high alert to deal with Naiad and the snuff bottle. Therefore, he gave himself a few days to rest and forge. After all, he still had some orders to complete, which could earn him money. For Levi, heavy physical work forging was already a form of relaxation. This was the realization of a great cultivator. Levi had also refined some poisons to replenish himself. He planned to go to Evernight Kingdom next to get more cores of the undead and frost ape's blood. Levi murmured, the great ice ape king should also be an ice ape. Regardless of whether he could find the great ice ape king or not, Levi had to make a trip to the Evernight Kingdom for the cores of the undead. He could quickly cultivate the seal of hell to its limit as long as he had enough cores. This should be the most accessible seal. Levi was looking forward to the changes that the seal of hell would bring. In the territory of Black Water Valley, after dealing with Naiad, the ban on the Black River was lifted, and the fishermen could fish again. Without the threat of the evil spirit, Levi heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the spring plowing was about to begin, and the Black Water River was still essential. After some preparations, I'll head to the Evernight Kingdom. Before we set off, I must improve my strength. After all, it was an unknown place to Levi, and it was also the place where the legendary Dark Wave was gradually returning. Although Levi had the strength of a Grand Knight, he still felt it was not enough. Thinking of this, Levi opened his proficiency panel. Seal of Flame, 2 Seal of Protection, Level 2 12,500 Seal of Hell, Level 2. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 8 13,789 100,000, Special Effect, Transcendent Defense. Blood Whale Breathing Technique, Level 7 23,567 50,000, Special Effect, Top Tier Endurance. Giant Rhinoceros Breathing Technique, Level 7 12,388 50,000, Special Effect, Top Tier Strength. Siren Breathing Technique, Level 7 Maximum, Breakthrough Available, Current Progress 3.5, Special Effect, Top Tier Speed, Bone Shrink Transformation. Vortex Beast Breathing Technique, Level 2 2367 5,000 Giant Breathing Technique, Level 2 10 11 5,000. Golden Cross Slash, Level 6 67 63 30,000, Special Effect, Advanced Vibration, Advanced Waves. Among Levi's current skills, putting aside those already at their limits, the only ones that Levi could work on were breathing techniques, seals, and the golden cross slash. Ever since the 6th level, the difficulty of cultivating the golden cross slash had doubled. Levi had been working for a year and a half, but had only made 1/5 of the progress. Of course, this was also related to his spending most of his time cultivating breathing techniques. In short, advanced waves were already enough to kill gods. Levi was not in a rush to pursue the supreme skill, the revolving force anyway. In terms of seals, cultivating the 4 seals required a large amount of casting materials. Their cultivation's progress depended not on Levi's hard work, but on objective circumstances. Therefore, Levi was helpless. In the end, he could only place his hopes on breathing techniques. Due to their slow speed, Levi was not interested in cultivating the giant and the vortex beast breathing techniques without the secret medicine. The black snake breathing technique had only been at level 8 for a few months, and he needed close to 100,000 proficiency points to reach level 9. Levi estimated that it would be good enough if he could break through to the next level before the end of next year. Moreover, according to Levi's speculation, for an excellent breathing technique like the black snake breathing technique, level 9 should be the maximum. If he wanted to break through again, he might have to obtain a perfect grade breathing technique. The siren breathing technique still needed 2 more points of progress to break through the limit, and the giant rhinoceros breathing technique had just achieved a breakthrough not long ago, so it was still quite far away from level 8. In the end, Levi's gaze locked onto the blood whale breathing technique. Since that's the case, I'll focus on cultivating the blood whale and temporarily put everything else aside. Try to push the blood whale breathing technique to the limit within 3 months. Levi returned to the shelter and prepared a lot of food, water, and jerky. He had Demon Mountain guard Black Snake Castle, while Magic Shark guarded the shelter. Besides the transaction with the Earl of Silver Mountain, Levi would spend the rest of his time cultivating the blood whale breathing technique. He wanted to see what level his strength would reach if he could cultivate both breathing techniques to level 8. In the month of grass of the year 1011 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the serfs of Blackwater Valley were busy plowing. The blacksmiths were occupied with forging, while soldiers were actively training. Everything was running in an orderly manner. The outside world was still in chaos. More territories in the south were drawn into the flames of war. Hill and the rich mineral resources of the Stormy Hill, the 2 nobles, the Earl of Blood and the Earl of Silversilk, plundered the south. The combined military power of these 2 counts was already more substantial than some dukes in the south. However, the royal family was already gathering a large-scale coalition army. This time, the royal family and the southern nobles would send an army deep into the northern territory and take down Montenegro Mountain City. If the Duke of Montenegro were defeated in this battle, his crimes would cause the entire Montenegro Mountain family to disappear from history. Of course, if he succeeded, the Montenegro Mountain family would be unprecedentedly glorious. This was a huge gamble. It was unclear where the Duke of Montenegro's confidence came from to go against the south and the royal family. In the entire north, only the Earl of Silver Mountain did not join the northern coalition army of the Duke of Montenegro. This was because, like Blackwater Valley, the Icewind territory was also a fief directly under the royal family and was not enfiefed by the Duke of Montenegro. While Levi was still in seclusion, under the pressure of the royal family, the Earl of Silver Mountain had no choice but to personally lead an army and join the army to attack the Duke of Montenegro. Presumably, it would not be long before a great battle broke out in the northern territory. After Levi learned of the situation, he frowned slightly. The flames of war are about to reach the northern territory. Even the Earl of Silver Mountain is involved in the war. Next, no one will care about the snow demons. It doesn't matter. Why should I worry about this? Just protect your own life. Fight, fight. I'll go far away when the snow demons arrive and the northern territory gets destroyed. He would protect Blackwater Valley if he could. After all, it could still earn gold coins yearly. Of course, to Levi, the money the Blackwater Valley earned was better than nothing. Levi used most of the money earned to expand production and the army. Now, the number of red blood cavalry was close to 150. The part-time militia had reached 500 people. The population of the entire territory had also expanded several times. Even though most of these people were enslaved people he had bought, Levi paid attention to the quality of his soldiers. The team leader of the cavalry, Sam, had also advanced to a quasi-knight and hoped to become an official knight in the future. Besides that, Levi also started cultivating the giant rhinoceros breathing technique. In addition to the siren breathing technique, there were 2 non-bloodline breathing techniques for the talented soldiers of the Blackwater Valley to choose from. Even the great nobles rarely had such conditions. Over the years, the territory had accumulated more than 10 people who had mastered breathing techniques. These people would be the future elite soldiers. Of course, the premise was that the Blackwater Valley could survive the future calamity. Levi was not very worried about the war in the Northern Territory. Worrying was useless. This kind of momentum was unstoppable. No matter the outcome, it did not make any difference to Levi. It was neither a good nor bad thing. The result he was looking forward to the most was that the two sides would fight forever. The flames of war would continue for a few years, and no one would care about a minor figure like him. He would successfully advance to a legendary knight or become a wizard. When he became a wizard, they could fight however they wanted. It had nothing to do with him anyway. If there had to be a winner in this war, it would be better for the South and the royal family to win. After all, he and the Duke of Montenegro were irreconcilable enemies. There was still room for negotiation on the side of the royal family. In the following days, Levi continued to cultivate. He would also take advantage of his trips to Silver Mountain Castle to deliver goods at the end of the month, to inquire about the war between the North and the South at the Shining Tavern in Icewind City. Judging from the current situation, the scale of the Alliance army in this northern expedition was almost comparable to the Millennium Holy War in the kingdom's history. In any case, from the current situation, Levi could not see any hope of the Duke of Montenegro winning. Maybe he could control the evil spirits, but the evil spirits could kill the people. The most important thing was to execute the decapitation operation. It was not easy to play a decisive role in the overall situation. That rascal Montenegro Mountain, you must not die in this northern expedition. When my breathing techniques reach their maximum, it will be your death. Levi had a bellyful of hatred for the Duke of Montenegro to vent. He wanted to take revenge for Sir Fred. That day was not too far away. Although the Duke of Montenegro was mysterious, his true strength was inferior to the fist of the Empire. Levi conservatively estimated that his current strength should be like the Duke of Montenegro. After all, he had many trump cards, and his breathing techniques were comprehensive. However, the Duke of Montenegro had two things that he feared. One was Montenegro Mountain, known as the Devil Duke. It was rumored that he could control evil spirits, but this was very uncertain. Secondly, the Duke of Montenegro was mighty. He might have several grand knights under his command, not to mention his vast army. He would have torn the Duke of Montenegro into pieces if he was not afraid of this. Whatever, cultivation is more important. The blood whale breathing technique has reached its maximum level. Next is the transformation. With the experience of the black snake transformation, this transformation should be very smooth. In the past 2 months, Levi had given up on other breathing techniques and skills and focused on the blood whale breathing technique. His hard work had finally paid off. At the end of the month of flowers, the blood whale breathing technique reached the maximum of level 7. Blood whale breathing technique, level 7 maximum, breakthrough available, special effect, top tier endurance. Like the black snake seed, the blood whale seed needed to transform to reach level 8. Let's begin. This time we should be familiar with it. In Levi's heart, the blood whale, about the same size as the black snake, opened its mouth wide and breathed in black gas. The black gas spread out and wrapped around the blood whale layer by layer. Ultimately, it became a black cocoon, constantly trembling as if nurturing new life. Levi officially began the transformation of the blood whale seed. The black snake seed took a few days to transform successfully the last time. This time, cracks appeared on the blood whale cocoon on the second day of the transformation. A faint, empty, and lonely whale song sounded in Levi's mind, and he revealed a happy expression. Blood whale, level 8. The whale's song was melodious. The black cocoon at Levi's heart slowly broke open. A lifelike blood whale seed that looked the same as the one on the breathing technique inheritance diagram appeared in Levi's heart. As soon as this blood whale appeared, it caused the hibernating level 7 giant rhinoceros seed and level 7 siren seed to feel a wave of pressure. The same was true for the level 6 man-faced spider seed. The blood whale has turned around, Levi muttered. At this moment, the black snake with a candle circling Levi's heart raised its head and looked down at the blood whale seed that was not inferior to it. Endless prestige approached. The blood whale's imposing aura began to become uneasy. Ultimately, it lowered its proud head in front of the black snake. The level of the black snake breathing technique was still a little higher than his. Phew, black snake can still suppress it now, but I can see that it's already a little strenuous. At most, after I upgrade the giant rhinoceros breathing technique to level 8, I'll have to slow down for a while. I have to let black snake reach level 9 first. Then I can continue to raise the others to level 8. Levi muttered, otherwise, it would be no laughing matter if there were to be a conflict between so many life seeds born from breathing techniques. Although the proficiency panel allowed him to ignore the bloodline curse and cultivate other breathing techniques, with so many life seeds entrenched in Levi's heart, if they did not have a supreme leader to suppress them, Levi's intuition told him there would be chaos. He opened the proficiency panel. Blood whale breathing technique, level 8 maximum, special effect, transcendent endurance. As he had expected, the blood whale breathing technique's 8th level was the limit. In general, it was the same as a shallow grade breathing technique. Excellent breathing techniques were also divided into 3 levels. The black snake and giant breathing techniques were first-class techniques. He should be able to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level, making him a top-notch expert among the Grand Amites. The Northern 7 flying cavalry should be at this level. As for the second-class breathing techniques, Blood Whale was one of them. He should be able to cultivate it to the limit of the 8th level and become an ordinary Grand Knight, such as the level of Magic Shark or Demon Mountain. The worst was the Vortex Beast breathing technique, a 3rd-class technique. At most, it could be cultivated to the limit of the 7th level. Grand Knight with that breathing technique alone would be impossible. Perfect breathing techniques should be able to be cultivated to the limit of the 10th level. According to Levi's visual estimation, the boundary of the 9th level was a top-notch Grand Knight, and the edge of the 10th level was probably the Fist of the Empire's level. Above that, it might be legendary. No matter what, after the 8th level of the Blood Whale breathing technique, he had the combat power of a true Grand Knight. Levi looked at the brand new special effects. Transcendent Endurance. Your endurance has exceeded the limits of mortals. This means that your burst of power will be much more extended than others, and your upper limit of pain tolerance will also be much higher. If a mortal's endurance was like a small pond, then your endurance was like a vast lake. As long as the lake did not dry up, you would never fall. After reading the introduction, Levi felt that only one word could describe it: enduring. If this blood whale breathing technique were in his previous life, it would be one that all men should practice. After Levi was done complaining, he decided to put his so-called transcendent endurance into practice. There were only 2 aspects to test endurance. One was the endurance in combat, and the other was the escape. Levi first tested his combat endurance. Magic Shark and Demon Mountain had high endurance levels. After all, the 2 of them were like robots. They could fight tirelessly and endlessly if they were not worn out and had enough cores to provide energy. Levi did not have many cores of the undead in his hands. He reluctantly exchanged a brand new core for Magic Shark. Come on. As soon as Levi finished speaking, Magic Shark attacked him. Levi did not use any weapons. He only needed to use his palms. With his current strength, using the Golden Cross Slash to deal with Magic Shark would be a little bullying. 2 Grand Knights were fighting in the wilderness. Seal of Hell Proficiency +1. Seal of Hell Proficiency +1. Magic Demon fought tirelessly as Levi's Seal of Hell's proficiency increased. At the same time, the energy in the core of the undead was also constantly being consumed, from the initial 100 to 90. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. After half an hour of high-intensity battle, half of the energy of the core of the undead in Magic Shark's body had already been consumed. After such a high-intensity battle for half an hour, most Grand Knights who were not endurance type would have been exhausted. On the other hand, Levi felt that he had just finished warming up and was ready to go all out. So this is transcendent endurance. This special effect is too useful. Levi did not waste any more of the core's energy, and there was no need to test his escape time. He had already wholly felt the most vital part of transcendent endurance. That was to transform into a fighting machine that did not know fatigue or pain. Grand Knights were mighty, but they would still knave to avoid the sharp edge of the enemy's attacks and flee in a large-scale war. Even a Grand Knight would quickly exhaust his stamina in battle. Eventually, he would be killed. Even the Fist of the Empire could only flee in the face of an army, let alone an ordinary Grand Knight. This was the equivalent of how masses of ants could overwhelm an elephant. Moreover, the difference in physical fitness between a Grand Knight and a mortal was only about 10 times. Although mortals were weak, they were still relatively strong. However, Levi could use it to his advantage after obtaining his transcendent endurance. Even if he were surrounded by thousands of soldiers, as long as Levi's defense was not broken and he suffered no severe injuries, he would have enough stamina to fight. Of course, it was only limited to killing one way out, but defeating a whole troop single-handedly. Levi reckoned that not even a legendary knight, let alone a Grand Knight, could achieve that. After all, thousands of fully armed soldiers attacking one person with weapons would exhaust him to death. Thousands of soldiers and horses avoiding a powerful enemy was a science that could only appear in literary works. In other words, if he had the wizard's power, he could summon the wind and rain, thunder and lightning, and use those calamity-level spells to attack indiscriminately in a large area. Then he should be able to destroy thousands of troops by himself, yet he should not be an ordinary wizard. If Levi's Frost Giant Sai had 0 cooldown and unlimited firepower, he could barely fight against an army of thousands alone. After all, he still had the Frost Giant armor, transcendent defense, and transcendent endurance. This might be an advantage that some official wizards did not have. Unfortunately, these were just illusions. From what Levi knew, even a wizard could not cast spells with unlimited firepower. Every spell needed to be prepared through meditation in advance, through the spell model, and then through the casting materials. It could only be released after consuming mind power and the power of Ether. Even if the spell was fixed on an item like the Frost Giant armor, which could be quickly charged with the precious Ether Stone, it could only use the spell once a day. However, Levi had transcendent endurance, so he did not do it for the sake of fighting against the entire world alone. There were armies under his command in war and specializations in every field. His enemies would always be the other Grand Knight, not the thousands of soldiers. In short, with transcendent endurance and transcendent defense, Levi's proficiency panel had two items that had reached the transcendent level. Facing a Grand Knight of the same level, Levi was already in an invincible position. Very good. With my strength, I shouldn't be as passive as I was in the Tuva Empire when I went to the Evernight Kingdom. Levi recalled how he had to flee in panic whenever he encountered the Fist of the Empire. He was in quite a sorry state. The current him might not match the Fist of the Empire. However, he still had the strength to fight, and saving his life was not a problem. Unknowingly, Levi had already reached the peak of the night. He had to admit that without the help of the panel, even if Levi was the top genius in the world, he could not have attained such an achievement. It was not that Levi's talent was not good, but that mortals had their limits. If he wanted to break his limits, he had to be inhuman or cheat like the proficiency panel. The pleasure of increasing one's strength is intoxicating. Pack up and prepare to depart for the Evernight Kingdom. After giving the butler and Sam some instructions, Levi took advantage of the darkness of the night while the people in his territory were still asleep. He already carried 2 swords and a snuff bottle and brought Magic Shark. Magic Shark carried a large luggage bag, and the master and servant left Blackwater Valley. Levi felt much more relaxed with Magic Shark's help on this long journey. Furthermore, with Magic Shark protecting him along the way, his cultivation was more at ease. High up in the sky, amidst the blue sky and white clouds, Harris, the snow eagle, followed behind Levi. Levi would better view the Evernight Kingdom's future with Harris. As for Demon Mountain, Levi did not plan to bring him along. With his current strength, whether he brought along his 2 companions did not make much of a difference. The main reason why Levi brought Magic Shark along was to increase his proficiency in the Seal of Hell in the Evernight Kingdom. He let the Grand Knight level Demon Mountain guard the house to prevent powerful enemies from invading and stealing his home. The living dead summoned by the Seal of Hell could stay far away from their master, but they could not carry out complicated instructions. They could only carry out combat actions mechanically. Levi did not expect Demon Mountain to do anything complicated. He just wanted Magic Shark to take care of his castle and territory. If a mighty Grand Knight like the Magic Shark invaded, with the help of the 3 brothers and the Red Blood Cavalry, it should be enough to eliminate the enemy. Now that the 3 brothers all had armor, their defense was strong. Even a Peak Knight was no match for the 3 brothers. With their brute force, even a non-defensive Grand Knight would not feel good if slapped. Moreover, the Red Blood Cavalry served as a trump card. This time, Levi would not be robbed by enemies like last time. The current defense of the Blackwater Valley was not inferior to some earls' territories. Some earls did not even have the strength of a Grand Knight. Moreover, his enemy, the Duke of Montenegro, was busy caring for himself. He was preparing to fight against the royal family and the Southern Coalition Army in the Northern Expedition. He would not waste his troops to deal with him. In the end, he was just a tiny character. Baron Levi was nothing in front of the grand ambitions of the Duke of Montenegro. Levi was relatively at ease on this trip. However, Levi still hid all the valuable items in the Montenegro mountain range shelter to be safe. If the territory was gone, so be it. After all, the region was such a big thing Levi could not hide it. He could not let the territory drag him down. He guarded the environment every day and could not go anywhere. However, there were still quite a few gold coins in the shelter that Levi had meticulously earned. Levi feared the enemy would find shelter and take away his vast wealth. If that happened, he would have to start from scratch. The following day, before the sun had risen, the Icewind City had already appeared before Levi. With Levi's current walking speed and endurance, he quickly brought Magic Shark to the Icewind City. He had already found a guide for this trip to the Evernight Kingdom some time ago. The language of the Evernight Kingdom belonged to a different language family. In short, their language combined the characteristics of the wording of the Emerald Kingdom and the Tuva Empire to form their unique language. Initially, the nobles and people of the Emerald Kingdom and Tuva Empire moved much of their population to the northernmost land to develop new territories. Ultimately, because the mountains were high and the emperor was far away, the climate was cold and no one went there. In addition, they continued to seek independence, which slowly formed the current Evernight Kingdom. Other than the early immigrants, very few locals lived there. The Icicle Islands that Levi was going to this time had a group of true natives who had lived in that area since ancient times. For this long journey, the guide Levi had found was also a wandering knight Levi had recruited from the Shining Tavern. The Evernight Kingdom had been rather dangerous recently, with constant wars and snow demons. In addition, it was already quite cold, and it was always winter there. If he went there, he would suffer. Therefore, Levi spent 100 gold coins this time to find someone willing to lead the way and act as a translator. In the Shining Tavern, Levi ordered a cup of snowflake. Entering the private room that he had booked in advance, Levi finally met his agent. He could not help but laugh in his heart. This entrusted person was an old acquaintance of his. He looked at the knight with a sad face and a smile. "Wild dog, we meet again. I didn't expect you to be such a language genius. Do you know the language there?" This guide was none other than the Wild Dog Knight. The Wild Dog Knight also saw the familiar white wolf mask. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sir, you travel the world. You go wherever you want, right? Don't worry, I, Wild Dog, have been in this line of work for decades and am proficient in many languages. I won't lie to you." "All right then, get ready to set off." Levi shrugged and said with a smile. The Wild Dog Knight sighed in disappointment. "I originally wanted to stop after finishing that last job, but who knew that God's plan would fail? Let's not talk about it. It's all disappointment." Levi was not in the mood to gossip about Wild Dog's private affairs. He brought Wild Dog out of the city and called Magic Shark, who had been waiting in the wilderness for a long time. Wild Dog looked at the burly man, who was more than 2 meters tall and was like a wall. His entire body was covered in armor, and only 2 holes were in his eyes, revealing his dark blue eyes. Wild Dog Knight gulped. "Sir, what's going on?" Levi patted Wild Dog's shoulder. "Don't worry, this is one of my seniors. You can call him Magic Shark. He's coming with us this time. Because he was injured, he couldn't speak. We should try not to disturb him. He doesn't have a good temper." Wild Dog Knight was shocked. With such an expert accompanying him, he was indeed a figure from a large family. However, with such a powerful being following behind him, Wild Dog Knight felt at ease, but at the same time he also felt a little afraid. This powerhouse gave him a feeling that he was too strong. In Icewind City, there were not many people who could give him this feeling. The Earl of Silver Mountain was one of them. "It, he can't be a Grand Knight, right?" He was shocked but did not dare ask the man. He was getting more and more curious about the man's identity. There was a senior who seemed to be a Grand Knight, although old Wild Dog Knight could see that Magic Shark was a guard or servant. Otherwise, why would Magic Shark carry such heavy luggage for him? The Wild Dog Knight made a wild guess, a Grand Knight as a servant. This is at least the treatment of the eldest son of a Grand Duke. Most importantly, from the looks of it, the man's strength was also extraordinary. He felt it was not much different from his senior Magic Shark. During the last trip to the Holy City, Wild Dog had also seen the White Wolf fight. Although intense then, it felt like he was only a high-level knight. This time, just from his aura, he must be at least a peak knight. Who is he? I can confirm that he is a genius who cultivates the knight's breathing techniques, and his breathing techniques require ambergris. As far as I know, the royal family's breathing technique requires ambergris weight. I know he must be the illegitimate son of the old Emerald King. White Horse Edward, White Wolf Geralt. It all made sense. In addition to the Grand Knight level guard, everything made sense. At the thought of this, Wild Dog Knight felt enlightened. He had found the truth, and he gradually understood everything. Even though he was 1,000 miles away from the truth, with a taciturn expert like Magic Shark by his side, Wild Dog was no longer as chatty and laughing as he was during the Holy City trip. He was inevitably a little reserved in front of an expert. The team headed north. Wild Dog Knight was indeed mighty. Along the way, Levi did not encounter any bandits or ferocious beasts. The journey was very smooth. Occasionally, some ignorant fellows would attack Levi, but they would all be crushed to death by Magic Shark. When Magic Shark attacked, his strength stunned the Wild Dog. This kind of terrifying pressure was a Grand Knight. Evernight Kingdom was not too far away. Levi and Wild Dog only took about 10 days to reach it. If not for the fact that they had to slow down for Wild Dog, Levi and Magic Shark would have arrived in 7 days at most. As they went further north, the temperature dropped. It was the month of flowers when fresh flowers bloomed. However, they saw endless snowy mountains and highlands along the way. Then there was the even more desolate frozen land. The temperature was getting lower. Fortunately, Levi and his 2 companions were knights, so the cold was not a problem. Half a month later, they arrived at the capital of the Evernight Kingdom, Snow City. This city was not the largest and most magnificent, but the most extraordinary and shocking city Levi had ever seen. The entire city, be it the city walls, the buildings inside, the towering cathedral, or the magnificent royal castle, were all piled up or carved from thick ice. Your Excellency must be shocked as well. It was the same when I first saw it. Even during the warmest time of the year, it is comparable to the cold winter month of Icewind City. Do you see that colossus that is tens of meters tall? Wild Dog Knight pointed toward the square in front of the capital. That's the snow goddess statue. Levi looked at the tall, slender, and ice-blue female giant statue. She stood expressionlessly in front of the palace, welcoming travelers from all directions. Although it was just a giant statue, Levi felt that it had a charm to it. This made him think of the portraits of the gods in the Holy Brilliance Church or the Storm Church. Whether it was the merciful Heavenly Father, the dignified and domineering Lord of Storms, or the cold and solemn Snow Goddess, Perhaps the gods trapped in the astral world were watching the human world through these statues. I still have to keep a low profile. I must find the realm of the unbelievers as soon as possible. Levi sighed and followed Wild Dog Night into the city. Compared to the sacred city of Lantes, the Snow City was lonely. Occasionally, there would be some wandering knights coming in and out. These wandering knights were either bounty hunters or mercenaries recruited by the Evernight Kingdom to fight against snow demons. Levi and Wild Dog Night entered as bounty hunters. On the streets, the doors of the houses along the way were tightly shut, and many shops were closed. When they entered, a team of fully armed cavalrymen came in from outside the city gate. They looked exhausted and riddled with wounds. Their weapons were shining with a silver luster. It was the glow of mithril. The leader of the group was a middle-ranked knight. He looked like he had lost his spirit, as if he was numb. This should be the army that the Evernight Kingdom has built to hunt snow demons over the years. It seems that they have lost this battle. Although ordinary snow demons have average strength, they are immortal and have many of them. Even an elite army might be wiped out if they are not careful. Do you want to join the hunting team? Wild Dog Night looked at the retreating figures of those people and asked helplessly. He was shocked when he learned White Wolf had come to the Evernight Kingdom to hunt snow demons. Wasn't this seeking suicide? Snow demons knew no fatigue. Unless their frost hearts were removed, they would never die. Even if one were a grand knight, he might die if he were careless in dealing with snow demons. There was no lack of powerful existences among snow demons. Over the years, snow demons that could be compared to knights or grandamites had been discovered over the years. One would have no way out if he encountered such a snow demon while underprepared. Yes, I know what to do. After you arrange for me to join the hunting team, you can wait for me at the Snow City. After I'm done here, you can bring me to Icicle Islands, Levi said. He had understood all of these situations, but with his transcendent endurance, defense, and many trump cards, it would not be a problem for him to protect himself. To others, this place was filled with undead and was hell on earth. To him, this place was a paradise for cultivating the seal of hell. This time, Levi wanted to use the seal of hell to the maximum and store enough cores of the undead before leaving. Wild Dog Night rubbed the back of his head and said embarrassedly, "All right then, be careful, sir. I'll wait for you in the snow capital city. I'll help you keep an eye on the sale of Frostheart. However, I've heard that Frostheart seems to have been purchased by the royal family and the church. Very few of them are circulating." After all, he only needed to lead the way for the White Wolf, and he could earn 100 gold coins. There was no danger in staying in Ice City. He could tell White Wolf was probably here to collect Frostheart. He did not know what that was used for, but that was the man's secret. Just try your best. We will meet at the Shining Tavern in Snow Capital City. Don't run around. I don't want to find out that you have gone to see Heavenly Father in heaven after killing snow demons. Wild Dog Night boasted, "Don't worry, this isn't our first time working together. You've seen my character, I'm reliable." Levi nodded and parted ways with Wild Dog Night. While traveling with Wild Dog Night, Levi had learned several common languages of the Evernight Kingdom, enough for him to communicate with the people here. The difficulty of learning the language in the Evernight Kingdom was much lower than in Tuva. It was similar to Japanese and Chinese. Next, aside from needing Wild Dog Night to continue leading the way to Icicle Islands, Levi did not need to bring him to translate for him at all times. He would not always force Wild Dog Night to follow him. If he did, he would only be a burden in the hunt for snow demons. After all, Wild Dog Night was just a low-level knight. He was probably too weak. After parting with Wild Dog Night, Levi first visited the Shining Tavern in the city to establish some missions. The task was nothing more than the things from before, such as the Turbolarian egg, breathing techniques, etc. He might have to stay in the Evernight Kingdom for a while, so he might as well try his luck here. The trip to the Holy City was a lucky one. He hoped that the Goddess of Luck would continue taking care of him. When he left the Shining Tavern, Levi's complexion was good. He had already gained a basic-level bloodline breathing technique, silver mink breathing technique. 50 gold coins for it was a good deal. This speed-type bloodline breathing technique had 24 tiny figures. A beautiful and handsome silver giant mink was in the middle of the inheritance diagram. This seemed to be a legendary beast that was circulating in the extreme north. It was rumored to travel through the void at a breakneck speed. Not bad. I can cultivate to the maximum of level 5 and gain 2 points to break through. I can arrange it in the next few days. Levi's siren breathing technique was only 2 points away from breaking the limit, and he could continue to gain experience points. This silver mink breathing technique was a timely help. As expected, the Goddess of Luck still loves me. My cultivation will reach its maximum within 2 months. Levi was in a good mood. To him, cultivating a basic breathing technique was as easy as drinking water. Learning a peak level 5 breathing technique every 2 months was easy for him. Moreover, he did not need to use many breathing techniques recently, so he might not even need 2 months. 1 month would be the maximum. After leaving the Shining Tavern happily, Levi rented a quiet place in the capital. This would be his next residence in the capital. He would not go before he reached the maximum of the Seal of Hell. Then, he went to the kingdom's military station and registered for tomorrow's hunting operation. The kingdom would not pay hiring fees for wandering knights like Levi, who took the initiative to participate in the hunting operation. Moreover, Levi and the others had to prepare their weapons and defensive equipment. However, to encourage more wandering knights to join the hunting team, the royal city would provide a little subsidy based on the number of snow demons killed, which was better than nothing for Levi. And the standard to determine the number of snow demons killed was the frost heart. This was the core of the undead that Levi needed. A frost heart could get him a subsidy of 5 gold coins. Naturally, Levi was not interested in it. However, this price was still attractive for those wandering knights in dire straits with no fixed residence. Relying on this method, the Evernight Kingdom had gathered many wandering knights from other regions in the past few years. Relying on the help of these outsiders, the Evernight Kingdom could barely resist the growing snow demon disaster. At night, Levi organized the things for tomorrow's operation. Although he had absolute confidence in his strength, he was still used to preparing in advance. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. Levi had to be wary of the snow demons and the people here. Then Levi opened his proficiency panel. Seal of Hell, level 2 505,000. A normal core of the undead can provide 100 proficiency points. The Seal of Hell's maximum is level 5, so I need 34,500 proficiency points. In other words, I'll have to kill 345 snow demons. That isn't too difficult, Levi calculated. Of course, besides cultivating, Levi also needed to store many cores of the undead for future use. The level 5 Seal of Hell required 5 cores of the undead, which was quite a considerable consumption. Therefore, Levi needed to store at least 1,000 cores. Coming to the Evernight Kingdom was difficult, so it was better to get more at once. Of course, he was unsure if the Seal of Hell's maximum was level 5. It was just that the Constantine family's ancestor had cultivated to level 5, but that did not mean that the seal's limit was level 5. Try to settle it in a month, then we'll set off for Icicle Islands. Levi had a sleepless night. After becoming a Grand Knight, he needed very little sleep. He only needed to sleep for a few hours every day. It was okay, even if he did not sleep for a few days. This was the Liver Emperor's self-awareness. How could Levi sleep before he became the strongest? He cultivated breathing techniques and waited for the arrival of tomorrow. The blood whale breathing technique was already at its maximum, and there were no other endurance breathing techniques to break through the limit, so this could be considered a temporary graduation. Levi could only cultivate the giant rhinoceros breathing and black snake breathing techniques. Levi could develop the giant rhinoceros breathing technique to the maximum level 8 by the end of the year if everything goes smoothly. Of course, there was also the silver mink breathing technique that he had just obtained. Thinking of this, Levi took out the breathing technique inheritance diagram. He began to cultivate the breathing technique according to the posture shown on the inheritance diagram. A few hours later, another new skill appeared on Levi's proficiency panel. Silver mink breathing technique, level 1000. I'm getting faster at cultivating elementary breathing techniques. Levi could not help but remember that he had spent 1 or 2 months learning the frost wolf breathing technique, but now he only needed a few hours. The secret medicine of the silver mink breathing technique is widespread. It's the mink claw. It's straightforward to obtain it in the extreme north. With the supply of secret medicine, Levi was confident that he could push this breathing technique to maximum within 2 months. The time spent cultivating the breathing technique flew by. After Levi rested for a while, it was already dawn. In the extreme north, the time of day was limited, so the sky outside was still pitch black. It was already time to gather. Levi packed his things and set off for the military camp with Magic Shark. When he arrived, there were already many wandering knights at the scene. They had all brought their defensive equipment, weapons, and rations. Many of them looked highly excited. After all, for every snow demon killed, they could receive 5 gold coins from the kingdom. This was already a considerable reward for these wandering emites who had no skills, no territory, and nothing to do all day. Killing a few more snow demons would allow them to get decent equipment. Those who signed up for the hunting team and passed the screening were at least knight attendants. Theoretically, mortals could also kill snow demons with mithril weapons, but that was inefficient. Moreover, mithril weapons were not popularized. Rather than handing the mithril weapons to mortals, it was better to hand them over to knights. At the very least, they had to be knight attendants. Only then could they hunt snow demons relatively efficiently. Levi noticed that regardless of whether these wandering knights wore armor, they all had a mithril longsword. It could be seen that mithril could restrain snow demons. This was already a well-known fact in the region. However, although the weapons consisted of mithril, their mithril purity was too low, perhaps not even 1. Such weapons could only cause limited damage to snow demons. It might take a long time to grind a snow demon to death completely. It was only slightly stronger than iron weapons, but better than nothing. After all, they were relatively poor wandering knights. They had saved up a long time to buy this bit of mithril. Levi immediately felt superior. He realized that not only was his strength far superior to these people, but he was also a crane in a flock of chickens. His equipment was far exceptional. His mithril sword was highly pure, and after Levi's continuous recasting, it had almost reached 50. It could be said that Levi's Frostmourne cost thousands of gold coins in mithril alone, which was beyond the imagination of the wandering knights, not to mention Levi's 100 pure frost giant armor. With such luxurious equipment, it would be hard not to kill thousands of snow demons. Soon, all the teams that had left the city to participate in the hunting operation were gathered. There were a total of 200 people. The knight attendants and Quasi Knight comprised most of this team of 200 duel. There were only about 20 official knights, and most of them were low-level knights. There were very few mid-level knights and only one high-level knight. He was a burly man with a nose ring, and he was very eye-catching in the crowd. The team had no peak knight, let alone a grand knight. Seeing this, Levi was relieved. He had already used the siren breathing technique to change his body shape. He was currently 1.8 meters tall, and his body shape was standard. He was average and not very eye-catching. Compared to those muscular, athletic men who cultivated strength-based breathing techniques, Levi seemed a little petite. However, it was evident that no one dared to underestimate the man wearing the white wolf mask based on the aura that Levi emitted. In particular, Levi was followed by a burly man who looked like he was not to be trifled with. Therefore, everyone stayed far away from Levi and dared not approach him. In the eyes of these rookies, Levi was at least a high-level knight and magic. Shark beside him should be a peak knight. With such a combination, no one dared to be snubbed. This was also the effect that Levi wanted to achieve. He did not want to attract too much attention. However, he did not want to be looked down upon by others, which would cause unnecessary trouble. Not long after, the captain in charge of this hunting operation walked out of the camp. He was a captain of the Queen's Guards of the Evernight Kingdom and had the strength of a peak knight. This time he was ordered to lead this mob to hunt snow demons. He glanced at everyone and paused momentarily when he saw Magic Shark and Levi before continuing. He coughed and said, "Knight from afar and brave warriors, I am Knight Cater, the leader of this demon hunting operation. First of all, on behalf of the Snow Queen, the daughter of God, I would like to express my heartfelt respect to all of you. No matter where you come from or what purpose you have come here for, you can stand here bravely today and wage war against the evil snow demons that threaten the survival of humanity." This action had already obtained the Queen's approval. After successfully defeating and eliminating snow demons, all the brave warriors who participated in the hunting operation would be rewarded by the Queen. This time, we are going to Snow Valley City, north of the capital. Many citizens of the kingdom are trapped in the city and urgently need our help. Before we set off, I need to warn everyone that in the wilderness between Snow Valley City and Snow City, there might be some snow demon remnants that have not been exterminated or even some snow demon nests. Don't fall behind on the road, don't act on your own, and don't split up. There are a lot of snow demons in their nests. Some of them might even be mites or grand knights. Trust me, with your mithril swords with poor purity, you could barely defeat so many snow demons, no matter how skilled you are. Before you grind them to death bit by bit, they would have killed you 10 times. Therefore, you are not allowed to act on your own. Snow Valley City has already fallen, and a large number of snow demons might wander inside. If you want to keep your life, listen to my commands once you enter the city. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. If you still have any questions, you can ask me. If you are afraid, you can withdraw. If you have no comments, we will set off immediately. Although the Wandering Knights would be a powerful force if they were to gather, the biggest problem was that they were a group of people who were unrestrained and undisciplined. Hence, a significant problem was that they did not obey discipline, and to kill a terrifying existence like the Snow Demon, everyone had to obey the command to carry out the task. That was why Knight Cater had come up to emphasize this point again and again, and Levi also agreed with this point. After reorganizing themselves under the lead of Knight Cater, the team set off towards the city's outskirts. Outside, it was a world of ice and snow. Everyone had prepared enough rations to not starve to death in the wilderness. In a world of ice and snow, even if one were proficient in hunting, one would still face the awkward situation of being unable to cook without rice. Therefore, most of their luggage was used to store dry rations. As for water, they did not lack it. If one was thirsty, he could eat some snow. Levi had only brought little rations. Before setting off, Levi had already filled up the whale sack. Under normal circumstances, he would not starve to death even if he did not eat or drink for 3 months. Even if he had to use breathing techniques frequently, it would not be difficult to persist for 10 days to half a month. It was more than enough for him to go out and hunt monsters. Learning the blood whale breathing technique was the best choice for Levi. In this era where technology was not advanced and there were no legendary storage items, having a whale sack was too convenient. In the cold wind, the team marched forward. According to Cater's description, reaching Snow Valley City at its current speed would take about 2 days. The current situation in Snow Valley City was not optimistic. Although the citizens and the army tried their best to resist the snow demons, their equipment and strength were not good enough. In front of the indestructible snow demons, they might be unable to hold on for long. "Buddy, my name is Bray. What's your name? We can take care of each other for this operation, hee hee." A big guy appeared beside Levi and smiled, revealing his big front teeth. He looked a little silly. However, Levi knew that as a wandering knight, no one could be a fool if they could cultivate the high-level knight realm. These were most likely just appearances. "No need, I can take care of myself," Levi refused. With his strength, he did not need to form a team. That would only drag him down. He only needed this team to bring him to a place with many snow demons. Then, he would stay there and slowly kill snow demons until the seal of hell reached its maximum level. All right. Big Guy scratched his head in embarrassment and left resentfully. He could tell that the real powerhouses among the 200 people besides Knight Cater were him and Levi. Bray was not interested in Levi, but the burly man covered in armor beside Levi. This man might be a real Grand Knight. He would be safe if he could cling to the Grand Knight, even in a disadvantaged position. Unfortunately, he was heartlessly rejected by Levi. Cater watched the commotion on the other side, and his heart stirred. Among this group, the only ones he could not see through were the man in the white wolf mask and the burly, athletic man who was always by his side. These two people gave him a massive sense of oppression. Thus, he was worried that this man would play some tricks along the way. However, his worries were unnecessary. Levi thoroughly listened to his commands and never ran around. The next day, when they were only a day away from their destination, Levi and the others passed by an abandoned castle. This seemed to be the territory of some noble. Now, whether it was the castle or the residential houses outside, it was obvious that they had been abandoned for some time. 3 years ago, this place was still a prosperous territory. Until one day, snow demons appeared in the territory, Knight Cater said to the team. Levi thought of his own Black Water Valley. If the snow demon calamity could not be resolved, then the Black Water Valley's fate in the future would not be any better than this territory. The situation was more severe than he had imagined. At this time, the great nobles of the Emerald Kingdom were still fighting endlessly. In the afternoon, the team was reorganized. Everyone rested, ate, and settled their physiological needs. After finishing the head count, Knight Cater found that a few people were missing. Why haven't they returned after so long? "Captain, maybe they went to take a dump." Bray was a chatterbox. "Did you take so long to take a dump?" Cater snapped. "Everyone else stay where you are and wait for orders. 2 of you come with me to check out the situation," Knight Cater said. "Me." Bray raised his hand first, and Cater gestured for him to go over. Cater then looked at Levi. He was worried that something had happened to those people, so he wanted to find a strong person to accompany him. Levi thought for a moment and raised his hand. If it were a snow demon, he could collect some cores of the undead. Cater nodded and called Levi over. For some reason, he felt bringing the man in the white wolf mask would be more reliable. "Everyone else, wait here. We'll go take a look." After bringing Levi and Bray along, Cater headed in the direction where the few people who had just disappeared had left. Levi left Magic Shark behind to wait for orders. Not long after, they arrived at a small gathering place. He could faintly hear the sounds of fighting. Levi immediately became alert, but his spider sensing did not warn him. Presumably, there should not be any danger. He placed his hand on Frostmourne, ready to strike at any moment. It was the same for Cater and Bray. They carefully walked forward and slowly entered the village. This should also be the territory of a small noble. "You two be careful. There might be snow demons entrenched here," Cater said. "Tusk, tusk, tusk, my blood is already boiling." Cater also drew his mithril sword. Soon, an abandoned castle and an uninhabited village appeared before them. There was a wandering knight's corpse at the village entrance. A few snow demons with ragged clothes, withered bones, and blue flames in their eyes were eating the carcass. "This is the consequence of disobeying orders." Knight Cater cursed. "Save him," Bray asked. "Don't save them. There are only 3 at the village entrance. Who knows how many more snow demons are inside? Those people are seeking death," Cater said coldly. Even if he was a peak knight with a mithril sword of decent purity, he could only deal with 3 snow demons at once. If it went beyond 3, his life would be in danger, and there were probably at least a dozen snow demons in this small village. This was already a tiny snow demon nest. They were entrenched here, devouring the living beings that passed by. Suddenly, Levi sensed something rushing toward him through his advanced vibrosensing. It was swift. He pulled out Frostmourne, and a slender leopard-like monster suddenly rushed out. The monster's chest was empty, and its eyes burned with blue flames. Bray was the first to be attacked. The speedy monster lay on Bray's upper body, biting Bray. Fortunately, Bray was wearing armor. Although the quality was average, it blocked the monster's attack. "DMN it. This is the snow demon after the snow leopard mutated." Knight Cater frowned slightly. It was not just humans that could mutate into snow demons. Animals could too. Creatures like snow demons were similar to Levi's living dead. The stronger one was when they were alive. The stronger they would be after mutation. Ordinary people who had mutated into snow demons, night attendants, or some strong people could be killed with mithril weapons. If a snow demon had mutated into a knight, coupled with its indestructible characteristic, unless the mithril sword were pure, no knight would be a match for it. As for the snow leopards in this world, although they only had the strength of a quasi-knight after they matured, they were swift and agile. Therefore, dealing with them would be challenging even for an official knight. The snow demon caught Bray off guard. He roared angrily and threw the snow leopard down from his body. Then he raised his vast axe and attacked, but the snow leopard dodged it. "Calm down, don't attract the other snow demons," Cater said with a frown. "It's too late, they're already here." Levi pointed at the entrance of the village. He did not know when, but there were already 13 snow demons. Most were humanoid, while a small number were hounds or mutated creatures. They all emitted a blue light and charged at the trio quickly. "Let's go, don't linger in the battle. Lure them to the main group and use the advantage of numbers to kill them. Even if we kill these snow demons, we will waste much energy and pay a big price. There is still one day before the destination. Can't waste our energy here." Even Knight Cater, a Pika-mite, was so afraid of these snow demons, which surprised Levi. Knight Cater unsheathed his longsword and slashed at the snow leopard charging at him. The snow leopard was cut in half at the waist and wailed in pain. There were burn marks on the cut, but they were relatively weak. But soon the blue light spread and the bones were put together again. Cater's expression was gloomy. He did not care about the snow leopard anymore and quickly retreated. After failing twice, the snow leopard charged toward Levi. Without saying a word, Levi stabbed his sword into the snow leopard's chest. Instantly, the highly pure frostmourne burned the snow leopard's body, causing it to struggle. The snow leopard lunged at Levi, but was caught by Levi's large hand filled with black energy. Crack! Levi only used a light force, and the snow leopard's fragile skull was crushed. He tore the snow leopard in half from the middle. Then Levi used frostmourne to pin the snow leopard to the ground. He stepped on the left side of the snow leopard's body with one foot and the other on the other side. "I want to see how you can put them together," Levi sneered. He forcefully took out a stone that was emitting a dark blue light. This stone was slightly larger than the one he had obtained before. The quality should be a little better, perhaps it could provide more energy. This was the frost heart. After putting it away, Levi looked at the snow demon charging at him and stretched his muscles. He did not need a high-level combat technique like the Golden Cross Slash to deal with these ordinary snow demons. Levi used basic sword techniques and frostmourne to reap their lives. He violently stepped on a snow demon and crushed its head, getting increasingly familiar with the movements of taking out Frostheart. He did not care about the snow demon that attacked him. Surging black gas burned around him. These snow demons, transformed from ordinary people, could not break Levi's defense. He was still very safe as long as he did not run out of energy. As for Levi, who had transcendent endurance, a dozen ordinary snow demons would not exhaust his stamina. At most, it would just be a warm-up. Ultimately, all the snow demon's bones were scattered on the ground. Levi put away the 14 frost hearts in satisfaction. This was 1,400 seal of hell proficiency points. Cater and Bray were stunned. They suddenly realized that compared to the snow demon, this man who called himself White Wolf Geralt was even more terrifying. "Let's go and take a look inside the village." Levi waved at Knight Cater and Bray. Knight Cater was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly nodded. Then he realized that something was wrong. He was the team leader. Why did he listen to an outsider like White Wolf? However, he recalled how the man had torn the snow leopard apart with his hands just now. He had yet to calm down. So snow demons can be killed like this. Bray rubbed his chin and said what Knight Cater wanted to express. Levi walked on his own. He had only shown off a little earlier, but it seemed like he had scared the two people in front of him silly. "Sir, you're not here to earn rewards. You're here to hone yourself, right?" Knight Cater smiled bitterly. Levi did not answer, which was a silent agreement. Knight Cater silently followed behind Levi. The person in front of him was not a real wandering knight. A wandering knight would not be such a strong expert. It was even more impossible for a wandering knight to have so much money to use mithril to forge a longsword. He should be a grand knight because of what he had just done. No wonder he felt that he was not simple at first glance. The iron-armored burly man beside him should also be a grand knight, and he must be a guard of the White Wolf. It must be so. Knight Cater could not think of any possibility besides the disciples of the great nobles going out for training. Levi led the Knight Cater and Bray to search the village, but they did not find any other snow demons. They only saw the corpses of a few people. This is the outcome of disobeying orders. Without your excellency White Wolf's powerful strength, even we would have been implicated in danger. Knight Cater sighed, quietly flattering Levi. Finally, they returned to the team. Knight Cater told the others that the few people who went to the snow demon next to hunt snow demons had all died. This made the others' restless hearts immediately calm down. The following operation went much smoother. The group finally arrived at Snow Valley City the following evening. Corpses could be seen everywhere outside Snow Valley City. These seemed to be the leftovers of the snow demons. Knight Cater's expression was solemn as he quietly led the group into the city. Levi followed them. Bones covered in frost could be seen everywhere in the city. It was a scene of hell on earth. Is there anyone alive here? Levi's heart skipped a beat. Although they were all people who had nothing to do with him, looking at so many corpses frozen by the roadside, he felt indescribable. Before the return of the dark wave, the ordinary people of this world could barely survive under the exploitation of the nobles. After the return of the dark wave, it became a problem for ordinary people to survive. Levi sensed the movements around him. He did not care about the large group and left silently with the magic shark. He planned to hunt snow demons near Snow Valley City in the following period. After achieving his goal, he would return to the snow capital city and bring the wild dog knight to Icicle Islands. Cater looked at the leaving white wolf. He wanted to say something, but he did not dare. With White Wolf in the city, he felt an inexplicable sense of security. A wandering knight looked at Levi with dissatisfaction and muttered, "Team leader, that person acted without permission." Bray and Knight Cater looked at him like he was a fool. If you have a mithril weapon almost made of pure mithril like him, and you can tear snow demons apart with your bare hands, step on snow leopards and kill more than 10 snow demons by yourself, you may also act alone. I don't mind. I can't wait for you to kill more snow demons to save the people of our kingdom, Knight Cater sneered. After hearing this, the person did not dare to say anything else. Someone said unhappily, "Just a pure mithril weapon. If you give me a pure mithril weapon, I can also kill snow demons." Knight Cater ignored these people. There were too many self-righteous people in this world. The White Wolf and the burly man beside him were most likely Grand Knights. With a high-purity mithril sword, they should be safe as long as hundreds of snow demons did not surround Levi simultaneously. Of course, it couldn't be so absolute. After all, Snow Valley City had been one of the top 10 cities in the kingdom before the snow demon calamity. The permanent population had reached 100,000. This was once the city of Duke Bluefeather, a noble of the Evernight Kingdom. In the first year after the snow demon calamity, Snow Valley City became one of the origins of the snow demons. A preliminary estimate was that 1/10 of the city's residents, which was 10,000 people, had become snow demons. These tens of thousands of snow demons spread out from Snow Valley City and swept across the surrounding cities and territories. In just a few years, less than 10% of the residents in Snow Valley City were still alive. Most of the deaths were not caused by snow demons, but by starvation, disease, or chaos. Even though the military had hunted down many snow demons over the years, a conservative estimate was that there were still thousands of snow demons in Snow Valley City. Once the number of snow demons exceeded 100, even for a Grand Knight, his life would be in danger. After all, snow demons were not ordinary people. They were undying, fearless, and terrifying undead that only knew how to kill. Of course, in Snow Valley City, the scariest thing was not these thousands of ordinary snow demons. What was genuinely terrifying was the mutated snow demons in the city's center city, Bluefeather. These snow demons were once the retainer knight of Duke Bluefeather and the soldiers of the Bluefeather Guards. After they turned into snow demons, they still wandered around the Bluefeather Castle and guarded the castle. In the castle's depths, the former ruler of the city, the famous noble of the kingdom, Duke Bluefeather, who had the power of a top-tier Grand Knight, had also become a snow demon. Some people had seen Duke Bluefeather sitting on the throne from afar. After turning into a snow demon, he seemed even stronger and more terrifying. His body was covered in an inextinguishable blue flame. He could even ride a skeletal warhorse and patrol the castle like a nightmare knight who had returned from hell. Therefore, Bluefeather Castle became a forbidden area in the city. No one dared to go inside to investigate. Even Grand Knights did not dare to enter. However, Cater's goal this time was not to exterminate the snow demons, but to transfer a group of survivors. "I hope that person will be fine. He must not go to the Bluefeather Castle," Knight Cater muttered in his heart. Levi and Demon Shark wandered the streets. He fully activated his advanced vibrosensing and was on full alert. Although he was powerful, this was Snow Demon's nest. He was not invincible, so he still had to pay attention to his safety. In some houses, some survivors who were hiding poked their heads out. When they saw the night coming, they ran out. An older man walked out shakily. He was emaciated, and no one knew how he had survived in this city. The older man asked expectantly, "Old Master Knight, are you here to save us? Did the Queen send you here? A rescue team is coming." "You have to wait here for them to come," Levi said. He wanted to kill the snow demon, so he did not have the energy to save these people or the obligation to do so. However, he could point out a way for these people. It was a piece of cake. "All right, then thank you, Knight. Be careful. The closer you get to the city center, the more snow demons there are," the older man warned before returning to his shelter. For most ordinary people, the survival rate of staying in the city was much higher than leaving the city. Levi sighed. If he could, he would have wanted to save these people. Yet he was powerless. However, killing Snow Demon can be considered saving lives, Levi thought. Suddenly, Levi looked at his left hand. His advanced vibro-sensing sensed something was lying in an ambush in the alley on the left. At first, Levi thought it was a snow demon. It was not until he went over that he found a person. Levi had an impression of him. He seemed to be one of the level knights in the group that set off this time. Seeing that the ambush had been discovered, this person charged at Levi without a word. The long sword slashed down, but Magic Shark's body blocked it. Catcha. Magic Shark's giant black palms directly broke this inferior longsword. Then Magic Shark punched the man in the chest. He flew out and fell into a pile of junk. Levi walked over and looked at the mid-level knight. He asked, "Who sent you?" The mid-level knight was dumbfounded. After he heard from Knight Cater that the White Wolf had a pure mithril sword, he was blinded by greed. He thought the White Wolf could kill snow demons because of the pure mithril sword. Therefore, he followed him. Relying on his familiarity with Snow Valley City, he had hidden himself in advance, hoping to kill Levi by surprise and seize his sword. Now he deeply regretted it, and fear filled his heart. In the next moment, his head was separated from his body, and he died with a grievance. Levi skillfully touched the corpse. 3 cores of the undead. 60 gold coins. What's this? Levi took out a thick booklet from the mid-level knight. The book's cover had been torn off, so Levi could not see what it was. However, after flipping through some of the contents, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. The manual was called the Book of Kungu. From the introduction of the manual, Kungu was a pharmaceutical and medical master from hundreds of years ago in the Gaia Empire. He was an existence that even the knowledgeable people of the church paled in comparison. Gaia Empire, a country far from the Emerald Kingdom. It was unknown how this mid-level knight got this book. The Book of Kungu recorded many basic medical knowledge, pharmaceutical knowledge, and many medicinal illustrations. There were also many secret pharmaceutical recipes. These medicines were not the poisons on the man-faced spider-breathing technique inheritance diagram, but natural medicines used for treatment. What shocked Levi the most was that this master cracked the secret recipes of many of the sacred medicines held by the church. Levi took a cursory look. Hundreds of prescriptions were recorded in the Book of Kungu, with quite a few sacred medicines prescriptions. These prescriptions were suitable for many diseases, and they were all related to some of the common conditions of the people in this world. In the end, the manual owner mentioned that he had no choice but to hide his medical and pharmaceutical knowledge due to the suppression of the Church of Earth. The Church of Earth was the national religion of the Gaia Empire. They believed in the Mother of Earth. It was said that this god was inextricably linked to the Heavenly Father. This Grandmaster named Kungu is knowledgeable. Many of the prescriptions he mentioned are very valuable. Unfortunately, with the Church's existence, it was destined that it would not be popularized. Most of the prescriptions are useless to me. With my Grand Knight physique, although I am not immune to all diseases, I will not get common typhoid and other diseases. On the other hand, these prescriptions for treating external injuries are beneficial. I can refine some in the future and keep them with me just in case. One of the formulas for the sacred medicines was one Levi had bought for Fred. It was called the Sacred Blood Potion. Its effect was to quickly heal some significant internal and bone injuries and accelerate the healing of wounds. It was comparable to the Black Jade Intermittence Cream in wuxia novels. Levi discovered a material he had seen before in the recipe of the Sacred Blood Potion, the blood of the earthly dragon. How miserable for earthly dragon beasts. Their entire bodies are highly sought after. Levi mourned for the earthly dragon beast and memorized the formula. He would refine some sacred blood potions for himself if possible. He did not plan to sell the medicine to earn money. That would be stealing money from the church, and he would be easily targeted. Moreover, he was a blacksmith master, so he was not short of money. He would make the medicine for his use. Levi found a safe place and let Magic Shark guard him while he finished reading the booklet with great interest. It was already early the following day when he finished reading it. He found that on his proficiency panel, his pharmacy skill, which was previously stagnant at level 3 for a long time, was already at level 4. Apart from that, there was also a new skill. Pharmacy, level 4 346 20,000. Medicine, level 233 5,000. The 4th level of the pharmacy skill is not the limit. Moreover, the 4th level does not have any special effects. Levi looked at the skill, his heart calm. He had a lot of experience in life skills, but now, it seemed that the potential of his pharmacy skills was much more significant than he had imagined. It seems that wizards also need pharmacy skills to make medicine. Part of the daily work of a wizard apprentice is to assist the teacher in making medicine. If I can build my foundation now, it will be much easier for me to become a wizard. As for his medicine skills, Levi ultimately left them to fate. He did not intend to save the world or heal the wounded. With his physical fitness, the medical skills of mortals were probably useless to him. Satisfied, Levi put away the booklet and appeared on the street with Magic Shark. This book of Kungu could be considered an unexpected gain. From Master Kungu's tone, Levi felt that this master seemed to have some understanding of wizards. Perhaps he was an apprentice or a wizard himself. With the knowledge and wisdom of ordinary people in this era, it was still tough for them to master so many prescriptions, recognize so many medicinal herbs, and even crack the sacred medicine formulas of the church. Levi did not venture deeper into the city for the next few days. He had done his homework before coming here. There were a lot of snow demons in the center of the city, especially the Bluefeather Castle in the center of the town. It was a forbidden area. Every time Levi got close to the Bluefeather Castle, his spider sensing would show signs of danger. His hair stood on end, telling Levi that there was an unknown danger within the castle. Although this was less dangerous than the Fist of the Empire, it was slightly more complex than the evil spirit Naiad. After all, Levi was now a Grand Knight. The Bluefeather Castle still gave off such a dangerous feeling. That meant that the castle was not simple. However, just the snow demons at the city's edge were enough for Levi to kill. He had the strength of a Grand Knight and his equipment was invincible. He also had the help of the magic shark. As long as hundreds of snow demons did not surround him, he had nothing to fear. Levi's hunting efficiency was 10 times higher than the others. Ordinary snow demons were no match for Levi. He did not even need Frostmourne. With the black gas, armor, and brute force, he could hold snow demons down and forcefully open their skulls to retrieve Frostheart. No matter how hard the snow demons attacked Levi, they could not break through his defense. On the first day, Levi killed over 100 snow demons at the city's edge. When he came here, he had set a target of 1,000 cores of the undead and immediately completed 1/10 of it. On the second day, he only killed 60 snow demons at the city's edge because finding them at the border was getting harder and harder. On the third day, there were even fewer. Levi could only continue to venture deeper. Under his demonic claws, the number of snow demons in the city was visibly decreasing. However, as he went further, the snow demons Levi came into contact with became stronger and stronger. From the beginning, he could kill one with a single sword strike, but later on it became difficult. These snow demons had the strength of knight attendants when they were alive. Their tolerance for mithril was higher than Levi had imagined. He frowned. This degree of difficulty was still beyond his imagination. This was only a quasi-knight level snow demon. Killing would be even more troublesome if it were an official knight level snow demon. However, there was no risk to Levi as long as it was not a snow demon at the Grand and Might level. With his unlimited supply of cores of the undead, Demon Shark fought endlessly, and the proficiency of the Seal of Hell soared rapidly. To quickly increase his proficiency, Levi would often let the Demon Shark do the fighting instead of himself. Just like that, 10 days later, the proficiency of the Seal of Hell was directly raised to level 5. Seal of Hell, level 5, 130,000. It's not the limit. The Seal of Hell could now summon 5 living dead at the same time. There were 3 more slots besides Magic Shark and Demon Mountain. However, Levi did not have a Grand Knight's corpse, so it was temporarily empty. 5 Grand Knights were already mighty. However, this was not the limit of the Seal of Hell, which piqued Levi's curiosity. Come on, let me see where your limit is. In Snow Valley City, Knight Cater led a team on the street to kill the snow demons. Vice Team Leader Bray cooperated perfectly and successfully destroyed a snow demon that had mutated from a low-level knight. Bray, do you feel that the number of snow demons in Snow Valley City has decreased? Knight Cater said. Hearing this, Bray nodded and said, indeed. Initially, we thought we could encounter snow demons with just a few steps and didn't need to take the initiative to search. But now we must explore to find snow demons. This doesn't make sense. Did all the snow demons in this city gather in Bluefeather Castle? Cater frowned. That's possible. However, the figure of the White Wolf flashed across his mind. In these 10 days, they did not meet him again. He felt that the decrease in snow demons in the border city area might also be related to the White Wolf. 2 fully armed Grand Knights, paired with a mithril sword of extremely high purity, might not be any less efficient than their hunting team. After 10 days of cleaning, they cleared the snow demons in the border areas and saved many survivors. This rescue work was much smoother than what he had imagined. This was because the number of snow demons in the entire border city area was far lower than he had expected. This was a good thing for Knight Cater. However, it was a bad thing for many wandering knights. Many wandering knights had yet to kill snow demons since their departure. On the one hand, they were too weak. On the other hand, they had not encountered any snow demons along the way. They encountered a few scattered ones, but they were also killed by the experts on the team, such as Bray. They had no chance of obtaining Frostheart. Someone complained, "Team leader, why don't we walk into the city? If you want to die, you can go in by yourself. The danger in the depths of the city is far beyond your imagination. Even a Grand Knight might die." Cater scolded the wandering knight angrily, and the latter shut his mouth. Cater laughed coldly in his heart. If it weren't for the 2 Grand Knights who had helped them clear out a large portion of the snow demons at the edge of the city area, this 200-man team would not have lost 20 people in these 10 days. His main goal was to bring as many survivors back as possible, so he did not want to complicate things and go deep into the city area. The probability of survivors in the city's depths was minimal, so there was no need to take the risk. Such an expert appeared in Evernight Kingdom. I must report to the queen when I return, Knight Cater thought. The queen of the Evernight Kingdom was a rare female grand knight. She liked to recruit strong people under her command and befriend heroes from all walks of life. Cater felt the queen would be very interested in White Wolf and the grand knight beside him. He hoped the two would not die in Snow Valley City. Magic Shark, clad in iron armor, was like a war machine. In the city's depths, he charged towards snow demons. Although the Magic Shark sword was not as good as Levi's Frostmourne, it still contained 1/10 of mithril content, far surpassing the blades of the hunting team. Therefore, the efficiency of Magic Shark in hunting snow demons was very high. To conserve his energy, Levi had not done anything these days. Although he had 3 months' worth of food energy stored in his whale sack, he consumed 10 days' worth due to a previous battle. Now, there was only 1.5 months left. That could not last more than a month, not even half a month if a big battle occurred. He had long since run out of food, so after reaching level 5 of the Seal of Hell, he no longer fought alone. Instead, he used the Magic Shark to farm snow demons. He only cared about picking up cores of the undead after the fight. Seal of Hell Proficiency +1. Seal of Hell Proficiency +1. Seal of Hell 5. Up until now, Levi had killed more than 400 snow demons. According to the information he had received, he had reduced the number of snow demons in the city by about 1/10 in 10 days. This efficiency was simply terrifying. They were genuinely an army by themselves. This feels so good. This feeling is unparalleled. It's extremely cool. However, something was different from Levi's plan. Level 5 Hell's Seal was not the limit. Initially, he had planned to kill some snow demons after reaching level 5. Before returning, now he could only continue to gain experience here. Fortunately, he had a grand knight like Magic Shark, so his efficiency was pretty good. When we get to the city's depths, I can continue fighting if we can find food to replenish. It feels good to be a mage and control the living dead. Even though I'm not great, Levi was delighted. He played games, and his favorite genre was the stacked armor style. The second was the summoning style. Players who played darker games preferred classes like necromancers. One word to describe the summoning style: cool. Unfortunately, I don't have the Grand Knight's corpse. Even though I have 3 summoning slots, Levi felt a little regretful. After I kill the Duke of Montenegro, I'll turn him into my living corpse and make him do the dirtiest and most tiring work every day. There's also Pale Shadow. He would not be able to escape. One day, I'll turn him into a Walking Dead too. Levi wanted his enemies to be enslaved forever and let them experience the feeling of living awfully like animals. Levi's vacant summoning slots were prepared for his enemies. Continue to work hard. No matter what, I must cultivate my Seal of Hell to the maximum. I must not miss this chance. Levi thought going to the Evernight Kingdom was difficult, so he did not want to waste this opportunity. 5 days later, 298, 299, 300. Levi's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He was focused on following behind Magic Shark, watching as Magic Shark used his Frostmourne to kill in all directions. After giving Magic Shark his weapon, his efficiency was much higher. It was at least 3 times higher. Besides the giant Magic Shark in front of him were 3 freshly made living dead. These 3 living dead were very weak, and they were only following behind the Magic Shark. These 3 living dead were all from the wandering knights who had come looking for trouble with Levi. Levi had summoned them to increase his proficiency skills in the Seal of Hell. He had a large pile of cores of the undead on him right now. However, if he used only the Magic Shark, the amount of cores consumed would be far less than what Levi could obtain. This also meant that the speed at which he gained proficiency points for Seal of Hell was too slow. After all, only Magic Shark was helping Levi earn proficiency points. As such, Levi could only turn the corpses of these few mid-level knights into living dead, using them to increase the speed of gaining proficiency skills. The effect was immediate. Although they were weak, they provided Levi with plenty of proficiency points. Therefore, Levi's cultivation speed increased by several times. Magic Shark killed the 300th snow demon. Levi's Seal of Hell leveled up once again. Seal of Hell, level 6, 140,000. It's not the maximum, it's already at level 6. Unbelievable. My current Seal of Hell realm has surpassed the Constantine family's ancestor. To be honest, the difficulty of cultivating the seal is much lower than that of breathing techniques, where the only problem was too few casting materials. It really wouldn't be difficult to cultivate the seal. Levi was calm. If so, he would continue to work hard. He refused to believe it. Could this seal continue? If this seal could reach level 10,000. Summoning 10,000 living dead, wouldn't even wizards tremble upon the sight, therefore he felt there must still be a limit to the seal of hell. Perhaps level 7 is the upper limit. Let's work hard for a while more. Anyway, I reserved a month for myself, Levi thought. He had 6 summoning slots when the seal of hell reached level 6. Now, he could add another cannon fodder. Therefore, along the way, he would pay attention to whether there were any corpses of the living dead that he could barely make do with. Unknowingly, Levi had already entered deep into the inner urban area. As long as we don't enter the castle for now, we should be safe, Levi muttered as he sensed the danger coming from spider sensing. In the end, Levi did not manage to find the corpse of a knight. He could only use the corpses of ordinary people to make up the numbers. In any case, he did not expect them to fight. He just wanted to gain proficiency points for himself. Moreover, even if Levi was given 6 grand knights, he felt he might be unable to control them. To the master, controlling the living dead was not entirely without consumption. It would consume his spiritual energy. Spiritual power was imaginary, but it did exist. Wizards cultivated spiritual power, but Levi was not a wizard. However, as a Grand Knight, his spiritual power was higher than that of ordinary people. He roughly estimated that with his current spiritual power. At most, he could control 5 Grand Knights. If he wanted to control the 6th Grand Knight, he would have to be at least a top-tier Grand Knight. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Levi had been in Snow Valley City for 25 days. The hunting team had long since brought the kingdom's citizens back. Levi constantly killed snow demons before them, so Knight Cater's rescue operation went smoothly. The only ones who were unhappy were probably the wandering knights. They had initially wanted to get some frost hearts in exchange for the bounty. In the end, many did not even kill a single snow demon. Even though they said they were brave, no one dared to go deep into the city. After witnessing a few wandering knights dismembered by dozens of snow demons in a few seconds, they became utterly obedient. By then, Levi had already arrived at the periphery of Bluefeather Castle. He looked at his panel. Seal of Hell, 630,000 40,000. DMN it, we were so close. In the end, in the vast Snow Valley City, other than the scattered snow demons in the various area, we didn't see them at all. Up until now, Levi had killed over 1,000 snow demons. According to Levi's information, there were at most 3,000 to 4,000 snow demons in Snow Valley City. I'm still short of 100. It's too slow to find them one by one in other places. Why don't we try it in the castle? Levi looked at the towering castle. As a duke's castle, Bluefeather Castle was very imposing. The buildings inside were densely packed. It resembled a small city within a city. The Black Castle was like a dormant beast sleeping in front of them. The roars of many snow demons could be heard. Levi took out all the cores of the undead from the corpses. We don't need them anymore. Keeping them might ruin things. Levi brought Magic Shark with him. His figure was light as he arrived at the city wall of the Bluefeather Castle. Then, he gently touched the wall with his palm. He used his advanced vibrosensing to sense the movements in the castle. The range of his advanced vibrosensing was 30 meters. Therefore, he wanted to see how many snow demons were within a 30-meter radius with him as the center. He tried to estimate the density of the snow demons and then decide whether to enter. 5. It's not high, but it's not low either. We can try it or send a few cannon fodder to lure some out of the castle. I'm worried I may accidentally draw out all the snow demons in the castle. In the end, he decided to give it a try. He injected the core of the undead into the body of a mid-level knight living dead. He let the living dead slip in through the broken castle gate. Not long after, Levi felt that there seemed to be snow demon attacking the living dead. He hurriedly controlled the walking corpse to slip out. Then Levi saw a bunch of snow demons chasing after the living dead. When they reached the door, they stopped. After wandering around for a while, they went back. What's the situation? Levi was a little puzzled. Why did these snow demons not leave the castle? He did not believe it, so he switched to another living dead and tried again. He even let the magic shark give it a try and found that those living dead chased him to the door and never came out again. After pondering momentarily, Levi climbed up the city wall with a grappling hook and sneakily peeked inside. Snow demons were everywhere within the castle, and the deeper one went into the court, the denser the snow demons were. No wonder they could not find Snow Demon outside. They were all gathered here. Hundreds of snow demons had gathered under the tallest building in the castle, which could be the tower of the Duke's mansion. They were all wearing light Bluefeather armor. This seems to be the snow demons mutated from Duke Bluefeather's army. Levi also discovered more than 10 snow demons of the night level, whose aura and clothing were different from ordinary snow demons, wandering around, 12 of them. The weakest is at the level of a mid-level knight, and the strongest is at the level of a peak knight. No, there's still one more. Levi suddenly saw a giant snow demon whose body size was not inferior to that of a magic shark. His entire body had rotted so that only bones were left, but he was still patrolling the castle professionally. 13 Emite-level snow demons, and even a Grand Knight level 1. No wonder no one dares to come here. Levi knew that unless an ordinary Grand Knight had a high-purity mithril sword and transcendent endurance like his, it would be tough for them to be a match for a Grand Knight-level Snow Demon. This was because not only were the Snow Demons as strong as a Grand Knight, but they also had no weaknesses. They were indestructible and unafraid of death. They had also mastered the combat techniques of Grand Knights, making them highly terrifying. Only he could deal with such monsters. If it's just this Grand Knight, he shouldn't give me the same sense of danger as the spider sensing. Are other dangers in this castle? Levi observed the situation and hesitated whether he should charge in. He currently lacked 100 cores of the undead, which could allow him to make level 7 of Seal of Hell. In addition, he also needed to store hundreds of cores for his future use. Most of the remaining snow demons in the city seemed to be in this castle. If he did not go in, looking for those scattered elsewhere would be a waste of time. Retreat once you have collected enough cores of the undead. Levi finally made his decision. I have Transcendent Defense, Transcendent Endurance, Top-Tier Strength, Top-Tier Perception, and Divine Artifacts like the Pure Mithril Frost Giant Armor and Frostmourne. Not to mention, I have trump cards like the 4 Great Seals. Although there's a certain degree of danger, it shouldn't be a problem for me to protect myself. I don't have to go too deep, Levi analyzed. After preparing the casting materials, he brought the magic shark into the castle. He let the magic shark block in front. Once there was an enemy he could not defeat, he would let the magic shark sacrifice himself and let him escape. As soon as he entered, the snow demons noticed Levi. At least a dozen of them charged toward Levi. Levi brought Magic Shark to a city wall. This way he would not have to worry about enemies behind him. Come on, Levi was already prepared. Magic Shark transformed into a killing machine and stood before Levi, using Frostmourne to kill in all directions. Levi's black hand would occasionally crush some of them who slipped through the Magic Shark's defensive net, and their cores would be taken out. Seal of Hell Proficiency +1. Seal of Hell Proficiency +1. As Levi fought, he estimated the Magic Shark's remaining battery based on his proficiency. Once the battery was almost exhausted, he sneaked out of the castle with Magic Shark. He replaced Magic Shark with a new core of the undead. None of the snow demons left the castle. This puzzled Levi. He did not understand why these snow demons were like this. Logically speaking, snow demons had no sense of territory. They wandered around, searching for any flesh and blood creatures like locusts. However, the snow demons in Bluefeather Castle seemed not to leave the castle. Was there some kind of treasure in this castle? Levi pondered, but I'm not interested. I only want to cultivate the Seal of Hell, take the core of the undead, and leave this DMN place. Levi suppressed his curiosity and greed, which would only endanger him. It was better to fill up the Seal of Hell steadily. Just like that, relying on this method, Levi kept going in and out of the castle, using Magic Shark to fight snow demons. In just one day, Magic Shark had killed over 100 snow demons. Its efficiency was several times higher than outside. On the third day, Levi's Seal of Hell finally broke through again. Seal of Hell, level 7 maximum, special effect, Hell Apostle. DMN, I've finally reached my limit. After a month, Levi had finally cultivated the Seal of Hell to its maximum. Unexpectedly, its maximum was not the 5th level but the 7th, level 7. I suspect the seal's creator didn't think it could reach the 7th level when he created it. Not everyone with the proficiency panel can be like me. Whenever I cast a spell, I can gain 1 proficiency point. Constantine's ancestors were at the peak of their bloodline, and they only reached the 5th level. Constantine himself didn't even reach level 5. Levi have reached level 7. Levi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Level 7 Seal of Hell could summon 7 living dead. What we lack the most now is the corpse of a Grand Knight. Levi had a headache. Other than Magic Shark and Demon Mountain, he still lacked the corpses of 5 Grand Knights: Duke of Montenegro, Earl of Blood, Earl of Silversilk, and the Pale Shadow. These 4 were Levi's enemies, and he had to get rid of them in the future. Hence, Levi had already reserved 4 spots for them. There was still 1 more, and Levi had not thought of it yet. He could not kill innocent people for the body of a Grand Knight. Why don't we destroy the Fist of the Empire? Stop, stop, stop. This kind of dangerous idea is not advisable. Thinking about how terrifying the Fist of the Empire was, with its 3-meter-tall body and inhuman aura, Levi was still not confident he could defeat him. Maintaining a heart of reverence for the strong at all times could allow one to walk further on the road. Forget it. If it doesn't work out, I'll think of a way to eliminate the bird of death. DMN this organization. They tried to assassinate me 3 times. After killing the 5 Shadows of Death, Magic Shark, and Demon Mountain, Levi could form his own 7 Demon Brothers. The 7 Demon Brothers doesn't sound good. How about the 7 Knights of Hell? Forget it. Names aren't important. It's still too early to gather 7 Grand Amites. If he could gather 7 Grand Knights and turn them into living dead in that case, Levi had nothing to fear among the powers in the world apart from the Church. 7 Grand Knights and himself. Even the governments of the 7 countries must be terrified. Abandoning his fantasies, Levi opened up the new special effect on his proficiency panel. Hell Apostle, you have been dealing with lone souls in hell for a long time. Your affinity with hell creatures is different from ordinary people. The first thing Levi felt when he saw this unique effect was confusion. Hell creatures. It seems that only wizards can come into contact with them. This special effect isn't beneficial to me right now. Levi's current understanding of hell creatures was too little. In short, this was not something that he could come into contact with at his level. I'll ask Tootin in the future. Levi shook his head and decided to ignore the special effect for now. During this period, he had kept Tootin in the snuff bottle, not giving him a chance to come out. Although the Seal of Hell is at level 7 now, I've almost used up all the cores of the undead. I still have to get a few hundred more for future use. 100 cores for a grand night, I'll need 700 cores. Levi calculated and decided to get another 700 cores of the undead before retreating. There was something strange in the castle. If he could not go deep, he could only farm at the edge for a few more days. He stuck to his plan and entered the castle again. A few snow demons charged toward Levi. This time, Levi planned to do it himself. He had not exercised his muscles and bones for a few days, and his hands were itching. He had Magic Shark guard the side, and Frostmourne was unleashed. A snow demon was split into two. Levi let Magic Shark collect the core. His farming efficiency was much higher than that of Magic Shark. Moreover, he did not even need to use any cores. In just half a day, Levi had killed 200 snow demons. The difference between these ordinary snow demons and Levi was too significant. Their indestructible characteristics were useless in front of Levi's Frostmourne and the Frost Giant armor. Some of the snow demons attacked Levi's body. He was fine, but the Frost Giant armor burned them until smoke rose. Just like that, Levi had obtained 300 cores in a day. Levi found a safe place to rest and recover his strength at night. At the same time, he also found some dried meat and food in the city. They were all from other people's cellars, which solved Levi's food crisis. The next day, Levi continued farming cores. After one more day, he could go back. After Levi's crazy killing spree during this period, nearly half of the snow demons in Bluefeather Castle had been killed by Levi. The remaining snow demons were entrenched around the tower in the castle's center. Levi looked at the tower from afar. He could vaguely see blue light coming from the top of the building. What's that? Levi felt that there must be some secret hidden in that tower. The source of his spider sensing was also in that tower. Therefore, he did not dare to go in. Forget it. I'll explore again when I'm stronger in the future. Levi shook his head and continued to kill snow demons at the edge. Suddenly, the entire castle shook violently before returning to normal. Levi, farming monsters on the other side of the castle wall, immediately became alert. Looking at the tower in the distance, he saw that the strange blue light was brighter than before. Beneath the tower stood a tall, imposing figure draped in a white fur cloak. He was the Duke Bluefeather, and all that was left of him was his ice-blue bones, the owner of this castle. Besides him, 13 night-level snow demons stood on both sides, their expressions respectful. Even the grand night-level snow demons knelt as if worshipping their king. The 13 Bluefeather cavalry were the 13 knight retainers under the command of Duke Bluefeather. The Grand Knight Snow Demon, Blue Mountain Knight, was the confidant of Duke Bluefeather, also known as the Duke's left hand. His Duke Bluefeather roared. It was as if he was giving an order to the 13 Bluefeather cavalry. He instinctively guarded this tower. When he woke up from his deep sleep, he realized that his people seemed to have decreased dramatically during the days he was asleep. This made him very angry. He looked at the tower behind him, which was glowing with blue light. He left hundreds of mutated snow demon soldiers to guard this place. He let out an angry roar, like the wails of the undead from hell. Then, a skeletal warhorse covered in ice-blue flames ran out of the tower. Duke Bluefeather got on the horse and took the long-handled hammer from the Blue Mountain Knight. It was Duke Bluefeather's favorite weapon when he was alive, Deep Blue Hammer. The head of the giant hammer looked like a blue flame lion. It was arrogant and overbearing, as if it could crush everything that came its way. The hammerhead was even more magnificent. It was carved with gorgeous patterns and even some mysterious and complicated runes. As for the hammer's handle, it was forged from the rarer material, luminant gold. The giant hammer was painted with a layer of frosty blue paint. As time passed without the care of the craftsman, the color gradually weathered and fell off, revealing the beautiful silver hammer head. If it were someone who knew about it, they would be amazed. How rich and prodigal was he to use so much mithril and luminant gold to forge a heavy hammer weapon? Few people knew the origin of this weapon. Only Duke Bluefeather knew how extraordinary it was. It was the most potent weapon in the world that he could rely on. Although it was now called the Deep Blue Hammer, this weapon had a more resounding name in the past. Lion King's Pride. This hammer was a legendary weapon because its owner was a legendary Emite who had fallen. Lionheart Knight, Rhine. This person's name appeared in the mouths of countless bards, knights, nobles, and even many commoners. It also appeared on the Lion King Spirit's barrel in the Shining Tavern. Duke Bluefeather held the heavy hammer that weighed hundreds of kilograms in his hand as if holding a knight's sword. Then he rode on the skeletal warhorse and led his 13 Bluefeather cavalry, the knights who had once shocked the entire Evernight kingdom. They charged toward the unknown enemy. Levi suddenly felt something was wrong. He did not need to use his advanced vibrosensing to feel the earth shaking as if thousands of troops were charging at him. At the same time, spider sensing began to alert him. Levi's expression changed. He did not care about snow demons, whom he had yet to obtain the core of the undead. He immediately ordered the magic shark to cover the rear. He quickly ran out of the castle, followed by the magic shark. He heaved a sigh of relief and was ready to see what was happening. He saw a blue skeletal giant riding on a skeletal warhorse. Its entire body was covered in blue flames, and it held a blue hammer that seemed to be able to kill an earthly dragon beast. It led a team of elite snow demons and charged toward him. What changed Levi's face the most was that these people F-seeking rushed out of the castle's gate. Hundreds of snow demons, led by the blue skeletal giant, charged forward. It seems like it's not that those snow demons can't leave the castle. This intelligent snow demon commander ordered them not to leave the castle. Now that Master has come out, they have also rushed out. Levi analyzed the situation as he slipped away. He felt that he could defeat the blue skeleton giant. The opponent should be Duke Bluefeather, a top-tier Grand Knight who was probably on the same level as the Earl of Silver Mountain. He should not be his match, even if he became a snow demon. The problem was that the 13 retainers and the hundreds of snow demons following them were too many. Levi could not deal with so many snow demons. We must find a way to separate Duke Bluefeather from the other snow demons. Thinking of this, Li Wei had the magic shark run in the opposite direction when they were at a crossroads. Levi went to the right, while Magic Shark went to the left. The snow demon army behind them shook the heavens and earth as they roared and howled, splitting into two. A few of the retainer knights led most snow demons to chase after Magic Shark. The rest of the knights, including the Grand Knight, followed behind Duke Bluefeather and continued to chase after Levi. Rumble. Under Duke Bluefeather's giant hammer, the horse hooves smashed and crushed all obstacles, whether houses or walls. So strong, this is much stronger than the Magic Shark in Demon Mountain. Levi was running in front, but he did not panic. With his top-tier speed, it would not be a problem for him to escape if he could not beat the game. He did not believe that Duke Bluefeather could keep chasing him. These snow demons would have left the city long ago if that was the case. Since they had not left yet, it meant that there was something in the city that they wanted to protect. Levi jumped on the eaves like a nimble gibbon. Duke Bluefeather rode on his skeletal warhorse and turned into a bulldozer. Houses collapsed and the earth shook. That heavy hammer seems to be made of mithril, and its purity is extremely high. Perhaps it's even higher than my Frostmourne. Levi's eyes were blinded by the fading blue hammer in Duke Bluefeather's hand. A top-grade weapon, so much mithril. Although it can't compare to my frost giant armor, it's still priceless. Levi was shocked. The mithril used to make this hammer was enough to forge many Frostmourne. I have to find a way to get this hammer. You're a mere undead snow demon. I don't believe I can't subdue you. As Levi ran ahead, Duke Bluefeather seemed angered by Levi's escape. He muttered non-stop as he rode on the skeletal warhorse. Then Levi's spider sensing attacked, and he sensed extreme danger. The sense of danger did not come from the Duke. It was the hammer in his hand. Levi's heart skipped a beat. The siren seed in his body had exploded entirely. His entire body was like an arrow that left the bow. With a bang, he jumped from one house to another. At the same time, Levi cast a spell. Seal of Protection. Boom. A bright silver light spun around Levi, protecting him. On the other side, Duke Bluefeather seemed to have finished his rambling. He held the blue hammer the next moment and leaped up from the skeletal warhorse. Behind Duke Bluefeather, a giant shadow appeared. It was yellow, muscular, round, and strong as if made of stone. Duke Bluefeather held a heavy hammer in his hand as if the giant shadow was carrying a heavy hammer. Then he descended from the sky. The giant roared silently. The heavy hammer smashed into the ground. Boom! It was as if an earthquake had occurred. Levi's sense of danger reached its peak. It was already infinitely close to the feeling of facing the fist of the Empire back then. Within a 30-meter radius of the fan-shaped area in front of Duke Bluefeather, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Houses collapsed as if they were sent flying by a massive shock wave. A large wall flew towards Levi, shattering the seal of protection. The remaining force hit Levi's body and sent him flying. He could feel the incredible power being transmitted to him and could not help but groan. Spells. This was also a weapon that was enchanted with magic. It's the same as the frost giant armor. Levi was surprised and delighted. He was shocked that the power of this spell was even more terrifying than the frost giant's sigh. If he hadn't run fast, coupled with the seal of protection and the layers of layered armor, even if he was a Grand Knight, he would have suffered severe injuries and broken bones if the shockwave had hit him. He could even be shattered into pieces. He was happy he had decided to come to Snow Valley City this time. Initially, he had only wanted to grind to gain proficiency skills for the Seal of Hell. He did not expect such a good thing. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. This kind of spell must have a long cooldown time. I should be able to finish him off if I deal with it carefully. Levi first distanced himself from Duke Bluefeather. We have to finish the snow demons as soon as possible. Otherwise, my transcendent endurance wouldn't be able to wear them down. Levi thought of a countermeasure. Rumble. Duke Bluefeather and his retainers were unstoppable, chasing after Levi, the enemy that they instinctively felt threatened by. Levi stomped his foot and jumped up. The house under his feet collapsed, and Levi jumped into the sky. You're not the only one who knows spells. Levi snapped his fingers. Behind him was a sigh, and the tall and indifferent frost giant's phantom appeared out of nowhere. Levi smashed the ground and used Frostmourne to pierce through the head of a retainer knight. At the same time, he struck out with the Seal of Flame. The terrifying high-temperature flame instantly melted the snow under his feet, and the snow flowed. Then the frost giant behind him snapped its fingers, and a lonely sigh echoed in the street. In the next moment, everything was frozen. The already cold temperature dropped sharply again. Levi knew this spell would not substantially affect snow demons, but he only needed the frost giant's sigh to restrict their movements for a while. The snow water froze the knight's feet once again. Of course, it was only time before they escaped. Levi fully activated his advanced vibrosensing, and a strong wind rushed over. He narrowly dodged, and the terrifying dark blue hammer smashed into the ground. The ice surface cracked, and the floor tiles below also broke. The crack spread far away. What great power! Levi's Frostmourne slashed out. Golden Cross Slash, Advanced Ripple Force. Duke Bluefeather raised his hammer and attacked again. This slash was aimed directly at the skeletal warhorse beneath it. Smash. The warhorses that could destroy houses were like burning hot iron blades, slicing through wax statues in front of Levi's high-purity mithril Frostmourne. Crackling sounds rang out. The skeletal warhorse was split into two and struggled on the ground. This was also a snow demon, most likely a mutated version of Duke Bluefeather's mount. This was not an ordinary warhorse. It was several times larger than a regular warhorse, but in front of Levi it was not worth mentioning. The warhorse wanted to assemble, but Levi's surging black gas filled the air under his feet. He stomped on its skull and took out the core of the undead. Very good, now that the mount is gone, let's have a fair duel. Black gas rose and surged around Levi's body like flames burning fiercely. He was bathed in the black flames and his body began to expand. There are no living people in this city for a long time. There's no need to use bone-shrinking transformation. Top-tier strength filled Levi's limbs and bones. Bang, Levi shot out. He wanted to rely on his speed advantage to finish these guys quickly. Golden Cross Slash. This time without the skeletal warhorse, Duke Bluefeather was like a little giant, swinging his hammer and smashing it at Levi. Too slow. Levi dodged Duke Bluefeather's attack. Duke Bluefeather was a strength-type knight who was not good at speed. He also used a heavy hammer that had a slower attack speed. When Levi's top speed burst out, Duke Bluefeather could not attack him quickly. Catcha. Frostmourne shattered the broken armor of the Duke Bluefeather. Bang. The heavy hammer approached him from a tricky angle, and Levi could not dodge it. He used Frostmourne to block, but his entire body was smashed into the house behind him. The wall collapsed, and Levi spat out a mouthful of dust, but he was unharmed. DMN it. He's quite difficult to deal with. Levi dodged, but the other Grand Knight, the Blue Mountain Knight, had already charged over, slashing his greatsword at Levi. The strength of Blue Mountain Grand Knight was about the same as that of the Demon Mountain. Levi dodged the Blue Mountain Knight's attack and tore apart his dragon armor, exposing the Frost Giant's armor. Come, Levi hugged the Blue Mountain Knight. The pure mithril armor of the Frost Giant armor was like a red-hot branding iron, burning the Azure Mountain Knight. Only because he was a Grand Knight-level snow demon, he had a strong tolerance for mithril. He would have died long ago if it were an ordinary snow demon. Duke Bluefeather ignored him. Levi and the Blue Mountain Knight were sent flying. With the Frost Giant armor, most of the force was neutralized. With Levi's transcendent defense, the remaining force could not cause much damage to him, but it was still inevitable that he would be lightly injured. After all, Duke Bluefeather's transcendent strength and mithril hammer were extraordinary. If Levi had not stacked the thickest armor, any other Grand Knight would have been heavily injured even if they had not dodged the Fist of the Empire. However, Levi acted as if nothing had happened. The Blue Mountain Knight that he was hugging from behind was already on the verge of melting. The Blue Mountain Knight was a defensive Grand Knight. Unfortunately, his defense was useless in front of Levi's mithril armor. His strength was not as good as Levi's, so he could not break free. In the end, Levi was again sent flying by Duke Bluefeather. He had already smashed the Blue Mountain Knight in front of him. Holding the fist-sized core of the undead in his hand, Levi spat a mouthful of blood and coughed. I'm injured. I don't even know when was the last time I was injured. In terms of breaking Levi's defense, he was willing to admit that Duke Bluefeather was the strongest. Transcendent strength coupled with the mithril hammer. This kind of lethality was indeed terrifying. Now that he had dealt with a grand knight, the rest was easy. His transcendent endurance made Levi tireless, just like snow demons. He charged forward again and engaged Duke Bluefeather in battle. Duke Bluefeather's retainer knights also rushed forward. Many of them had been injured by Duke Bluefeather's heavy hammer. The Duke's hammer was made of mithril and practical against snow demons. Just now the Blue Mountain Knight had been killed by his mithril hammer and Levi's frost giant armor. Very soon, only Levi and Duke Bluefeather were left on the battlefield. Levi was in pain all over his body. He could not withstand many blows, even with his defense and physique. He panted heavily as he prepared the seal of flame. The range of the heavy hammer was too extensive. Levi realized getting hit by the Golden Cross slash in close combat was straightforward. He decided to only use the seal of flame from now on. He wanted to burn this skeleton giant into black ashes. Boom! Yellow and white flames engulfed the area. Duke Bluefeather rushed over and bathed in the fire. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. It stared at the raging flames and continued to attack. What welcomed it was another raging flame that had already been prepared. This snow demon sure is stubborn. Why didn't it dodge? Levi could not help but say. After about a dozen seals of flame, the massive skeleton of the Duke Bluefeather was charred black. It continued to charge at Levi. Levi had used up all the casting materials for the seal of flame. He could only use Frostmourne again to fight the charred skeleton giant in the city. After countless houses collapsed, Levi finally pierced through the head of Duke Bluefeather. The lower half of his body was gone. Because of the grilling just now, his bones had become something like charcoal. In the continuous battle, they had been exhausted, and black ashes were everywhere along the way. Levi broke the skull of the Duke Bluefeather, and with the seal of protection, he finally removed the massive core of the undead from the head of the Duke Bluefeather. Good heavens, this core of the undead is as big as a child's head. This should be enough for Magic Shark and the others to use for a long time. Without the core of the undead, the bones of Duke Bluefeather fell apart and turned into a pile of black ashes. Only a blue hammer was left lying on the ground quietly. Levi was not in a hurry to pick up the hammer. He first ate some food and took healing medicine before resting for a while. He stood up and picked up the mithril hammer. He looked at the heavy hammer shaped like a lion's head. How impressive. This doesn't look like the hammer of the Duke Bluefeather. It should be something from hundreds of years ago. Looking at the hammer, Levi muttered to himself. With his craftsman's eyes, he could naturally tell that the hammer was of the highest quality in terms of workmanship or material. After Levi rubbed off all the blue paint, the original appearance of the hammer was revealed. He carefully caressed the weapon. It was 1.5 meters long, and its head was made of mithril with a purity of at least 90. The handle was also made of mithril, and the handle was made of bright gold, which was even rarer than mithril. This is too rich. Levi was shocked. The more he looked at the hammer, the more familiar it looked. Previously, when it was blue, he felt that this hammer seemed to be a replica of a legendary knight's weapon. Because legendary knights were too famous, many people would imitate the shape of their weapons and follow their style. This was a normal phenomenon, so Levi did not mind. Now that the color was gone, he realized this was not a FC King replica. It was the real thing. This was the weapon of Lionheart Knight Rhine. Legendary weapon, Lion King's Pride. The world generally called it the Lion King's Heavy Hammer. In Snow Valley City, Levi was hiding in a room, holding and observing a hammer. He toyed with the handle of Lion King's Pride. It was shrinking in and stretching out. This hammer handle can be adjusted in length. Even though Levi had seen many good things, he still could not help but smile as he looked at the hammer. A legendary weapon. This is a legendary knight's weapon. This is the closest I, Levi, have ever been to becoming a legend. Lion King's Pride was one of the world's most potent knight weapons. It would at least be a divine weapon like Heavenly Sword or Dragon-Slaying Saber in wuxia novels. Just like his frost giant armor, calling it a peerless divine weapon was not an exaggeration. Of course, this world was not a wuxia novel. Here, weapons of this level were called legendary weapons. Two conditions had to be met to fulfill the requirements for a legendary weapon. One was that a legendary blacksmith master forged it, and the materials used were rare and peerless. The second was that a legendary knight had used it. Although the quality of the frost giant armor was comparable to the Lion King's Pride, the person who wore the frost giant armor was a grand knight far less famous than a legendary knight. Moreover, the frost giant armor was a defensive piece of equipment, not a weapon. Therefore, strictly speaking, the frost giant armor could not be called a legendary weapon. Defensive equipment was no less valuable in a battle than weapons. It was even more helpful. However, as time passed, everyone could only remember the weapons a specific legendary figure used. No one cared about the defensive equipment that silently protected this legendary figure. Of course, the frost giant armor was also a legendary weapon in Levi's heart. He might have been in danger several times if not for it. He would not have dared to face so many snow demons if he did not have the frost giant armor. There was a small mechanism on the luminant gold handle of Lion King's Pride. This mechanism could adjust the length of the hammer. It allowed the Lion King's pride to be a long-handled sledgehammer that could be used for 80 points or a short-handled sledgehammer that could be used for 40 points. With Levi's current height, it was a little difficult for him to use a 1.5-meter-long sledgehammer. Therefore, he adjusted the length of the sledgehammer slightly and made it slightly longer than a meter. On the hammer of the Lion King's pride, the majestic and handsome silver lion roared silently, domineering and unreasonable. Of course, Levi was most concerned about the mysterious runes on the hammer. This was the work of a wizard. Unfortunately, this hammer had no manual like the Frost Giant armor. It should be some shockwave-type spell. Its power is a little stronger than the Frost Giant's Sigh. The Frost Giant's Sigh is a control-type spell, and this is a lethality-type spell. Thinking about the power of the hammer, Levi felt terrified. The snow demon had no strategy, so he used the spell randomly. If he had struck Levi when he was close to him, he would have been heavily injured even if he did not die. At that time, he would not be able to escape. It seems that some spell is needed to activate it. Levi carefully observed the Lion King's pride, but in the end, he could not find any enchantments. There were no clues about Duke Bluefeather either. Besides the Lion King's pride, everything else on Duke Bluefeather had turned to dust. DMN, this spell can't be wasted like that, right? Levi was speechless. He was unwilling to accept this. Although the Lion King's pride was already mighty, where a single hammer strike would break the bones of a platinum-armored Grand Knight, the most powerful thing was still its spell. I have to go back and look for it. I think there should be some clues. Since Duke Bluefeather can use it, he must have found the spell of the Lion King's pride. The answer might be in that castle. Now that Duke Bluefeather is dead, the danger in the castle should be gone. We should be careful. Right, I forgot about the magic shark. Levi went to the battlefield to loot the corpses but found nothing. They were all scrap metal. He did not dare to delay and immediately went to look for Magic Shark. On the other side, in a corner of the city, Magic Shark had been forced in. Desperate situation by many snow demons. Snow demon crawled all over its body. The energy in the Magic Shark's body was almost depleted. If Levi had not forged a set of mithril armor for it, perhaps Magic Shark would have been gone by now. However, from the looks of it, even with the mithril armor, he was about to die. He would be eaten by these snow demons sooner or later. At this moment, the earth and mountains shook. A figure holding a sledgehammer jumped up on the roof in the distance with a loud bang. The house collapsed and ice shards and dust flew everywhere. Swish, Levi shouted, an earth-shattering smash. Boom, the shockwave still sent the snow demons flying. Thankfully, I got here in time. Otherwise, how would I explain to his brother, Demon Mountain? Levi's hammer smashed onto the body of a snow demon and flattened it. This was the power of a mithril hammer. The snow demon immediately fell apart. Levi took out the core of the undead, single-handedly pulled down a snow demon and pressed it to the ground. Die, another hammer strike. The snow demon split open, and so did the earth. Its core of the undead was safe. The material of the core is rigid. It will only become fragile when the energy of the armillary shell is exhausted. Magic Shark used this. Levi threw the Lion King's pride to the strength-based Grand Might. Levi still used Frostmourne. Magic Shark silently took the Lion King's pride. Although his 2-meter-tall body was not as big as Bluefeather Duke's, he could still use it. Moreover, Magic Shark was a strength-type weapon. Using Lion King's pride would be more suitable than Frostmourne. Boom, boom, boom. Levi and Magic Shark stood back to back, forcefully carving out a bloody path among the snow demons. He brought Magic Shark and ran wildly until they ultimately got rid of the group of snow demons. After a short rest, Levi quickly inspected Magic Shark's body. Multiple fractures and his kidney was eaten. There were only 3 fingers left on his left hand. It's too tragic. Levi had a headache. At this moment, he realized that Magic Shark could also be tired. Although Magic Shark could fight endlessly for the core of the undead, that was only in theory. Magic Shark was also made of flesh and blood. Even though some fatal injuries would not cause Magic Shark to die, its body would still wear down gradually until its durability dropped to 0. If only there were a way to repair Magic Shark, Levi pondered. Suddenly, he looked at the Lion King's pride in Magic Shark's hand. The brain was the core of the living dead, summoned by the Seal of Hell. As long as the brain of Magic Shark was not destroyed, theoretically, Magic Shark should be able to function normally. As for the brain, Levi could forge a better mithril helmet for Magic Shark. Under normal circumstances, it would not be damaged. Magic Shark's limbs and torso were the most accessible places to wear out. In that case, I can try to modify Magic Shark in the future. With my skills as a craftsman, it won't be a problem for me to forge some prosthetics. Better to take it slow. The most difficult power problem was solved with the core of the undead. Everything else was easy to deal with. However, with Levi's current level, he naturally could not forge steel prosthetics. He guessed that wizards could. I really can't make do with this for now. In the worst case, I will swap out Magic Shark, Levi sighed. Let's go, Devil Shark. We'll continue. This time, we'll clear out all the snow demons in the castle. Levi gave Magic Shark a new core of the undead. He also replenished his food. The castle's cleaning went smoothly without Duke Bluefeather and his retainer knights. As the Lord of Snow Valley City and the Duke of the Evernight Kingdom, Levi looked forward to the harvest of Duke Bluefeather's mansion. Levi and Magic Shark worked together. Levi had Frostmourne, and Magic Shark had Lion King's pride. Levi had transcendent endurance, while Magic Shark had the core of the undead. The two men transformed into snow demon meat grinders. 5 days later, the snow demons in the castle were all gone. In the open space of the castle, Levi looked at the pile of cores of the undead on the ground and felt extremely satisfied. It's enough for a long time, especially since I obtained more than 10 Knights cores and 2 Grand Knights cores. The cruising ability of a Grand Knight's core was 100 times that of an ordinary one. Levi packed the core of the undead into a bag and had Magic Shark carry it on his back. The next step is to search for treasures. I have to be extra careful. I can't let my guard down because there's no snow demon. Levi grabbed a bunch of materials for the seal of protection, ready to cast bright silver protection at any time. Magic Shark stood behind Levi, protecting him. Bluefeather Castle was massive, and Levi began to explore between rooms. However, Levi did not go to the tower that was emitting blue light in the middle. His intuition told him that it was not a simple place. It was very likely that Duke Bluefeather had guarded the tower. He wanted to figure out the situation here from other sites. The ancient castle exuded the aura of time. The Bluefeather family was also an old family, and Levi traveled through it. Levi opened the rooms one by one. The interior looked the same as a few years ago. There were no changes. The tables, chairs, and vases were all in perfect condition. However, there was a layer of frost on the surface of these things. This is a sudden disaster. Only living beings will be affected. These dead things seemed to be fine, Levi speculated. It was said that this place was one of the sources of the snow demon's mutation, so Levi was extremely cautious. After all, he might face something from the dark wave from the multidimensional plane. Half a day later, Levi had already cleared most of the buildings and rooms of Duke Bluefeather. Apart from some remnants of snow demons, there was nothing else. However, Levi found some treasures in a highly hidden underground secret room. With advanced vibrosensing, Levi could quickly tell which parts of the castle were empty and which secret chambers were hidden. Therefore, such a chamber would not pose a problem to him unless Duke Bluefeather built a room deep underground, beyond the range of advanced vibrosensing. In front of Levi in the secret room were treasures from Duke Bluefeather. There were jewelry, paintings, and rare antiques. Good stuff. It's worth over 10,000 gold coins in total, but it takes up too much space and can't be removed. Levi looked at the paintings, antiques, and other artworks. I'll leave it here for now. Take it slowly in the future. First, find the breathing technique and the like. Unfortunately, Duke Bluefeather was not a collector of breathing techniques. Levi searched around but could not find any breathing techniques. Levi circled the area, not missing a single corner. He gently knocked on the wall, placed his palm on it, and carefully perceived it. Suddenly, something caught Levi's attention. There's a secret room. Levi was delighted. He carefully came to the secret room and found a switch after searching for a long time. He activated the seal of protection and pressed the button. There were no hidden weapons. A stone door slowly opened. It was pitch black inside. Magic Shark, you go in front. Levi had Magic Shark walk in front while he held the casting materials for seal of protection, ready to activate his defense and run away at any time. However, it was obvious that Levi was being paranoid. There were no traps or monsters inside. There is no mountain of gold and silver. There was only a tightly closed treasure chest. Was it some kind of treasure chest? Levi thought. The treasure chest was made of mithril mixed with refined iron. It was even locked with a lock made of pure mithril. And this place did not have the key to the treasure chest. This is the real treasure trove. Levi could not find the key from Duke Bluefeather either, which made him frown. I can't find the key now. I can only try to break it open by force. The box is too hard. It won't work if I use my Frostmourne to break it. We have to find a weapon made of metal that is stronger than mithril. Wait, I have something. Levi was delighted. Magic Shark, give me the hammer. Magic Shark silently handed Lion King's pride to Levi. Levi looked at the handle of the hammer. Made from pure luminant gold, it should be the hardest thing in the world. There is no other. With the Lion King's pride and my golden cross slashes high-level ripple force, I should be able to break it open forcefully. Levi took the hammer and held the joint between the handle and the hammer head. His veins bulged and black smoke permeated the surface of his body. White smoke rose and his entire person was like a steam locomotive about to start. Rumble. It was a resounding ring. This was Levi's first use of a blunt weapon to execute the golden cross slash. With his current advanced waves realm, it should not be a problem for him to use blunt weapons or even his palm to unleash it. However, Levi was still worried about using his physical body. He was afraid that he would lose 800 points if he killed 1,000 enemies. He planned to wait until he reached the limit of the black snake before he tried to use the advanced ripple force with his palm. Boom! The handle of Lion King's pride trembled and the space rippled. This ripple power was second only to the advanced ripple force. The next moment, bang! Levi's full-powered ripple slash shattered the entire mithril chain. Levi quickly brought the hammer over and raised it high. White smoke came out from his mouth and nose. Levi wanted to use the Lion King's pride to smash his opponent if there were any undead monsters in this treasure chest. There was no response from Spider sensing. Levi was scaring himself again. This was not the first or second time such a situation had happened. It's always right to be careful, Levi muttered as he got Magic Shark to open the mithril treasure chest. There was only one item in the treasure chest. It was a gray bag that emitted a bloody smell. The more abnormal the situation was, the more cautious Levi was. There were some veins on the surface of the gray bag. Looking closely, one could see it trembling slightly as if alive. What is this? Levi was quite knowledgeable, so he was dumbfounded at this moment. Spider sensing showed that this thing should not be dangerous. However, Levi's advanced vibrosensing allowed him to sense that the invisible tremor was coming from the gray bag. Magic Shark, go and take it. Levi quietly took a few steps back and hid behind Magic Shark, seal of protection in his left hand, seal of flames in his right, and the casting materials for seal of dragon might in his pocket. If this bag were up to something, he would directly use the seals. Magic Shark silently picked up the bag with his big hand. 3 cracks suddenly appeared on the pack's surface when he lifted it, 2 above and 1 below. The crack on it slowly opened, revealing the strange red pupil inside. Then the crack below also opened, revealing a pair of white and sharp teeth. Crack, crack. Their teeth collided, producing a terrifying grinding sound. Babble, 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 babble. Levi could not understand a bunch of words from this thing's mouth. Although Levi did not understand what it was saying, looking at its angry expression, he had reason to believe that this D-Ned mouth was scolding him. Crack. Magic Shark gave the bag a big slap. A black handprint was imprinted on its face. Shut up, Levi scolded angrily. The sound of this thing was too irritating. Instantly, the bag fell silent. Blinking its eyes, it looked at Levi with an angry expression. Interesting. It seems to be alive, a pocket monster. For a moment, Levi was unsure. He took out his snuff bottle from his bosom. Then he twisted open the lid of the snuff bottle, and a puff of black smoke filled the air. The shadow of the bald man appeared in front of Levi. In the next moment, the burly man was grabbed by Levi's black hand. Tootin', what is this? Levi pointed at the pocket monster in Magic Shark's hand and asked coldly. Tootin' looked like he was suffocating, and then looked in the direction Levi pointed. When he saw the pocket monster, he was slightly shocked. This is something from our sect. Where did you find it? Tootin' asked. I'm asking you, what is this thing? Levi asked coldly. This is Bag of Gluttony. Tootin' recalled some distant memories and said slowly. Bag of Gluttony? You mean this bag can eat a lot? Or does this bag have other uses, such as storing some items? Levi could not help but think of it as a storage item. You guessed it right. This bag is indeed very edible. Ordinary people can't withstand it, and its function is storing things. If you let me go, I don't mind telling you how to use this bag. After Tootin' finished speaking, he fell silent. Sir Tootin', you still don't understand the situation. Levi smiled sinfully, and black gas surrounded his body like a demon king had just appeared. What do you want? Tootin' exclaimed. Damn you, Levi grinned. His smile was so creepy and perverted in Tootin's eyes. The black gas hand rubbed Tootin like cotton. It pulled him into a long strip and then rolled him into a circle. Stop fighting. Ah, it hurts. Immediately, a shrill scream rang through the secret room. A moment later, the weak Tootin said, Stop beating me. If you want to exchange for meditation art, you'll have to use the souls of the 4 grand. Mites, seeing this, Levi stopped attacking. I told you, as long as you obey my orders, I won't do anything to you. Otherwise, I don't care if I can learn meditation art. You don't want to be tortured by my black gas every day, right, Sir Tootin? Levi's voice was cold. He was not joking. He needed a weapon spirit that obeyed him, not one that dared to negotiate with its master. All right, I won't dare to do it again, Tootin said weakly. Levi let go of Tootin and gave him a good beating. After recovering, Tootin looked at the Bag of Gluttony and said numbly, The Bag of Gluttony is a type of magic tool developed by a wizard from the School of Death. Once this magic tool was invented, it quickly spread throughout the School of Death, especially among the sorcerer apprentices, because it solved a significant problem for the wizard, the problem of portable storage. It is said that this is a magic tool made from a stomach pouch called the Baal Serpent, combined with some School of Death spell I don't know about. The Baal Serpent was one of the more common hell creatures. It was a hell creature that the School of Death wizards could summon with the first ring spell, Undead Summoning. This creature was said to be inextricably linked to Lord Baal, the archdevil of hell. A Baal Serpent was as petite as an arm but could swallow an elephant. Wizards had been eyeing the innate ability of the Baal Serpent for a long time. The wizard of the School of Death was the first to devise a way to use its innate ability. This was the origin of the Bag of Gluttony. and letter 1D07W small cap N, OVELCH, a PT, letter 1D07RS, are published on letter 1D55F, letter 1D560, letter 1D567, letter 1D556, letter 1D55D, letter 1D557. I had one when I was alive, but my mentor, unfortunately, took it away. To use the bag of gluttony, you must prepare enough blooded food. Otherwise, it will eat everything you put into your stomach. Your things might disappear from this world, appear in hell, or appear in other planes. Who knows? Where the stomach of the Baal serpent was connected to was a mystery in the wizard world, at least until I became a weapon spirit. Under normal circumstances, as long as the bag of gluttony was never hungry, there was no need to worry about such a situation. It would be fine if the bag of gluttony did not starve. After Tootin finished speaking, Levi felt despair in his heart. This thing had been locked up in here for several years. It must be starving. Even if Duke Bluefeather had stored some good stuff in there was a high chance it would not have any. DMN it. Is there a spell? Levi asked. No need for a spell. Tootin shook his head. You must poke the bag of gluttony 3 times with your index finger. Naturally, Levi did not trust Tootin completely. Who knew what evil intentions this artifact spirit had? He put Tootin into the pot of equal value to prevent this guy from playing tricks. Then he let the magic shark gently knock on the bag of gluttony 3 times. Magic Shark's attack was a little heavy, causing the bag of gluttony to howl in pain. In the end, it opened its mouth. The mouth, initially the size of an average person, split open like venom. Levi also saw the space inside. It was about 1 cubic meter in size. Fortunately, there were some bones scattered in the bag of gluttony. They seemed to be from various animals. It's all right. It looks like the food inside hasn't been finished yet, so it's not starving. After confirming that there was no danger, Levi called out to Toot. The bag of gluttony can grow, said Toot. You can think of it as the stomach of a living Baal serpent, possessing an independent life form. However, the growth process is prolonged. Under normal circumstances, after feeding for a year, the space inside will only expand a little, the space of a human head. Of course, if the quality of the flesh you feed is very high, this bag will increase. After all, the terrifying thing about the Baal serpent is that it can strengthen itself by devouring other life forms. The older the Baal serpent, the stronger it is. Judging by the size of this bag of gluttony, it's most likely made from a young Baal serpent. Therefore, its appetite is minimal at this stage. The original owner should have stored a lot of food in advance. In addition, Baal serpent sometimes sleeps, so fortunately, the things inside should still be there, Tootin said. Levi had Magic Shark put its hand into the bag of gluttony and fumbled around, causing it to squirm. It looked like it was very uncomfortable. Be gentle, Magic Shark. Don't be too violent, Levi frowned. Finally, everything in the bag of gluttony was taken out. Levi looked at everything with anticipation. A large pile of gold bars and a breathing technique inheritance diagram. That's all, just this. Levi looked at the empty bag of gluttony. He did not have the spell he wanted to cast on Lion King's pride. Suppressing his disappointment, Levi picked up the gold bars and weighed them in his hand. He estimated that the gold bars were worth more than 100,000 gold coins. Forget it, I'm still not satisfied with money, Levi told himself in his heart. He fed some of the food he brought to the bag of gluttony and brought it to the kitchen of Bluefeather Castle. A large amount of aged jerky was inside, which should be considered blooded food. The bag of gluttony was stuffed with food. He wondered how such a small bag could swallow so much food. Finally, it burped in satisfaction. How long does it take to feed him again after he's full? Levi asked. This is different according to the stage of the bag of gluttony. Generally speaking, if it is hungry, it will constantly squirm, tremble, and make a rumbling sound, just like a hungry person, Tootin said with a bitter smile. Levi did not say anything. He picked up the breathing technique inheritance diagram and looked at it. On the ancient goatskin paper was a giant bird resembling an ostrich walking on the old land. There were 70 small people around it. There seemed to be an island on the back of the giant bird. Clouds and mist lingered on it, making it look like a fairyland. It's another excellent bloodline breathing technique. It's a strength type. The name of this breathing technique was called the Ostrich Mountain. Breathing technique. The ostrich was a legendary land bird that carried mountains on its back. It could not fly and always had the mountains on its back as it moved toward the sun. It did not know fatigue and would grow bigger and bigger with the accumulation of time and wind from birth to death. When its lifespan was exhausted, and it died of exhaustion, it would completely transform into a mountain peak. Strength-type breathing technique account for half of all breathing techniques. There are many of them. Levi could not help but complain. There were very few defensive breathing techniques. As for the perception-type breathing technique, Levi had not encountered any other besides the man-face spider breathing technique. This isn't a place for cultivation. Let's go back to the snow capital city and cultivate. It's time to explore the last place. Levi put away the breathing technique and did not put it in the bag of gluttony. The workmanship of that hammer is very familiar. It should be the work of the Earth School of Thought. At this moment, Tootin suddenly said, What do you know? Levi asked calmly. This should be the most classic first ring spell of the Earth School of Thought, Mountain Giant's Wrath. I only know about this spell but don't remember the exact magic. This kind of quasi-wizard tool that wizards give to a few crucial people among mortals is usually custom-made. It requires a specific bloodline or breathing technique to use. I remember that you used a spell from the School of Ice. You should have a similar quasi-wizard tool on you, right? Teuton said. Levi's doubts were resolved. Duke Bluefeather and the Lionheart Knight don't belong to the same family. This so-called quasi-wizard weapon is different from the Frost Giant armor. It doesn't require the bloodline or breathing technique of the Lionheart Knight. Forget it, I'll find the magic eventually. If I can't solve it for now, I'll think about it in the future. This hammer alone has greatly increased my strength without this spell. Levi could not help but comfort himself. He was very envious of the power of that spell. It was much more potent than the Frost Giant's Sigh. If he was caught off guard, he could use a smash. It could directly turn a Grand Knight into ashes. Thinking of this, Levi suddenly shook his head. No, I can't turn it into ashes. If so, how will I create the living dead? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like it's a big deal that you don't know spells. After figuring this out, Levi placed Teuton into the pot of equal value and the mithril treasure chest before leaving the basement with Magic Shark. Levi only brought some small and valuable ones out of the antiques and artwork outside. He did not get any large ornaments or sculptures. The space in this bag was still too small. It could not hold that much. He would come back for it when he had the chance in the future. In any case, ordinary people could not find this place. Bluefeather did not carry the bag of gluttony with him, but sealed it in the treasure chest after preparing a large amount of food. He must have discovered something and knew he had little time left. That's why he did that. This sudden disaster has directly destroyed a duke's family. This is the terror of the Dark Wave. Levi sighed in his heart. He slowly came outside the central tower, looked at the building that was faintly emitting blue light, and then called Teuton out. When Teuton appeared and saw the blue light, his expression changed as if he had recalled some bad memories. What is this? Levi asked. I'm not sure, but this feeling seems to be a sign of the invasion of the Blue Frost. What Blue Frost? A disaster, a terrifying disaster from the Blue Frost Plane. How terrifying? Let's put it this way. The ruler of the Blue Frost Plane, the Blue Frost Lord, exists at the demigod level. A long time ago, the Blue Frost Lord had invaded the mortal world under the summoning ritual of his cultists. That great invasion of the Blue Frost Plane had formed the ice continent today. How terrifying do you think it is? Teuton's heart trembled. Hurry up and leave before the subsequent explosion of the Blue Frost. It is terrifying and freezing, and those who are corrupted by it can also become dead. Wizard calls it Blue Frost Undead. Blue Frost Undead was undying and extremely terrifying. I remember that some research by the Grand Wizard found that the Blue Frost Plane seemed inextricably linked to hell. I don't mind. After all, I'm an artifact spirit. But you have to be careful. You might be corrupted by the Blue Frost and become a Blue Frost Undead. After Teuton finished speaking, he waited for Levi's question. Levi hesitated again as he looked at the blue tower, his spider sensing a faint sense of danger. It seemed that Teuton did not lie to him. Moreover, Blue Frost sounded like something of a very high level. Levi was not sure if the spider sensing was accurate. Ultimately, spider sensing was just a special effect of the knight's breathing technique. Levi was not sure if he could predict the danger that involved demigods. He was curious about what was inside and whether there were any wizard or supernatural items. However, he knew in his heart that the outcome would not be good with his current strength if he entered blindly. After looking deeply at the tower, Levi left Bluefeather Castle with Magic Shark. Levi wandered around the abandoned city for a few days to see if he could find anything else. He did not expect the unexpected gain. He found 3 breathing technique inheritance diagrams in some noble houses in this city: Thunder Bird breathing technique, Swift Dog breathing technique, and the Sandigo breathing technique. The first 2 breathing techniques were shallow bloodline breathing techniques, both speed type. However, their qualities were average and could only be cultivated to level 5 and level 4, respectively. The Sandigo breathing technique was a strength-based breathing technique that could be cultivated to the limit of level 6. Levi learned these 3 new breathing techniques on the same day. Levi obtained 4 breathing techniques, including the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique, Many Cores of the Undead, and the legendary weapon, Lion King's Pride. This trip to Snow Valley City could be considered a good one. Many abandoned cities like Snow Valley City due to snow demons. These are all precious places. Like a tiger, the snow demons that others feared were hardly life-threatening to Levi. Therefore, he felt he could spend more time in Evernight Kingdom and go to other lost cities to pick up scraps. In the month of warmth of the Holy Brilliance calendar year 101, Levi returned with a full load and brought Magic Shark back to the snow capital city. He was travel-worn, carrying 2 swords and a black cloth bag. The bag of gluttony was too strange, so Levi could only wrap it in a typical cloth bag. Otherwise, if a bag suddenly had two eyes and a mouth, it would scare others terribly. With the bag of gluttony, Levi's travel was much more convenient. He folded the Lion King's pride into the bag of gluttony. This legendary weapon was too eye-catching, and Levi usually did not use it. Moreover, he was already used to Frostmourne, so he did not need to use the Lion King's pride in regular battles. There was also a pile of gold, cores of the undead, some small artwork and food. It's beautiful to have a storage bag. It's a must-have for home and travel. Levi was in a good mood. He came to the Shining Tavern and looked at the commission he had issued, but he still found nothing. As for the antiques and artworks Duke Bluefeather obtained, Levi gave them to the Wild Dog Knight and asked him to sell them cheaply. In this war era, everyone was in danger, and the willingness to buy this flashy art was very low. Therefore, these items were only auctioned off for a few thousand gold coins. However, Levi was already delighted. He did not lack money at all now. Just that pile of gold bars was enough for him to use in his next life. No matter how much money I have, it's a worldly possession. I have to convert it into my true strength, Levi sighed. In his residence in Snow Valley City, Levi spent 2 days mastering the basics of the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique. Ostrich Mountain breathing technique, level 1000. I currently have 2 excellent breathing techniques. Giant and Ostrich Mountain can be cultivated to the peak of level 9, the Giant Rhinoceros. Breathing technique can also be cultivated to the peak of level 8. What I lack is endurance, physique, defense, and perception. These types of breathing techniques are relatively rare. Levi planned to train all types of breathing techniques to the limits of what a knight could achieve. The main ingredient in the secret formula of the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique was the egg of a black ostrich. The black ostrich was a land bird that appeared in the desert area in the western part of the kingdom. It was 3 meters tall, had immense strength, dashed, and had the power of a knight. However, compared to earthly dragon beasts, black ostriches were more common. Black ostrich eggs could also be bought in the market because they were very delicious. Therefore, many people would steal black ostrich eggs yearly during the breeding season. Then they would sell it to the greedy nobles at a high price. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Levi strolled around the ice-snow capital city. He discovered that people were buying black ostrich eggs in the capital. He immediately contracted all of them and made them into a secret medicine that was enough to cultivate for a few months. Levi and the Wild Dog Knight agreed to set off for Icicle Islands tomorrow. I hope I can gain something. The following day, Levi emerged from his state of cultivating the breathing technique. He was in high spirits. Silvermink breathing technique has reached its maximum. Silvermink breathing technique, level 5 maximum special effect intermediate speed. I can infuse it with the siren breathing technique and break through its limits. Levi's siren breathing technique was only 2 points away from breaking through. The Silvermink breathing technique could provide 2 points. Soon, the fusion was completed. The fusion of these low-level breathing techniques did not pose much of a burden to Levi. Levi opened the interface again. Siren breathing technique, level 7 150,000, top-tier speed, bone-shrinking transformation. When the siren breathing technique reaches level 8, I'll have transcendent speed. At that time, under full power outburst, I should be able to run 100 meters in 1 second. My explosive speed is about the same as a high-speed rail for a short period. A mortal could reach the speed of a high-speed rail. This was indeed inconceivable. This was the power of the breathing technique. Of course, it could only be used for a short period. For an ordinary speed-type grandamite, it would not last long. However, Levi had transcendent endurance, and his burst time was extended. He should be able to last longer than the other Grand Knights. Standing up, Levi began to enjoy his time. He wanted to fill up the whale sack before his journey. Not only that, but Levi also replenished the bag of gluttony with some food. Since the bag of gluttony was not as reliable as the previous one, Levi carried most of the valuable items and did not put them inside the bag of gluttony. After all the preparations, Levi brought Magic Shark and called for the Wild Dog Knight. He quietly left the city of ice and snow. In Snow Valley City, the hunting team led by Knight Cater arrived at the city once again. This time, the team had 300 people. He was determined to go dinner to save more Neonal. However, the situation was not right. Why haven't we met any snow demons after walking for a long time? The team members muttered and complained. Yeah, what's happening? Where did the snow demons go? Knight Cater had a solemn expression. Be careful, snow demons might be hiding in the city's depths, he said. However, when their team went further, he was shocked that the snow demons in the city's depths were even rarer. This is impossible. There have to be at least a few thousand snow demons here. How could they all disappear in just a month? Knight Cater frowned. This phenomenon was too strange and abnormal. It made him feel unreal, as if he was dreaming. Then the team went deeper until they arrived in front of the castle in the middle. There were still a few snow demons. Had those 2 people cleared out all the snow demons in the city in just a month, even if it were 2 grand knights, it would still be tough. It was not that no Grand Knight had come here before. However, although Grand Knights were strong, they could only kill 20 to 30 ordinary snow demons in a day. This was under the condition that they had a high-purity mithril sword. Moreover, they had to rest well the next day to replenish their strength. After all, even a Grand Knight could not be surrounded by too many snow demons. They could only attack those alone or in small groups of 3 to 5. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Moreover, there were many night-level snow demons in Snow Valley City. This made it so that no Grand Knight would come here to kill the snow demons. However, Levi had the frost giant armor, all-rounded warrior attributes, and transcendent endurance. His endurance was far beyond that of the other Grandamite. Although Magic Shark's strength was average, it could fight tirelessly if it had enough cores of the undead. These two tireless killing machines worked together, and their efficiency was several times that of the other Grand Knight. No matter what, it's convenient to save people now, Knight Cater thought, hurrying to save some survivors. Then he returned to the snow capital city and told Snow Queen Elsa what he had seen. Queen Elsa sat on the frozen throne in the magnificent palace, wearing a gorgeous ice blue dress. She held her chin and seemed to be in deep thought. In front of her was the kneeling Knight Cater. The queen asked, "You're saying that the snow demons in Snow Valley City have been eliminated?" "Yes, your majesty. I led 2 Grand Knights in the hunting team a month ago. They moved freely after entering Snow Valley City." "From the looks of it, these 2 Grand Knights should have killed these snow demons," Knight Cater said. "They're not from our country, right?" Queen Elsa asked. "No, he sounds like someone from the Emerald Kingdom." "How's the situation over at the Bluefeather Castle?" Elsa asked. "I'm too weak to go in and investigate the Bluefeather Castle, but from the looks, there shouldn't be many snow demons left," Cater said. "Quickly contact these 2 Grand Knights and have them come to my palace for a chat." Queen Elsa seemed to have found a life-saving straw. The snow demon crisis would significantly improve if these 2 people were willing to work for her. Therefore, no matter the price, she had to fight for them. "All right, your highness. I'll send someone to look for him immediately." Knight Cater hurriedly sent troops to search the city. Unfortunately, Levi had left the matter behind and hid his achievements and fame. Icicle Islands was further north. There was very little vegetation along the way. Everything was desolate. A few days later, Levi reached the northernmost city of the Evernight Kingdom. Jackdaw City was famous for the white crows circling in the sky. When Levi arrived, a flock of white crows was eating a frozen corpse. However, the city did not seem to have a snow demon crisis. Along the way, Levi did not see any snow demons. Jackdaw City was a small city with a population of less than 10,000. Levi and his team came here mainly to find a local guide and translator familiar with Icicle Islands and the natives. The Wild Dog Knight had only been to Jackdaw City. He had never been to the Icicle Islands and did not know the native language. With the power of money, Levi and his team quickly found a suitable candidate, a minority cultural scholar who had been living in Jackdaw City for a long time, Professor Bruce. Levi and the others sat in a private room in an ordinary tavern. Great Ice Ape King. Professor Bruce drank his liquor and listened to Levi's description. "The Great Ice Ape King is the totem belief of the Insai people," Professor Bruce asked. "Other than the Great Ice Ape King, are there any other snow apes on Icicle Islands?" Levi asked. No, ice apes were widely distributed in the extreme north hundreds of years ago. However, for some unknown reason, they went extinct suddenly. Only after I studied the culture of the Insai that I learned that there was one last living ice ape on Icicle Islands. The ice ape had escaped extinction and survived in that unworldly land. It had become more robust, long-lived, and intelligent than ordinary ice apes. It had even become a religion of the Insai people. On the Icicle Islands, a prehistoric giant beast called the armored mammoth existed. The strength of this massive beast was comparable to an existence like the earthly dragon beast. It was hazardous. These giant beasts often bullied the Insai until the ice ape appeared and chased them away. Gradually, the ice ape became the totem of the Insai people. They regularly paid tribute to the ice ape and provided much food to please it. Ice apes were there to chase away armored mammoth and some foreign invaders. Therefore, I believe this can be considered a symbiotic relationship. Professor Bruce talked about his research field. Hearing this, Levi was sure that the Great Ice Ape King was the ice ape he needed. "Professor Bruce, please lead the way," Levi said. Jackdaw City was not far from Icicle Islands. A day later, Levi and his team arrived at Icicle Islands. It was more like a mountain peak than an archipelago. There was no sea. Because it was too cold here, the seawater was frozen all year round, forming an endless snowfield. The constant compression and freezing of these snow layers formed those mountains. People lived here, and Levi had to admire the adaptability of humans. Professor Bruce brought Levi to meet the chief of the Insai tribe. There were only about 1,000 people in the tribe. Levi saw that they were all wearing thick fur clothing. Professor Bruce said something to the chief. Ultimately, the head looked angry, and Professor Bruce left resentfully. The The chief didn't agree to take us to see the Great Ice Ape King, saying we would disturb the rest of the Great Ice Ape King, Professor Bruce said. Give these to him. Levi took out 100 gold coins and handed them to Professor Bruce. Professor Bruce took the money and entered the chief's house. Finally, he smiled and said, "Money is handy." The chief said he would bring us to see the Great Ice Ape King tomorrow morning. Gold was omnipotent. Levi could not help but sigh. With money, one could do whatever they wanted. Because of the power of money, the chief agreed to bring Levi and his team to see the Great Ice Ape King and arranged a room for them to stay in. Naturally, Levi did not sleep. Instead, he continued to cultivate. The next day, the chief came to Levi's door early in the morning. "Let's go," Professor Bruce said excitedly. He had never seen the Great Ice Ape King before. To become the totem belief of a human tribe, it must not be simple. The Great Ice Ape King was entrenched on the highest iceberg on the Icicle Islands. Not long after, the chief brought Levi and his team here. He also brought a lot of food, most of which was meat. A tribe like theirs could only rely on hunting for a living. If he wanted other food, he would have to go outside to exchange for it. Therefore, sacrifices were usually made with meat. The chief shouted as if he was communicating. At the same time, similar shouts came from the high Icicle Mountain. Hearing this voice, the chief led Levi and his team up the mountain. Mortals like the chief and Professor Bruce could only climb the mountain with specially made spiked shoes. As for Levi and Magic Shark, they could quickly jump high into the air and stab their swords into the ground to climb. When Levi arrived at the top of the mountain, he saw a deep, pitch-black snow cave. This must be the residence of the Great Ice Ape King. Levi was not hurrying to move forward because he could sense a slight danger from spider sensing. This meant that the Great Ice Ape King should have the strength of a grand Amite. Before he figured out the situation, it was better not to be in a hurry to make a move. After the chief and his team came up, Levi quietly followed behind the chief. The chief bowed every 3 steps and every 5 steps towards the cave where the Great Ice Ape King was. Finally, at the exit of the cave in the darkness, Levi saw a pair of dark green eyes that were as big as copper bells. Then the owner of the eyes slowly walked out of the cave. A massive creature about 2 stories tall appeared in front of Levi, not to mention in front of mortals like the chief and Professor Bruce. Even the wild dog knight shivered instinctively in front of such a terrifying beast. Exaggerated, bulging abdominal muscles, round and powerful arms, and white hair under the frost. The chief immediately prostrated on the ground and brought the food to the Great Ice Ape King. The Great Ice Ape King did not enjoy it as usual. Instead, it stared coldly at Levi and the Magic Shark. In front of these 2 insignificant people, it felt strangely threatened. Levi smiled, indicating that he had no ill intentions. The chief made Levi and his team kneel before the Great Ice Ape King. How could Levi kneel before a beast? He did not say anything and left the place silently with Magic Shark and Wild Dog Knight. After the 2 of them left, the Great Ice Ape King began to enjoy the food. It expressed its dissatisfaction. It was furious at the chief's casually bringing strangers to its place. The chief felt bitter in his heart. He did not want to bring strangers here, but he had given too much. In the next few days, Levi, the Magic Shark, and Wild Dog disappeared from the chief's sight. He thought the group of foreigners only wanted to see the totem and left after seeing it. Levi had not left but had been hiding in the surroundings. This is the last Ice Ape. To obtain an endless supply of Ice Ape's blood, I can only capture this Great Ice Ape King alive and not kill it. Otherwise, there won't be enough Ice Ape blood, Levi thought. If captured alive, he could obtain their blood regularly and receive an endless supply of secret medicine like the 3 brothers. Moreover, as a higher-level Ice Ape, the effects of the secret medicine made from the blood of the Great Ice Ape King must have far exceeded that of ordinary Ice Apes. The Great Ice Ape King was a fierce beast at the level of a Grand Knight. It would be tough to capture it alive. For this thing to become a totem of a human tribe meant its intelligence was not low. Levi had to think about how to capture him alive. As long as we can capture it alive, we can slowly use the heart of ambition to tame it when we return. The strength of the Great Ice Ape King should be its strength. I must weaken its strength first, or let the Great Ice Ape King consume the man-face spider's kiss to control it. No, forget it, I can't let the poison contaminate its blood. If he wanted to tame a beast of this level, he had to subdue it first. Defeating the Great Ice Ape King was not a problem, but capturing it alive was much more difficult. Oh right, the Book of Kungu has recorded the formula for a type of anesthetic. I can try making it. Although it's for humans, the Great Ice Ape King should be affected by it if I increase the dosage. Thinking of this, Levi returned to Jackdaw City overnight. He casually made up some utensils and bought some medicinal herbs. He was ready to start refining the anesthetic. This anesthetic was known as the sleeping potion. It was invented by Kungu and was used when performing surgery on some patients. With Levi's current level 4 pharmacy skills, refining anesthetics was a piece of cake. Not long after, he had refined 100 portions of medicine. This dosage should be enough to make the Great Ice Ape King dizzy. Then, Levi rented a forging shop and forged particular shackles with refined iron and mithril. In this way, Levi would make a move when the great Ice Ape King was unconscious. The magic shark with extraordinary power would temporarily suppress the great Ice Ape King, and then Levi would shackle the great Ice Ape King. This should be fine. Carrying the poison and shackles, Levi returned to the iceberg where the great Ice Ape King was. To make it easier for him, he chose to act in the wee hours of the morning. This was the coldest time of the day. The people of those tribes usually slept in their houses and would not come out. Although the great Ice Ape King did not seem afraid of the cold, it must be sleeping. The wild dog knight and Professor Bruce had returned to Jackdaw City. Levi waited silently. When it was dawn, he quietly climbed up the iceberg. Looking at the pitch-black cave, he prepared the seal of protection and dragon might casting materials. Seal of protection could be used to protect himself, and since the seal of dragon might could attack evil spirits with illusory mental bodies, it should also be able to cause a mental impact on the great Ice Ape King. Even if the effect was not noticeable, it could weaken the great Ice Ape King's strength as much as possible without killing it. This was the effect that Levi wanted to achieve. At the same time, black gas surrounded Levi's body. He took out the Lion King's pride from his bag of gluttony. If his previous plan did not work, Levi would break the legs of the Ice Ape King with his hammer and bring it back by force. With the great Ice Ape King's physique, he could quickly heal it with the sacred medicine he refined. Magic Shark followed behind Levi and arrived at the cave of the great Ice Ape King. However, there was no response from the advanced vibrosensory, nor was there any response from spider sensing. Don't tell me he ran away. Levi could not help but curse in his heart. As expected, when he went in to take a look, the great Ice Ape King was gone and the cave was empty. This fellow was indeed brilliant. It might have sensed Levi's threat, so it had run away during the night. However, with the footprints of the great Ice Ape King, Levi finally found a glimmer of hope. He followed the footprints and hurried through the night. Not long after, Levi followed the footprints and arrived at an ice mountain canyon. On the outside of this ice mountain canyon, other than the footprints of the great Ice Ape King, there were also the footprints of another giant beast that looked like the footprints of an elephant. Why did the great Ice Ape King come looking for the armored mammoth? Aren't they enemies? Levi sneaked in and finally found that the great Ice Ape King was holding a pile of food and enjoying it, facing the armored mammoth. Poor inside tribe. Two beasts played him. These two fellows have become intelligent. Old men are wise and old things are evil. Levi could confirm this. Previously, the actions of the great Ice Ape King to drive away the armored mammoth beast should have been planned. In this way, the great Ice Ape King could continuously obtain food from the humans without sowing through faith and then give it to the armored mammoth. 2 days ago, after being frightened by him, this beast smelled danger and immediately ran away to find his brother armored mammoth. It's a bit troublesome now. It's not a problem to defeat 2 grand night-level beasts simultaneously, but it's a bit troublesome to capture them alive at the same time. Armored mammoth is most likely the main raw material of a secret medicine for a breathing technique. It's not worth much to kill, so we might as well capture it alive. Levi analyzed the pros and cons in his heart. Although his current breathing technique did not require the armored mammoth, it might be needed. To be prepared, he decided to capture these 2 fellow alive. To be safe, Levi had Magic Shark guard this dungeon quietly. He rushed back to Jackdaw City overnight and worked hard all day and night to produce another 300 portions of sleeping potion. To refine these anesthetics, the proficiency of his pharmacy skills increased by more than 1,000. As long as he could capture these 2 big fellows alive, he would be able to return. All the trouble was worth it. In the past, Levi had not developed the wild heart enough. However, as he continued to grow stronger, Levi realized that the unique effect of wild heart was auspicious. He had the seal of hell and could summon 7 grand knights level living dead. He could use the summoning style to use wild heart to tame powerful creatures gradually. On the one hand, that could let Levi prepare the secret medicine for the breathing technique in advance. On the other hand, it could also strengthen the territory and its strength. At that time, he would directly create a team of armored giant beasts, 3 brothers, armored mammoth, and the great Ice Ape King. It would be exciting to be in a battle with such strength. Levi returned to the canyon. The great Ice Ape King was still here. It seemed that it did not intend to care about its believers during this period. Let's deal with the great Ice Ape King first. This guy runs fast, we can't give it a chance to escape. Levi took out his specially made arrowhead. The arrowhead was made of bright gold and was hollow in the middle. It was filled with the sleeping potion. To capture these 2 alive, Levi had gone all out. Then, with his maximum archery skills, he could hit every shot. The arrows filled with sleeping potion shot out one after another under Levi's peak strength. He had successfully broken through the defenses of the 2 giant beasts. Levi had done his homework and knew where their defense was the weakest. Soon, the 2 giant beasts woke up from their slumber and looked around. Let's go, Magic Shark. After this, we can go home. After Levi finished speaking, he had Magic Shark charge out. Magic Shark was like a human tank charging towards armored mammoth. It would take some time for the anesthetic to take effect, and Levi was unsure if it would take effect, but he could only use it first. At the same time, Levi arrived before the two giant beasts. He used the seal of dragon might that he had prepared beforehand. As the flames rose, golden eyes appeared in the void. Then, with a dragon roar, an invisible spiritual impact swept toward the two giant beasts. In the next moment, Levi noticed that both armored mammoth and great ice ape king seemed to have been hammered by an invisible hammer, and their bodies trembled. However, that was all. The seal of dragon might was mainly targeted at evil spirits. It did not cause much damage to the minds of these living beings. However, it was fine as long as it was effective. Levi then released 10 seals of dragon might in a row. It made the two big guys lose their balance and sway. In addition, the sleeping potion that Levi had used was 100 times more effective than the average person's. The two giant beasts could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a bang. Everything went much smoother than Levi had imagined. Although they have the strengths of a grand knight, they are still much easier to deal with. Nothing was more dangerous and terrifying than the strength of the geniuses. Taking advantage of the two big guys' sleep, Levi quickly put on the custom-made shackles mixed with mithril. Only half a day passed. The two giant beasts woke up from their slumber. One could see how powerful their physiques were. This was the first time Levi had seen armored mammoth. This guy was as big as the giant rhinoceros, or even more significant. Its entire body was naturally covered with a layer of scales similar to that of the earthly dragon beast, which made it invulnerable to swords and spears. Moreover, this fellow was also mighty. Levi stood quietly in front of the two giant beasts. The great ice ape king glared at the man in the white wolf mask. It did not expect to be found by this fellow, even though it had taken the initiative to dodge. DMN humans. The two giant beasts struggled, but the mithril shackles secured their limbs. They could only keep working on the spot. Moreover, the damage caused by the seal of dragon might and the anesthetic potion had made them a little tired, as if they had not slept for a month. I know you two are brilliant, so I will get straight to the point. I will not hurt you if you obey me and become my pet. Instead, I will treat you well so you will not have to live in this barren wasteland and rely on deceiving mortals to exchange for some insignificant food. If you refuse to obey, then I'm sorry. Next, I'll kill you, chop off your heads, peel off your skin, cut off your flesh, pull out your tendons, and pick out your bones. Levi was like a demon king, sneering at the two big guys. Be it the great ice ape king or armored mammoth, they were both wild and untamed beasts. How could they be scared by Levi's casual threat? Seeing they did not say anything, Levi was not in a hurry. Since that's the case, don't regret it. Anyway, I have the wild tea. I can tame you sooner or later. It is just a matter of time. This place is perfect for cultivation. No one will disturb you. Levi decided to stay here for the time being. He wanted to use the wild heart to tame these two big guys, like how he tamed eagles. Levi would return home the moment he finished taming them. This bit of time was worth it to obtain their blood continuously. Just like that, Levi began to live in seclusion in this uninhabited canyon. He could have gone home now if not for these two giant beasts. Levi took out the secret medicine of Ostrich Mountain. After consuming it, he began to cultivate. He had Demon Shark watch over these two big guys so that nothing would happen to them. In the month of flowing fire of the year 1011 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the two words, flowing fire, had nothing to do with the northernmost land still covered in ice and snow. Levi woke up from his cultivation. After a month of cultivation, his Ostrich Mountain breathing technique was already at the 4th level. He had the secret medicine and the accumulation of so many breathing techniques. This breathing technique was not very difficult to cultivate. Ostrich Mountain breathing technique, level 4 120,000, special effect, beginner strength. However, after reaching level 4 of the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique, Levi had used up all the secret medicine he had stored up. He had also been to Jackdaw City and Snow Capital City, but the black ostrich eggs were out of stock. Although this material was not as precious as earth dragon blood, it was not easy to buy them. Without secret medicine, the efficiency of practicing the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique would be very low. He continued to practice the black snake, giant rhinoceros, and siren breathing techniques that he had prepared many secret medicines for, and the thunderbird, swift dog, and sandigo breathing techniques he had just obtained. After spending a month together, the great ice ape king and armored mammoth's attitudes towards Levi had improved. However, he was still quite far away from taming it. Thankfully, Levi had wild heart. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to tame these naturally powerful and unruly giant beasts unless they were raised from a young age. Levi was not in a hurry. He continued to endure the pain. What he lacked the least was time and patience. Just like that, Levi went from the month of flowing fire to the month of furnace and then to the month of wheatfield. Taming these dowerful beasts was different from snow eagles. That kind of ordinary wild beast was easy to tame. However, the two beasts he was currently dealing with were too tricky. Even if one had a wild heart, it was a tough job. In the past 2 months, the attitude of the two big guys had been improving. After all, Levi would provide them with abundant food every once in a while. The food provided was also more delicious than those offered by the tribes. Any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem. Levi fed them well. Their spiritual energy, which Levi had injured, had also begun to recover. Levi also loosened some of their shackles. He did not dare to let go of them all at once, afraid that these two guys were acting and would run away once he let go. Continue to tame them. It won't affect my cultivation anyway. In the past 2 months, Levi had already pushed the swift dog breathing technique and thunder bird breathing technique to their limits. When the siren breathing technique reached its limits, he would fuse it with them and use it as a breakthrough point. The progress bar of the black snake breathing technique had also increased quite a bit. It was a sure thing that he would advance to level 9 before the end of next year. The giant rhinoceros breathing technique was not far from breaking through to the peak of level 8. Levi might as well continue to gain experience and wait for his giant rhinoceros breathing technique to reach level 8. Then he would be able to achieve transcendent power. Levi could beat them into submission with his power even if these two big guys did not obey him. Just like that, Levi went from the month of wheatfield to the month of harvest. At the end of the month of harvest, Levi came out of his cultivation state. With the limits of the giant rhinoceros breathing technique, he could feel that his body had begun to develop rapidly again in the past few months. He had grown from 1.9 meters to 2 meters. Damn it, I don't want to be so tall and strong. Levi looked at his bulging muscles and exerted a little strength. His veins bulged and black gas filled the air. He placed his hands on the ground and wielded more power. Rumble. With a loud bang, Levi cut off a large piece of ice and pulled out. Levi quickly lifted the ice block that weighed several thousand kilograms and threw it out. The ice block was thrown far away and fell to the ground, turning into powder. This action made the two big guys who were eating stop. They were shocked. They did not expect this human to use such a weak body to accomplish something that only big guys like them could do. Levi panted slightly. He could lift such a heavy thing with his top-tier strength in the past, but now he could do it much more quickly and even throw it out. This was the change brought about by transcendent power. Levi opened his proficiency panel. Giant rhinoceros breathing technique, level 8 maximum, special effect, transcendent power. Transcendent power, your power has already exceeded the maximum of mortals. You truly possess the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers in the literal sense. Levi could feel the power filling his limbs and bones. The power was so great that he was intoxicated. He stretched his body and walked with imposing steps to the front of the two big guys. Now have you thought it through? Levi asked. After more than 3 months of taming, it should be about time. If you've thought it through, I'll let you go. Then the great Ice Ape King was the first to nod its head, like a chick pecking at rice. Armored Mammoth also used its nose to show its submission. Only then did Levi untie the shackles on the two big guys. Levi would not hesitate to kill them if they still chose to escape and attack him. However, it was clear that Levi's 3 months of taming had succeeded. After being released, these two big guys stretched their muscles and bones slightly before lying on the ground to show their submission. Very good. Come home with me now. Levi loosened his fist and jumped onto the back of Armored Mammoth. He then started to head back in the direction he came from. The wild dog knight did not see Levi for a long time. He left a message to Levi in the Shining Tavern, saying that he had already returned to the Emerald Kingdom. Returning to the Emerald Kingdom from the Evernight Kingdom was relatively easy. Riding on Armored Mammoth, Levi returned home. He had been out for too long this time, so he did not know how the territory was doing. He missed his little shelter. In the month of Northern Wind of the year 1011 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, Levi took various remote paths and returned to his Blackwater Valley. After all, Armored Mammoth and the Great Ice Ape King were too shocking. He had never heard of anyone taming such a ferocious beast. Levi temporarily placed the two of them in the Montenegro mountain range. The space in the castle was a little too challenging to keep them. Moreover, that would scare the servants and soldiers inside to death. Now that the two of them had been completely tamed by Levi, they would not run away. They also treated Li Wei as their master. Levi sent a few trustworthy and courageous soldiers to care for these two big guys. He named the Great Ice Ape King Haps and the Armored Mammoth Hendry. In this way, the Hen-Ha-2 generals were formed. Under Levi's sugar-coated bullets, Haps quickly fell. It realized that following Levi was much more comfortable than being a totem in the Inside tribe. It did not have to worry about food and drink. Hendry fell in love with this place. The lack of food previously made wild beasts like them become intelligent and learn to cheat. Now, he was living where he could eat as he pleased. Wasn't that beautiful? Therefore, Levi took advantage of Habe's being in a good mood. Levi took out a basin of frost ape blood. A basin of frost ape blood secret medicine should be enough for Levi to use for a week. A week later, with Habe's physique and Levi's nutrition supplements, Levi could continue drawing blood without affecting it. Perfect. Levi was in a good mood. He had finally solved the problem of cultivating the giant breathing technique. Now only the vortex beast breathing technique was left. After returning to the shelter, Levi began cultivating the giant breathing technique. At the same time, he also ordered different people to go to Icewind City and other cities to purchase black ostrich eggs in large quantities to be used to concoct the secret medicine of the ostrich mountain breathing mountain. In the coming days, the black snake breathing technique, the ostrich mountain breathing technique, and the giant breathing technique would all be Levi's focus. Of course, the collection of shallot breathing techniques continued. After all, if he wanted to evolve the cultivation technique to legendary quality in the future, he would need many shallot breathing techniques. After returning to the country, Levi learned about the Royal Coalition Army's northern expedition outcomes. The good news was that the Alliance Army had broken through Montenegro Mountain City. The bad news was that the Duke of Montenegro was not in Montenegro Mountain City. Other than a bunch of ignorant civilians, the Duke of Montenegro was nowhere to be seen. Some people said that the Duke of Montenegro had fled with his family's wealth when he saw that victory was hopeless. No matter what, the Royal Coalition Army had taken over Montenegro Mountain City. Where did the Duke of Montenegro go? With his personality, he definitely wouldn't run away. There's a high chance that he's plotting something big. Levi did not care about this. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. It would be fine if the Duke of Montenegro did not die too soon. After all, his black snake breathing technique would reach level 9 next year. At that time, he should be able to seek revenge from the Duke of Montenegro. Levi had been waiting for this day for far too long. He wanted to trample on the dignity of the Duke of Montenegro and crush him to death. Not long after, the Duke of Montenegro appeared in the southern Tulip Hill. He had personally brought a large army with him. Together with the Earl of Silversilk and the Earl of Blood, the Montenegro Mountain Army had conquered half of the entire southern territory. Hearing that the Duke of Montenegro was still alive, Levi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The tragedy of the wild boar night could no longer be repeated. He had to send him to hell personally. Of course, there were also the two rascals beside him. As for the territory itself, Levi did not care much about it. After obtaining Duke Bluefeather's wealth, money was not a problem for Levi. The territory was a money-making tool, so whether they had it did not matter. On the contrary, many troublesome things would follow if they took over the territory. Before becoming a wizard, it was good to be able to live in a small place like Blackwater Valley. Time flew. The war was still not over, which was good for Levi. Outside the battlefield, Levi calmed down and focused on his cultivation. In the first month of the year 1012 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, with the help of secret medicine, the giant breathing technique quickly reached level 4. Giant breathing technique, level 4 120,000, special effect, beginner strength. The giant breathing technique is at its maximum at level 9, while the giant rhinoceros breathing technique is at its maximum at level 8. There's no need to break the limit of the giant rhinoceros breathing technique anymore. After the giant breathing technique reaches level 9, the limit of level 8 of the giant rhinoceros breathing technique can be converted into 5 breakthrough points for the giant breathing technique. In any case, the current transcendent power is completely sufficient. According to Levi's estimation, he would need 7 breakthrough points to break through the limit of level 9. He had obtained the Sandigo breathing technique some time ago, also the strength-type breathing technique. Moreover, it was a level 6 technique that could be converted into 3 points to break through: the Sandige breathing technique and the giant rhinoceros breathing technique should be enough for the giant breathing technique to break through. After the giant breathing technique reached level 10, Levi would fuse the ostrich mountain breathing technique and see if the breathing technique could break the limit again after level 10. In short, Levi did not lack any strength-based breathing techniques. During this cultivation period, Levi's siren breathing technique also greatly improved. However, to prevent the black snake breathing technique from being unable to suppress so many level 8 breathing techniques, Levi temporarily slowed down the cultivation speed of the siren breathing technique. He wanted to reach level 9 of the black snake breathing technique before reaching the maximum of the siren breathing technique. This was more reliable. Now that my giant breathing technique is on the right track, I'm only missing the vortex beast breathing technique. In terms of seal cultivation, the proficiency of the seal of flame is slowly increasing. It is estimated to reach level 3 next year. The seal of dragon might have stagnated, and so has the seal of protection. The golden cross slash is slowly improving. Now is the golden time for me to develop. I won't go anywhere next. I'll cultivate in peace and first raise the black snake to level 9. Levi made his next plan in his mind. After the two generals arrived in the territory, they lived in luxury. Levi was happy to do so. After all, they were the guarantee for his future breathing technique cultivation. Everything in the territory was normal now. Levi filled the whale's sack again and fed the bag of gluttony to its fill. He felt that this storage tool was too useless. It was not the kind of divine artifact he had imagined, like the storage ring. After all, he had to feed them occasionally, or there was a risk of losing the items. However, Tootin said that the bag of gluttony was probably the earliest version, and the later versions might be improved. However, he had left the wizarding world too long, so he was unsure. Levi did not dwell on it. After all, having a storage item was already a vast improvement. The path had to be taken step by step, just like his experience. Levi continued his seclusion. He even placed the breathing technique that he had mastered entirely in the Shining Tavern in exchange for some potential collectors of breathing techniques. He was looking forward to learning breathing techniques he had never known before. At the same time, inside the Icewind City, the Earl of Silver Mountain, who had gone out with the army, had also returned to Silver Mountain Castle. He was exhausted. Even with his strength as a Grand Knight, he seemed to be exhausted from this battle. He looked at the soldiers who were training and the mithril armor and weapons he had prepared. He suddenly felt that all his preparations were meaningless. No one cared about snow demons. Until now, it was still the same. This made the Earl of Silver Mountain feel very discouraged. He went to look for his old friend Adolf, the head priest of the Icewind Church, and expressed his worries. Adolf shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "I can't persuade them either unless the Pope personally persuades them. In this chaotic world, it's good enough to be alive. Don't worry too much. I heard that there's also good news from the Evernight Kingdom. It seems that a city with many snow demons has been successfully wiped out. It seems that the Evernight Kingdom still has some strength. Let's wait and see." Adolf was just a retired head priest who was in the second tier. Although he was still a big shot in Icewind City, no one in the kingdom would care about an old man's words. The Earl of Silver Mountain could only return helplessly. Just like that, the days passed. Some people were happy while others were sad. This was all there was to the world. To live peacefully in a corner was the ideal of many people. For example, Levi was in a frenzy in God's sanctuary. It was the year 1012 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of Germinal. The giant breathing technique was now at level 5. For Levi, cultivating breathing techniques before level 7 was as easy as flipping his hand. Breaking through was as easy as drinking water. As for Levi's black snake breathing technique, the progress bar was also halfway done. However, it was still far from enough. If he wanted the strength to fight against the Duke of Montenegro, he would have to be at least at the maximum of Black Snake's level 9. Coupled with the fact that the other party might have mastered the power of evil spirits, it might be more stable for him to reach level 10. Just as Leeway was secluded, a strange change occurred in Icewind City. A few days ago, the Earl of Silver Mountain had been attacked by a powerful evil spirit after returning from the battlefield. Although he was lucky enough to keep his life, he had to pay a great price to recover barely. His strength was no longer at its peak, and he did not know when he would recover. The invasion of the evil spirit angered the head priest Adolf of the Icewind Church. The evil spirit frequently doing bad things under his eyes made it intolerable, and he swore to fight the evil spirit to the end. However, not long later, Adolf was also attached. He was old and weak, and his strength was not even as good as the Earl of Silver Mountain, who was at his peak. If he did not rely on some trump cards of the church, he might not even be able to keep his life. For a time, everyone in Icewind City was in a state of panic. The unknown evil spirit seemed to be picking on the strong. In the following period, some knights were attacked one after another. Such knights died before the mysterious and terrifying evil spirit. Nearly 10 knight nobles, or wandering knights, died in Icewind City in the next 2 months. Some voices of doubt about the church began to appear among the people, but of course, these voices soon disappeared. Although Adolf felt embarrassed for the safety of himself and the residents in the city, he still applied for the headquarters to send stronger people over. The current team leader of the 7 Holy Knights of the world arrived at Icewind City. He was also a top-notch Grand Knight. His real name was unknown, but the knights called him the Black Submerged Knight. He was no weaker than Adolf at his peak. He was also Adolf's disciple. Inside the Icewind Church, the Black Submerged Knight looked at Adolf on the sickbed and could not help but smile helplessly. The Black Submerged Knight said strangely, "I didn't expect the famous Holy Sword Knight to be down and out. He can't even deal with an evil spirit." The gray-robed wise man, Adolf, said unhappily, "Little brat, cut the crap. I didn't ask you to come here to scold the old man. How could this evil spirit be my match if I were 10 years younger?" The Black Submerged Knight stopped joking and asked seriously, "All right, let's get down to business. Teacher, what evil spirit is it this time? Tell me so I can be prepared." "It should be a dangerous evil spirit, and likely it's not ordinary. According to my information, it's very likely the legendary soul-stealing nun. You have to be careful when dealing with this kind of evil spirit. Cultivating the church's spiritual secret, the furnace method, is best. I regret not cultivating the furnace method back then. I only focused on physical cultivation and neglected spiritual cultivation. It didn't work." The Black Submerged Knight said, "The furnace method. I've cultivated it, but not very deeply. After all, it's a spiritual secret technique. It's a waste of time and progress is plodding. It's imaginary, invisible, and untouchable. I think there shouldn't be many people in the church who have the patience to cultivate the furnace method to the great success realm. Then you should be careful when you make a point. If you really can't do it, then give up. Your life is more important. The soul-stealing nun is not something an ordinary, dangerous, evil spirit can compare to. The Silver Mountain Knight is also a top-notch Grand Knight, yet he is still not her match. After Adolf finished speaking, he let the black submerged knight leave. After his disciple left, he stared at the dome in a daze. This bunch of people from the church belittled the wizards, but in the end, they still have to practice the sorcerer's meditation art to deal with evil spirits. What a joke. For the sake of an imaginary god, we gave up the true path of wizard. If God cares about us, why has the world suffered more over thousands of years? Adolf sighed. His faith wavered as he grew older and saw more of the world. After coming out of seclusion, Levi also learned about the invasion of the evil spirit in Icewind City. Again, it had not been long since the last evil spirit attack, and the situation was getting increasingly serious. I wonder if the rascal Montenegro Mountain is behind this. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. I'll continue to use my experience and strive to reach the limit of the black snake breathing technique as soon as possible. Levi continued to cultivate in seclusion. The more he tried to avoid panic, the more he could not afford to panic. Time passed in cultivation. Just like that, half a year passed amidst the storms of the outside world. It was the year 1012 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of harvest. In the shelter, Levi's body was undergoing a vast transformation. His entire body seemed to be shrouded in black gas. The black gas attached to the surface of his body, and traces of patterns began to spread on the surface of the black gas, circle by circle, layer by layer, row by row. This made Levi look like he was covered in a layer of ferocious scales. These scales, made of black gas, emitted a metallic luster. As Levi breathed, they kept colliding and overlapping, and the faint sound of metal colliding could be heard. Levi opened his eyes and looked at his body, which was covered in scales. He stretched out his hand, and the back of his hand was also covered in scales. With a thought, these scales disintegrated into black gas and returned to his body. With another thought, the black gas reappeared and transformed into half illusory and half real scales on his body. Is this the defense of a level 9 black snake? Levi muttered to himself. He looked at his heart. The black snake seed was even more lifelike now. It circled Levi's heart, spiraling and coiling around it without stopping. In front of the powerful level 9 black snake seed, the other life seeds paled in comparison, unable to look directly at the black snake seed. Levi opened his proficiency panel. Black snake breathing technique, level 9 maximum, breakthrough available, current progress 07, special effect, black scale gas. The transcendent defense effect had been upgraded to a new impact, black scale. Black scale, a scale formed from powerful black gas. The more solid the scale, the stronger the defense. Black scale is divided into 3 stages, gas, liquid, and solid. The higher the level, the stronger the defense. Levi looked at the introduction of the special effect and could not help but smile bitterly. As expected, there's still no way to escape the curse. If I want to become stronger, I must be inhumane. A level 9 black snake only has black scales in the form of gas. From the looks of it, a level 10 black snake should have black scales in liquid form. A level 11 black snake should have the strongest black scales in the form of a solid. Why does it feel like the breathing technique is returning to its ancestor? Step by step, I'm getting closer to those legendary monsters. Levi pondered, if there was no upper limit to the breathing technique, would he become Black Snake with a candle? The holy snake of salvation surrounded the world and illuminated all directions. Levi was a man who wanted to become a wizard. Why did it feel like he was running on the road to becoming a monster? Levi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He started to think. If the limit of the black snake breathing technique were to allow him to possess the scales of the black snake, then he would be able to use the black snake breathing technique. Would the other breathing technique be the same? He had many breathing techniques, but they still gave him an inhuman characteristic. After the siren breathing technique reached the limit of level 9, would he grow 8 legs? After the man-faced spider's breathing technique reached the peak of level 9, would his entire body be covered in spider hair? There was also the giant breathing technique, the blood whale breathing technique. As more breathing techniques reached their limits, would he eventually become a monster that did not look like anything? Whatever. As long as I can pursue power, everything is worth it. Levi cleared his mind. He firmly believed that strength was the most important thing. For this reason, it was fine for him to become a bit inhuman. This was not a monster, but an ultimate creature. It was a perfect form that was constantly evolving as life became stronger. The black snake breathing technique requires 7 points to break its limit. Among the breathing techniques I had obtained from the Earl of Silver Mountain, a defensive breathing technique can be cultivated to the limit of level 4. I can cultivate it together during this period. However, I'm still lacking in defensive breathing techniques. I'll take it slow. With the black snake breathing technique at the peak of level 9 and the other breathing techniques, my strength is no longer inferior to the Fist of the Empire. I should be the strongest Grand Knight below the legendary level, even better than ordinary top-notch Grand Knights. Next, it's time to settle the accounts. With my current strength, I can take revenge on the Duke of Montenegro. Besides the black snake breathing technique, Levi's other main breathing techniques had also improved. The siren breathing technique was not far from breaking through to level 8, and Levi would soon be able to master transcendent speed. The giant breathing technique was also about to reach level 6. The effects of the secret medicine made from the blood of the great Ice Ape King were far better. This allowed Levi to practice the giant breathing technique much faster than he had imagined. The only thing that was progressing slowly was the Vortex Beast breathing technique. Since it was no secret medicine, this breathing technique was still at level 4 after a long time. The level 4 Vortex Beast breathing technique gave birth to the effect of strengthening Levi's body's recovery ability, disease resistance, poison resistance, and self-healing ability. Unfortunately, the quality of the special effects was too low, and the effect was not too apparent to Levi. He was a top-tier Grand Knight, hence this little bonus was not much. After reaching the advanced waves, the Golden Cross/'s cultivation was prolonged even with the proficiency panel. If he did not have the proficiency panel, Levi might not have been able to reach the advanced waves realm even after he died. The next step is to break through the limits of the black snake breathing technique while improving the other types of breathing techniques to level 8 and above. I'll strive to obtain more transcendent attributes. Although I've mastered Black Scale, Transcendent Power, Transcendent Endurance, and the Transcendent Speed I'm about to master, that's not enough. I still have Transcendent Physique, Transcendent Perception, and so on left. Levi tidied up the shelter and used the bag of gluttony to pack everything he needed to bring. I must be fully prepared to seek revenge from the Duke of Montenegro. He is mysterious and powerful, so I can't be arrogant. The Book of Kungu that I obtained previously recorded the materials for the sacred blood potion for healing. I've also prepared all of them. I can refine some to save my life. Although the sacred blood potion materials were expensive and difficult to obtain, money meant one could do whatever they wanted. Levi did not lack money. With his mighty financial power, he had already gathered the materials for the sacred blood potion during this period. Now it was time to refine it. Levi stayed in the shelter for a few days, quietly and patiently refining potions. He had refined a total of 20 sacred blood potions. The cost of these potions alone was a few thousand gold coins. The sacred blood potion could heal injuries quickly. He could use the sacred blood potion to speed up healing his wounds if injured. After that, Levi refined and replenished several man-face spider series poisons. After this refinement, Levi's proficiency in making potions increased by quite a bit. Only by constantly refining new brews could his proficiency continue to grow. In the future, if he had the time and energy, regardless of whether the potions in the Book of Kungu were helpful to Levi, he would refine some to push his skills to the limit. Levi was currently in the shelter, preparing for his journey. He was like an assassin sharpening his weapon before carrying out a hunting mission, polishing his equipment step by step. He reforged Frostmourne into a pure mithril sword. The material came from the mithril chest. Under the meticulous polishing of his craftsman, a silver sword that shone with silver light appeared out of nowhere. 10 years to sharpen a sword, but the frost blade had never been tested. Levi had been forging this sword for 10 years. Levi had been preparing for this revenge operation for 10 years. When the sword was drawn, it would kill. He thought, that rascal Montenegro Mountain, I am Baron Black Snake, prepare to die. It was the year 1012 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of northern wind. The cold wind howled and snowflakes fluttered. The mountain was covered in snow and the black water valley was covered in white. You guys stay here and guard the house. Do you hear me? Don't run around. Levi looked at the 3 brothers and the Henha 2 generals while Harris stood on Levi's shoulder and looked at them smugly. Because its owner wanted to take it out, not the 5 big guys, which satisfied Harris. The 3 brothers and the Henha 2 generals wanted to go out and have fun. However, they were too big, and Levi was not going to war. He was only going to kill the Duke of Montenegro. Bringing these 5 big guys along would be too eye-catching. The 2 generals and the 3 brothers could only look at Levi resentfully, lying on the ground, not daring to say anything. Levi said goodbye to them and asked the person in charge of feeding them to give Habes more delicious food. A few days ago, he had extracted a lot of Habes' blood in one go, sufficient for him for a few months. He did not know how long this revenge mission would last, so Levi prepared as many potions as possible. Levi looked at the snow-covered black water valley, the frozen black water river, the smoky village, and the towering black snake castle. He took Magic Shark in the Demon Mountain and left without looking back. Harris followed in the sky and slowly disappeared into the horizon. Compared to last year's Icewind City, this year's Icewind City was mainly deserted. The The doors of every house were tightly shut, and no one was on the streets. Has the evil spirit not been dealt with yet? Levi had been busy with his cultivation a while ago, and even the trade with the Earl of Silver Mountain had been made by someone else in his place, so he did not know much about the situation in Icewind City. From the looks of it now, there was a high chance that the evil spirit in Icewind City had not been dealt with yet. Levi first went to the Shining Tavern to see if there were any recent gains. Unfortunately, he found nothing. The Turbolarian eggs were still not found. As for the breathing techniques, he did not gain anything either. All the breathing techniques in the vicinity of Icewind City had either been bought by Levi or by some hidden breathing technique collectors. In short, there were no breathing techniques that were still circulating in the market. Levi sat in the Shining Tavern for a while and discovered that the evil spirit was still in Icewind City. According to the unreliable information from gossipers, the vice-captain of the 7 Holy Knights of the world, the Black Submerged Knight, had also come to the Icewind City some time ago to clean up the evil spirits. The Black Submerged Knight was a true top-notch Grand Knight at his peak. His strength was even more potent than the Earl of Silver Mountain. His power in the Emerald Kingdom was enough to rank in the top 5. Many people initially thought this wave would be settled with the arrival of the Black Submerged Knight. Unexpectedly, the result was that the Black Submerged Knight was not a match for the evil Estirit. The Black Submerged Knight ran away. Before he left, he brought his teacher, the head priest of the Icewind Church, Adolf, and temporarily took refuge. Many people said the church had temporarily given up on Icewind City. Therefore, the population loss of Icewind City was severe in this half a year. Many rich people had already left this city for other cities. Those with no money or way of escaping could only live here in fear. They did not even dare to come out in broad daylight. Is it that serious? I wonder how the Earl of Silver Mountain is doing. Just as Levi was about to leave, he suddenly saw a group of people surrounding the Bounty Mission area. A new mission had appeared. Immediately, a group of people surrounded them to watch the show. Given the evil spirits in the city continuing to cause trouble, the Earl of Silver Mountain has specially recruited extraordinary people to hunt down the evil spirits. Anyone who can eliminate the evil spirits will be rewarded with a high-grade Baron's territory or the corresponding gold coins. Interested people can go to Silver Mountain Castle to register. Everyone looked at the new bounty. Even the Earl of Silver Mountain is helpless. This evil spirit is too terrifying. Who would dare to accept this? This is suicide. Although the Baron's territory is good, it's not worth my life. The crowd discussed animatedly. After a while, they dispersed. Levi turned around and left the Shining Tavern. In Silver Mountain Castle, several figures stood at the mansion's entrance. One of them was an ordinary-looking man wearing a white wolf mask. It was Levi. He was among the crowd. Not long after, the Earl of Silver Mountain looked at Levi and the others. At this moment, the Earl of Silver Mountain was a little pale. He looked around. There were 2 who seemed to be Grand Knights. One wore a white wolf mask, while the other wore heavy armor and was tall and sturdy. The others were not even Grand Knights. Facing evil spirits could only lead to death. However, these people must have been mentally prepared since they dared to come. No one chose to retreat after the Earl of Silver Mountain finished speaking. The white wolf mask said, "Earl, can I change the reward if I complete the mission? I don't want the Baron's territory, and I don't need gold coins." The Earl of Silver Mountain asked, "Oh, then what do you want?" The white wolf mask responded casually, "I haven't thought about it yet, but it's not an excessive request. Let's wait until I catch the evil spirit." The other Grand Knight sneered. What an arrogant tone, as if the evil spirit is already in your pocket. Levi ignored him and quietly waited for the Earl of Silver Mountain's reply. "Sure, if you can capture the evil spirit alive, as long as the conditions are not too excessive, I can agree," he responded. Then the Earl of Silver Mountain invited Levi and the others to the meeting hall. "Everyone, according to the information I received from the church, this evil spirit is the soul-stealing nun." This kind of evil spirit was relatively strong among the dangerous levels. The soul-stealing nun could absorb the souls of people. For example, if the soul was strong enough, a Grand Knight could resist it for some time. If it were a mortal or an ordinary knight, their soul would be taken away instantly, and they would die. The soul-stealing nun's killing cycle is a week, and its targets are all male emites. From the information I've received, the soul-stealing nun likes to possess women, especially the church nuns. Therefore, when looking for this monster, you can try to find a breakthrough through the church. The last time the soul-stealing nun killed someone was 3 days ago, and the location was in an old noble's house east of the city. Therefore, I guess that the next time she would appear would be 4 days later. As for the rest, if anyone had any questions, they could ask them any time. The Earl of Silver Mountain looked at everyone. Seeing no one had questions, the Earl of Silver Mountain finally said, "I wish you all success." After that, everyone dispersed and prepared to get rid of the spirit. Levi had helped to remove the spirit because the Earl of Silver Mountain had something he wanted: the 4 excellent breathing techniques and the perfect red lotus breathing technique. Levi had been coveting it for a long time. The current him was much stronger than before. Level 9 Black Snake, with the special effect Black Scale protecting his body, the seal of Dragon Might, Remnant Sound of Gold, and other effective methods against evil spirits. He had everything. A dangerous level of evil spirit should not be a problem. During this period, Levi also inquired about the official classification of evil spirits through the Shining Tavern. Restricted grade, dangerous grade, calamity grade. The restricted ones were like the chained evil spirit. They were fragile. If a Grand Knight was prepared, they could deal with them. The dangerous level included Naiad. Ordinary Grand Knights were no match for her, but they could still escape if lucky. Above that was the most dangerous type, the Calamity-grade evil spirits. The nameless evil spirit, suspected of having killed the White Horse Knight, and the Old King was a Calamity-grade evil spirit, which was terrifying. However, Levi felt he could still fight even if it were Calamity-grade. After all, he had his actual trump card, the Seal of Dragon Might. After comprehensively analyzing his strength, Levi felt that killing or even capturing this evil spirit alive would not be a problem. The evil spirit will appear in 4 days. He likes to possess women and only kills men. He also likes to attack the strong. There are only so many experts in Icewind City. They are the Earl of Silver Mountain, the Grand Knight who also accepted the spirit removing mission, and me. Other than that, there might be some hidden grand and some knights. The Earl of Silver Mountain has already been attacked once. The probability of the evil spirit failing to attack and then looking for the Earl of Silver Mountain is not high. Therefore, the Earl of Silver Mountain has not been attacked a second time after such a long time, so the one most likely to be attacked is me or another Grand Knight. Let's see who the evil spirit is looking for. Levi did not intend to take the initiative to look for the evil spirit. He found a hotel and stayed there. Magic Shark and Demon Mountain protected him. Levi entered a state of cultivation. The siren breathing technique was about to reach level 8. If he could upgrade the siren breathing technique before the evil spirit appeared, his strength would increase by another story, and he would be more at ease when facing the evil spirit. At the same time, the others began to search for evil spirits in the city. The Earl of Silver Mountain sat there with a bitter expression, looking into the distance. His original intention was to recruit some real experts to remove the spirit. Unfortunately, from the looks of it, it still failed. Those people who accepted the commission seemed to be inferior to him. They had no chance if he was not a match for the evil spirit. The Earl of Silver Mountain did not have much hope. Even the vice-captain of the 7 holy knights of the world, the Black Submerged Knight, was not a match for the evil spirit. This evil spirit was probably close to the calamity grade. The Earl of Silver Mountain prayed, "Dear Heavenly Father, I hope a miracle will happen." 3 days later in the small hotel, the siren seed in Levi's chest suddenly started dancing wildly, just like the legendary North Sea Kraken. Levi opened his eyes. Siren seed, level 8. Levi was delighted. He felt the energy in his body, making his body even lighter and more explosive. Siren breathing technique, level 8 maximum, breakthrough available, current progress 06, special effect, transcendent speed, bone shrinking transformation. Transcendent speed, your speed surpasses the limits of mortals and most ordinary things. Your reaction speed is even more abnormal, and your attack speed is faster. The moment you move, the movements of mortals are like slow motion in your eyes. Bullet time is reflected in reality. You can easily catch arrows and hidden weapons shot at you with your bare hands. He looked at the new transcendent speed. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, before dealing with the evil spirit, his strength had soared again. The current Levi already possessed 4 transcendent attributes. They were Black Scale, Transcendent Power, Transcendent Endurance, and Transcendent Speed. Anyone with one of these 4 transcendent attributes could be called a Grand Might, but Levi had 4. He could only be described as a monster. Levi's whole body exploded and shot out. He turned into an afterimage and brought up a trail of dust. The high-speed wind pressure could not shake the protective black gas around Levi. So fast, it feels like I'm flying. Levi stopped moving. He had already covered 100 meters in 1 second. With my transcendent endurance, this extreme burst of speed should last 5 minutes. In other words, the current Levi could run dozens of miles in 5 minutes at full speed. To him, no means of transportation in this era was as fast as his feet. Now I'm even more confident dealing with the evil spirit. Levi returned to Icewind City and quietly waited for the arrival of tomorrow. The next day, his competitors had already started to search for the evil spirit early. Levi sat quietly at home. Levi muttered, "That evil spirit might come looking for me, if it's still in this city." Levi had already prepared the casting materials for Seal of Protection, Seal of Flame, and Seal of Dragon Might. The black snake species in his body was even more ready to attack and drown the evil spirit with surging black gas at any time. Magic Shark and Demon Mountain were loyal guards protecting him on both sides. Levi waited from day to night. The evil spirit did not appear. Did it look for the other Grand Knight? Levi's heart skipped a beat. His figure leaped and left the room. Magic Shark and Demon Mountain followed behind him. Soon, Levi found the Grand Knight. He was waiting at the church. Seeing that the other party was refined, Levi knew there was a high chance that the soul-stealing nun had not appeared yet. At the same time, Levi's spider sensing perceived danger. The source of the feeling was in the church. Looks like it's going to possess a nun. Levi thought of the hint given by the Earl of Silver Mountain. After the evening class, the nuns returned to their dormitories. Only one nun did not return. Instead, she sneaked out of the church door. Her face was expressionless as she mumbled meaninglessly. Under the moonlight, the nun began to run. She ran faster. She was so fast that she exceeded the limits of mortals. The nun's body had already begun to crack. A mortal's body could not run so fast at all. The nun rushed towards the Grand Knight. The heavily armored Grand Knight sneered, "You're here indeed. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Wisps of black gas emerged from his armor and danced wildly in the night. The nun was like a ghost, appearing behind the Grand Knight. The Grand Knight turned around and slashed his greatsword forward. The nun wailed silently. A soul-stirring power swept through the entire arena. The Grand Knight paused. She seemed to be struggling, but after killing so many people, the nun's strength was much more potent than before. The Grand Knight worked for a while and fell into a temporary state of absent-mindedness. From afar, Levi could see the nun's long tongue sticking out of her mouth like a tentacle reaching into the Grand Knight's mouth. In the next moment, an illusory shadow appeared. That was the soul of a Grand Knight. What a powerful mental attack. At this moment, Levi had already rushed up. This was the best time to deal with the soul-stealing nun. The soul-stealing nun seemed to have noticed Levi's arrival. Her head suddenly turned 180 degrees. She wanted to wail at Levi. Levi's remnant sound of gold was already unsheathed. The greatsword stabbed into the soul-stealing nun's mouth. "I'll make you scream." The surging black gas was injected at the same time. Boom! Accompanied by this surge of black gas, the nun's head exploded. Blood splashed everywhere. The soul-stealing nun, hiding in the cave, appeared before Levi. At the same time, the soul of the Grand Knight who was pulled out was about to disappear. Levi's body was surrounded by black gas as he took form. Black scale, gaseous scales began to cover Levi's body. Layers upon layers, metal clashing. The nun's long tongue struck Levi's chest. It was as if she had hit an iron plate. Levi's right palm turned into a claw and grabbed the soul-stealing nun's tongue. At the same time, Levi released the lamp's spirit. "Teuton, take the soul of that Grand Knight," Levi said coldly. Seeing this, Teuton immediately ran over excitedly. Before the Grand Knight's soul dissipated, it was devoured. Teuton's artifact spirit body also became more solid. The soul of this Grand Knight was a pleasant surprise. Levi let Magic Shark and Demon Mountain carry the Grand Knight's corpse while he grabbed the soul-stealing nun's tongue, ignoring her ghost claw attacks. He brought this evil spirit and quickly ran into the wilderness. It was not good for Levi to use his true strength and trump cards near the church. In the wilderness, Levi descended from the sky. The ghost claws had already shattered his black scales. But when the ghost claw touched his golden robe, it lost strength. Levi stretched his muscles and bones as he looked at the soul-stealing nun with a sinister smile. "Now let me see your strength." Levi's black hand ripped off the soul-stealing nun's tongue and grabbed her arm. He swung it around in the air. Her mouth moved slightly. Levi knew that she was going to launch another attack. He directly used the seal of dragon might, the descent of dragon's might. Under the trembling of dragon's might, the soul-stealing nun's attack was interrupted. Not only that, but her figure had also faded a little. Just this, Levi continued to attack fiercely. His seals of dragon might seals poured down. The soul-stealing nun's figure kept fading. Her most powerful attack could not be used before Levi. The other attacks were just so-so, and there was a limit to her strength. Could not break through Levi's level 9 black snake's gaseous black scale and the golden robe underneath. This was the strength of the black snake. In the end, Levi, who had lost interest in the evil spirit, cast more than 10 seals of dragon might in a row. It shattered the evil spirit's body. Black gas grabbed it. Levi asked Magic Shark and Demon Mountain to wait for him in the wilderness with the Grand Knight's corpse. He grabbed the soul-stealing nun and walked towards Silver Mountain Castle. Only now did Levi realize that, unknowingly, as he continued to cultivate, he could already beat up the evil spirit that everyone was terrified of. In Icewind City, within the Silver Mountain Castle, the Earl of Silver Mountain was handling government affairs when a figure suddenly appeared behind him silently. He turned around and saw the knight with white wolf mask. A robust black gas permeated the air in that person's hand. An illusory evil spirit was struggling in the black gas. It was fragile and seemed like it would dissipate with the wind at any moment. The Earl of Silver Mountain's expression froze. "Sir, did you succeed?" Levi nodded. "It's time for the Earl to fulfill his promise," Levi said. The Earl of Silver Mountain looked at the white wolf in disbelief. Was this still the evil spirit that almost made him die without a burial place? However, seeing the appearance of the evil spirit, the Earl of Silver Mountain knew it could not be wrong. This was the dangerous evil spirit, the soul-stealing. "None? All right, what do you want?" Earl of Silver Mountain asked. "I want your breathing technique inheritance diagram," Levi said. Earl of Silver Mountain looked at Levi and suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. There was someone who had made the same request to him. Golden Warhammer Tyra. The Earl of Silver Mountain seemed to have thought of something. However, he was an intelligent person. He would not say anything since the other party could quickly kill a dangerous level evil spirit. Hence, he was not his match. Therefore, he wisely did not ask his question. Sometimes one shouldn't have curiosity. It was fine as long as the two parties had no conflict of interest. Sure, the breathing technique inheritance diagram was nothing as long as he could eliminate this evil spirit. It was just a hobby. The Earl of Silver Mountain thought momentarily and added, however, "I am sorry that I cannot give you the breathing technique of our Silver Mountain clan. I hope that you can understand. As compensation, I am willing to pay you an additional 2,000 gold coins." "No problem," Levi said. Every noble placed great importance on their ancestral breathing technique. Even if others could not cultivate the bloodline breathing technique, they wouldn't easily show it to others. This was a symbol, a legacy, and a bottom line. Thus, Levi did not insist. Anyway, he was already handsomely rewarded with the other 5 breathing techniques, not to mention that he could take 2,000 gold coins for free. Very soon, Levi took away all the copies of the breathing technique inheritance diagrams from the Earl of Silver Mountain's collection. The Earl of Silver Mountain's collection of so many years was all gone. This pained the Earl of Silver Mountain. However, compared to the safety of himself and his territory, these breathing technique inheritance diagrams were not worth mentioning. The Earl of Silver Mountain knew what was more important. The Earl of Silver Mountain asked, "Sir, how do you plan to deal with that evil spirit?" "Of course I would kill it," Levi said. He rubbed it hard and wiped out the evil spirit bit by bit with the black gas. He used the tools he had prepared beforehand to store the evil spirit dust. "Earl, if fate allows, we will meet again." The white wolf chuckled and waved his hand before leaving the mansion. The Earl of Silver Mountain stood rooted to the ground. Times have changed. This was the most direct feeling that the Earl of Silver Mountain had. Although he did not know about the dark wave, he could feel that the world was heading in the wrong direction daily. Evil spirits, snow demons, or other monsters were about to appear. Along with the appearance of these supernatural forces, some powerful and mysterious existences that had been hidden among the people began to appear. His Excellency White Wolf seemed to be such a person. Perhaps one day, even if a legendary wizard appeared before the Earl of Silver Mountain, he would feel normal. The Earl of Silver Mountain returned to his mansion and sighed helplessly. Levi had already returned to the wilderness. The exorcism in Icewind City was just a small interlude. He found Magic Shark and Demon Mountain. They were guarding the body of the nameless Grand Knight. You're not even a match for an evil spirit's combined might, yet you still dare to come and get rid of the spirit. Humans seem to like to overestimate themselves, unlike me, who will always underestimate myself. Levi took out the anti-corrosion materials he had prepared and began to process the nameless Grand Knight's corpse. After he was done, he used the casting materials for Seal of Hell to resurrect him. This was the 3rd time he had made a living dead, so he was familiar with it. Soon, the Grand Knight's corpse stood up shakily. From the beginning, it was not agile, but later, it was no different from usual. "You shall be called Demon High." Levi hastily gave the living dead a name. "From now on, I would have 3 living dead companions." Levi laughed in his heart. With the help of 3 Grand Knights, his path to revenge was much more stable. He then took out the breathing technique inheritance diagrams he obtained from the Earl of Silver Mountain. There were 5 books, and Levi looked forward to the Red Lotus breathing technique most. It was a perfect grade breathing technique. In the center of the inheritance diagram, the flames of the Red Lotus scorched the sky and earth, and the boiling lava swallowed everything. In the center of the fire, an indomitable 2-legged beast raised its proud head, and its red breath spewed like the breath of a legendary dragon, tearing the sky and destroying the earth. This was a powerful existence in myths and legends, Red Lotus. It was said this was a terrifying existence that could tear a dragon apart with its bare hands, comparable to the gods. Of course, this was only the saying of the breathing technique inheritance diagram. After all, in his family's legend, the black snake was also very excellent. It was customary for every family to boast about their symbol. However, Levi had seen many breathing technique inheritance diagrams, but none were as oppressive as this 2-legged beast. Even his own black snake seemed to be inferior. A strength-type breathing technique with a total of 101 miniature human figures. I can cultivate it to level 10 of the perfect bloodline breathing technique. Even the giant breathing technique paled compared to this breathing technique. In the future, my main strength-type breathing technique will become the Red Lotus breathing technique. I'll use the giant breathing technique and the Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique to break through the limits. The Red Lotus breathing technique should represent the highest level of the Knight's breathing technique. After all, the legendary breathing technique itself was a false concept. A breathing technique that had given birth to a legend could be called a legendary breathing technique. The main ingredient of the Red Lotus secret medicine is the Earth Dragon. Blood. Earthly dragon beasts again. Levi could not help but mourn for the earthly dragon beast. However, the earthly dragon beast's blood is much easier to obtain than ambergris. This was good news for Levi. He was afraid of encountering something like the turbularian egg. If that happened, it would be troublesome to cultivate the red lotus breathing technique. Putting away the red lotus breathing technique, Levi looked at the other 4 breathing techniques. They were the elephant turtle breathing technique, the thunder wolf breathing technique, the saint ant breathing technique, and the heavenly bull breathing technique. The saint ant breathing technique and the heavenly bull breathing technique were strength-based. Levi took a look. One could cultivate to the peak of level 7, while the other could grow to level 8. It was far inferior to red lotus. As Levi did not lack a strength-type breathing technique for the time being, he decided to put it aside for now and choose whether to cultivate it in the future. He looked at the elephant turtle breathing technique. This breathing technique was a rare defensive breathing technique. There were a total of 68 miniature human figures. It should be able to cultivate to the limit of level 9. It was on the same level as the black snake breathing technique. On the inheritance diagram, a giant elephant with thick limbs and a tortoiseshell-covered body stood in the wilderness like a mountain. This is a good thing. I have to cultivate it. It can be used to break the limit of the black snake breathing technique. Levi thought to himself that it was just right. This peak-level defensive breathing technique could be exchanged for 6 limit breaking points. In addition, Levi had obtained another basic defensive breathing technique. The limit breaking points added up were enough for the black snake to break through. Therefore, this breathing technique was a must. As for the secret medicine required for the elephant turtle breathing technique, the main ingredient was the armored mammoth Levi had tamed some time ago. I knew it. Fortunately, I was prepared and brought the armored mammoth back in advance. Levi could not help but sigh. After learning so many breathing techniques, he completely understood the routines of these breathing techniques. The secret medicines required were similar to the giant beasts on the inheritance diagram. The last breathing technique was the thunder wolf breathing technique, a speed-type technique. It could be cultivated to the limit of level 7. The secret medicine was the flesh and blood of the blue wolf. Blue wolves were a relatively common type of wild beast, so it was not difficult to deal with them. This way, there's no problem with the siren breathing technique breaking through the limit. This is a wave of spirit removal and blood earning. After Levi finished organizing his gains, he brought his 3 living dead companions and left Icewind City overnight. He wanted to go to the south. It was not very sensible for him to go to Montenegro Mountain City. Of course, he would gather information about him before seeking revenge from the Duke of Montenegro. Only by getting to the bottom of it would he be able to ensure his success. Levi had also thought of a suitable candidate. The 2 Earl of Blood and Earl of Silversilk were doing well in the south. With Levi's speed, it would not take him more than a few days to travel from Montenegro Province to Lush Forest Province. In the past few days, he had been moving forward in the uninhabited wilderness and would practice the seal of dragon might when he had nothing to do. The evil spirit dust he obtained after killing the soul-stealing nun was enough for him to upgrade the seal of dragon's might to level 2. The Duke of Montenegro seemed to have mastered the trump card to control evil spirits. Levi might have to face the Duke of Montenegro and the evil spirits he held. Therefore, Levi had to prepare his most powerful weapon against evil spirits. This time, Levi went straight to Flower City in Tulip Hill. This was a city that belonged to him. Although it was the month of the northern wind, the south was not too cold. On Tulip Hill, there were still lush flowers and trees. After Levi set foot on this land, the memories that belonged to the body's original owner seemed to have started to surface slowly. Soon, he arrived at Flower City. From afar, he could see this giant city. The resident population was much more than that of Icewind City. All kinds of flowers were planted around the city. The flowering period of these flowers was staggered to ensure that the city was in full bloom all year round. Along the way, he could see some troops leaving Flower City. It was likely that they were heading to the front line. Levi looked at the giant city, his heart as calm as an ancient well. It's been 10 years, I'm back. Flower City's entrance and exit checks were rigorous during the war. It was a pity that Levi did not need to take the right path to enter. After entering the city, Levi was not in a hurry to find the Earl of Blood. He found a place to stay and temporarily arranged for his 3 companions to settle down. Then he went to the Shining Tavern and sat the entire afternoon, listening to the customers' conversations through his advanced vibrosensing. According to the information he had received, the Duke of Montenegro had set up a new base in Storm City by the sea, the territory previously controlled by the Earl of Silversilk. Now that Montenegro Mountain was here, the Earl of Silversilk gave up his territory. The Earl of Blood was not in the city these few days. He had personally led a team to attack another Earl's territory with the Montenegro Mountain Army. He estimated that he would return victorious in a month. After obtaining the information he wanted, Levi returned to his residence to continue cultivating. He planned to wait for the Earl of Blood in Flower City. He could run away from the monk, but not the temple. He had to ask this earl if he was used to living in Flower City. About 10 days later, Levi's Seal of Dragon Might finally broke through to level 2. The level 2 Seal of Dragon Might did not bring any substantial changes, but its power was a little stronger than before. At the same time, Levi's Seal of Flames had finally reached level 3. The yellow-white flames had advanced to the azure-blue flames. The range of the flame had also increased to 4 meters, and the stability had also improved. 4 million was already out of the attacking range of most knights' weapons. Levi could rely on the Seal of Flame and his transcendent speed to kill other Grand Knights without injuries. Levi was confident he could kill even the former Fist of the Empire. Therefore, though Levi was still cautious when facing Montenegro Mountain, he was confident. Among the 4 seals, the only one that had not broken through was the Seal of Protection. After all, Levi had yet to find a second piece of pyroxene. Just like that, Levi patiently waited for a month. In the middle of the month of winter, in the year 1012 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, with the noise outside the city gate, Levi knew that the Earl of Blood had returned. He was wearing a white wolf mask and standing quietly in front of the window on the second floor of his room. They watched as a large group of people walked over amidst the cheers. The leader rode a tall horse and wore blood-red scales. He wasn't tall, but his face was ruddy. He held a blood-red spear, and even his hair was blood-red. Judging from the smug expression on the Earl of Blood's face, it was evident that he had won the battle. Levi looked on silently. The Earl of Blood walked past Levi amidst the cheers. "I heard that there will be a banquet tonight. After the banquet ends, it will be time for me to take action." Levi made up his mind. This was because the primary purpose of this trip was to capture the Earl of Blood alive. Levi did not plan to bring the 3 brothers along. Their speed and movement techniques were not good enough and were only suitable for a head-on battle, not a sneak attack. He began to prepare the items for the operation and repeatedly confirmed them individually. Levi left his house when night fell and disappeared like an ordinary passerby. Time for revenge. In the Flower Castle, the Earl of Blood sipped his wine and looked down at the celebrating nobles and knights. His life had never been so fulfilling. He followed the Duke of Montenegro and stood out among the southern nobles. His reputation as Earl of Blood spread throughout the south in just a few years. He became the terrifying bloody butcher of many nobles. When the Duke of Montenegro ultimately unified the entire country, he would become the king. The Earl of Blood would also become the left hand of the king. All of this was no longer in the distance. The nobles and knights returned to rest after eating and drinking to their heart's content. The Earl of Blood was not sleepy. He sat there and drank alone. Under the starry night, a shadow appeared in front of him. The Earl of Blood shouted, "Enemy attack." His guards began to protect him, and the Earl of Blood also picked up his spear. A qualified knight would never let his weapon leave his sight. Boom! A figure landed heavily on the ground, causing the floor to crack. Levi stretched his muscles and bones, clenching his fists and making cracking sounds. His entire body was emitting a terrifying black aura. This black aura gave the Earl of Blood a feeling of déjà vu. He saw the black scales on the back of the figure's hand. "Black snake," he exclaimed. "Aren't you dead? I saw you die with my own eyes. How is that possible? How was this possible? How can the dead be resurrected?" The Earl of Blood seemed to recall something. This surprised Levi. He thought that the kingdom caused his father's death. From the looks of it, it seemed to be related to the Earl of Blood. "My dear Earl of Blood, long time no see," the White Wolf said with a smile as if it was an old friend who had not known each other for a long time. "Kill this person and you will be heavily rewarded." The Earl of Blood commanded his soldiers to charge forward while he held his spear and charged at Levi. The spear was surrounded by black gas. The quality of the Earl of Blood's ancestral breathing technique was not inferior to the black snake breathing technique. He could also cultivate to become a top-notch Grand Knight. Unfortunately, his talent was average, and his strength was only that of an ordinary Grand Knight. Die. No matter why you have been resurrected, with the Duke of Montenegro around, you will still go to hell sooner or later. The Earl of Blood's spear shot out like a dragon, and a cold light shot out. The black gas entangled the blood-red spear. Frostmourne unsheathed, golden cross slash, invincible advanced ripple force, catcha. Although the Earl of Blood's spear was also a mithril spear, it was a pity that its density was average. In front of Levi's golden cross slash and the pure mithril sword, Frostmourne, which he was getting increasingly familiar with, the Earl of Blood was disadvantaged. Just one collision was enough to make him weak. "So strong, it is you, this sword-slashing technique." The Earl of Blood was scared out of his wits and lost his will to fight. This was the F-seeking Black Snake Knight returning from the dead for revenge. The black-scaled black aura that could only appear when one cultivated to the peak, as well as the familiar iron-slashing sword technique that was even more powerful than before death. Without the Duke of Montenegro by his side, how could he be a match for the Black Snake Knight? The Earl of Blood was afraid of death. He knew he could not defeat the Black Snake, but he was a speed Grand Knight. He was determined to make use of his speed advantage and escape. His body suddenly burst forth, and his entire body shot out. After dodging Levi's attack, he did not continue fighting and quickly fled. In terms of strength, the Earl of Blood knew that he was very ordinary. However, in terms of escape speed, he was one of the best among the southern nobles. He had to escape and inform the Duke of Montenegro about this. "I have transcendent speed too," Levi sneered, and his entire body exploded with power. This time, he had to let the Earl of Blood experience true despair. Before the Earl of Blood could run far, he realized that the god of death had caught up with him. His speed was not slower than his. The Earl of Blood exclaimed, "How is this possible? The Black Snake Knight only had a strong defense, but when did he become so fast? Are you the Black Snake Knight?" Levi did not reply. Instead, he exploded and closed in on the Earl of Blood. The Earl of Blood could only stop and continue to attack Levi with his spear. However, Levi grabbed his large hand and pulled his blood-red spear back. At the same time, a palm landed on the Earl of Blood's chest. With just one palm, the Earl of Blood was sent flying like a kite with a broken string and landed on the ground in pain. How is the difference so big? The Earl of Blood doubted his life. Even the Duke of Montenegro could not suppress him so quickly. Could the Black Snake Knight be resurrected and become a legendary knight? Wasn't this a plot that only appeared in the stories of bards? The Earl of Blood's mind was in a mess. The person's strength in front of him had already exceeded his inherent understanding. He looked at the figure that was like a demon god walking over step by step. He knew that he was probably doomed. Levi gave the Earl of Blood another sound beating. The Earl of Blood was on the verge of death, like a weak lamb in front of Levi. He pried open the Earl of Blood's mouth and placed the man-face spider's kiss into his mouth. He let the Earl of Blood consume it and let it completely fuse with his body, preventing him from using the black gas to force out the poison. Then Levi left the castle with the Earl of Blood. They arrived at a quiet place. The Earl of Blood asked, "What did you feed me just now?" His intuition told him that it was some poison. "It's nothing. It's just a little poison that will make you wish you were dead. When this poison takes effect, you will feel as if 10,000 spiders are biting you in your head, heart, limbs, bones, and internal organs. It will make you feel pain and itch and wish you were dead." Levi smiled and said. The Earl of Blood almost fainted. "You are so vicious and despicable. Compared to you and the Duke of Montenegro, I'm still far from being able to compare," Levi sighed. "Who exactly are you?" The Black Snake Knight was dead, and no one was left in the Black Snake family. No one in this world could possess such a powerful black-scaled black aura. "Wait a minute, you're Levi." The Earl of Blood's expression changed as if he had recalled something even more terrifying. "Next, I will ask, and you will answer. If you perform well, I will give you the antidote and spare your life. I need you to cooperate with me to do some things. Otherwise, I will let you die in the pain of the 10,000 spiders devouring your heart. Everything you have, title, territory, and descendants will become a dream," Levi said with a smile. He did not answer the Earl of Blood's question directly, which made him even more afraid. With Levi's current strength, it would not be challenging to assassinate all the Earl of Blood family members. The Earl of Blood might not be afraid of death, but Levi knew that what they feared most for the nobles in this world was not death, but the end of their family's legacy. As expected, when he heard that Levi would attack his family, the Earl of Blood was no longer calm. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. The man in front of him had such strength. The other party was an expert who was even more terrifying than a top-notch Grandamite. Even the Duke of Montenegro was no match for Levi. Next, Levi interrogated the Earl of Blood. The Earl of Blood told Levi everything he knew. "Now you can go back. Remember our agreement." After the interrogation, Levi patted the Earl of Blood's shoulder and spoke kindly like an old friend. The Earl of Blood nodded mechanically and left without looking back. He had just witnessed the terror of the person in front of him. This was already beyond the scope of his understanding of Grand Knights. Powerful, mysterious, invincible like a demon king. Regardless of whether he was a Black Snake Knight or Baron Levi, he was not an enemy he should provoke. Levi narrowed his eyes and was unafraid that the Earl of Blood would complain to the Duke of Montenegro. Since he dared to take revenge on the Duke of Montenegro, he had absolute confidence in his strength. He had many assassination techniques and supernatural abilities. He was more terrifying than an army to a Grand Knight like the Duke of Montenegro. Moreover, there was the man-faced spider's kiss, the sword of Damocles hanging above the Earl of Blood's head. As long as the Earl of Blood had any disloyalty, the Grand Knight would die without the antidote. The Earl of Blood also feared death, so the poison should still be effective. Meanwhile, Levi had also learned about the Duke of Montenegro's situation from the Earl of Blood. First, the Duke of Montenegro was undoubtedly a top-tier Grand Knight. However, the Earl of Blood could not tell how strong he was. In short, the Earl of Blood could not last more than 10 rounds against the Duke of Montenegro. This was the power of the Duke of Montenegro, who had also mastered some evil spirit techniques. The Earl of Blood had seen it with his own eyes, but he did not know how it was controlled. This was the Duke of Montenegro's secret. And now the Duke of Montenegro was sitting on the throne of storms in Storm City by the sea. There were several grand knight guards, an elite troop of several knight attendants, and an army of several thousand people around him. They were guarding the throne at all times, protecting it tightly. They were worried that the Duke of Montenegro's enemies would use the beheading tactic. In the eyes of most people in this world, no one could shake the Duke of Montenegro. Besides that, Levi also discovered the real cause of his father's death. The Duke of Montenegro was the mastermind behind his father's death. The Earl of Blood and the Earl of Silversilk were accomplices. The false information the Duke of Montenegro provided caused his father's army to be surrounded by the Tuva Empire. In the end, after his father fought to the death and came out, he was personally killed by the Duke of Montenegro. All of this was a scheme by the ambitious Duke of Montenegro. When the Tuva Empire started a war against the Royal Empire during the Millennium Holy War, the Duke of Montenegro also secretly fueled the fire. It was said that the Duke of Montenegro was acquainted with the influential figures in the Tuva Empire. He had to find out more after getting the information he wanted from the Earl of Blood. Levi let the Earl of Blood continue to play his role. Then, when the Earl of Blood had a chance to see the Duke of Montenegro, he would bring him along. It was not impossible but unnecessary for him to break in directly. There was still a particular risk in doing so. It was best to use the method of infiltration and assassination. It was more secure. As for the Earl of Blood, Levi would turn him into a living corpse after he completed the quest. Then he would kill all the members of the Earl's family, leaving no one alive. With that, Levi could take back Tulip Hill. Whether he continued to be a lord or retired, handing over the territory to others and collecting the money himself was fine. Besides the Duke of Montenegro's information, Levi also received exciting data from the Earl of Blood. It was about his old enemy, the Bird of Death's voice. According to what the Earl of Blood knew, the Duke of Montenegro had hired an assassin from the Bird of Death's voice to assassinate a great noble in the south. The time was set at the end of the month. This assassin was Levi's old acquaintance, Pale Shadow. This made Levi a little happy. He was worried that he would not be able to find Pale Shadow. He did not expect to see him again so soon. I'm looking forward to it. Levi sighed in his heart. In the following days, he lived in Flower City. He cultivated silently while asking for the information he needed in the Shining Tavern. During this period, his giant breathing technique reached level 6. With the blood of the great Ice Ape King, the giant breathing technique was very fast to cultivate. Moreover, Levi had already reached the limit of how many breathing techniques he could use. This allowed his breathing technique to progress faster. Even a breathing technique as tricky as the giant breathing technique was not difficult for Levi. The Red Lotus breathing technique, the Thunder Wolf breathing technique, and the Elephant Turtle breathing technique had all been mastered. Now, Levi's breathing technique system has taken shape. The defensive breathing technique would be focused on Black Snake. The other breathing techniques would all be used to break through the limits of the Black Snake breathing technique. Strength-based breathing techniques were based on the Red Lotus. The speed-type breathing technique was temporarily focused on Siren breathing technique. Endurance-type breathing technique was mainly based on the Blood Whale. Perception-type breathing technique was the Man-Faced Spiders. As for the type of constitution, he would temporarily focus on the Vortex Beast. If he had a better substitute in the future, he would switch to a better breathing technique. After all, the quality of the Vortex Beast was too poor, and he could only cultivate it to the limit of level 7. On the other hand, the Earl of Blood had not done anything so far. Levi even asked him to take out the breathing technique inheritance map to test the Earl of Blood's honesty. Although he was unwilling, the Earl of Blood did not dare to resist. Strangers had threatened his family during this period. This made him realize that Levi was not trying to scare him. Moreover, he felt like he was dying every night when he went to sleep. It was as if countless spiders were crawling all over his body. He did not know if the poison Levi mentioned was real, but he did not dare to take the risk. Otherwise, he would die. He could only do whatever Levi said. Just like that, Levi obtained another top-notch speed-type breathing technique inheritance diagram. Blood Beast breathing technique. This was a speed-type breathing technique that could be cultivated to the limit of level 9. Perhaps this breathing technique can replace the Siren breathing technique and become my main focus in speed-type breathing techniques in the future. After obtaining this breathing technique, Levi also incorporated it into his cultivation system. I've learned too many breathing techniques during this period. I need some time to digest them. I can't learn new ones. Levi woke up from his breathing technique cultivation state. He had just learned the 5 breathing techniques of Ostrich Mountain, Red Lotus, Elephant Turtle, Thunder Wolf, and Blood Beast. All of them were of excellent quality or above. His strength would soar again when he reached the limits of these breathing techniques. Time passed daily, and soon it was the end of the month. Levi got up from his cultivation state. Having made preparations, Levi, who was fully armed, brought his 3 living dead companions out of the city. He was going to welcome Pale Shadow. The Green Bug Territory, the territory of the Scorpion family, was a notorious family and was unpopular among southern noble circles. However, this family, which was not welcomed by the southern nobles, was one of the few families in the south who dared to confront the Duke of Montenegro in recent years. Not only that, but the Scorpion family's Saint Scorpion army had also caused a lot of trouble for the Montenegro mountain army. The leader of the Scorpion family was an ugly old man. He looked old, but no one dared to question his authority in the family. The name of the poisonous Scorpion Knight can be used to stop children from crying at night. In a luxurious public bathhouse, prostitutes were playing in the bath. Some of them were young and tender, budding. Some were plump, mature, and gorgeously dressed. Others of them were old and still had their charm. The Scorpion Knight, whose vitality had declined, did not care that women had drained his last energy. He hugged them left and right, drinking fine wine. This was the everyday life of a noble. What kind of aristocrats were those who cultivated every day like ascetics to become stronger? For example, White Horse Knight, who had been cultivating to become stronger daily, died in the end. It was all for nothing. He was already strong but still could not protect himself well. This was fate. The Scorpion Knight had established his priorities. In the thick fog of the bathhouse, there were traces of white gas that were barely noticeable. The Scorpion Knight felt the prostitute's body sink. He was a grand knight, so he might not have felt much about the poisonous fog. However, these ordinary people quickly fainted. Soon, they stopped breathing. A figure wearing the face bird of death mask appeared on the beam at the top of the bathtub. Then he gently jumped down. The Scorpion Knight picked up his weapon, a thin sword, and then stood in the bath naked. He looked at the incoming enemy. The Scorpion Knight sneered, "You're from the Bird of Death's voice. Interesting. Is this the work of the Duke of Montenegro?" The bird of death mask did not change at all. He stretched out his right hand and pointed. A black light left his body and turned into a small black sword. Whoosh, the small sword was swift. Although the Scorpion Knight was old, he still had the foundation of a grand knight. He roared and split the black concealed weapon with his thin sword. The Scorpion Knight sneered, "Come out, babies." He whistled as he attacked. Unknowingly, the area around the bath was already packed with poisonous black scorpions surrounding the Bird of Death's voice assassin. These scorpions were Saint Scorpions, one of the most deadly poisons in the world. Like the ring-tailed sea snake, they were also one of the raw materials Levi used to concoct the man-face spider's tears. The most terrifying thing about the Scorpion family was that they could control scorpions. The figure under the Bird of Death mask laughed coldly. "As expected, you're cautious. You even brought so many poisonous insects to visit the brothel." Saint Scorpions were not scorpions. Their shells were extraordinary, extremely tough and tenacious. In addition, they were highly poisonous, and their toxic needles could pierce through the gaps in armor and pierce the enemy. Even a Grand Knight's black gas protection could not last long. Thus, even as a Grand Knight, he dared not slack off. There were probably thousands of Saint Scorpions in front of him. In addition, although that old man was weak, he was once a Grand Knight. He could not underestimate his opponent. He turned into an afterimage. He had to finish this old man off quickly. The black dagger stabbed toward the Scorpion Knight's chest. The Scorpion Knight tried his best to defend while controlling more and more Saint Scorpions to attack. Levi placed his palm on the wall outside the public bathroom building, feeling the battle inside. It has already started. Magic Shark, Demon Mountain, Demon High, you guys seal off a direction each. Levi asked the 3 brothers to stand guard in their respective positions. After all, the speed of the Pale Shadow was the fastest among all the enemies he had seen. Therefore, even with Levi's strength, he had to be careful that this guy would escape. After he was ready, he snuck in. He looked at the 2 people who were having a heated fight. He could not help but sigh in his heart. How can they kill people like this? After Levi finished speaking, he shot into the battlefield like a cannonball. He descended from the sky, and his 2-meter-tall body landed on the ground, sending a bunch of poisonous scorpions flying. This made Pale Shadow and the Scorpion Knight's expressions change drastically simultaneously. The Scorpion Knight thought that Pale Shadow had a new companion. At first, the Pale Shadow thought it was reinforcements the Scorpion Knight invited. When he saw the familiar white wolf mask, he seemed to have recalled some bad memories. "It's you, little thief." Pale Shadow was shocked and furious. He did not expect the little thief he had looked down on back then to possess such terrifying strength. Scorpion Knight judged the situation and immediately said, "Sir, help me kill Pale Shadow." Before the Scorpion Knight could finish, Levi's sword unexpectedly chopped off its head. Its head rolled on the ground as if it did not expect the person in front of it to be so crazy as to kill it. Noisy, Levi kicked away the head knight. In the next moment, he saw countless scorpions gathering and lying on the head of the Scorpion Knight as if they were sucking something in the air. Levi released Tootin and asked him to retrieve his soul. Unexpectedly, Tootin shook his head and said, "The soul is gone. I guess these scorpions have devoured it." The scorpion was strange, and Levi did not have time to think about it. He could only let Tootin return. He looked at Pale Shadow. Next up is our time. Levi moved his muscles and his bones creaked. The black scales formed by the black gas made a metallic sound. A series of hidden weapons formed from black gas shot toward Levi. Levi did not dodge. Black gas daggers that had once scared him to death could not break through the layer of black scales on Levi's body. Boom! Levi suddenly accelerated. In a flash, he appeared in front of Pale Shadow, who was terrified. Was the speed of the person in front of him not weaker than his? This was the capital that he was proud of. It was his most substantial reliance as an assassin for so many years. Levi's longsword slashed out, but Pale Shadow barely dodged. In the next moment, there was a loud bang. The four walls of the public bathroom suddenly collapsed. Three burly men in heavy armor kicked the wall and raised their swords, charging at Pale Shadow. His expression changed drastically. He realized that so many knights had surrounded him without him knowing. He knew that he had to do everything he could to escape. Otherwise, he would die without a burial ground. His body burst out, and his life seed trembled at high speed as if it was about to explode. He was overdrawing the potential of the life seed. "I will take revenge for today in the future," Pale Shadow said coldly. However, a dragon's roar was heard. Under the level 2 dragon's might, Pale Shadow felt like a heavy hammer hit him. His figure paused. In a battle between experts, every breath was crucial. The three brothers all pounced forward and pressed him down. Another one, let's go. Levi knew that this was not a place to stay for long. His black aura forced the Saint Armor Scorpions away, and he brought his three brothers away from the battlefield. It's a pity I didn't find a method to control the poisonous insects. Pale Shadow was paralyzed and surrounded by three burly men like a dead man in the wilderness. Move aside. Levi pushed aside Demon Mountain, Demon Shark, and Demon High. The three demonic brothers obediently stood at the side. Levi looked at the Pale Shadow on the ground, who was on the verge of death. Levi had already left behind his mask at the scene of the incident. This way, it would be convenient for Bird of Death's voice to take the blame for the Scorpion Knight. What a pity. That old man's poisonous insect technique is quite magical. His saint scorpions seem to be able to devour human souls. It's said that in the legends of some civilizations, the saint scorpion is related to the underworld. It's a messenger of death. Perhaps this saint scorpion is also some mutant. I still have to visit the old man's family some other day to see if I can find a way to control this poisonous insect. Originally, Levi wanted to let Tootin devour the soul, but he found that the old man's soul had already disappeared. After thinking about it, it could only be because of the scorpion. After taking off the mask, Levi saw the actual appearance of the Pale Shadow for the first time. He had a thin, pale face and looked like a noble. His eyes were gloomy, and he looked like a legendary vampire. Unfortunately, he had not seen much and was not knowledgeable. After looking at it for a long time, he did not recognize who he was. He must be a great noble. After all, grand knights were raised by great nobles. "Hello, Your Excellency Pale Shadow. I didn't expect us to meet in such a way," Levi said. "Who are you?" Pale Shadow asked. "Who am I, don't you know? After all, you tried to assassinate me 3 times. Your Excellency is forgetful," Levi mocked. "What is it? Was it you? How is that possible?" In the Bird of Death's voice history, there were 3 consecutive assassination failures, and only 1. This made the Pale Shadow remember it clearly. The Pale Shadow did not expect the white wolf mask before him to be Baron Levi. No wonder the assassination failed. This Baron had hidden his true strength. His strength was far more terrifying than what the information said. He was not an ordinary knight, not even an ordinary grand knight. Even a top-notch great knight could not be this strong. Since his debut, the only person who gave the Pale Shadow such a sense of oppression was the 3-meter-tall man from the Tuva Empire. Fist of the Empire. If the Pale Shadow had known that Baron Levi was so powerful, he would never have sent his men to assassinate him. Unfortunately, time could not rewind. Although I know the answer, I still want to ask again. "Lord Pale Shadow, who entrusted you to kill me?" Levi asked again. "If you tell me the truth, I will let you die a more dignified and comfortable death. I will not find trouble with your family." He had asked the assassins who had tried to assassinate him but failed, but none had told him the answer. Pale Shadow knew that he was going to die. Moreover, there was no harm in telling Levi about the current situation. After all, that big client was already a public enemy. He had torn apart the loincloth of the law and had nothing to worry about. "Duke of Montenegro," Pale Shadow said calmly. After asking the question, Levi stabbed the Pale Shadow's chest with his sword, allowing him to die a quick and painless death. He did not have much to ask about the Pale Shadow. Even if he asked, the other party would not tell him. Moreover, he had no idea what the family behind the Pale Shadow was. What he said just now was to scare him. Levi released Tootin, who had just eaten a Grand Knight's soul. Tootin patted his belly and looked at the fresh Grand Knight's corpse on the ground. Are you a Grand Knight, Reaper?" Even Tootin was shocked. The strength of a Grand Knight had already touched the threshold of transcendence. Once one stepped into this realm, they were different from mortals. Although his fate was not up to the heavens, he could avoid most man-made disasters in the mortal world. Even if he was an apprentice when he was alive, if he was close to a grand knight and did not prepare spells in advance, he might still be killed by the great knight. After all, those passive spells used to strengthen the body were official spells, and only official wizards could master them. The physical bodies of these apprentices were very fragile. Unless they were the second generation of a wizard family, or if they had found a good teacher and had some defensive wizard tool given by the teacher, they could be crushed by a grand knight in close combat. Thus, Toot knew how difficult it was to kill a grand knight. In other words, how terrifying was this man's strength. Especially since he was suspected to be a descendant of the four great families and had mastered the seal's power. Tootin felt that he had followed the right master. If this man embarked on the journey of a wizard and had good talent, he might be able to do well in the wizard world. Hurry up and consume it. We're missing a grand knight. Remember to prepare the meditation art in advance. It won't be long before the third grand knight arrives, Levi said calmly. He was excited that he could learn meditation art soon. He would let the Duke of Montenegro fuel him to learn meditation art. Levi had already thought of this beforehand, and it was also one of the few rituals he felt. Tootin, this brawny man, nodded vigorously, like a chicken pecking at rice. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the soul of the pale shadow. How satisfying. The soul of a grand knight tastes delightful, exclaimed Tootin. Let's go back, Levi said. Upon hearing this, Tootin promptly returned to the snuff bottle and closed the lid himself. Meanwhile, Levi searched through the pale shadow's corpse, looting his belongings. He found a small bag of gold coins, some hidden weapons, poison powder, and a small piece of parchment. In the end, he didn't find the breathing technique inheritance diagram, but he did discover something else he desired. The parchment didn't contain the breathing technique inheritance diagram. Rather, it held a secret skill, a technique to master a higher level of black gas usage, the Black Devil Blade. This is it. Levi's excitement grew. One of the main reasons he had been interested in the Pale Shadow was precisely this black gas secret technique. He hadn't expected the Pale Shadow to carry it with him. After putting away the item, Levi preserved the Pale Shadow and turned him into a living dead. I'll name you Spectre, Levi said. On one hand, it was in memory of the deceased Pale Shadow, and on the other, Spectre suits a speed-oriented Grand Knight better. Shan, Hai, and Sha were all strength-based Grand Knights. However, Spectre, as the only speed-type Grand Knight living dead created by Levi, complemented the speed advantage of my Grand Knight army, making it a fitting name for him. The Pale Shadow, in full force, had proven to be faster than Levi's transcendent speed, most likely due to his superior breathing technique quality compared to Levi's siren breathing technique. That's why Levi quickly used the Seal of Dragon Might to capture him. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging. Let's return to the city, Levi said, leading the current 4 generals of the Mo family toward Flower City. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the territory of the Scorpion Knights. Someone had discovered the corpse of a Scorpion Knight in a public bathhouse. It was naked, pitiful, and covered with poisonous scorpions. Additionally, they found a Bird of Death mask. Those knowledgeable about the matter knew that this was the work of the Bird of Death's voice. This was the doing of an assassin hired by the Duke of Montenegro, the Scorpion family's enemy. The successors of the Scorpion family expressed strong dissatisfaction and condemnation towards the Duke of Montenegro for resorting to hiring assassins. They were determined to assemble a new army and fight against the Duke of Montenegro to the bitter end. However, without the restraining presence of the Scorpion Knights, the Scorpion family was also in turmoil. Many people wanted to take the throne of the family head. The world was now in complete chaos, and the once revered rules and systems were being abandoned by numerous ambitious figures. In this tumultuous era, they all aimed to make their voices heard, to reshape the world, and to establish their legacies. The news of the Duke of Montenegro's involvement in hiring assassins to target southern nobles quickly spread among other noble families. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at the Duke of Montenegro's ruthless and extreme methods. He had forsaken all aspects of nobility and knightly honor, transforming into a full-fledged tyrant, a devil. Meanwhile, Levi, who had easily dispatched the Scorpion Knight, had returned to Flower City and resumed his monotonous journey of cultivation. During this period, amidst his cultivation, Levi also studied the Black Devil Blade. The origin of this black gas combat technique, obtained by the Pale Shadow, remained unknown, but after studying it, Levi found it immensely gratifying. Through the contents of the booklet, Levi discovered the various ways black gas could be utilized. The other Grand Knights were mere novices compared to the creator of the Black Devil Blade when it came to developing and employing black gas. They barely scratched the surface, wasting the true potential of this powerful resource. Black gas, as an extraordinary power within a knight's grasp, offered an array of possibilities to explore. The Black Devil Blade's usage of the black gas was mainly divided into 3 stages. They were black gas condensing blades, black gas leaving the body, and evil spirit lingering. Among them, the first stage was relatively easy to cultivate. Under normal circumstances, a grand knight could master it after 1 or 2 years of cultivation. The second stage, where the black gas left the body, required 3 to 5 years. The first two stages were relatively straightforward. However, it was the third stage, where the evil spirits lingering occurred, that proved to be particularly challenging. The pale shadow had practiced the black gas secret technique for over a decade, mastering the first two stages to perfection, yet he had never managed to grasp the secret technique of the evil spirit lingering. Evil spirit lingering was the most potent move of the Black Devil Blade. This technique allowed the black gas within the body to be released, manifesting behind the user as a black gas incarnation. The appearance of the black gas incarnation would be randomly generated based on the user's innermost desires. The black gas incarnation was entirely composed of black gas. It would manifest behind the user during battles and would conceal itself within the user's body when not in combat. The strength of the black gas incarnation depended on the user's abilities. When it materialized behind the user, it gave the sensation of an evil spirit emerging from the shadows. Hence, the creator named it Evil Spirit Lingering. The primary purpose behind developing this secret technique was to enable Grandamites to combat evil spirits effectively. Imagine having had a horrifying doppelganger, entirely composed of black gas, which was an extension of yourself, fighting alongside you. When released during battle, it essentially created an extra powerful force out of thin air. Despite cultivating for more than 10 years, the pale shadow had yet to reach the threshold of evil spirit lingering. However, Levi knew why he did not grasp the mystery behind it, because the secret skill of evil spirit lingering had already gone beyond the realm of physical cultivation for knights. To condense the black gas into such a precise and obedient incarnation, knights needed extremely powerful spiritual energy to control it. In other words, the possession of evil spirit lingering is a product of the combination of physical and spiritual cultivation. Levi was a practitioner of seals and had done some research on wizards. He immediately found the problem. Therefore, if I cultivated a meditation art and strengthened my spiritual force, it should have been very easy for me to master the secret technique of evil spirit lingering. The cultivation of spiritual force is also crucial, especially when facing enemies like wizards. If the pale shadow's mental strength had been strong enough, the effect of the seal of dragon might on him would have been minimal. This is the consequence of lacking spiritual force cultivation. I currently lack it as well, but after learning meditation art, this shortcoming can be remedied. In every civilization and era, there have always been religious cultivation schools advocating the simultaneous cultivation of spiritual energy in the body. Some call it the integration of body and soul, while others call it the integration of mind, soul, and spirit. In any case, the mainstream view is that the cultivation of the body and the mind should be on par. I, Levi, wanted to become a man with a 6A panel. My biggest shortcoming was my spiritual power. Once this was remedied, I would have been complete in this mortal world. Levi had learned a lot from the Black Devil Blade. After obtaining this secret skill, he had begun to cultivate it. A few days later, Levi stretched out his palm, and the black gas on his fingertip continued to spread forward, eventually turning into a long blackthorn. Black gas condensed blades can use black gas to simulate the appearance of any weapon, thereby increasing the power of the black gas. The highly condensed black gas itself is the most terrifying weapon. When it reached the limit, knights could free their hands and no longer need weapons. This was because no weapon could be more useful than a weapon made of pure black gas. Even a mithril weapon couldn't compare to a black gas weapon. I was already at the beginner level of the Black Devil Blade, Levi thought to himself as he opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Black Devil Blade, level 111,000. As expected, it appeared on the proficiency panel. From now on, things will be easier. Cultivate it quickly to reach level 2. The ability of black gas leaving the body will become even more powerful. It was very simple to increase the proficiency of the black gas secret technique. He just needed to continuously use the black gas to form the consolidated weapon. Levi was not familiar with it at the beginning, but as he became more and more familiar with it, his proficiency with the Black Devil Blade skyrocketed. With his current realm and vision, it was easy to cultivate the first 2 stages of the Black Devil Blade. In the year 1013 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, at the beginning of the first month, Levi's Black Devil Blade had already reached level 2. He accomplished this feat in less than 2 months of cultivation, mainly because he dedicated most of his time to practicing the breathing technique. Otherwise, he would have achieved it even faster. Levi, Black Devil Blade, level 215,000. In the wilderness, black gas condensed into a shuriken in Levi's palm. Then, with a gentle swing, the shuriken separated from his body. Unfortunately, after flying for about a meter, it turned into a ball of black gas and disappeared without a trace. The The most important goal of level 2 is for the black gas to leave the body without dispersing. This way, the knight will possess an efficient and dangerous long-range attack method. Since Levi advanced to the rank of Grand Knight and his enemy's strength had increased, bows and arrows had long been eliminated by Levi. Now, with the Black Devil Blade, Levi could finally put his max-level archery to good use. Unfortunately, the distance is too short. I need it to fly at least dozens of meters to unleash its full power. Continue practicing. After reaching level 2 of the Black Devil Blade, Levi's training routine shifted to condensing darts with black gas and throwing them. Having a foundation in max-level archery, this kind of throwing was a piece of cake for Levi. He hit the target every time with ease. From the beginning, where the black gas leaving the body dissipated 1 meter away, to later distances of 2 meters, 3 meters. By the end of the month, Levi could keep the black gas 20 meters away from his body without it dispersing. His proficiency with the Black Devil Blade at level 2 had also increased by 1/5. Not bad, not bad. At this rate, I can reach the peak of the second rank within 5 months. However, Levi's peaceful training life was about to come to an end. During this period, the Montenegro Mountain Army had been pressing their borders. The Royal Coalition Army and the southern nobles were preparing for a final battle against the army led by the Duke of Montenegro in the capital. After this decisive battle, the fate of the king and the bandits would be decided. The capital, Levi whispered to himself. He had never been to the capital before. It's time for me to settle things with the Duke of Montenegro, he thought. On that day, Levi packed his belongings and brought the 4 generals of the Mo family. He disguised as one of the Earl of Blood's soldiers and blended into the army. The Earl of Blood looked at the white wolf mask and the 4 guards who seemed extraordinary. It seems they all have the strength of Grand Knights. Is this person truly from the Black Snake family? Even the Pope wouldn't have 4 Grand Knights as his guards, unless the 7 Holy Knights of the world did nothing but revolve around the Pope every day. At this moment, the Earl of Blood realized that refraining from playing tricks was the right decision. This man, who appeared to be a resurrected Black Snake Knight, was incredibly powerful. His methods surpassed the Earl of Blood's wildest imagination. About a month later, the Earl of Blood's army also arrived at the final battlefield. In the Montenegro Mountain military camp, a chilling atmosphere permeated the air. In the center of the Montenegro Mountain Army camp, the army surrounded the Duke of Black Montenegro's encampment. Levi remained in the military camp, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, while the Earl of Blood provided him with intelligence on the Duke of Montenegro. Now is not the best time to take action. When the final decisive battle begins, the Duke of Montenegro won't have any spare troops to protect himself. That will be my best opportunity. Levi was patient, keeping a low profile in the military camp, practicing discreetly. On the other side, the royal family and the Southern Coalition Army continued to gather. Over the desolate wilderness, the dust clouds hung low, and the cold wind blew relentlessly. The great battle was about to commence. The year 1013 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of Germinal. It was a season of sprouting life and vibrant energy. Over the wilderness of the Green Dragon territory, an aura of impending doom loomed. 2 great armies stood facing each other from a distance. On one side, there were the royal family and the Southern Noble Coalition Army, guarding the capital. Facing them was the Northern Coalition Army led by the Duke of Montenegro, assembled at the gates of the city. The young king adorned himself in the emerald holy armor, exuding an air of noble green radiance. The Jade royal family revered the color green. Before the king, the 7 godly swords stood in formation, representing the pinnacle of elite forces. All other available Grand Knights that the royal family could muster were also present, gathered for this final confrontation. This was the decisive battle, where a victory might lead to the royal family learning from its mistakes, revitalizing the nation, and embarking on reforms. However, failure in this battle would reduce the Jade royal family to mere dust in the annals of history. Below the capital, the Montenegro Mountain Empire would ascend to the stage of history. Below the capital, the Montenegro Mountain Army amassed, dark and foreboding. This army's temperament vastly differed from the Southern Coalition Army. They were rugged, wild, and fiercely valiant, akin to the Northerners. It was for this reason that the Southern nobles often referred to the Northerners as barbarians. The Duke of Montenegro stood protected within the army ranks, his gaze calm and assured as if he had already foreseen his victory. With the blaring of war horns, the Montenegro Mountain Army surged forward, guided by various war beasts and siege weapons. Shieldmen, archers, and an array of diverse troops advanced toward the front lines. Without delay, the Duke of Montenegro commenced the battle. On the opposing side, the elite forces represented by the 7 godly swords led a fully armed army charging forth toward the battlefield. In such a hostile battleground, they knew they had to neutralize the war beasts and siege machines first. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to the defending forces. Even the sturdiest of city walls could not withstand the repeated assaults of these armored behemoths. Meanwhile, Levi remained concealed within the army of the Earl of Blood, patiently waiting for the right opportunity. During this period, he had not found a suitable chance to strike. The Duke of Montenegro from the Montenegro mountain was being exceedingly cautious. He stayed within the military camp, heavily guarded by a retinue of soldiers, which made Levi hesitant to act hastily. Assassinating the Duke of Montenegro required absolute success. Failure was not an option. Otherwise, once he went into hiding, it would be difficult for Levi to find him. Thankfully, Levi possessed the virtue of patience. He spent this time honing his skills while waiting for the opportune moment. By now, he could throw hidden weapons condensed from black gas as far as 30 meters. This battle was expected to last for several days. Levi planned to allow the royal family and the Southern Coalition Army to deplete the Duke of Montenegro's energy and resources before taking action. He wanted to carefully observe the situation before making his move. For 3 days, Levi remained quiet amidst the thunderous clash of war. During this time, both sides experienced victories and setbacks, but there were no significant breakthroughs. On the 4th day, the war escalated into a full-blown frenzy. Even the elite guards of the Duke of Montenegro joined the fray. Levi knew that this was the best opportunity to strike. Though the Duke of Montenegro still had 2 grand knights as his right-hand men and a sizable army, this was the moment of their weakest defense. If Levi didn't act now, his chances would only diminish. Levi summoned the Earl of Blood, who had just returned from the battlefield, and instructed him to lead his army to pave the way for Levi's upcoming actions. Soon, chaos erupted within the Montenegro mountain army camp. The forces of the Earl of Blood abruptly turned against the Duke of Montenegro, rushing towards him with hostility. On the other side, the Duke of Montenegro frowned as he observed the turmoil in the distance. Earl of Blood, he murmured to himself. This was the critical moment of the Great War. Was the Earl of Blood planning to betray them? Or had the Earl of Blood been swayed by the nobles from the south? He had been lurking within his army, acting as a spy. No matter the circumstances, this deeply offended Montenegro mountain. He wanted to make the Earl of Blood understand the dire consequences of betrayal. When the kingdom's army saw the Montenegro mountain army camp suddenly thrown into disarray, they took the chance to mobilize a vast number of troops. They aimed to seize this opportune moment to defeat the Duke of Montenegro's forces and annihilate the rebel army. Levi and his allies were concealed within the Earl of Blood's army, using it as a shield to swiftly reach the vicinity of the Duke of Montenegro mountain. There, they spotted the middle-aged nobleman riding on a warhorse, adorned in mithril armor and wielding a colossal sword. He was none other than the Duke of Montenegro. Earl of Blood, you dare betray me. The Duke of Montenegro raised his greatsword, exuding a murderous aura. The Earl of Blood couldn't help feeling helpless. Sorry, Lord Montenegro Mountain, but I merely seek to survive. The Earl of Blood explained, convinced that his choice was justified when he thought about the terrifying power of that person. Then prepare to meet your doom. I will personally take your head today. The Duke of Montenegro charged on horseback, swinging his greatsword horizontally and cutting down any soldier blocking his path. You must also be prepared to face death. At that moment, a group of brawny men, resembling wild bulls, broke through the enemy's formations and fought their way out. Levi led the 4 generals of the Mo family as they charged from the side. His overwhelming black aura danced wildly, brushing off any attack from cold weapons on the battlefield. He plunged straight into the Duke of Montenegro's army. Die! Frostmourne was unsheathed. Levi moved like a sharp knife, piercing through the enemy lines. All enemies blocking his path were shattered. The magic shark, Demon Mountain, Demon High, and Demon Spectre transformed into reapers, harvesting the lives of their foes. Levi had already equipped them with the best quality core of the undead, enough to sustain their combat for a long time. The sudden appearance of 5 Grand Knights startled the forces of Montenegro Mountain. He couldn't comprehend how they had suddenly emerged. However, he reacted quickly and used the advantage of his larger numbers to surround Levi and the others. Unfortunately, whether it was Levi or the living dead, they were all tireless killing machines. The assistance of the Earl of Blood's army, Levi managed to break through. Levi successfully reached the Duke of Montenegro's presence. Boom, golden cross slash, advanced waves. Levi unleashed his most powerful killing move. His sword came down upon the Duke of Montenegro. The Duke of Montenegro blocked the attack with his greatsword. In the next moment, he felt as if his giant sword was about to be overpowered. An expert, the Duke of Montenegro didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He knew he had encountered a rare master. Go to hell. Levi swung his sword at the Duke of Montenegro once again. The Duke of Montenegro swiftly responded. Your strength is impressive, one of the best in the kingdom. Though I don't know why you want to assassinate me, since you dared to come, be prepared to face death. The Duke of Montenegro sneered, and an unparalleled aura burst forth from his body. In Levi's eyes, this aura was comparable to the fist of the Empire. Even the top-notch Grand Knights were not a match for it. Simultaneously, the Duke of Montenegro's body began to grow taller and taller, from his normal height to 2 meters, 2 meters 3, 2 meters 5 up to 2.8 meters. An indomitable black demon appeared on the battlefield. I had intended to save this trump card for the nation guarding Divine Sword, but since you're so eager to meet your end, I'll grant your wish. His body was enveloped in black gas, even submerging his armor. His back was incredibly broad, resembling a true black whale. On his back, grotesque bulging muscles formed a ridge, akin to that of a giant whale's spine. His wide-open mouth exhaled white vapors, resembling venom. The Duke of Montenegro's monstrous appearance startled even his soldiers. They hastily retreated from the battlefield. Seeing this, Levi remained composed, as he knew the Duke of Montenegro had likely perfected the ancient breathing technique, much like Levi's gaseous black scales, which showcased some similarities to a black whale. The Duke of Montenegro was on the verge of becoming a legendary knight. Nevertheless, this outcome was well within Levi's expectations. Spectral figures through the void, transforming into concealed black gas projectiles, aimed at the Duke of Montenegro's back. However, the Duke of Montenegro's dense black gas either deflected or trapped all of the projectiles, thwarting their attempts to breach his defenses. Unperturbed, the Duke of Montenegro dismounted from his horse, causing the earth to tremble upon his landing. Pale Shadow, have you betrayed me too? He squinted his eyes, emanating a fierce aura. Only the Pale Shadow possessed such a distinctive attack. Spectre remained silent, offering no response. The Duke of Montenegro had realized that the person before him had somehow manipulated the Pale Shadow through an unknown spell. Very well. I'm becoming increasingly intrigued by your secrets. Black Sea Infinite Slash. Like Levi, the Duke of Montenegro had mastered advanced combat techniques. This was the Montenegro mountain family's ancestral Black Sea sword skill. It was a perfect grade sword skill. The Black Sea sword skill was executed with tremendous force, capable of cleaving mountains, opening the heavens and earth, and creating a torrential force that could overturn rivers and seas. Magic Shark, who stood in the Duke of Montenegro's way, was sent flying by a single sword strike, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground. Levi noticed that the Magic Shark's armor had been completely torn apart. However, he couldn't spare any attention to the Magic Shark at the moment. As long as he could take down the Duke of Montenegro, everything would be worthwhile. Golden Cross Slash versus Black Sea Sword Skill. The Supreme Ripple Force clashed once more against the Duke of Montenegro's greatsword. The Duke of Montenegro's weapon was also crafted from exceptionally pure mithril. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact of Levi's Frostmourne. No one dared to approach the battlefield where Levi and the Duke of Montenegro were engaged in their fierce battle. It felt as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Indeed, the Duke of Montenegro was formidable. Among all the people Levi had encountered, he ranked only second to the Fist of the Empire. Without relying on any seals or spells, Levi could only barely suppress Montenegro Mountain with his current status as an all-rounded warrior. However, what Levi didn't know was that the Duke of Montenegro was even more astonished. One must understand that he had cultivated the Montenegro mountain family's Montenegro mountain breathing technique to an unparalleled level, surpassing all predecessors. Even the White Horse Knight might not be his match, yet he was being suppressed by a nameless individual. The Duke of Montenegro swung his sword-cleaving Spectre that attempted to ambush him into two halves. Levi couldn't help but mourn for Spectre. He had only been on duty for a few days and was already rendered useless. Currently, only Demon Mountain and Demon High remained on the battlefield. Seeing this, Levi pretended to be overwhelmed and quickly withdrew. The Duke of Montenegro was at the peak of his power. He gazed at the fleeing assassin and chased after him. This assassin must not be allowed to escape. Since Montenegro Mountain had already been forced to reveal his strongest form, he couldn't afford to waste this opportunity and had to kill the assassin to prevent any future harassment or assassination attempts. At this point, Montenegro Mountain had a clear understanding that the betrayal of the Earl of Blood was undoubtedly connected to this assassin. Moreover, this assassin must have mastered some form of witchcraft, which intrigued the Duke of Montenegro even further. Levi and the Duke of Montenegro chased each other across the wilderness. The Duke of Montenegro was determined to kill Levi and left the main army. Levi continued to pretend that he was no match for the Duke of Montenegro. He used the Magic Shark and Demon Mountain to try and hold off the Duke of Montenegro, but the gap in their strength was too great. In just a few moves, the Duke of Montenegro sent them flying, leaving them crippled with missing limbs. This deeply pained Levi. Although they were inexperienced, they were still his valuable allies. To see them on the verge of being defeated by the Duke of Montenegro so quickly was truly heart-wrenching. It could only be said that these living dead, created by ordinary Grand Knights, were indeed no match for a top-notch expert like the Duke of Montenegro, comparable to the Fist of the Empire. You only know how to run, the Duke of Montenegro sneered. Levi ignored the taunt and continued to use the living dead to distract Montenegro Mountain. Occasionally, he used the black gas condensed blades to sneak attack Montenegro Mountain, trying to provoke his anger. As they continued the chase, the two of them had already distanced themselves from the main army, reaching an uninhabited wilderness. At this moment, Levi stopped. He was panting heavily as he gazed at the pursuing Duke of Montenegro. The armors of Demon Mountain and Demon High were torn apart by the Duke of Montenegro. Each time they were sent flying by his attacks, they would fall to the ground and then rise again to continue fighting. Of course, the Duke of Montenegro was also covered in wounds, but his demonic-like body still stood tall and imposing. Black sea stacking mountains. The Duke of Montenegro swung his greatsword down, and a vast amount of black gas entwined around the blade, making it seem like the greatsword was carrying the weight of a mountain and the sea. Faintly, the sound of waves crashing against the shore could be heard. Levi's transcendent speed was fully unleashed, turning him into a blur. Only now did he truly reveal the incredible power of his transcendent speed. Although the Duke of Montenegro lacked transcendent speed, his keen combat instincts allowed him to adapt to any changes. Boom! Levi's attempted sneak attack was blocked by the Duke of Montenegro. At the same time, a tremendous force sent Levi flying. It was as if he had been hit by a mountain. Boom! Levi crashed into the cliff behind him, creating a massive crater. He stretched his muscles and bones, feeling the soreness spreading throughout his entire body. Phew, it seems like it's going to be very difficult to deal with an expert like the Duke of Montenegro without using seals, Levi analyzed in his heart. The Duke of Montenegro seemed to have mastered a strength-based breathing technique that reached the maximum of the 10th level. It was far from being comparable to his giant rhinoceros breathing technique, which was at the maximum of the 8th level. Levi's extraordinary power was no match for the Duke of Montenegro's. That sword strike just now was the best proof. Even if he possessed an advanced combat technique like the Golden Cross Slash, it was futile against the overwhelming power of the Duke of Montenegro. With a thunderous roar, the Duke of Montenegro's sword slashed towards Levi. Levi decided not to waste any more time. Earlier, he refrained from using spells while amidst the main army due to concerns about attracting too much attention. But now that he had drawn the Duke of Montenegro out, he could drop the pretense. Swiftly dodging Montenegro Mountain's Mount Hua splitting force, Levi snapped his fingers. "I'm a mage, and I won't hold back any longer." Frost Giant sigh. The Frost Giant materialized behind Levi. Upon seeing this, the Duke of Montenegro did not hesitate and retreated while simultaneously throwing out a piece of parchment with mysterious patterns drawn on it. Boom! A fire bird screeched as it soared into the sky, circling the Duke of Montenegro to protect him. Crack, crack, the cold wind swept through, freezing everything. However, the Frost Giant's sigh, which had always been effective, failed this time. It was evident that the Duke of Montenegro possessed a wizard's tool. There was indeed a spell solidified on that parchment. You truly know the secrets of wizards. Those grand knights were also corpses controlled by you, right? I couldn't sense any vitality from them. They're all dead. The Duke of Montenegro said coldly. He looked at the ice and snow with lingering fear. If he hadn't decisively used his trump card, it was a mysterious item obtained from an ancient tomb. Then it was very likely that he would have been frozen in there as well. Once he fell into it, his fate could be imagined. In a battle between experts, the slightest mistake could bring disastrous consequences. The mysterious item he obtained could only be used once. He had originally prepared to face a more important enemy. Now he was forced out by this DMN assassin. "You forced me. Next, I'll show you what true hell is like." The Duke of Montenegro grinned hideously and charged at Levi again. At the same time, he muttered something and took out 2 small golden boxes from his pocket. Then he tore the boxes with brute force. The 2 evil spirit phantoms howled and rushed toward Levi. This was the Duke of Montenegro's last batch of gold products obtained from the ancient tomb. The ones he obtained previously were used to create chaos in various places. After realizing that the assassin was very formidable, the Duke of Montenegro had no choice but to use his final and most powerful trump card. These 2 evil spirits were both dangerous-level evil spirits. As they appeared, they completely ignored the Duke of Montenegro and charged straight at Levi. It seemed that the legends about the Duke of Montenegro controlling evil spirits were indeed true. Levi remained calm and composed. The black gas around his body began to solidify and transform into black scales, layer upon layer, protecting him like armor. He charged forward and then unleashed the seal of dragon might that he had prepared long ago. As the golden flames surged, the dragon's eyes slowly opened, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. An invisible spiritual shockwave swept out. The level 2 seal of dragon might was even more powerful than before. With just one strike, the 2 danger-grade evil spirits trembled, seemingly terrified. Even the Duke of Montenegro felt his consciousness being shaken. At the same time, upon seeing Levi's black scales, memories rushed back to the Duke of Montenegro's mind. "This black scale, you are a black snake knight. No, it's not possible. Black Snake is dead. I killed him with my own hands. Are you Levi? The Duke of Montenegro's expression changed drastically for the first time. And this sorcery, are you from one of the four great families? In that short moment, he was shocked twice by Levi. Firstly, Levi's identity as a member of the Black Snake family, and secondly, the sorcery power that Levi possessed was comparable to the power of the four great families that the Duke of Montenegro knew. The Duke of Montenegro had some understanding of the four great families, so when he found out about the spirit exorcism manual, he immediately sent his men to retrieve it. He had never expected that the Black Snake family was a descendant of the four great families. Levi dodged the Duke of Montenegro's attacks. While avoiding the attacks, Levi used his seal of dragon might to directly obliterate the two evil spirits. The power of the level 2 dragon's might was extraordinary. Under Levi's relentless assault, the two evil spirits quickly turned into dust. At this moment, Levi removed his white wolf mask, revealing his youthful face. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a bright smile with his big white teeth. Lord Duke, so you still remember me. Of course, the Duke of Montenegro still remembered Levi. Levi, you're still alive. I didn't expect you to be a member of the four great families. The Duke of Montenegro said in a low voice as he continued to attack. I've been searching for the four great families for so long, hoping to obtain their extraordinary powers. But I never expected that your Black Snake family is a member of the four great families. Schneider is a false surname, right? Your true surname should be one of Constantine, Winchester, Duncan, or Van Helsing, right? Only those with the bloodline of the four great families can master sorcery, grasp true extraordinary power. It was evident that the Duke of Montenegro had some understanding of the four great families. Levi neither confirmed nor denied it. He had obtained the spirit exorcism manual from one of the Duke of Montenegro's subordinates, so it was normal for the Duke of Montenegro to know some secrets of the four great families. After Levi destroyed the evil spirits, he took advantage of the Duke of Montenegro's momentary distraction. He attacked the Duke of Montenegro with the Seal of Flame. A 4-meter-long azure blue flame spurted out, engulfing the Duke of Montenegro. The Duke of Montenegro no longer had any trump cards. He could only use his black gas to resist. Sizzle. The azure blue flames burned the Duke of Montenegro. Among them, there were also hidden weapons condensed from Levi's black gas. Black gas cones were blocked by the Duke of Montenegro's protective black gas. Bathed in flames, he laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, spitting fire out of thin air, this is witchcraft. Ha ha ha, you truly are a member of the four great families. I've searched high and low, but obtained it without any effort. Your father was defeated by me, and you won't be any different. I will kill you, and your bloodline will be mine. The Duke of Montenegro seemed to have been searching for individuals from the four great families. He might have mastered some sort of secret blood-altering technique, allowing him to possess the extraordinary bloodline of the four great families and cultivate the witchcraft in his heart. Now, he mistakenly believed that Levi, who had mastered witchcraft, was a member of the four great families. It was as if he had finally caught a glimmer of hope. The Duke of Montenegro, forced into a corner by the flames, was not afraid. Instead, he smiled happily. He thirsted for power and strength. A true extraordinary power. In his view, even though he had cultivated the ancestral breathing technique to its utmost limit, he still couldn't be considered extraordinary. Only those who could command the wind and rain and control the supernatural forces of thunder and fire could truly be extraordinary. It was evident that Levi had mastered such power. This was exactly what the Duke of Montenegro had been longing for. The Duke of Montenegro laughed maniacally. Boom. The black gas surrounding him exploded. It was akin to a small black mushroom cloud erupting. The Montenegro mountain, surging with black gas, roared angrily. Black whale roar, he bellowed, and a terrifying sound wave swept out. This attack, which was similar to the sound wave technique, swept across the entire arena. It was not a spiritual attack, but more like a spiritual attack. Levi had a splitting headache and blocked his ears with black gas. As the Duke of Montenegro charged forward, Levi used his advanced vibrosensing to dodge the Duke of Montenegro's lethal strike, while Frostmourne continued to assail the Duke of Montenegro. The Duke of Montenegro seemed to be aware of Levi's formidable sorcery, and he was attacking Levi relentlessly, not giving him any opportunity to cast spells. IWVO brawny men were locked in combat in the wilderness. The Duke of Montenegro's mind appeared to have been corrupted by the black gas. He no longer cared about the battle's surroundings and simply attacked Levi with sheer madness. Just relying on the pinnacle of his black whale's black gas made Levi feel extremely challenged. Fortunately, Levi's attributes were more comprehensive, allowing him to resist being suppressed by the Duke of Montenegro. Black whale crashing mountain. The Duke of Montenegro swung his sword again and again. Levi kept dodging. Even though he was wearing the frost giant armor and had the black scales defense, he did not dare to take the Duke of Montenegro's attacks head-on. Boom! Levi was caught off guard and was sent flying by the Duke of Montenegro. He crashed into a large tree, causing it to collapse, and dust filled the air as Levi coughed. The Duke of Montenegro leaped forward, swinging his greatsword. Instead of Levi's frostmorn, a giant hammer suddenly appeared before the Duke of Montenegro. The legendary weapon, Lion King's Pride. Boom! Lion King's Pride combined with Golden Cross Slash. The terrifying force shattered the Duke of Montenegro's mithril greatsword. Crack! The greatsword shattered and flew out. The Duke of Montenegro stared at his empty palm. Levi charged towards him with the heavy hammer. This is the Lionheart Knight's hammer. It would be a waste to give you such an excellent weapon. No wonder you're so strong. You must have inherited the legacy of the Lionheart Knight. Haha, it's all mine. The legacy of the legendary knight is also mine. Levi, you've surprised me so much. The Duke of Montenegro decided not to use his weapon. Relying on his advantage in black gas, he utilized his fists, elbows, legs, feet, and even head, turning any part of his body into a weapon. He was proficient in powerful physical techniques, unlike ordinary knights. He remained composed in the face of danger and attacked once more. The attack was still swift and fierce, capable of splitting mountains and rocks. Black Whale wags its tail. With a whip kick, he swept towards Levi. Levi's hammer came crashing down. Boom! The Duke of Montenegro evaded the fatal blow. Bang, 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 too cumbersome. Levi discarded the Lion King's Pride. While the hammer was formidable, it wouldn't hit anyone without a surprise attack. The tactic he used just now could only be employed once. He wondered how the Lionheart Knight used the hammer. There must be a specific hammer technique. At the same time, Levi noticed that the Duke of Montenegro was starting to show signs of exhaustion. This was the price he had to pay for not possessing transcendent endurance. He had already consumed too much stamina during their previous exchange. In contrast, Levi felt like he could keep fighting for another 100 rounds without any issues. His hands wrapped around the black gas, and the black gas transformed into sharp blades. He constantly relied on his speed advantage to cut open insignificant wounds on the Duke of Montenegro's body. At that moment, Levi decided to utilize the advanced ripple force of the Golden Cross Slash without relying on any weapon for the first time in his life. The mighty ripple force surged into Levi's arms, manifesting on his palms. His black gas-filled hands trembled and shook as if the energy was about to disperse at any moment. Break. Levi struck out with his palm, colliding with the Duke of Montenegro's attack. Crack. Levi could hear the sound of bones breaking within the Duke of Montenegro's body. The Duke of Montenegro cried out in pain and quickly distanced himself from Levi. What a domineering force, the Duke of Montenegro exclaimed. Unyielding, Levi continued his assault. As expected, he could successfully execute the Golden Cross Slash without any weapon, and the power of this unleashed attack was even greater. In the future, I might as well call it the Golden Ripple Divine Palm. Levi continued to fight the Duke of Montenegro using the Golden Ripple Divine Palm he had just developed. Gradually, the Duke of Montenegro's decline became more and more evident. Conversely, Levi felt increasingly energized. The Duke of Montenegro was shocked. He couldn't believe that he, the invincible Duke of Montenegro, was no match for the seemingly insignificant Levi. This is the power of an extraordinary bloodline. I must have it, to achieve true transcendence, to master sorcery. No ambition or kingdom can compare to it, not even the church. The Duke of Montenegro's madness became apparent. His desire to uncover Levi's secrets grew stronger and stronger. He firmly believed that Levi's extraordinary strength was due to his extraordinary bloodline from the 4 great families. Levi looked at the Duke of Montenegro, who had gone mad and silently mourned in his heart. You still want to fight against the church? Dream on. Not even the 4 great families dare to confront the church. The Duke of Montenegro is too conceited, thought Levi. The forces displayed by the mortals were merely a fraction of the church's true terror. What made the church truly terrifying was that they served as representatives of the gods. They must possess some hidden cards related to the divine power. Otherwise, why would legendary knights or legendary families fear the church and eventually face annihilation? Every time Levi used wizardry-related powers, he exercised extreme caution, ensuring that he was in an isolated location. He feared that if the church discovered his abilities, they would perceive him as a threat and kill him. The Duke of Montenegro did not care. He had just cultivated the Montenegro mountain-breathing technique to its limit, but he still struggled to fully control its power. Each time he transformed into a 2.8-meter-tall demon form, he lost some of his sanity. The longer he remained in this state, the harder it was to return to normal. The battle with Levi had lasted for quite some time. In the end, both the Duke of Montenegro and Levi sustained injuries. However, Levi, equipped with the frost giant armor and black scale defense, only suffered minor wounds. In contrast, the Duke of Montenegro's meridians were shattered by Levi's golden ripple divine palm, and his bones were crushed. If not for his high cultivation and the protection of black gas, his body would have been torn apart by Levi's numerous golden-rippled divine palms. Levi panted for breath. Even with his transcendent endurance, he was starting to feel fatigued after such an extended battle. The Duke of Montenegro was like a puddle of mud, but he persisted and used the last of his strength to attack Levi. In the end, Levi delivered a palm strike to the Duke of Montenegro's chest, shattering his heart and the massive black whale residing within it. Phew, he's finally dead. It wasn't easy. Levi sighed in relief, confirming that the Duke of Montenegro had ceased breathing. He then took a moment to catch his breath and rest. Meanwhile, he instructed Teuton to retrieve the Duke of Montenegro's soul. The Teuton man felt numb from consuming the souls of grand knights for the past few days. The Duke of Montenegro was undeniably powerful, comparable to the Fist of the Empire, despite both being top-tier grand knights. He had concealed his true strength for many years, leading everyone to believe he was just an ordinary top-tier grand knight. After Levi's brief rest, he gathered the remaining forces, Magic Shark, Demon Mountain, and Demon High, though Spectre was incapacitated after being severed by Montenegro Mountain. Although Magic Shark and the others were missing limbs, they could still serve as laborers to some extent. He then had the three MO brothers retrieve Spectre's corpse, which he promptly destroyed using the Seal of Flame. Once the battlefield was cleaned up, Levi carried the Duke of Montenegro's corpse with him and left the area. Next, he needed to find a safe place to practice meditation art. Back on the battlefield, the soldiers began to panic when they noticed that the Duke of Montenegro wasn't chasing after the enemy. Levi and his companions were too fast for mortal soldiers to catch up to. The two Grand Knight Guards were occupied with the Earl of Blood, making it impossible for them to rescue the Duke of Montenegro. In addition, the combined forces of the royal family and noble alliance took advantage of the situation to launch a large-scale attack, forcing the Montenegro Mountain Army into a defensive stance. Their commander had unexpectedly chased after an enemy who had intruded upon the battlefield at a crucial moment, leaving the soldiers feeling uneasy about their situation. The most frightening thing was that the Duke of Montenegro had not returned yet. In addition, the betrayal of the Earl of Blood further complicated the situation. Earl Morton, the Duke of Montenegro's eldest son and the second in command of the Montenegro Mountain Army, had to temporarily call off the attack. The Northern Coalition Army was chased away by the royal family and the Southern Coalition Army. Inside the tent, Earl Morton, who bore a resemblance to his father and possessed the strength of an ordinary Grand Knight, was furious. "Can someone tell me what happened to my father? Haven't they found him yet?" Earl Morton questioned. None of the generals dared to look him in the eye. "It's all the Earl of Blood's fault. He allowed the enemy to infiltrate our army." "Perhaps he knows something about the enemy and the whereabouts of Lord Duke of Montenegro," said a Grand Knight who was the Duke of Montenegro's deputy. "Where is the Earl of Blood? Capture him." Earl Morton said, "I'll bring him here immediately." "We have captured the Earl of Blood," assured a general who promptly set out to find him. After a tense wait of 15 minutes, the general returned, his face pale, and with a trembling voice he confessed, "Lord Earl, the Earl of Blood is also missing." "What, wasn't he captured? How could so many people fail to keep an eye on one Earl of Blood? A useless bunch." Earl Morton erupted in anger and desperation. "The squad guarding the Earl of Blood was completely wiped out. It appears someone poisoned them," the trembling general explained. "Who was it that had such guts? He dared to go against the Duke of Montenegro. It must be a conspiracy orchestrated by those dened southern nobles. They must have enlisted a formidable expert from somewhere." Even the Earl of Silversilk was filled with panic. If the Duke of Montenegro perished, the remaining allied forces would be hard-pressed to face the oncoming might of the royal family and the Southern Coalition Army. Earl of Silversilk had joined the Duke of Montenegro in rebellion, betraying many southern nobles who had once been on good terms with him. Now that the leader of the rebellion was missing, he knew that if he were caught, his fate would be grim. He had prepared to flee. Once the war was conclusively lost, he would have to escape. He could no longer stay in the Emerald Kingdom. With his family's resources, he could seek refuge in the Tuva Empire. While the Montenegro Mountain Coalition Army was becoming agitated and heatedly discussing their situation, the victorious royal family and the Southern Noble Coalition Army, led by the 7 godly swords, had already withdrawn to the safety of the capital. They refrained from pursuing the enemy, primarily due to the mysterious and strange circumstances surrounding the battle. They feared it might be a trap orchestrated by the cunning Duke of Montenegro to lure them in and annihilate them. The southern nobles in the royal family were also baffled by the unexpected turn of events. A powerful noble suddenly revolted within the Montenegro Mountain Coalition Army, leading to the chaos that allowed them to gain an advantage. "I heard the Duke of Montenegro is missing," the young king inquired, taken aback by the recent intelligence report. "Yes, that's correct." A mysterious expert managed to turn the Earl of Blood against him, infiltrated the Duke of Montenegro's army and engaged in a fierce battle with him. Eventually, the Duke of Montenegro went after that person and never returned, the nation guarding Divine Sword informed. Where did this mysterious expert come from and why did he help us? Can we find out his identity? The young king wondered. We haven't been able to determine that yet. The appearance of that expert was too sudden. He possesses great power, roughly on par with the Duke of Montenegro. At the very least, he's at the level of a top-tier Grand Knight, the nation guarding Divine Sword replied. The heavens must be on our side, the young king exclaimed with joy. Surely he is a divine warrior sent by our Heavenly Father to aid us in quelling the rebellion. This marks the beginning of our comprehensive counterattack. Spread the word, assemble all our forces, and crush the rebel army in one decisive blow. In the wilderness within a secluded mountain forest, Levi was examining the Duke of Montenegro's corpse. After a thorough search, he found nothing but a few parchment maps detailing battle strategies, which was expected. The Duke of Montenegro spent most of his time on military arrangements and command, unlikely to carry any other personal items with him. What a shame, but it's not a total loss. After all, I managed to obtain a considerable amount of evil spirit dust, and there are also 2 golden boxes. The golden boxes conceal evil spirits. Why didn't I think of that? Li Wei couldn't help but smile bitterly. On the other side, the Earl of Blood had already been turned into a living dead by Li Wei. With the death of the Duke of Montenegro, his revenge had been avenged. The Earl of Blood had no meaningful purpose left. Coincidentally, Li Wei had lost one of his living dead, and he could use the Earl of Blood as a replacement. Li Wei transformed the Earl of Blood into a second-generation specter, replacing the pale shadow. He felt pity as he looked at Magic Shark and the others. Magic Shark had become a one-armed hero, Demon Mountain a crippled figure, and Demon Hales's leg was also limping due to being completely shattered and irreparable. In this aspect, the living dead were far inferior to the blue frost undead. The living dead lacked self-healing abilities and wore out too quickly. For now, Li Wei couldn't find a solution, so he would have to change them more frequently in the future. As for the Duke of Montenegro's corpse, it was beyond repair. Li Wei's golden ripple divine palm had shattered all the bones in his body, turning his entire corpse into a pile of mud. Even with the core of the undead, it was impossible to make the corpse stand up. This battle has allowed Li Wei to fully develop the most powerful move of the Ripple Force. That is to directly unleash it with his palm, without the need for any weapons. This force is even more direct and ferocious. Moreover, with the strength of the level 9 Black Snake, his palm can easily withstand the backlash effect of the Ripple Force. There's one more thing. It seems MV's distinctive black scale feature is too conspicuous. Whether it's the Earl of Blood or the Duke of Montenegro, as soon as they see my black scales, they can immediately identify me. So I should use the black scales less in the future. Anyone who has seen them must die. Li Wei summarized the lessons from this battle and reminded himself to be cautious. Finally, he summoned Teuton, who was overved. Meditation art, bring it out. Teuton floated out of the pot of equal value. The current Teuton appeared even more robust than before, resembling an Aladdin from another world. I didn't expect you to gather the souls of 3 Grand Knights so quickly. According to the principle of equal exchange, I will give you the meditation. Teuton looked serious, a complete transformation from his usual demeanor. At this moment, he seemed like a true artifact spirit. Levi remained on high alert. If Teuton pulled any tricks, he would destroy him instantly. The opportunity to learn meditation art would still come later. Safety was the top priority. Soon, a colorless, transparent, diamond-shaped crystal floated out of the pot of equal value and appeared before Levi. Before learning the meditation art, you should first use this Heart of Ether to test your potential as a wizard, Teuton said. Wizard potential. Do wizards also require qualifications? Levi asked with a furrowed brow. Of course, just as knights need a bloodline for their breathing techniques, wizards also require innate qualifications. However, in your case, being a descendant of the 4 great families, it's unlikely that you lack the potential for wizardry, Teuton explained. Levi wasn't so sure. He wasn't a descendant of the 4 great families. He had relied on proficiency panel training to hone his skills. Thus, there was a real possibility that he might not have the aptitude to be a wizard. Levi felt unprecedentedly tense. If I lack the qualifications for wizardry, then I'll just stick to being a knight. I'll continue improving, and maybe I can find a way to train using the proficiency panel, he thought. How do I test for wizard potential? Levi asked, trying not to scare himself. Simply hold the Heart of Ether in your hand and concentrate on sensing the power contained within, Teuton instructed. Levi grasped the Heart of Ether in his palm. He closed his eyes and entered a state of trance. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a chaotic world. The sky was filled with endless gales and the ground was desolate. Between the mountains flowed lava, while monstrous tsunamis roared across the sea. Earth, fire, wind, and water. In the myths and legends of this world, these were the original forms of everything, the supreme will. All things were shaped by earth, fire, wind, and water, and the gods represented these elements. Teuton gazed at the heart of Ether in Levi's palm. Suddenly, the heart of Ether emitted 4 colors of light, which were crimson, yellow, blue, and black. Seeing this, Teuton shook his head discreetly and sighed softly. It's a pity. Although you possess the aptitude of a wizard, it is rather common. In this lifetime, you might only become a wizard's apprentice, and it'll be challenging to reach the level of a full-fledged wizard. Despite Teuton's disappointment, he concealed it well. Levi observed the heart of Ether, radiating its 4-colored light. What do you mean? Do I have the potential to become a wizard? Levi inquired with a furrowed brow. The good news is, yes, you do have the potential. The bad news is that your talent is quite ordinary. Nevertheless, it still surpasses that of most mortals in this world, Teuton reassured. As long as I have the potential, that's enough. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the level of talent, he had the proficiency panel to rely on. The power of Ether, which we often talk about, is detached from the world. It primarily manifests in 4 basic forms, corresponding to the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. New manifestations can arise through different combinations and evolutions of these 4 elements, such as thunder, ice, light, and more. No matter what, everything ultimately stems from the same source. Earth, fire, wind, and water are the origins of all things in the beginning of life. In the eyes of a wizard, whether you are a god or a human, the root of your existence can be traced back to earth, fire, wind, and water. Wizard aptitude determines whether you have an innate affinity for these elements. This allows you to make quicker progress in cultivating the meditation art and aids in comprehending the mysteries when constructing the corresponding spell models. Generally speaking, the aptitude of a wizard with a single affinity is much higher than that of a wizard with multiple affinities. Being attuned to all 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water is considered to have the lowest potential. Trying to master everything at once is like trying to chew on too much at once. In wizardry, you can think of affinity as a pre-existing cake, a fixed amount that cannot be changed. If you have a single affinity, your affinity with that element is complete. It's like having a whole cake. However, if you have 2 affinities, your talent will be divided into 2 halves, and if you have all 4 affinities, each will be reduced to a quarter. But there's no need to be discouraged, as the vast majority of ordinary people in this world are lost without any wizard aptitude. Among those who have the potential, less than 1% have the talent of a single element affinity. In the wizarding world, geniuses with a single affinity are referred to as children of the elements, while ordinary people with 4 affinities are known as children of chaos. To be honest, I am also a child of chaos. Levi was not at all disheartened. I want to learn and master as much as I can. Using learning as an excuse is for mediocre people. With the proficiency panel, having a single affinity would be a waste. I want to have multiple affinities, earth, fire, wind, and water. I want to master them all, Levi exclaimed, his excitement mounting. After hearing this, Levi was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. He was determined to become an all-rounded warrior. Having multiple affinities was just perfect for him. He would pursue the path of the 6A panel to the end. Seeing that Levi was not affected at all made Teuton very impressed. In terms of mentality, he was far inferior to Levi. When he first found out that he was the most ordinary child of chaos, he felt depressed for a long time. But that's true. To become a wizard, he's already above everyone else. This person is quite open-minded, Teuton thought. Come, give me the meditation art, Levi said. In the pot of equal value, a small slate, the size of a palm, appeared and floated in the air. This is a recording slate. It contains the basic meditation art of the ocean. School of Thought. The Ocean School of Thought focuses on the study of water, and their meditation art is gentler and more suitable for beginners, Teuton explained. I thought it was from the School of Death, Levi said as he took the slate. It was small but heavy. The meditation art of the School of Death is rather dangerous. If it's not a last resort, there's no need to pursue it, Teuton warned. Through his conversations with Teuton, Levi learned that the wizarding world was divided into 2 major schools based on different research directions. One was the Nature School or the Elementalist School, which studied the elements of earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, ice, and so on. This could be further divided into the Earth School of Thought, the Burning School of Thought, the Storm School of Thought, the Ocean School of Thought, the Lightning School of Thought, and the School of Ice. Because this was the oldest, most traditional, and most fundamental research direction, it was also known as the Traditional School, Old School, and Basic School. The other was the school that studied life, death, alchemy, dreams, and other unnatural elements, also known as the New School. Within these schools, the most prestigious wizards, such as the Grand Wizard or Legendary Wizard, usually formed factions, similar to the research scholars in major industries in his previous life. These were the major school categories, and there were even more detailed subcategories, but Levi was too preoccupied with other matters to delve into them at the moment. He had to find a way to step into the realm of the unbelievers first. He briefly glanced at the meditation art that Teuton had sent over. It was called the Deep Sea Meditation Art. Are there any other types of meditation art? Levi asked. Tootin shook his head. No, it's best not to try to do something that is beyond your ability, although being a child of chaos allows you to learn any meditation art from the nature faction. I don't recommend doing so. It's better to specialize in one path. Our affinity is far inferior to the children of the elementals, so we shouldn't waste time trying to learn too many meditation arts with the mindset of acquiring more spells from the nature faction. This is my advice based on experience. All right then. Levi just wanted to see if Tootin had any other meditation art so that he could cultivate a new one after reaching the maximum potential of his current technique. However, he was overthinking it. Meditation art and breathing techniques were two completely different paths of cultivation. One focused on enhancing physical abilities through various postures and breathing techniques. The other required emptying the mind and entering a state of meditation, detaching from the self, and continuously refining one's spiritual power. Meditation art made the intangible cultivation of spiritual power more structured. In the wilderness, Levi set aside all other matters. The ongoing war between the North and South no longer concerned him. His priority was to master the basics of meditation art. Afterward, he could slowly eliminate any remaining enemies. Although the Duke of Montenegro was dead, there were still some survivors that needed to be dealt with. For instance, the descendants of the Duke of Montenegro posed potential dangers. To ensure his safety, Levi also planned to eliminate them, the descendants of the Bloody family and the still-living Earl of Silversilk. However, his immediate priority was to master the basics of meditation. Within this secluded forest, he had the protection of his 4 grand knights, making Levi feel secure as he lived a reclusive life, detached from worldly affairs. In the year 1013 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of flowers, 2 months had passed since the Duke of Montenegro went missing. The Northern Coalition army had all but confirmed the Duke of Montenegro's death, which came as a heavy blow. Who could be such a formidable enemy capable of defeating the Duke of Montenegro? Were there equally powerful adversaries among the southern nobles? These questions remained unanswered. Over the past 2 months, the Duke of Montenegro's eldest son, Earl Morton, had led the army in multiple battles against the Southern Coalition army, experiencing both victories and defeats. There were victories and losses. However, it was difficult to take down the capital in one go. They could only retreat to other regions and make a final struggle. The Duke of Montenegro was dead. However, the power he had built would not fall so quickly. For now, Levi chose not to carry out the final eradication of the Montenegro mountain family, considering the chaotic nature of the world, which made it more suitable for him to exploit the situation. This was the worst era, but also the best era. Levi, who was immersed in his meditation cultivation, no longer had a sense of time. He lived like a savage, living in a cave all day. In the morning, he meditated in the forest. In the afternoon, he practiced breathing techniques in the wilderness, and at night, he honed his sword skills. This disciplined routine allowed Levi to grow stronger with each passing day. The deep sea meditation art served as the fundamental meditation art of the ocean school of thought. Practitioners had to constantly visualize themselves meditating in the depths of the ocean, delving deeper into their consciousness, diving into the most profound corners of their minds, and unlocking their hidden potential. Through this process of profound introspection, Levi refined his spiritual power. According to the deep sea meditation art, the cultivation of spiritual power for wizard apprentices could be divided into 3 stages. Sunlit sea, lightless sea, and dark sea. The sunlit sea represents the first stage of the deep sea meditation art. At this stage, one's consciousness can only sink into the shallow depths, a realm that exists at the boundary between reality and illusion. Here, everything remains within the scope of cognition. This stage corresponds to low-level wizard apprentices. The lightless sea is the second stage of the deep sea meditation art. When the sea of consciousness reaches this point, visibility diminishes to the point where one cannot even see their finger. They have drifted far away from reality and entered the realm of illusions. The spiritual power becomes even stronger. This stage corresponds to intermediate-level wizard apprentices. The final stage, the dark sea, is the ultimate level of this entry level. Meditation art. The consciousness delves into the deepest part of the sea, an unknown and eerie territory where everything appears bizarre and surreal. To maintain sanity in such a place, one needs significantly stronger mental strength and willpower. This stage corresponds to high-level wizard apprentices. Beyond this lies the domain of official wizards, a realm still distant from my current state. During this period of meditation and cultivation, Levi's became increasingly enigmatic. Although he had not yet fully mastered the meditation art, he could sense some changes taking place. As expected of a meditation art, even reaching the entry level is so difficult. I can only imagine how much more challenging the further cultivation will be. Levi sighed with a mix of admiration and frustration. Despite 2 months of practice, Levi had not yet achieved proficiency in the deep sea meditation art. It remained unrecorded on the proficiency panel. Summoning Teuton, Levi inquired under normal circumstances, "How long does it take to master a meditation art?" Teuton pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's take the deep sea meditation art as an example. For those with the aptitude of a water element child, it could take as little as 1 month or even 3 to 5 days to get started. In general, within a month, most should have entered the basics. However, for children of chaos, it may take half a year at the fastest, but there's no upper limit." DMN, Levi couldn't help expressing his discontent inwardly. The slow progress in mastering the meditation art and its absence on the proficiency panel left him disheartened. Is there any shortcut to improve meditation, like supportive potions? Levi inquired further. Yes, but don't even think about it. Each major faction possesses its supportive cultivation potions. Potioneering is a profound field of knowledge, and these prescriptions are the most closely guarded secrets of the respective factions. Intellectual property protection is strictly enforced among wizards, making these prescriptions challenging to acquire. Additionally, the required ingredients for cultivating meditation arts are extremely rare, even in the realm of the unbelievers. Usually, only official wizards have access to them. Other than the regular potions that have been tested by countless wizards, all other so-called shortcuts for meditation arts are unreliable. Once you deviate from the right path, the consequences can be unimaginable, Teuton said. The path of a wizard is so difficult from the very beginning. Levi sighed in his heart. Your top priority is to find the entrance to the realm of the unbelievers and your guide. Leave this world first. The invasion of the blue frost is not a good sign. It signals the return of the dark wave. The human world has distanced itself too far from the supernatural and the mysterious. Facing the impending torrential waves, I believe the secular church is powerless to resist. Once the dark wave returns, no existence in the mortal world can escape its impact. The only way to avoid it is to enter the realm of the unbelievers. Moreover, it is only there that you can find a suitable mentor. Wizards cannot cultivate on their own. They need to absorb the wisdom of their predecessors. A good mentor will make your path as a wizard smoother. It was because I didn't have the fortune to meet a good teacher that I ended up meeting an unfortunate end, haha. Teuton recalled the past with a self-deprecating chuckle. This is also why I don't recommend you join the School of Death. People from the School of Death deal with hell creatures and death all day long, and their minds can become twisted and overly selfish. If you're not careful, you could easily be misled. Levi also wanted to enter the realm of the unbelievers, but he could not find anyone from the 4 great families. He did not even know an official wizard, so how could he contact his guide? Only the descendants of the 4 great families might still have the means to enter the realm of the unbelievers. The progress of Levi's meditation art was slow, but he was not discouraged. As long as he could confirm his qualification to become a wizard, he would be at ease. It was just a matter of spending a little more time to get started. Whether it took half a year, 3 years, or 10 years, he was willing to wait. But to be honest, the children of the elements cultivation is incredibly fast. Levi sighed in his heart. Even though I, as a child of chaos, may be slow in my cultivation, I have many choices for the future. I can learn any meditation art or spell from nature faction, earth, fire, storm, ocean, thunder, ice, whatever I want. Levi comforted himself. On the other hand, the children of the elements could only cultivate the meditation arts and spells of the elementalist school they were affiliated with. This limitation existed because different elements have distinct characteristics, leading to varying focuses in different schools of thought. The Earth School of Thought and the Ocean School of Thought emphasized defense, the Burning School of Thought and the Lightning School of Thought emphasized defense, and the Storm School of Thought and the School of Ice emphasized control. I want to learn them all. This was Levi's future development plan. With the proficiency panel, everything was possible. I haven't been completely empty-handed during this period. I've gained quite a lot from the breathing technique. During his practice, Levi's various breathing techniques had shown significant improvement. However, Levi's current level of attainment was so high that the progress wasn't very noticeable to him. As for the Black Devil blade, its maximum distance from his body had now reached 50 meters. Within this 50-meter range, Levi's black gas-concealed weapons hit their mark with 100 accuracy. Forget it, let's go back home. The war won't end anytime soon. Levi stood up, deciding not to roam the wilderness anymore. Since it would take some time to master the meditation art, he could return home and cultivate slowly. Moreover, the secret medicine he brought with him had been completely used up. With Levi's current speed, he could travel from the south to the north in just a few days. He returned to his territory and found that everything was in order during the time he was away. The 3 brothers and the Henha 2 generals were doing well. After returning to the territory, he heard some reports from the servants. Nothing had happened recently. Lying on his bed in the shelter, Levi was in a good mood. Montenegro Mountain is dead, the Earl of Blood is dead, and now we only need to deal with the Earl of Silversilk. I'll rest for a while before going after him. For now, I'll let Montenegro Mountain's forces and the royal family fight each other. I can't intervene further, or I'll be helping the royal family too much. It's best if both sides weaken each other. That outcome would be more beneficial to me. The war will probably come to an end in 1 or 2 years. Without the Duke of Montenegro, the Montenegro Mountain family probably won't be able to win. This rebellion that swept across the entire country will eventually fail. Montenegro Mountain's last words indicated that he might have some knowledge of the 4 great families. I wonder if I can obtain information about them from him. Levi's breathing technique had reached the pinnacle in this world. He had already defeated Montenegro Mountain, which was comparable to the Fist of the Empire. On the path to becoming a knight, his only goal was to become a legendary knight. In the future, he planned to focus more on the path of the wizard. He would continue cultivating the knight's breathing technique, constantly pushing its limits to see how far he could go. During this period, Levi had been learning about basic wizard knowledge from Teuton. This would help him avoid being deceived once he entered the world of wizards. His dealings with the Earl of Silver Mountain were nearly complete. Levi's old friend had recovered well after being severely injured by the evil spirit over the past few months. Overall, Levi wished for the Earl of Silver Mountain to live a long life. With him defending Icewind City, even if the snow demons invaded, Levi would have a buffer. Once the evil spirit in Icewind City was dealt with, Adolf Head Priest returned. He had aged even more, so the church sent a young Grand Knight to assist the head priest. Aside from visiting the Shining Tavern every month to gather information, Levi rarely went to Icewind City. He spent days and nights in the shelter practicing meditation art and breathing techniques. Time flew by, and the year 1014 came to an end. With the arrival of the new year, 1015, the war between the North and the South was nearing its conclusion. The Montenegro Mountain Coalition army suffered successive defeats, and the Earl of Silversilk, an important noble, fled with his family overnight, seeking refuge in the neighboring Tuva Empire. Meanwhile, the Southern Coalition army was continuously regaining lost territory. The Montenegro Mountain family retreated again and again until they finally made their last stand in Stormwind City. They were putting up a final struggle. The rebellion of Montenegro Mountain, which had once raged like a prairie fire, ended like this after more than 2 years. However, with Storm City's military strength, they could likely continue their resistance for another half a year. The southern nobles were already contemplating how to divide the territories of the rebellious northern nobles. Meanwhile, in the Black Water Valley, Levi experienced a miraculous state. His consciousness seemed to have entered a sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was endless and bottomless. The golden sunlight shone on the surface of the sea, creating sparkling and glistening waves. The sunlit sea. I've mastered the first stage of the deep sea meditation art. Now it's time to continue diving and tempering my spiritual power. Levi's consciousness was immersed in this golden ocean. The warm sunlight enveloped him, strengthening his spiritual power. A wondrous place, does it truly exist? Levi suddenly pondered. He gazed at the sea of consciousness, which so far showed no signs of any living beings or other entities in its shallow, sunlit expanse. It's probably just an illusion, a mere symbol, Levi mused. Withdrawing from the sea of consciousness, he looked down at the slate in his palm. On the slate were rows of characters, resembling the waves of an ocean. In some ways, this meditation art was similar to the breathing technique. Levi had previously wondered whether knights might be the experimental result of wizards, using the bloodlines of powerful supernatural creatures and combining them with humans. He had asked Teuton about this, but Teuton wasn't entirely sure, only mentioning that the origins of knights were deeply ancient. Among the wizard, there indeed existed a school devoted to the forbidden art of life cultivation, the Life School of Thought. Its main focus was the study of bloodlines and mutations, with Ms. Rowland being one of its prominent figures. The Life School of Thought delighted in using bloodlines from various extraordinary beings to synthesize and create even more mystical creatures. Talking mushrooms and 6-winged swans were among their creations. They would even employ these forbidden life spells to transform their bodies, turning themselves into monstrous beings. However, the Life School of Thought was relatively new compared to knights, who had been present on the earth much earlier. Thus, the origin of knights could be traced back to a far more ancient time. Levi decided not to dwell further on this question. Over the past year, his cultivation had made tremendous progress. First and foremost, he had finally mastered the meditation art. The moment his consciousness entered the sunlit sea, he achieved the standard for mastery. This meant that Levi had officially embarked on his journey as a wizard. Of course, he had only just stepped into the realm of a low-level wizard. He was still a low-level wizard apprentice who hadn't even mastered a single zero-ring cantrip. Levi. Deep Sea Meditation Art, Level 1 1000. No matter what, I can now call myself Wizard Levi in the future, Levi thought with delight. After spending 13 years in this world, he had finally set foot on the path of becoming a wizard. It was a promising beginning. Levi summoned Tootin. Now that I have mastered meditation art and become a low-level wizard apprentice, do you have any spell models for cantrips? Give me around 8 to 10, Levi requested. Tootin shook his head with a bitter smile. A low-level wizard apprentice can only master up to 3 zero-ring cantrips, and unfortunately, I don't have any spell models here. In general, spell models can only be obtained in the realm of the unbelievers, and you would need to visit each school and pay a price for them, an equivalent exchange. Spell models are the core pats of each school and are not randomly shared. It's also rare for them to appear in the human world. For now, focus on cultivating the meditation art and strengthening your spiritual power. You can delve into spells later once you have laid a solid foundation. Tootin advised. What? No spell models at all? Levi furrowed his brows. Tootin shrugged. None at all, I'm afraid. Since there are no spell models available, I'll concentrate on mastering the meditation art and hurry to find the realm of the unbelievers. Levi sighed inwardly. Over the past year, aside from breaking through in the meditation art, Levi had made significant progress in his other skills as well. Levi. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 9 Maximum Breakthrough Available. Current Progress 1-7. Special Effect Black Scale Gas. Blood Whale Breathing Technique, Level 8 Maximum. Special Effect Transcendent Endurance. Giant Rhinoceros Breathing Technique, Level 8 Maximum Breakthrough Available. Special Effect Transcendent Power. Siren Breathing Technique, Level 8 Maximum Breakthrough Available. Special Effect Transcendent Speed Bone Shrinking Transformation. Giant Breathing Technique, Level 8 145-100,000. Special Effect Transcendent Power. Ostrich Mountain Breathing Technique, Level 7 23,367 50,000. Special Effect Top Tier Strength. Blood Beast Breathing Technique, Level 7 1245 50,000. Special Effect Top Tier Speed. Thunder Wolf Breathing Technique, Level 7 Maximum Breakthrough Available. Special Effect Top Tier Speed. Red Lotus Breathing Technique, Level 7 288 50,000. Special Effect Top Tier Strength Red Lotus Blood. Elephant Turtle Breathing Technique, Level 7 467 50,000. Special Effect Top Tier Defense. Vortex Beast Breathing Technique, Level 335 67 10,000. With the assistance of the Great Ice Ape King's blood, the giant breathing technique successfully broke through to the 8th level, giving birth to a new transcendent power. Given some time, this breathing technique would reach its maximum potential. Levi wanted to see what changes would occur once the giant breathing technique reached its maximum. As for the Thunder Wolf breathing technique, it was a level 7 speed-oriented breathing technique that Levi had already practiced to its limit. Cultivating this third-rate breathing technique of excellent quality posed no difficulty for him. Initially, Levi planned to use the Thunder Wolf breathing technique to surpass the limits of the Siren breathing technique. However, after obtaining the better Blood Beast breathing technique, which could be cultivated to the 9th level, he decided to hold on to it and use it to surpass the limits of the Blood Beast breathing technique. The speed of the Blood Beasts was much stronger than that of the Siren, similar to the Pale Shadows breathing technique. It's just that the Earl of Blood, as a practitioner, wasn't very skilled and didn't fully demonstrate the power of the Blood Beasts. However, this could be Levi's main speed-oriented breathing technique in the future. In addition, the Elephant Turtle, Ostrich Mountain, and Red Lotus breathing techniques had all been cultivated to level 7. Before the 7th level, the proficiency required for a breakthrough wasn't much, and for the current Levi, cultivation was progressing quickly. Once the Elephant Turtle breathing technique reached the limit of the 9th level, he could merge it with the Black Snake breathing technique and help the Black Snake break through its limit, charging toward the peak of the 10th level. Although the defense provided by the gaseous black scale was very strong, it was still far inferior to the liquid black scale. With the Black Snake breathing technique at the peak of the 10th level, Levi would be able to face powerful opponents like the Duke of Montenegro with greater confidence. And when the Black Snake breathing technique reached the peak of the 11th level, it would likely reach the legendary level. At that time, the black gas could transform into solid black scales, making Levi akin to a real invulnerable black snake, covered in impenetrable scales. Among these breathing techniques, the Red Lotus breathing technique was the only one that was more unique and special. This breathing technique had a new special effect after the 4th level, Red Lotus Blood. Red Lotus Blood, you can burn and heat your blood for a short period, thereby gaining all-around enhancement of your physical qualities, including strength, explosiveness, speed, endurance, defense, and perception. This special effect cannot be upgraded, but it will slightly improve with the advancement of your realm. After using the Red Lotus blood, there will be a recovery period during which it cannot be used again. Otherwise, it may cause a decline in cultivation or even more severe life-threatening damage to the body's foundation. This Red Lotus blood was similar to the siren breathing technique's bone shrinking transformation and the man-faced spider breathing technique's spider sensing. They were all extremely rare second special effects. Most breathing techniques, such as the black snake, had only one special effect. The higher the quality, the higher the upper limit of the special effect. Breathing techniques with a second special effect were something that could only be found by chance. Levi had learned so many breathing techniques, but he had only come across 3 with a second special effect. The second special effect could not be leveled up. It could only slightly improve with the increase in the realm, but there was no doubt, Red Lotus blood was an extremely powerful special effect. This was a purely explosive special effect that could enhance Levi's attributes in all aspects. It was an incredibly powerful skill. Levi had tested it as soon as he obtained it. After using the Red Lotus blood, all of his attributes had been significantly enhanced. The increase varied slightly depending on the attribute. For some stronger attributes, such as the main attribute of the Red Lotus breathing technique strength, could be increased by 50. As for some weaker attributes, such as speed, they only increased by about 10 of the original. Nevertheless, any increase, even if it was only 10, was already terrifying. Especially for someone at Levi's level, every one increase in attributes represented a significant advancement. During battles, when all his body's attributes suddenly increased by 10 to 50%, it was an extraordinary boost. However, the Red Lotus blood had its drawbacks. Strain on the body was considerable. After Levi used it last time, he needed a recovery period of half a month. During this time, Levi's strength was not at its peak. Thus, the Red Lotus blood was a skill that came with significant costs. It was a trade-off where Levi inflicted damage on the enemy, while his own side suffered a smaller but comparable level of damage. Levi believed that in the world, there were only a few individuals who could make him use the Red Lotus blood willingly. With his current strength, even if the Fist of the Empire came, he would have to kneel before Levi. In addition to the breathing techniques, Levi's Black Devil Blade had also reached the maximum of level 2. Levi. Black Devil Blade, level 2 maximum, breakthrough available. Perhaps due to his limited spiritual power, he was still unable to comprehend the third stage, the evil spirit lingering. However, the maximum of level 2 Black Devil Blade was already very effective for him. He could now condense the black gas into concealed weapons and throw them up to 100 meters away, almost the same range as an arrow. But the power of the black gas concealed weapons was formidable. It could tear through armor and penetrate the defense of a Grand Knight. Now both my close combat and long-range attacks are much stronger than last year. It's just a shame that there's no worthy opponent. Life is truly as lonely as snow. Levi sighed. He was indeed powerful, not boastful. His strength was real. The current Levi, even if all 4 generals of the MO family attacked him together, they wouldn't last more than a few rounds. Levi could defeat them with a single palm as easily as dealing with children. Levi had mastered the Golden Ripple Divine Palm to perfection, and he had become increasingly adept at using it. With one strike, he could break his opponent's meridians, shatter their bones, and unleash the force of the ripples, wreaking havoc on their internal organs. This was an ultimate technique, a move that could guarantee a kill. Levi stepped out of the shelter. Now that I've mastered the basics of meditation art, I can slowly cultivate it. Next, I still need to gather information about the 4 great families. Perhaps the Duke of Montenegro's son might know something. After staying at home for so long, it's time to go out and explore. Levi was now full of confidence. Unknowingly, he had already reached such a high level on the path of becoming a knight that he could stand at the summit, overlooking all others. Legendary knight, I'm getting close. However, I should still remain low-key. I don't need to show off in front of the church. To the gods, legendary knights are just slightly bigger ants. Whether it's an ant or a legendary knight, does it make a difference? They can be crushed with a flick of a finger. Levi knew what was going on. He packed his belongings. This journey shouldn't take too long. The main purpose was to settle things with the Montenegro Mountain family and the Silversilk family. I heard that the Earl of Silversilk defected to the Tuva Empire. It's a good opportunity for me to revisit the old place. I wonder where that kid from the Fist of the Empire is now. Levi mused. Not long ago, he had been running in fear from the aftermath of the Fist of the Empire, but now he was no longer afraid. Even without using the power of the seals or the abilities of a wizard, Levi was confident that he could defeat the Fist of the Empire. This was his confidence in the Golden Ripple Divine Palm that he had created. In a few years, the Golden Ripple Divine Palm would evolve into the Golden Revolving Divine Palm. By then, Levi wondered who in the world could withstand his palm strike. 3 days later, Levi left the Black Water Valley. The battle-damaged versions of the 4 generals of the MO family followed closely behind. This time, Levi had another goal for this trip. which was to eliminate Magic Shark and the others and replace them with a new batch of living dead. Other than Spectre, Bloody Earl, whether it was the Magic Shark, Demon Mountain, or Demon High, were all severely damaged, affecting their combat strength. Hence, Levi's immediate task was to recruit a fresh batch of living dead. Currently, Levi's level 7 seals had a total of 7 summoning slots. However, Levi's standards had risen. Ordinary Grand Knights were no longer appealing to him. After the 7 generals were fully formed, only top-notch Grandamites would be qualified to join the demon army. This way, he would be able to display his true power in a battle against a top-notch expert. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying by the Duke of Montenegro's blade, just like that time. Levi first went to Icewind City. He met the Earl of Silver Mountain again, disguised as the Golden Warhammer. Lord Earl, this is the final transaction. Once this batch of goods is delivered, our deal will be completed, Levi said. The Earl of Silver Mountain's expression was complex as he gazed at the Golden Warhammer. Master, you should prepare to seek refuge in the south. I have just received accurate information that the Snow Demon has already appeared in Montenegro Mountain City. The kingdom and the southern nobles have abandoned the northern territory. What? It appeared in Montenegro Mountain City already, so fast. Levi couldn't help but feel surprised. During this period, everyone had been preoccupied with the Civil War, and Levi was focused on cultivating and gaining experience, causing him to completely forget about the Snow Demon. He had not expected the Snow Demon to appear in Montenegro Mountain City so quickly. Yes, the sky in the center of Montenegro Mountain City had split open, and people witnessed a burst of blue light. Then, blue snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Among the snowflakes, some people transformed into snow demons, biting their loved ones to death, consuming their own flesh and blood, and killing their comrades. Master Winter has arrived. The true disaster has arrived. In Silver Mountain Castle, Levi looked at the Earl of Silver Mountain, who had a worried expression, and asked, I wonder, Lord Earl, what are your plans now? Will you continue to defend the Northern Territory or head south? You have earned quite a lot of military achievements during the Civil War, so acquiring territory in the south shouldn't be too difficult. The Earl of Silver Mountain shook his head. For the time being, I have no intention of going south. Montenegro Mountain City is still quite distant, and I cannot abandon the Icewind Territory. Master, take care. The Earl of Silver Mountain watched his departing master and sighed continuously. Unlike Master Levi, he had his family to consider, as well as the many subjects who needed his protection. He couldn't simply leave Icewind City so easily. Levi wandered through the Icewind City, utilizing his advanced vibrosensory to sense everything around him. Many wealthy individuals had already begun packing their belongings and were leaving the city with their families. The roads outside were crowded with migrating people. The already harsh conditions in the north were further exacerbated by the impending snow demon calamity, causing many to lose faith in the region. Levi suddenly understood why the Duke of Montenegro had so quickly given up on Montenegro Mountain City and led his army south to settle in Storm City. The Duke of Montenegro must have sensed something unusual and foreseen the impending disaster, prompting him to evacuate in advance. When the southern conflict settles, I may also consider relocating the military and civilians of Blackwater Valley to the south. Likely, we won't be able to stay in Blackwater Valley anymore. If one day the blue frost suddenly erupts in Blackwater Valley, I might also become a snow demon. In the face of the blue frost, everyone was equal. Whether one turned into a snow demon depended on probability, regardless of nobility or commoner, emite or common folk. However, in general, the closer one was to the epicenter of the blue frost eruption, the higher the probability of becoming a snow demon. For instance, the source of the Bluefeather Castle was almost entirely inhabited by snow demons. Levi then went to the Shining Tavern and looked around. At present, the only remaining missions were Pyroxene and Turbolarian Egg. All the other issues had been resolved by Levi. Among the 4 seals, the Seal of Flame had reached the 3rd level, the Seal of Dragon Might was at the 2nd level, the Seal of Protection was also at the 2nd level, and the Seal of Hell was at its maximum. However, Levi was not yet able to secure a steady supply of the casting materials required for the maximum level of Seal of Hell, unlike the Seal of Flame, which he could obtain in relatively small quantities. After the Duke of Montenegro had presented him with 2 evil spirits, his proficiency with the Seal of Dragon Might had once again increased, now halfway to reaching level 2. However, the proficiency of the Seal of Protection had almost come to a standstill, and replenishing the Pyroxene was now his top priority. He wasn't sure if it was due to his cultivation of meditation art, but Levi felt that his perception had improved slightly compared to before. Eventually, after finding nothing in the Shining Tavern, Levi decided to leave the north and head southeast, making his way southward. During the journey, he continued to cultivate while on the move. A week later, they arrived at Flower City. From a distance, Levi could see troops of southern nobles escorting the captives of the Bloody family. It seems that the Bloody family has been rooted out. Levi pondered. This territory is rightfully mine. I want to see how the kingdom handles it next. Levi's heart skipped a beat. To be honest, with his current strength, he could boldly reclaim the Tulip Hill territory. However, he was accustomed to keeping a low profile, and the idea of suddenly becoming the lord of a large territory and living under the scrutiny of other nobles and the royal family made him feel uneasy. Thus, Levi refrained from taking immediate action. Moreover, the current situation was not entirely clear, and he didn't want to get involved hastily. In any case, from a legal standpoint, he was still the lord of these two territories. It was just that he had never held any real authority over them. Now, the people of Blackwater Valley and Levi himself were facing the issue of migrating from the north to the south. Levi felt that relocating to Flower City would be a good option. After all, it was his property. After I finish dealing with the current matters, it's time to consider reclaiming the territory. I can't always be so low-key. Being too low-key is equivalent to being cowardly. I need to assert my legitimate rights with my strength. On the night of Flower City, amidst the fragrance of earth and flowers, the members of the Bloody family fell silently. The next day, as the sun rose, the kingdom's army discovered that all the captives of the Bloody family had died the previous night. Their bodies were cold. Despite conducting a lengthy investigation, the kingdom couldn't find the mastermind behind the killings. When this news reached the capital, the king was also shocked. Levi had already left Tulip Hill with the meager wealth he had looted from the Bloody family. In reality, there wasn't much wealth, just a few gold coins. Most of the Bloody family's wealth had been used for war expenses. The wealth accumulated from managing Tulip Hill over the past few years wasn't substantial. After leaving Flower City, Levi continued heading east. Unlike the people in the north who were filled with anxiety, the southern nobles were basking in the anticipation of an impending victory. Around Storm City, the army had successfully surrounded the rebel forces. Under the cover of darkness, Levi sneaked into the city. Inside the castle, Earl Morton, the son of Duke Montenegro, couldn't sleep. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair had turned prematurely white, making him look much older than he was. The situation seemed dire and he couldn't accept it. "Father, when will you return?" Earl Morton felt a sense of grief. Without his father, the Northern Coalition army was falling apart. Many prominent Northern nobles had already surrendered. A figure unknowingly appeared in front of Earl Morton. "Who are you?" Earl Morton gazed at the newcomer, realizing that his guard, a Grand Knight, had already perished in the hands of this individual. Though the Grand Knight wasn't at the top level, being killed by this person without a sound made it clear that his strength was terrifying. Earl Morton composed himself and remained calm. "Who are you?" "I am a friend of your father," Levi said softly. "You killed my father?" Earl Morton asked. "Yes, that's correct," Levi replied. After a moment of silence, Earl Morton seemed to feel some relief. "Do it," he said. "Where's your family's breathing technique inheritance diagram? Tell me and I'll end your life quickly," Levi inquired. The Montenegro mountain family's breathing technique was of perfect quality, which Levi was looking forward to. In the fireplace, Earl Morton's expression was devoid of emotions, filled with deathly calmness. Levi's face changed in reaction. As he approached the fireplace, he discovered some ashes, remnants of the burned breathing technique inheritance diagram, barely visible. Levi sighed inwardly as he killed Earl Morton. Perhaps aware of his family's desperate situation, the son of Montenegro Mountain had deliberately burnt the breathing technique inheritance diagram, leaving no hope for his family. Levi couldn't comprehend this decision. Nevertheless, Levi remained determined to search for it himself. That night, a massacre unfolded in the Montenegro Mountain mansion. Levi continued killing while searching for clues about the 4 great families that the Duke of Montenegro might have left behind, as well as the breathing technique inheritance diagram of the Montenegro Mountain family. He finally found a clue about the 4 great families. It was a red letter. In one corner of the letter, there was a small inscription, Winchester. On the back of the letter was a depiction of a grand city, the capital, the Emerald City. The capital, the Winchester family is in the capital, Levi muttered to himself. Though the letter was blank, it was the most valuable clue Levi had discovered so far. It's a shame that I haven't found the breathing technique inheritance diagram. They're heartless, Levi cursed. He suspected that Earl Morton might have deceived him, and the real inheritance diagram had already been moved somewhere unknown. DMN of the Montenegro Mountain. Levi cursed inwardly and decided to temporarily give up his search. He stashed the few treasures he had plundered into the bag of gluttony and quietly left Storm City. The following day, as the sea breeze blew and the sun rose over the ocean, Earl Morton and the Grand Knight's corpses were also transformed into living dead by Levi. They replaced the near-decommissioned Magic Shark and Demon Mountain. Levi didn't bother giving them new names. He had grown accustomed to the names of the Magic Shark and Demon Mountain. Regardless of future changes, their names would remain unchanged. "Goodbye, old friends," Levi said as he used the Seal of Flame to destroy the old Magic Shark and old Demon Mountain. He then equipped the new magic shark in Demon Mountain with the armor from their predecessors. Now that this matter is settled, I'll head to the Tuva Empire first to deal with the Earl of Silversilk. After that, I can set off for the capital. Levi pondered, one wonder if dealing with the four great families will be easy. Leaving the beach with his living dead companions, Levi found that the distance between Stormy Hill and the Tuva Empire wasn't too far. In a few days, he reached the Holy City after receiving news that the Earl of Silversilk had gone there. Despite the passing years, the Holy City still stood magnificently. Levi first visited the stronghold of the Bird of Death's voice located outside the Holy City. After so many years, this stronghold was already empty. Forget it. Levi shook his head. Everything in the world was as white as the clouds. He didn't know where his enemies had gone. He also let go of that obsession. Inside the Holy City, Levi paid a visit to the Shining Tavern and was surprised to discover the whereabouts of his Turbularian egg. The seller was a noble merchant from the Molten Kingdom. It was said that in the swamps of their country, there was a creature called the Turbularian. Turbularian egg was a delicious food. The seller had originally missed the delicacies of his hometown, so he had brought some with him. However, he did not expect that someone in the Tuva Empire would buy this at a high price. He had the intention to use the Turbularian egg to open up the foreign market. Levi happily discussed the details of the trade with the noble. The Vortex Beast Breath technique has also been resolved. Levi sighed in his heart. He was about to become a legendary knight, and this problem was finally solved. The Turbularian egg was a pleasant surprise. Levi's goal for this trip was still to deal with the Earl of Silversilk. He asked around in the Shining Tavern. With the help of money, the current Earl of Silversilk had become a high-ranking official in the imperial government's finance department and lived in the high and mighty inner city area. In the Silversilk Manor, a beautiful and elegant lady was teaching her daughter to practice the aristocratic dance of the Tuva Empire. This was the Silversilk lady. She had a graceful figure. Although she was already in her 40s, she maintained herself well and had the demeanor of a mature woman. Her daughter was about the same age as Levi. She was dressed in noble clothes and was exquisitely dressed. There were small freckles on her face that did not affect her appearance. She was wild and young. Wnat a jute little scene. A burly man descended trom TNE sky and cruscent TNE noble floor tiles. This burly man was 2 meters tall and muscular. He wore a black robe, and behind him were 4 brawny men covered in armor. "Who are you?" The Silversilk lady's expression changed. She had roughly guessed that it must be the killers sent by the great southern nobles who had chased them to the Tuva Empire. "I beg you, we are innocent. Please don't kill us." The Silversilk lady suddenly knelt on the ground. She even pulled her daughter, who had yet to figure out the situation, down and knelt on the ground with her. "Madam, where's your husband?" Levi asked. He went to report on his work. The Silversilk lady did not dare to raise her head. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling as she spoke in a low voice. "Then I'll wait for him to return." Levi found a place to sit down. "You guys sit down too. I'm just a friend of the Earl of Silversilk. I won't do anything to you," Levi said. To dispel the Silversilk lady's doubts, Levi kept chatting with the mother and daughter. They talked about some local customs and strange things. The innocent girl giggled at Levi's humor. In order not to embarrass Levi, the Silversilk lady smiled awkwardly but politely. The mother and daughter were busy preparing a sumptuous dinner for Levi. When the Earl of Silversilk finished his report and returned to the mansion, he was dumbfounded. 5 brawny men were sitting at a long table in his house. The one in the lead was still enjoying the delicious food. His wife was scooping soup for him. There were tears on her face. In an instant, the Earl of Silversilk realized what was going on. He thought he was cuckolded. "Dmn it, what did you do to them? Why did you hurt my family, you beastards?" The Earl of Silversilk cursed. "Lord Earl, long time no see." Levi took off the white wolf mask. He saw that Silversilk's expression had changed from astonishment to shock and then disbelief. "Black Snake Knight, wait, you're Levi. Why are you here?" Silversilk instantly drew his sword and attacked Levi. The Silversilk Knight was just an ordinary Grand Emite with average strength. In Levi's eyes, his movements were too slow. Levi gently dodged Silversilk's attack, and then the Golden Wave Divine Palm smashed Silversilk's sword. He grabbed the Earl of Silversilk's arm and slapped him with his palm. The Earl of Silversilk crashed into the wall of his mansion like a kite with a broken string and spat out a mouthful of blood. In front of Levi, an ordinary Grand Knight would not be able to withstand a single blow. Looking at Levi, who was like a demon king, the Silversilk lady and her daughter were terrified. The powerful husband in the lady's heart and the invincible god of war in her daughter's heart. In front of this person, they felt so fragile. "You killed the Duke of Montenegro, and you killed the bloody Earl, right? I finally know why the Duke of Montenegro disappeared that day. It was you. I didn't expect you to have grown to such a terrifying level after not seeing you for more than 10 years. The Black Snake Knight has a good son. Kill me and let my family go. They don't know what happened back then. I swear in the name of the Silversilk family that they will never appear in front of you again." The Earl of Silversilk knew that he was no match for Levi, and he only hoped that his family could continue to exist. Hand over the breathing technique inheritance diagram and your wealth, Levi said. I can take it out, but can you let my family live? We didn't kill you back then, the Earl of Silversilk said. It's precisely because you didn't kill me that you have today, Levi sneered. Hand over the items, and I will let your wife and daughter die quickly. Otherwise, you don't want to see your beautiful wife and kind-hearted daughter being tortured by me in front of you, Levi said. The Earl of Silversilk almost fainted. However, he still did as Levi said. Levi had obtained the Silversilk family's remaining wealth and the breathing technique inheritance diagram. The Silversilk family did not have much wealth left, and most of it had been used by the Earl of Silversilk to buy official positions. To Levi, this bit of money was better than nothing. The breathing technique inheritance diagram was a strength-type breathing technique at the maximum of the 8th level. Levi had already learned too many strength-type breathing techniques and could not learn them all at once, so he had no intention of learning this one for the time being. After killing the Silversilk Knight, he ended the lives of the other members of the Silversilk family. Any potential enemy had to be eradicated, cutting off all possible threats. Levi piled their corpses together and set the Silversilk mansion ablaze. Let's go, Demon High. Levi patted the Earl of Silversilk's shoulder and left. That's right, he had turned the Earl of Silversilk into a living dead. He replaced the severely damaged old Demon High, whose combat strength had greatly decreased. During the battle with the Duke of Montenegro, Levi's army of the living dead suffered heavy losses. The Spectre had been cut in half on the spot, and Magic Shark, Demon High, and Demon Mountain had also suffered heavy injuries. Now that he had finally replaced them with new ones, they did not lose an arm or a leg. If there was a chance in the future, Levi would replace all the living dead with the top-tier Grand Knight. For now, he could only make do with them. Black smoke rose as the inner city of the Holy City burst into flames. When the guards arrived, all that was left was scorched earth. It's the mansion of the Earl of Silversilk. Most likely, it's the enemies of the Emerald Kingdom who are here to seek revenge. After investigating for a while, the Empire stopped further investigation. Since they had already received a huge sum of money from the Earl of Silversilk, the rest did not matter. This position could be sold to others who needed it. Levi, who had already avenged himself, felt empty. He didn't feel very refreshed. To him, he didn't take these people to heart from the beginning. These people were nothing more than unremarkable waves on the path of a wizard. Levi did not return to the Blackwater Valley, but headed towards the capital. He wanted to find the Winchester family in the capital and establish contact with them first. Emerald Capital City. The once thriving land now appeared somewhat desolate. The many years of civil war had drained the country's vitality. When Levi arrived at the capital, he saw the soldiers and civilians celebrating the fall of Storm City. Without realizing it, I've done a good deed for the kingdom. I'm always like this, doing good deeds without leaving my name. Levi sighed. If he had not killed the Duke of Montenegro, the war might not have ended like this. However, in general, such an outcome was better than the Duke of Montenegro becoming a king and ruling the empire. He would wait for the Duke of Montenegro to establish a unified Montenegro Mountain Empire and become the Emperor of Black Mountain. Under the circumstances where he had the power of the whole country, it was difficult for Levi to deal with the Duke of Montenegro. In the distance, the majestic and tall cathedral came into view, the headquarters of the Church of Holy Light. There might be even more secrets of the wizard and gods hidden in here. Levi sighed in his heart. The 2 years of war did not affect the church at all. On the contrary, the hardships of the war led more people to believe in the benevolent Heavenly Father, and the church prospered during the war. Therefore, when the church faced secular wars, they would usually not help or interfere. They allowed the conflicts to unfold as long as their preaching was not disrupted. From the Duke of Montenegro, Levi only knew that Winchester was in the capital, but he was unsure of the exact location. He frequented the Shining Tavern in the capital, spending afternoons drinking wine and eavesdropping on others' conversations. A month later, Levi, who had been waiting in the tavern every day, finally heard the words Winchester from the mouth of a waiter. Winchester, this surname is rare. Winchester, Winchester. Levi glanced over and saw a middle-aged gentleman with a cashmere hat, smiling as he accepted the wine from the waiter. Mr. Wenster was a very elegant gentleman. He wore a wool coat and a gold inlaid monocle on his left eye. The lens was polished from some kind of gem and shone beautifully under the sun. He ordered a glass of wine and leisurely read a book in the afternoon sun. In this noisy tavern, he seemed out of place. Levi ordered 2 cups of nameless wine. He arrived in front of Mr. Wenster. Wenster looked at the brawny man who had suddenly appeared and frowned. Levi tried his best to put on a friendly smile. "Sir, do you mind if I sit here?" Levi said politely. "As you wish, sir." Wenster shook his head. He continued to drink and focused on his affairs. "My name is White Wolf Geralt. Your Excellency Wenster, would you mind coming to the private room to talk about something?" Levi changed the topic and whispered to Wenster. Wenster's expression changed slightly. He didn't know how this white wolf Geralt knew his name, but from the looks of it, he was here for him. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Levi shrugged and said. Wenster nodded and followed Levi to the private room. Geralt is a fake name, right? Wenster suddenly said after entering the private room. Wenster isn't real either, right, Mr. Wenster? Levi said with a faint smile. The corner of Wenster's eyes slightly changed. He took a sip of wine and said lightly, let's go, let's talk somewhere else. This isn't the place to talk. Sure. Levi wrapped his robe tightly and followed Wenster out of the Shining Tavern. As for the four generals of the Mo family, they had already been hidden by Levi in the wilderness. After all, they were going to meet the real four great families. Levi, being an imposter, naturally did not dare to bring them along. Following a winding path, Levi accompanied Wenster to a secluded mansion. After ensuring that there were no followers, Wenster poured some of his homemade grape wine for Levi and said, you must have come here for wizard matters. Levi nodded in agreement. It seems I'm not the first one to come looking for you. Wenster nodded back, saying, of course, you are not the first one to come seeking wizard. Although our family usually takes the initiative to search for potential wizards, there are times when powerful individuals like yourself come knocking on our doors. Levi inquired, so how can I become a wizard? Don't worry, I need to conduct some necessary tests on you, Wenster replied. He retrieved a diamond-shaped stone from his home, similar to the one owned by Teuton, the Heart of Etha, used to test a person's wizard talent. Under Wenster's guidance, Levi underwent the test again, and the results were the same as before, affinity with earth, fire, wind, and water, all four elements. Children of Chaos, Wenster's eyes showed a tinge of disappointment. Sigh, what was I expecting? Children of the elements are already extremely rare existences. However, there is still a chance for a child of Chaos to become an official wizard. It's just that the hope is a bit slim, Wenster sighed internally. As the successor of the Winchester family, his responsibility was to seek out potential wizard talents in the capital. Over the decades he had been doing this work, he had encountered only one child of the elements. Each time he discovered a child of the elements, he would receive rewards from the official wizards. Unfortunately, finding a child of the elements was more a matter of luck than anything else. Do I have very poor talent? Levi looked at Wenster's expression and asked the obvious. It's already good enough to possess talent. After all, I don't even have the talent to become a wizard, so I can only pass my days in this mortal world, Wenster replied with a bitter smile. Then when can I enter the wizard world? Levi asked. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. There's no problem with the test. However, the official wizard responsible for guiding you is currently occupied. Let's wait a little longer. During this time, we have already gathered a group of potential wizards, and when the official wizard is available, they will take you into the world of wizards, Wenster said. He continued, by the way, I can sense that your spiritual power is different from ordinary people. You must have practiced meditation art, right? Yes, that's correct. Is there a problem? Levi inquired, surprised that this person could discern such details. But then he realized that being perceptive was a natural trait for someone in Wenster's line of work. It's nothing significant. It's just that some wizards prefer individuals who have not learned other meditation arts. They favor a blank slate, so to speak. Of course, some don't mind this at all, Wenster explained. Levi had not expected these intricacies, and Teuton hadn't mentioned them either. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. In any case, being a wizard apprentice with the skill level of a Grand Knight is highly sought after in the wizarding world. Having a solid foundation is much better than being a complete novice, Wensight reassured. As for the official wizard's arrival, let me show you something. Wenster smiled and took out a blood-red paper with some runes inscribed on it. In the corner, there was a tiny Winchester family emblem. Seeing the blood-red paper, Levi realized that the Duke of Montenegro also desired to become a wizard. But given his age, Levi wondered if any wizards would even be interested in him. This is fire paper. When you are about to set off, this paper will burn, and then you can come to find me within 7 days. I usually reside here. Wenster handed the red fire paper to Levi. After inspecting it and finding nothing wrong, Levi kept it. Remember, 7 days, don't be late, Wenster emphasized. Wenster looked puzzled, but when he took the booklet and glanced at it, he couldn't help but be shocked. Is this a letter from our ancestors? After excitedly finishing reading the words, Wenster said, according to the instructions of our ancestors, I will reward you. Please wait a moment. Wenster went back into the house and rummaged through his belongings. He came back with a small box and opened it, revealing it to be filled with gold coins. I know you probably don't need money, but besides money, we don't have much else to offer. I hope you understand, Wenster said apologetically. Levi glanced at the box, which held a little over 1,000 gold coins. It was a small amount, but it was better than nothing to him. He accepted the money and quietly left the mansion. Wenster stared at the spirit exorcism manual in a daze. He had some knowledge about the seals on it and had studied them before. However, due to the lack of systematic guidance, his understanding of them was quite shallow. Whether it was the seal of dragon might or the seal of protection, he had only scratched the surface. Honestly, as the bloodline of the first ancestor became thinner and thinner, Wenster didn't know how many more years the Winchester family could continue. He could never have imagined that the outsider he had just met had already mastered their family's seals to such a high level. Leaving the capital, Levi didn't have any strong attachment to the place. To be honest, after meeting the members of the four great families, he realized that they were just like anyone else. Families tied by bloodlines will eventually decline, even extraordinary ones. There are no invincible families. It's most important to strengthen oneself. Levi remained calm. Next, it's just a waiting game. That's not a bad thing. Before becoming a wizard, I'll strive to further develop my skills as a knight. This way, when I enter the world of wizards, I'll have some self-protection. Although Levi had never been to the wizarding world, he understood that the law of survival of the fittest would remain unchanged. Wizards were not a group of virtuous individuals, as seen in Teuton's tragic fate. Carelessness could lead to being killed by one's mentor and turned into an artifact spirit. Though not all wizards were like this, it was enough to demonstrate the cruelty of the wizarding world. Essentially, wizards were humans, but ones who wielded transcendent powers without necessarily being bound by corresponding laws. Without the restraints of morality and law, the dark side of human nature could magnify. With the four generals of the Mo family, Levi returned to Blackwater Valley. For now, everything seemed normal there, but Levi couldn't predict when the Blue Frost would arrive. Upon learning that Blue Frost had already invaded Montenegro Mountain City, Levi no longer felt safe in his shelter. I need to move, relocating to Tulip Hill. Even if Blue Frost appears in the south, it will probably take a long time. Based on the current trends, it's unlikely that Blue Frost will reach the south within the next 10 years. Levi contemplated his options. He was a person of action, and after careful consideration, he promptly decided to lead his people southwards. Blackwater Valley was no longer a viable option, and its potential was nearly depleted. The harsh and cold conditions in the northern region limited agricultural growth. For so many years, the reason why Blackwater Valley had developed and expanded was mainly because they had purchased food from the south. Now that the war has been decided, it's time for me to take back my territory. With this determination, Levi began the process of relocating his territory. Upon hearing about the move, some of the people didn't understand while others were very excited. Nevertheless, they all unconditionally respected their lord Levi's decision. With the Blackwater Valley being substantial, the preparations for the move lasted for almost a month. Levi's butlers were working tirelessly, while Levi himself continued to oversee the moving progress, only occasionally intervening as needed. In the year 1014 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of harvest, after the final wave of wheat had been harvested, the massive migration army of the Blackwater Valley set out. Levi gazed at the territory he had called home for over a decade, feeling sentimental. We've managed to withstand so many enemies, but in the end we couldn't resist the wrath of nature, Levi sighed. The Blue Frost calamity was more dreadful than any natural disaster. During this period, he went to Montenegro Mountain City to assess the situation. The city was a living hell, with the snow demons inflicting torment on the mortals. The kingdom's army had suffered significant losses and was forced to retreat from Montenegro Mountain City. Compared to Snow Valley City, Montenegro Mountain City had a much larger population, making it even more perilous for the entire northern territory to face such a snow demon disaster. As a result, Levi decided to relocate to the south, but he wasn't alone in this decision. Many other lords also chose to move south, either by purchasing territories at high prices, reclaiming unclaimed lands in the dangerous southern wilderness, or aligning themselves directly with some of the prominent lords in the south. Numerous feudal lords from the north, who were once revered, became refugees after the snow demon disaster. In contrast, the astute nobles in the south took advantage of the situation and prospered financially. Levi did not need to buy land, as he already had territory in the south, Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill. After much consideration, he decided to enter Tulip Hill, although he might encounter some trouble later, but it was better than waiting for death in the northern territory. Moreover, with his strength, the kingdom would not say anything if he took over Tulip Hill. No matter what, when Levi moved to the south, he would face some challenges. He was already mentally prepared. Levi liked to keep a low profile and did not like to cause trouble, but that did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. He had not practiced this breathing technique to make himself suffer. Along the way, with red blood cavalry clearing the way, some inconspicuous mountain bandits and roaming knights were easily dealt with. Sam was now a quasi-knight, and if everything went well, he had the hope of becoming an official knight in the next few years. As an official knight that he had personally nurtured, Levi still felt a sense of accomplishment. My lord, if we go to Flower City like this, won't the nobles in the south chase us out? Sam was a little uncertain. Although Levi was the lord of Tulip Hill, everyone knew that after the Civil War, the Earl of Blood was in control of Flower City. Now that the war was over, although the bloody Earl was dead, Flower City was still under the command of the king's army, led by one of the 7 godly swords. From Sam's point of view, the royal family's attitude was obvious. That was, Flower City would not be handed over to its true owner, Baron Levi, temporarily. Don't worry, they won't. Levi patted Sam on the shoulder. Then he looked ahead. Levi had been keeping a low profile for too long. It was only right for him to occasionally reveal a little bit of his strength in exchange for a little bit of respect. In the Flower City, the Red Willow Divine Sword, one of the 7 swords, was practicing his swordsmanship. As the second divine sword of the 7 godly swords, he was second only to the nation-guarding divine sword and was the top swordsman of the kingdom. The Red Willow Divine Sword himself looked like a sharp sword. Not only was he powerful, but he also had the strength of a top-notch Grand Amite. He was also the son of the Duke of Red Willow. Duke of Red Willow had always been close to the royal family, especially after the Civil War. The Red Willow family, as a great contributor to quelling the rebellion in the north, was highly regarded by the royal family. Therefore, the important task of temporarily guarding Flower City was handed over to the Red Willow Divine Sword, a powerful and prestigious figure, guarding another important city, Storm City, the lair of Montenegro. Mountain was the nation-guarding divine sword, the first of the 7 divine swords under the king. Similarly, this was also Baron Levi's territory. Perhaps no one would have thought that the owners of these territories, they were already on their way south. Now, Levi had arrived in the warm south. To avoid being too conspicuous, he only brought the 3 giant bears of the northern territory from the north and did not bring Hen-Ha-2 generals. The Hen-Ha-2 generals were too huge, and Levi planned to secretly bring them here after the troubles in the south were completely resolved. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why Levi was able to tame so many giant beasts. Levi was not afraid of the kingdom, but he was worried about the church. Levi sat on the bear's back. With the 4 generals of the Mo family protecting him, he felt very safe. His consciousness swam in the shallow sea. He tried to dive deeper but failed. The golden sunlight warmed Levi's spirit. Finally, Levi's head emerged from the golden ocean. At the same time, he felt that his mental strength had increased by a trace. Deep Sea Meditation Art Proficiency, +1. With the system announcement completed, Levi, who was on the bear's back, also finished his meditation. I can only increase my proficiency by 1 point per day. That's too slow. Levi worried. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Deep Sea Meditation Art, Level 1 257, 1000. It's been almost a year since I mastered it, and I'm still at level 1. It'll take ages to reach level 3, Levi grumbled in his heart. No matter how hard he practiced the deep sea meditation art, he could only gain 1 point of proficiency every day. This was because after completing a full round of meditation, his mental strength would enter a temporary state of fatigue and needed to cool down until the next day to continue cultivation. This was entirely different from the breathing technique. As long as his body could endure it, Levi could cultivate the breathing technique tirelessly. However, with the meditation art, there was nothing Levi could do. He called out Teuton and asked, Teuton, under normal circumstances, how long does it take for a wizard apprentice with the talent of the children of chaos to progress from low level to mid-level? Teuton thought for a moment and replied, it usually takes more than 5 years, and that's just for the standard of mental strength. To be truly promoted from a low-level wizard apprentice to a mid-level one, besides having sufficient mental strength, you also need to master a certain number of spells. Otherwise, even with strong mental power, lacking the necessary spells would still prevent you from being considered a true mid-level wizard apprentice. A truly qualified low-level wizard apprentice needs to master at least 1 zero-ring cantrip to be called a wizard apprentice. Without mastering spells, no matter how strong the mental strength is, it will not have any combat power. The upper limit of the zero-ring cantrip that a low-level wizard apprentice can master is 3. An intermediate wizard apprentice would have 5 zero-ring cantrips, and an advanced wizard apprentice would have 10 zero-ring cantrips. Grasping 10 zero-ring cantrips and at least 1 true first-ring spell, as well as having a strong enough spiritual force in your mind that's in the form of gas, is the true threshold of becoming an official wizard. Levi listened to Teuton's description. In that case, my cultivation speed is quite fast. He made a comparison. An official wizard. It said that after becoming a first circle wizard, one has a lifespan of 200 years. This is the difference between a wizard and a knight. Although a grand knight is very strong, their lifespan is not much longer than immortals. In essence, their lifespan is no different from immortals. They only live longer because they can avoid some mortal diseases and calamities. Moreover, grand knights will grow older and their blood essence will weaken. Their strength will not increase but instead decrease. But the wizard is different. The older a wizard is, the longer they live, the stronger they become. More ancient he is, the more knowledge and experience he obtains, the more combat techniques he has, and the more spells he has mastered. Teuton's face was full of envy, and Levi was also looking forward to it. The path of a wizard was long and difficult. However, he thought that Grand Knights were not as bad as Teuton said, because being a Grand Knight was not the end of the path of a knight. Although Levi had never seen a legendary knight, if he died of old age, he should be able to live for 200 years. Moreover, with the proficiency panel, he could continuously fuse the breathing technique to break through the limit. On the path of a knight, a legendary might not necessarily be the end. It was the year 104 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of Northern Wind. A group of travel-worn people slowly arrived on the road outside Flower City. At the very front of this group of people were 3 tall and sturdy armored bears. A young man meditated on the back of the giant bear in the middle with his eyes closed. Behind him, nearly 200 armored cavalrymen were riding on Scarlet Warhorse, all looking mighty. The people behind them were wearing thick clothes from the Northern Territory. They sized up the passers-by curiously and confidently. Oh my God, it is the month of Northern Wind, yet these people are not dressed for winter. Isn't that so? Short-sleeved shirts. Is this how Southern people behave? At this time there are still flowers by the roadside, as expected of Flower City. The blacksmiths chatted in surprise. They had never left the Northern Territory and had no idea how incredible the outside world was. This was the current situation of most ordinary people in this world. They might never leave the territory they lived in for the rest of their lives. They did not know how big the world was, nor how wonderful the outside world was. Sam watched all of this nervously. He was ready to follow the Lord into a great battle. He knew the kingdom would not quickly return Flower City to the Lord. These DMN big shots constantly bullied the weak and feared the strong. Levi's army and a few thousand civilians had fled from the north. Although they were escaping, they had sufficient supplies, so everyone was in a good mental state. They did not look like refugees at all. Below the city tower, the door was tightly shut. Levi rode on a giant bear and stood at the city gate carrying 2 swords. He did not say anything, nor did he take any further action. Instead, he sat leisurely on the giant bear and looked at the city. He knew that the big shot inside would give him an answer. Not long after, he went up the city gate tower. Red Willow, Divine Sword, wearing light armor and holding a longsword, frowned. The teams of fully armed soldiers beside him looked at the mighty army below the city as if facing a great enemy. Where did this army come from? This army was insignificant, with less than 1,000 people. Moreover, most were part-time militia. However, the 200 fully equipped blood-red cavalry had shocked Red Willow Divine Sword. One had to know he was one of the 7 godly swords. The Red Willow family only had 300 armored cavalrymen guarding Flower City, and from the quality of their equipment, they were inferior to the cavalrymen who had suddenly appeared. His heart stirred. He thought it was the remnants of the northern forces, so he ordered the thousands of soldiers guarding the city to enter a state of war. At this moment, the city guards of Flower City were on high alert, looking at the 3 giant bears below. Giant bears of the Northern Territory. Who could tame them as pets? I don't know. I've never heard of this person. It's fine. We have the Red Willow Divine Sword. Even if the earthly dragon beast comes, it will die. Everyone whispered to each other. They felt extremely at ease when they thought of the 7 godly swords on their side. Finally, before Levi could speak, Red Willow Divine Sword said, "Who are you? Why did you lead your army here?" The Red Willow Divine Sword pressed down on its longsword, ready to fight at any moment. His voice was loud and clear, calming the morale of the army. Levi stroked the bear's head and said, "Black Snake Baron Levi, the master of the Tulip Hill, I want to ask you, why did you send troops to occupy my territory? According to the kingdom's laws, this is undoubtedly an invasion and a declaration of war against Lord." After Levi finished speaking, the 3 giant bears of the Northern Territory roared toward the sky. Their terrifying roars spread throughout Flower City. This time, Red Willow Divine Sword was shocked. Baron Black Snake, you're still alive. He had almost forgotten about this person. What, does the Red Willow Divine Sword want me dead? Levi smiled. His Grand Knight strength was unleashed without holding back. His opponent's heart skipped a beat. During the years of the Civil War, the kingdom had long forgotten the existence of Baron Levi. A Grand Knight suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and it was Baron Levi. Red Willow Divine Sword was bewildered. I'm following the orders of the kingdom to guard this city. If you object to my actions, you can go to the capital and ask His Majesty for a second opinion. Thinking of his own identity, Red Willow Divine Sword calmed down. In that case, there's no room for discussion about. Levi asked, "Sir, please return. In terms of military strength, you are inferior to me. Don't do anything unwise. I am the 7 godly swords. My words and deeds represent the will of the kingdom." The Red Willow Divine Sword gave up the city just because of a Grand Knight who suddenly appeared. First of all, he could not verify Levi's identity. Secondly, even if Levi was honest, he was only following the orders of the kingdom to protect this city. He was not wrong at all. At that time, the higher-ups would not do anything to him. Levi sneered. As expected, these people would not cooperate if he did not use force. 7 godly swords. I only have one question. Can your words and actions represent the will of the kingdom? Are you worthy? After Levi finished speaking, he got off the bear and walked to the city gate step by step. What do you want? If you leave now, I can still let you live. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. The red willow divine sword shouted angrily. He pulled out his sword, and black gas surrounded the blade. Baron Levi want to go home, that's all. After Levi finished speaking, he turned into an arrow. His speed was breakneck. He turned into a black blur and disappeared from the eyes of the guards on the city gate tower. At the same time, a terrifyingly thick black gas entwined formed around Levi's palm. Inside Levi's body were the black snake, giant rhinoceros, red lotus, and ostrich mountain life seeds. They roared. Levi had not gone all out since the battle with the Duke of Montenegro Mountain. The advanced ripple force gathered in Levi's right palm. This was Levi's full-powered attack. He was confident that no Grand Knight, not even the Fist of the Empire, could withstand this attack. Boom, golden ripple divine palm. With a palm strike, ripples bubbled, air currents rotated, gathered, and exploded. Boom. Under Levi's palm, the thick iron city gate suddenly deformed and dented. Boom, boom. After a few palm strikes, Levi stood in front of his burly body. The city gate, which required a siege beast to break through, collapsed with a bang. Dust flew into the air, and the soldiers behind were dumbfounded. They thought that some giant beast was attacking the city gate, but now it was a person. What kind of monster was this? Even a Grand Knight break the city gate with his bare hands. Was he still human? At this moment, Levi did not look like a human. His entire body was covered in black gas, and his whole person was like a black fog giant. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I am Baron Levi, the Lord of the Tulip Hill. Next, I will take over the city that belongs to me. Put down your weapons. Whoever launches a sneak attack shall die. When Levi finished speaking, the few soldiers facing him dropped their weapons in fear. Sam, come, carry out my order, Levi said. Then the three brothers charged into the city with earth-shattering steps. Sam also led the blood-red cavalry and other soldiers into the city. The red willow divine sword on the city tower was shocked. He was amazed by Levi's courage, but he was even more shocked by Levi's strength. A top-tier Grand Knight, even the Black Snake Knight is nothing special in this world, right? However, the red willow divine sword decided to do something. Levi's actions were no different from slapping his face. You trespassed into Flower City. I will punish you according to the laws of the kingdom. The red willow divine sword leaped up from the city tower and slashed down at Levi with a sword technique that descended from the sky. Levi pulled out Frostmourne and used golden cross slash to block. Clang. One sword clash, the victor was decided. The red willow divine sword trembled violently. His sword kept shaking and wailing as if in great pain. This person's sword skill level is not inferior to mine. This caused red willow divine sword to go numb. Who was this god? Damn, with his strength, even the nation guarding divine sword, the leader of the 7 godly swords, would not defeat him. But at this point he could not retreat. As he ordered his soldiers to surround Levi's soldiers, he took the blade and charged toward Levi again. Levi sneered. He could quickly kill the red willow divine sword if he fully unleashed his strength. However, with so many people, he naturally would not use any abilities related to wizards. However, just relying on the breathing technique was enough to defeat red willow divine sword. They fought. The three brothers charged forward, following behind the blood-red cavalry and killing the enemies. Instantly, blood flowed like a river, and flowers were covered in blood. Under Levi's attacks, the red willow divine sword was like a small boat that could capsize any moment. He was forced into a corner by Levi. After so many moves, his sword had already been broken by Levi. Now that he was holding a broken sword, red willow divine sword was dumbfounded. 7 godly swords. It seems like you're not much after all. Levi grabbed his broken sword with his large hand and struck out with his golden rippled divine palm. With a single palm strike, red willow divine sword flew around like a broken catkin. This palm strike would not take red willow divine sword's life. However, this palm strike had already crippled the red willow divine sword's life seeds. His Grand Knight cultivation was gone. The red willow divine sword was already unconscious. His entire strength lay in his sword skills. He could not turn the situation around because his sword skills were ripped away. Levi picked up the red willow divine sword and shouted from the city tower, "Those who don't want to die, put down your weapons." Levi was like a demonic god, exuding a peerless aura. His black gas covered the sky, and the red willow divine sword hung weakly in his hand. When the soldiers in the chaotic battle saw that their commander had been taken down, they immediately lost their will to fight. It had only been a few minutes since the battle started, and the red willow divine sword, one of the 7 godly swords under the king, had already been taken down by the other party. There was no need to continue fighting with such a vast disparity in strength. The 3 brothers and the blood-red cavalry killed some who resisted. According to the law, Levi could have defended himself against such an act. Soon, this farce ended. Levi ordered his subordinates to arrange for the captives who had surrendered. He looked at the dazed civilians in the city. Everything will be the same as before. Remember that your lord is Baron Black Snake." Levi smiled. "Baron Black Snake, are you Baron Black Snake?" Some of the older residents could not believe it. "Of course it's true. My father is a Black Snake Knight," Levi said. "I see. I thought Baron Black Snake had forgotten about the city." An old man sighed. "Welcome home, Baron Black Snake. Welcome home, Earl." The people who understood the situation had already begun to welcome him. To them, it did not matter who became the lord. As long as he could feed them, he was a good lord. "Go home, all of you. It's okay." Levi waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. Next, he wanted to see what the kingdom's attitude was. He had severely injured the 7 godly swords. What would the kingdom do next? No matter what, Levi had his residents of Blackwater Valley enter Flower City. Since there was no place to stay for the time being, they could only remain in Flower Castle for the time being. Anyway, Flower Castle was massive. When the Earl of Blood occupied the castle, it was renamed Bloody Castle. Now that Levi was back, he had to change it back. Levi changed his name to Black Snake Castle to publicize his sovereignty. Now only Storm City is left. I've already made my stance clear. If the kingdom is kind, they should return Storm City to me. Levi stayed in Black Snake Castle and stood atop the castle, waiting for the kingdom's response. Now that he had captured a bunch of Red Willow Divine Sword soldiers, it would depend on the attitude of the kingdom and the Duke of Red Willow's family. Entering Flower City, Levi did not alarm too many people. Everything was still the same as before, and the people's lives remained the same. After some rest, Levi held a speech on the first day of the year 1015 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. He held a speech in Flower City to announce the return of the Black Snake family. After returning to Flower City, Levi waited for the kingdom's people to arrive. While waiting, he cultivated. Although the progress of meditation art was slow, his breathing technique was improving very quickly. There would be a breakthrough in a breathing technique every once in a while. With a sufficient supply of secret medicine, the Vortex Beast breathing technique, a stubborn technique, was quickly pushed to the limit by Levi. This breathing technique belonged to the third-rate category and was of excellent quality. It was not difficult to cultivate, but Levi did not have any secret medicine previously, so he had put it aside and did not cultivate it. Vortex Beast breathing technique, level 7 maximum, breakthrough available, current progress 1.5, special effect, top-tier physique. The Vortex Beast breathing technique was at its limit at level 7. It was indeed the most trashy breathing technique of excellent quality. It's a pity that physique-type breathing techniques are relatively rare. So far, other than the Vortex Beast, I've only found a basic physique-type breathing technique. Levi looked at the new special effect. Top-tier physique, your body's resistance to diseases, viruses, and toxins is abnormally strong. Your self-healing ability is also extraordinary. Levi lightly cut his arm with his dagger. He wanted to test how robust the self-healing ability of top-tier physique was. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound. To a Grand Knight, this was just a tiny wound. The blood on Levi's wound began to thicken and scab in just a few minutes without using bandages or potions. Levi only felt a slight pain. His transcendent endurance made him highly resistant to pain. Using a knife to cut his own body was similar to an ordinary person being cut by a corn leaf. What a powerful self-healing ability, Levi exclaimed in his heart. This is only top-tier physique. If it's a transcendent physique, it should be even more powerful. It seems that I have to find more breathing techniques related to physiques. At the very least, I must raise this special effect to the transcendent level. This will be of even greater help to me. Overall, the bonus of top-tier physique to Levi was still small. With Levi's current strength as a top-tier Grand Knight, even without this particular effect, it would not take long for him to recover from those superficial wounds. Hence, Levi was looking forward to the Transcendence physique even more. Besides the significant breakthrough in the Vortex Beast breathing technique, the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique had also reached level 8, giving Levi the Transcendent Power special effect. There are 3 special effects on him, including Transcendent Power. They came from the Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique, the Giant breathing technique, and the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique. Levi intended to use these breathing techniques to break through the limits of the Red Lotus breathing technique, which was at the peak of level 10. Of course, the specifics would depend on the actual situation. A low-quality strength-based breathing technique, like the Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique, was enough to break the limit. As for the Giant, he would temporarily keep the first-rate breathing technique of excellent quality, like the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique. Other than that, the different breathing techniques were not far from level 8. However, level 8 to level 9 required 100,000 proficiency points. Even with Levi's current cultivation speed, it would not be easy for him to reach level 9. He could only take it step by step. On the other hand, the third level of the Black Devil Blade, the evil spirit lingering, still had no progress. Levi estimated it would be difficult to achieve with his low-level wizard apprentice's spiritual power. Perhaps only middle-level wizard apprentices could master the evil spirit. Levi's current spiritual power was already far higher than that of an ordinary Grand Knight. Although he was only a low-level wizard apprentice, he had his specialties. The first-level deep-sea meditation art had already made his spiritual power extraordinary. It was just that there was no quantitative standard at the moment, so there was no way to show it. The benefits of increasing one's spiritual power were huge. Levi's spirit was much better than before, and his senses were sharper. Coupled with the advanced vibrosensing special effect, everything within 30 meters was Levi's absolute domain. Within this range, he was an existence that controlled everything. Levi did not know when he would be able to enter the wizard world, so he was constantly paying attention to the changes in the fire paper. At the same time, in the capital, the news that Baron Black Snake had returned to Tulip Hill finally reached the royal palace. The young king listened to the messenger's report and thought deeply. In Emerald King City, the young king listened to the news. Baron Black Snake. The king brought up distant memories. He had almost forgotten that there was such a family. According to the kingdom's laws, Baron Levi was the legal heir of Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill. However, because of the Duke of Montenegro Mountain's interference, the royal family had initially wanted to turn a blind eye and take back the two territories. The Black Snake family had been silent for too long. He thought Levi, the heir, would not care about this matter. Unexpectedly, Levi chose to come to the south because of the snow demon calamity. The king summoned his ministers to discuss this matter. In the end, everyone reached a consensus. That was to let this matter pass and not mention it again. After all, the kingdom was unreasonable from the beginning. The kingdom, which had just ended a long war, was extremely fragile. It was on the verge of death. The kingdom no longer wanted to make a big fuss. Moreover, Baron Levi seemed to be a top-notch Grand Knight like his father. Even the red willow divine sword of the 7 godly swords was no match for him. Baron Levi was still in his prime. At this time, there was no need to become enemies with a top-notch Grand Knight. Besides, Levi knew that the Black Snake Knights and their soldiers had sacrificed their lives for the country. However, the kingdom had tacitly allowed the Duke of Montenegro Mountain to take over the kingdom's territory, which was also a mistake. This caused the Duke of Montenegro to become more arrogant and eventually catalyzed the rebellion. Therefore, everyone thought about it and decided that letting Baron Levi return to his territory was the most suitable choice. With the gifts of the kingdom, the emissaries set off for Tulip Hill. Not long after, in Stormy Hill, the nation guarding Divine Sword also led his team to evacuate from this place. In the last few days of the year 1014 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, Levi also received a reply from the kingdom. The kingdom had approved of his actions. He was legal in the first place, so the kingdom could not say anything. Otherwise, if the power of the nobles were shaken, the king would not be able to sit firmly as the alliance's leader. Levi replied, expressing his gratitude and loyalty to the kingdom and flattering the new king. Then the Duke of Red Willow came with a dark expression. He brought ransom money to take his son and his army away. Levi also readily let him go. If looks could kill, Duke of Red Willow's old eyes could kill him countless times. After all, he was the one who crippled the future star of their clan, the Red Willow Divine Sword. However, this old fellow could not say anything. He had also received compensation from the kingdom. Moreover, even his son was no match for Levi. Levi's current strength was more significant than the Black Snake Knight from back then. Gradually, the southern nobles knew that the mighty Black Snake had returned and was entrenched in Tulip Hill. Levi's fame also began to spread on a small scale. The titles of Giant Bear Lord and Black Snake Lord also began to spread. Although this was not what Levi wanted, he could do nothing about it. Keeping a low profile was not to suffer grievances. Sometimes it was better to have a fierce reputation for avoiding trouble. Of course, there had to be a limit. That was enough for now. From now on, he just had to live a stable life. People could be famous but not too prominent. The fattest pigs were the easiest to send to the slaughterhouse. No matter what, I can live a more stable life now, Levi murmured. He heard that the snow demons of the Northern Territory had appeared at the edge of the Earl of Silver Mountain's territory. This made him very glad that he had moved to the south. How could he cultivate if he stayed in the north and was worried daily? Sometimes, people had to admit defeat. Facing the snow demon calamity in the Icewind City, Levi could only wish luck to his old friend, the Earl of Silver Mountain. Levi was not very happy after taking back Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill. With so many territories, it was troublesome, especially since Stormy Hill and Tulip Hill were not close to each other. He was also lacking talents in his territory. Levi's focus was always on cultivation, and he could not waste too much energy on the territory. He had no choice but to spend a lot of money to recruit talents to help him manage his territory. Previously, he only needed to manage the Black Water Valley, and the talent problem was not prominent. Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill were both famous. Levi knew that many people were coveting his territory. Recruited talents were not as sure as those nurtured by oneself. However, Levi had no choice. His heart was not on this territory. He did not want to give up his family's business now that he was a lord. Don't provoke me. I'm great to get along with, really, Levi muttered. He hoped that the great nobles in the south would be sensible. Otherwise, there might be fewer great knights in this world. After settling the matters of the territory, Levi cultivated in peace, waiting for the fire paper to burn. It was the year 1015 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Levi gave a speech in Flower City and officially announced his return. The kingdom even sent messengers to congratulate him. This surprised Levi. It had been more than 10 years since Levi had transmigrated to this world. He had also grown from a little boy to a 25-year-old man. He was 2 meters tall, with solid muscles, a well-defined face, and a rough beard. Levi's current style was getting further from the original intention of a handsome young master and a pale-faced young man. Instead, he felt like he was Suu Kyi's version of Yan Chixia. Levi also went to the Blackwater Valley and brought Henha 2 generals to Tulip Hill. Levi hid them in the dense forest behind Flower City and listed this area as restricted. He was doing this for the safety of his subjects. There were 2 grand night beasts. If anyone went in, there was a high chance that they would not return. With these 2 giant beasts guarding Flower City, ordinary enemies would not even know how they died. The time passed, and another half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. It had been over half a year since Levi moved into Flower City. Big cities also had their advantages. At least Levi did not need to enter the city frequently when he went to the Shining Tavern. However, Levi did not lack anything. Therefore, the number of times he went to the Shining Tavern decreased. Most of the time, he was cultivating. Occasionally, he would go to the Shining Tavern to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Or rather, he wanted to see if there was any trace of the paroxene. Meditation art was still gaining 1 point of proficiency per day. However, this was a good thing for the cultivation of breathing techniques. After all, there was still much time left after cultivating the meditation art daily. During this time, Levi used it to cultivate his breathing techniques. On average, he now slept less than 3 hours daily and saw Flower City at 3 in the morning every day. He did not need so much sleep with his current physique and fitness. 3 hours was enough for him to rest efficiently. Under such intense training, his breathing technique progressed at a rapid pace. However, his breathing technique had its emphasis. This was because Black Snake had been stuck at the peak of level 9 for a long time. Therefore, Levi has been cultivating the elephant turtle breathing technique, an excellent defensive breathing technique. After more than half a year of hard work, Levi had already reached the limit of this breathing technique. Elephant turtle breathing technique, level 9 maximum, can be broken, special effect, elephant armor gas. After reaching the peak of level 9, the elephant armor effect of the elephant turtle breathing technique was essentially similar to the black scale special effect of the black snake breathing technique. Moreover, Levi tested it out and found that the defense of the elephant armor was almost the same. However, the elephant armor made him look like a turtle. It was not as beautiful as black scale. Levi's body was now covered in layers of gaseous shell that looked like a turtle shell. Suddenly, Levi noticed a problem. The elephant turtle and black snake breathing techniques could be used simultaneously. However, the special effects of the elephant armor and the black scale could only appear once. Looks like the special effects can't be easily stacked, Levi sighed. He thought if the elephant armor and black scale effects could be stacked, he would not merge the elephant turtle breathing technique with the black snake breathing technique. But now, it seemed that Levi was overthinking. It was just like how 2 extraordinary defenses could not be stacked simultaneously. The elephant armor and black scale could not be stacked simultaneously. Since that was the case, Levi had nothing to be nostalgic about. He had merged the elephant turtle breathing technique with the black snake breathing technique, and in addition, he had obtained a basic defensive breathing technique. Levi's black snake breathing technique broke through the limit once again. Black snake breathing technique, level 9 150,000, special effect, black scale gas. I can continue cultivating the black snake breathing technique. When I reach the peak of level 10 of the black snake, my cultivation level should be on par with the former Fist of the Empire and the Duke of Montenegro. After Black Snake broke the limit, it surpassed the excellent quality breathing techniques category. It should be a genuine, perfect breathing technique. Levi left the castle and went into seclusion for half a year. The fire paper remained silent. Levi always carried the fire paper, afraid he would miss the gathering. The efficiency of the wizard is low. Levi could not help but complain. His stomach was growling and the whale sack was empty, and the bag of gluttony seemed to be hungry. He asked the servants to prepare a large table of food for him. He also prepared an entire cow for the bag of gluttony. Next, it was time for the 2 gluttonous kings to have their gluttonous time. While eating, Levi listened to the report of the newly recruited officials of Flower City. The territory's financial and military aspects were taken care of by the people Levi brought out from Blackwater Valley. One was in charge of the money, and the other was in the army's order. Both were extremely important, especially the one doing finances. Flower City was not Blackwater Valley. The annual revenue was still considerable, even for the wealthy Levi. He could not give it up. In addition, the income of Storm City could not be underestimated. This was also why the Duke of Montenegro wanted to take down these two territories no matter what. So far, everything in the territory was normal. The situation was much better than Levi had imagined. Perhaps it was because he still had the prestige he had left behind some time ago, so everyone behaved obediently. Moreover, his neighbors also expressed their goodwill to him in various ways. After all, he was still young and at the peak of his strength. A top-notch Grand Knight alone was enough to intimidate most enemies. Moreover, the three giant bears of the Northern Territory who had torn countless enemies apart, and the well-equipped Red Blood Cavalry had left a deep impression on the others. The giant bear of the Northern Territory was a symbol of courage. He could tame 3 giant bears as pets. In the impression of others, Levi was a rude, barbaric, and violent barbarian from the north. Such a person was unreasonable, not to be provoked. The hypocritical southern nobles naturally understood this logic. Finally, Levi heard a report on the security of the territory. "Lord, there have been some strange murders in the territory recently. My strength is low, so I can't determine who the murderer is. However, I suspect the murderer shouldn't be a human," the sheriff reported uneasily. "Oh, not a human." Levi did not care much about the matters in the territory. However, when he heard that the murderer might not be a human, he was no longer sleepy. He smelled the scent of an evil spirit. "It just so happens that my seal of dragon might is almost at level 3. Let's see which lucky fellow has delivered food." Levi's evil spirit dust was almost entirely used up to increase the seal of dragon might's proficiency. Now there were only some essential ones left for actual combat. He was worrying about not having any evil spirits. He was even considering opening a spirit removal firm. At that time, he could get lords tortured by evil spirits to pay him for removal. He could get the evil spirit dust and money, and the lords would be safe. It was the best of both worlds, a win-win situation. "Bring me to see the dead. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my territory," Levi sneered. The sheriff brought Levi to the morgue. Levi looked at the 3 corpses in the morgue. "The wounds on these 3 victims are similar. I suspect that they should be the same attacker, it's what people say." The sheriff lifted the white cloth and Levi looked at the slightly stinky corpses. "What about the heart?" Levi suddenly realized that the heart of the corpse was gone. "When I found it, the heart was already gone." When the sheriff thought of such a heart-digging demon hiding in the shadows of Flower City, he could not help but tremble. Levi carefully observed the corpses. The first corpse was an ordinary person. His heart was missing and his body was withered. The second corpse was an official knight. It seemed like he was a minor noble. Similarly, his heart was missing. Even an official knight is no match for it. It might be an evil spirit, Levi analyzed in his heart. However, he had never seen an evil spirit attack with the heart. According to Levi's understanding, creatures like evil spirits generally did not attack physically. Instead, they attacked the soul directly. For example, the soul-stealing nun and naiad were the same. If it was a physical attack, the evil spirit had to be a physical body. It could not carry out physical attacks in its spirit state. "Don't tell me they're evil spirits with physical entities," Levi muttered. "I understand. Continue to increase your patrols and investigations. The criminal might be a human, but he disguised himself as a monster by digging out his heart. If you find a possible enemy, don't make a move and report to me first," Levi said. From the looks of it, it did not matter if the murderer was human. In short, ordinary knights should not be a match for him. "Yes, Lord." The sheriff panted and retreated as if he had been pardoned. It was a little difficult to breathe in front of the 2-meter-tall lord. Levi closed the door. He released Tootin. Now he could not decide, so he asked Toot. No matter what, Tootin was still a wizard apprentice. His knowledge and experience far exceeded his own. When Tootin saw the dead, his expression turned solemn. "If we exclude the mischievous human murderer, then the closest and most likely way to kill someone like this is the work of the Blood Clan." "Blood Clan? Isn't it an evil spirit?" Levi asked. "It shouldn't be an evil spirit. The victim's heart is missing, and all the blood in his body has been sucked dry." According to the wizard's research, the Blood Clan had appeared in the human world long ago and had never left. They came from the intersection of the many planes of the ancient age. They were monsters left behind after creatures from certain planes invaded our world. You have to be careful. The Blood Clan isn't as easy to deal with as ordinary evil spirits or snow demons. Evil spirits are aberrations born from the combination of mortals with powerful obsessions and the dark wave. Snow demons are the aberrations of the undead that the blue frost has infected. Although they have some supernatural characteristics, their strength is limited. However, the Blood Clan is different. They were powerful creatures from some planes. They were as powerful as the legends said. Moreover, unlike the bard's tales, the Blood Clan did not fear silver, sunlight, or garlic. Although they did not like the sunlight, they would not die when they met the sunlight like in the stories. Even for wizard apprentices, the Blood Clan was not easy to deal with, and the powerful Blood Clan would cause even official wizards a headache. My suggestion was to report this matter to the church and let the church send professionals to deal with it, Tootin said. The church, count on them. Levi could not help but think of the evil spirit wreaking havoc in Icewind City for over half a year. They could not even deal with a dangerous level evil spirit, let alone the Blood Clan. Do you have any books about monsters? As a wizard apprentice, monster knowledge should be a compulsory course. Otherwise, how could one deal with monsters? Levi took the opportunity to ask. He was lacking such a thing now. He needed to catch up on some monster knowledge to know his enemy and be more calm when facing the monsters revived from the dark wave. A thin book appeared in the pot of equal value. Knowledge is money. Monster manuals are also very valuable. After all, the knowledge of many monsters is the research results of some wizards. They usually won't give it to others easily. However, mine is considered a more basic one. It's about some common monsters. According to the principle of equal exchange, give me the soul of a knight and this manual is yours, Tootin said nervously. No problem. Levi randomly found a prisoner on death row in the dungeon and exchanged the booklet with Tootin. Frankenwizard's Monster Manual. Looks like you still have a lot of good things here. Levi looked at Tootin with a faint smile. Seeing this, Tootin immediately slipped back into the pot. Levi shrugged and returned to the castle to start learning. Levi cultivated for the next few days while reading the monster manual he had just obtained. Franken was a celebrity in the wizard world. He came from the life school of thought, and his primary skills were monster studies, mutation studies, bloodline studies, and transformation studies. Especially in monster studies, Franken wizards were highly famous, also known as Monster Franken. This was because he had personally created many famous man-made monsters. Stan was one of them. It was a stitched monster with infinite strength. The primary material used to make it was the corpse of a grand knight. Of course, it would be better if there was the corpse of a giant, but the giant was more complex to provoke than the grand knighty. Stan was much stronger than a grand knight. This was because he was a monster stitched together by a wizard. Not only did he combine the powerful physical attributes of a grand knight, but he also had some spell abilities. He was the best choice for many wizards to guard their homes. Some poor souls who accidentally entered the wizard's residence would usually end up miserable after meeting Stan. Because of Stan's fame, Franken was also famous. His work was regarded as a model by many monster lovers. This included the creator of the pot of equal value. Therefore, when he created this pot of equal value, he also placed a monster manual inside. There were not many monsters in the monster manual, but they were all classic monsters. Among them were the classic legendary monsters such as Blood Clan, Werewolf, Ghoul, Vampiric Bird, Deer Head Spirit, and Chicken Snake. Levi read with great interest. In this world, Blood Clan members were still relatively robust. The Blood Clan was divided into two types, the primary Blood Clan and the secondary Blood Clan. The original Blood Clan was the first generation from another plane. They were mighty and usually only official wizards could handle them. However, the original Blood Clan members were scarce because they had come from the last ancient plane intersection. After that, there was no replenishment in numbers. The original Blood Clan members could not reproduce. They were all products of the Blood River Will. The Blood River Will should be a master of the multidimensional plane, similar to the Blue Frost Lord of the Blue Frost Plane. He was at least a demigod. As time passed, the first batch of native Blood Clan who came in with the plane convergence gradually died of old age or unnatural deaths. As a result, the number of native Blood Clan members worldwide was scarce. Even if there were, they slept in tombs deep in the mountains or remote ancient castles. The original Blood Clan members had a long lifespan. They could survive for thousands of years while in deep sleep. To humans, this was almost equivalent to immortality. Therefore, in the classification of wizards, the Blood Clan, giants, and elves were famous for their longevity. As for the secondary Blood Clan, they were the servants of the native Blood Clan members who had been transformed using ancient rituals. This was what most people called the Blood Clan. These Blood Clan members were afraid of sunlight. They hid in the crowd and drank human blood in the dark. Of course, some secondary Blood Clan members possessed strong willpower and moral sense. They were blood-sucking livestock, but such people were relatively rare. To the Blood Clan members, human blood was like delicious milk tea, while livestock blood was like spoiled milk that was difficult to swallow. The secondary Blood Clan members should be causing trouble in my territory. The strength of the secondary Blood Clan members is generally at the level of a Grand Knight. Some of the stronger ones might have the level of a top-notch Grand Knight or even a legendary knight, Levi muttered. During this period, he sent people to the territories of other nobles to investigate. He found similar murders had also occurred in different regions over the years. It was not because he came to the City of the Flowers that he became like this. This meant that these people, who seemed to be from the Blood Clan, were not targeting him. This was their way of living since ancient times. It was just that he was more meticulous in his public security investigation. That was why he found this clue. The battle would be over if it were any other lord or ordinary person who died. Due to widespread famine and war, they would not care about people dying daily. These lives were not enough to attract the attention of those lords. As long as these potential dangers did not threaten the lord's rule, no one would care about them. Levi did not know if he should make a move against the Blood Clan. According to Franken, the Blood Clan was more united. Because they were small groups, they often emphasized internal unity. Only in this way could they survive in the cruel human society. Forget it, let's not bother about it for now. Let's let it go as long as it's not too frequent. I'm about to become a wizard, so let's not complicate things, Levi thought. He was not afraid of the secondary Blood Clan members. He was worried about the primary Blood Clan, which only an official wizard could handle. Levi estimated that if he relied on the power of a knight, he would need to be at least a legendary knight to deal with them. The Blood Clan members are born with extraordinary strength, speed, physique, and powerful recovery abilities. They even have spell abilities, which are much more powerful than a Grand Knight. However, Blood Clan members are more afraid of fire. My flame seal will be a sharp weapon against them. The black gas can also deal with them, Levi thought. Although he did not plan to take the initiative to attack, he had to be wary of others. If these Blood Clan members noticed him, he would not hesitate to attack. Since these old antiques had been hiding in the human underground world, they were afraid of humans and did not want to cause too much trouble in the human world. Otherwise, there was no need to be so secretive. However, as the dark wave revived, perhaps these old antiques were starting to be dishonest. This was because the plane they lived in was about to converge again. At that time, a new primary Blood Clan might be invading this world. This is troublesome. Can evil spirits, snow demons, and the Blood Clan be any more chaotic? Was it the revival of the dark wave? Levi was speechless. Each of these guys was harder to deal with than the last. It was hard to imagine how the humans would face the invasion of these monsters without the wizard's help and just relying on the rabble of the church. Levi felt that the wizard would probably make a move. After all, wizards needed humans to replenish their blood. They should be unable to watch so many mortals die in the dark wave. The wizard had not made a move yet because the situation had just begun. They would not make a move yet. Who cares? Saving the world has nothing to do with me. Levi was no longer worried. He continued to return to his everyday life. In the following days, there were several similar murders every month. The rumors of mind flayers were rampant. Even a blacksmith Levi brought over from Blackwater Valley had been killed. This made Levi, who originally wanted to turn a blind eye, unable to sit still. DMN it. How dare you take advantage of me? Out of all people, Levi cursed in his heart. He decided to investigate first to see if the Blood Clan members were behind this. Now, the mind flayers have seriously affected the everyday lives of the residents of Flower City. With so many murders every month, who could stand it? However, after concluding the characteristics of so many murders, Levi discovered some patterns. They liked to commit crimes at night, and their targets were usually vagrants or wandering knights. Moreover, they preferred to attack young adults. There were no old people among all the victims so far. They were all young men or women. Other than that, these murderers did not leave behind many clues. On the other hand, Levi had his subordinates focus on the investigation according to the monster manual. He had also hired some professional detectives, who were all capable and expensive. Levi did not intend to alert the enemy. He wanted to see if he could find the murderer secretly. Generally speaking, the Blood Clan members were no different from ordinary people under normal circumstances. However, there were still some characteristics. For example, they had pale faces, which was unhealthy. They often had dark circles under their eyes, which was what the monster manual introduced. Other than that, they liked to move in the dark, and the full moon was their favorite hunting time. According to Franken's preliminary research, it seemed that during the full moon, they could sense the power of the Blood River will from their distant hometown, which they believed in, and obtain the blessing of strength. Therefore, combining these characteristics, Levi planned to try and see if he could bait and find the murderer. In the following days, although the Lord had increased security patrols, some people would still go missing every month. In the end, the corpses of these people were found in the corners of the city or the wilderness. Without exception, they all had no hearts, and their blood was dried. The Church of Flower City V also sent people to investigate. However, Levi really could not compliment the ability of this group of people. Without their god, this group could not do anything. Of course, on the surface, Levi maintained a good relationship with the church and had never stopped donating small amounts of money. No matter what, the church was still the true overlord of the country. There was no need for him to make things difficult for them. With the care of the church, it was easier to do things. Tonight was the night of the full moon. Dark clouds floated in the sky, casting shadows on the ground. The moonlight shone on Flower City. Inside the castle, Levi wore a black robe and cloak, carrying 2 swords on his back and wearing a white wolf mask. He quietly slipped out. He wanted to see which D-Ned Blood Clan member was causing trouble in his territory. There was no one else on the streets because of the mind flayers' rumors besides some homeless people. Levi's body shrunk and became thin. He hid in the shadows and activated his advanced vibrosensing. So far, there has been no response from Spider sensing. He came to the top floor of the church. This was the highest point of Flower City, and he could overlook the entire city. Come on, little beastard, let me see you. Levi's muscles tensed up, ready to move at any time. A drunken wandering knight had just come out of Shining Tavern in an empty alley. He reeked of alcohol and burped. He staggered on the street. In the corner of the tavern, a slender, curvy figure wrapped tightly and raised her head silently. A veil covered the lower half of her face, but one could vaguely see that it was a female face. She pursed her lips and stretched lazily, letting out a sexy moan. A fat customer at the side looked at this young lady and could not help but feel his hormones rise. He used alcohol to strengthen his courage and impulsively blocked her. He felt vulgar doing so, yet he inadvertently glanced at the lady's huge chest and could not help himself. Beautiful young lady, it's so late and you're still drinking in the tavern. Are you homeless? Why don't you go to my residence and rest for the night? This was a fat noble with a plump figure, and he was also an official knight. The fat man stopped the lady, who could not help but frown. She looked at the wandering knight who had left and then at the fat noble. She sighed softly and said, "Sure." Fatty did not expect this young lady to agree. Instantly, he took his drink and pulled the young lady's hand. She didn't resist and let out a grunt, allowing Fatty to hold her hand. She followed Fatty home. The fat noble's house was located in the inner city V. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. Although that young lady's face was still hidden, her breasts tempted him. Even if she looked like a bat, Fatty did not mind. Her body was the most important. What was the difference in looks when the lights were turned off at night? The fat noble did not bring the woman to his house but to the hotel, because he had sobered up and felt that it was not good to bring her home. It would be easy for them to find him after the matter. She asked faintly, "Didn't you say we were going to your house? I forgot to bring my key. Shall I get a room?" Fatty asked softly. The woman did not say anything. She pulled Fatty to a dark alley with slender hands and pressed him against the wall. Her beautiful, white, slender fingers touched the fatty's chest, and she even supported one hand against the wall as if she were going to be pressed the fatty. Fatty could not help but swallow. He did not expect this woman to be so proactive. Something was wrong. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Even if such a good thing existed, would it be his turn? Gust of cold wind blew over, and Fatty suddenly felt that he was completely sober. He looked at the woman. There was an indescribable coldness under her beautiful face. For some reason, he recalled the rumors about the mind flayers. This Fatty had not finished speaking. The beautiful woman in front of him started to tear apart. From her back, a ferocious bone spur extended out. The towering thing on her chest also popped out. They were not her breasts. Instead, they were two pairs of ugly lumps. The lumps had two slits, like two human heads. They were filled with fine teeth that hissed. Monster. Fatty was shocked, but he still subconsciously used the black gas. Unfortunately, his black gas was extremely weak in front of this monster. Like a thin piece of paper, it broke with a stab. The beautiful woman had wholly turned into a monster. Her wet skin was red, revealing the veins of her muscles. She seemed to have no skin. Her bald skin was secreting mucus. Her face had become like a bat, showing sharp teeth, and her mouth was split open to the roots. The moon behind her seemed shrouded in a layer of blood-red mist, like a river of blood across the sky. It was strange yet fascinating. Fatty wanted to speak, but talking in the face of this monster's terrifying aura was tough for him. This was the difference between ordinary knights and blood clan members. It was too big, Catcha. The monster's sharp claws dug out Fatty's heart. What came out of the heart was blood pulled by a mysterious force and flowed against the flow. The blood finally gathered and turned into a mini blood river. It was sucked by the two meatballs in the monster's chest, and Fatty visibly shriveled up. The monster's aura seemed to have become a little stronger. Delicious, this is much better than the blood of livestock. Why doesn't the elder allow us to drink human blood? This is delicious. The monster did not understand. Its body began to return to normal. Fatty had already become a dried corpse. The deliciousness of human blood made it FM opt PvPRV thincy. A dagger condensed from black gas tore through the air and stabbed deeply into its head. The dagger exploded in its head, and the liquid inside splashed everywhere. The monster was in pain. It turned its head mechanically. Its face, which had been blown up, was a little puzzled. Half of its head looked forward. It saw the figure charging over like a phantom, a human Grand Knight. Although the Grand Knight was not its match, it did not want trouble, so it escaped first. The skull that the black gas dagger had shattered also gradually recovered. For a secondary blood clan member like it, even though it could not be reborn like the primary blood clan member, it was not afraid of such a trivial fatal wound. Levi looked at the monster. White bones suddenly stretched out on its two ribs, connected to bright red wings. It is the blood clan, DMN it. Levi sent out another two blades of black gas toward it. Bang, bang, it was in pain. It roared angrily and flapped its wings to fly up. However, it did not escape. Instead, it flew towards Levi. At first, it did not want to fight, but this reckless Grand Knight forced it. As a noble blood clan, it should not have to live in the shadows of humans. It had never approved of the elders' idea of living peacefully with humans. It had had enough of drinking the blood of livestock like a human ascetic every day. Humans believed that those not of the same race would have different hearts. Why should they follow the wishes of humans? The blood clan was more muscular and superior. Humans were just lowly food. Now it could feel that the power of the blood river was gradually approaching this world. At that time, even more true primary blood clan members, more potent than the elders, would descend into this world. They no longer needed to live in the shadows. The blood clan should live in this world with their heads held high. Humans were food, so they had to have an awareness of food. Its wings tore through the air and charged toward Levi. Levi's expression was solemn. Black gas surrounded his body and finally condensed into black scale that sounded like gold and iron. From the looks of it, it's undoubtedly a secondary blood clan member. The aura of the primary blood clan was much stronger than this. Levi would have run away without saying a word if it were the primary blood clan. Levi's black gas transformed into a sharp blade in his palm. It slashed at the incoming opponent. The sharp claws of the blood clan member collided with the black gas, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding. One collision was enough for Levi to discover that its strength was not under his own. Moreover, his opponent could fly, and its speed was not slow. Originally, Levi wanted to turn a blind eye, but this DMN thing did not give him any face. Bang. Black gas filled the sky, dancing wildly and rising. Levi used his palm as a claw and grabbed its hind leg. It lost its balance and fell from the sky after being caught by the black gas. Levi took advantage of the situation. The floor cracked and rocks flew everywhere. Frostmourne was unsheathed and nailed the blood clan monster to the ground. Given the blood clan's physique, Levi knew that these external injuries were nothing. In terms of self-healing ability, even if he had transcendent physique, he could not compare to the mighty self-healing power of the blood clan. Their self-healing ability did not come from themselves, but from the supreme blood river will. It was far beyond imagination, even if it was a secondary blood clan. Levi did not dare to be negligent. While the blood clan monster was nailed to the ground, he had already prepared the seal of flame. The level 3 seal of flames, azure blue flames, were like ghosts in the night. It swept out with a bang. The sizzling sound of oil was heard. It wailed in agony. Its cries echoed in the empty alley. As expected, a weak monster. Levi smashed the monster's head with a punch. He relied on his powerful level 9 black scale and frost giant armor to withstand his opponent's ferocious attacks. These attacks could easily tear apart the defense and armor of ordinary Grand Knights. This blood clan monster was slightly more substantial than an ordinary top-tier Grand Knight because its attributes were robust. It was equivalent to a weakened version of Levi. In particular, its physique and strength were slightly more substantial than Levi's. Fortunately, Levi had the seal. Surging seals were sent out one after another. Its body was burnt, but even so it did not die. Instead, it struggled violently and broke free from Levi's restraints. It knew that it was no match for the Grand Knight. Its short burst of power was no weaker than the human Grand Knight in front of it, but his endurance was too powerful. He was not human at all. Moreover, his defense was monstrous. It flapped its bone wings and took off. How could Levi let it go? If this monster flew away, it would be impossible for him to catch it again. Blood clan members were good at hiding and could even change their appearance. As long as they wanted to hide, Levi could not find them. Levi grabbed its wings and was brought up from the ground. Without hesitation, he snapped his fingers. The phantom of the frost giant appeared. The vampire looked even more terrified. It roared a wizard tool. It was evident that the blood clan knew about wizard tools. First ring spell, frost giant sigh. The cold wind blew past, and it seemed out of place in the warm winter night of Flower City. The monster's body began to stiffen. Its bodily fluids had already been frozen, but its physical fitness was extreme, and its heart was still thumping. Levi's Frostmourne took the opportunity to stab its heart. He poured out the black gas, and the black gas surged into his heart. The surging black gas burst his opponent's heart. Compared to the brain, the heart was the monster's weakness. In addition, the frost giant sigh had a freezing effect. Snowflakes fell from the sky. They fell together. There was also the corpse of the blood clan. It fell straight to the ground from a height of 100 meters. Levi stepped on its corpse and crashed to the ground. The frozen body had lost its powerful defense and became fragile. Coupled with the fact that it was falling from a high altitude, the impenetrable corpse directly smashed into the ground and shattered into pieces. However, it was still not dead. This made Levi understand why blood clan monsters were so troublesome. It's a pity that I don't have the inheritance of the Van Helsing family. Otherwise, it would be much easier to deal with them. Levi could only use the Seal of Flame to continue attacking. In the end, the blood clan monster's corpse was roasted until only a charred and dried skeleton was left. It shattered into ashes, and it was utterly dead. Levi used the iron box he had prepared beforehand to put the remains of the corpses into it. Levi felt this would be useful if the Blood Clan corpse were a casting material. He looked at the mess on the ground. Levi cleaned up the apparent traces of battle. He placed the dry wood on the ground, scorched black by the seal of flame. He placed the torn clothes of the Blood Clan monster and the fat noble's body in the fire and burned them. The fire burned brightly at night. In this case, it can cover up the traces of my seal of flame, Levi muttered. Then he left. He killed a Blood Clan member. He was still a little nervous. What if there was some inexplicable connection between the Blood Clan monsters? They would not come looking for revenge, right? The following day, a group of people gathered in the deserted alley. Last night, there seemed to be a ghost crying here. Do you think there are evil spirits in the city? It looks like an intense battle broke out here. The ground has cracked open. It's too terrifying. I can already imagine how powerful both sides are. Well, it can't be the mind flayers, can it? It's possible. I heard that the Lord was investigating the mind flayers. I wonder what the result is. People discussed and gradually dispersed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, no more signs of the mind flayers. The serial murder case seemed to have finally come to an end. In the castle, Levi also heaved a sigh of relief. It had been a month, and no Blood Clan monsters had come to seek revenge. It seemed that this monster might be an exception. The mastermind behind the serial murders in Tulip Hill and the nearby territories should be the Blood Clan monster he killed. Now that it was dead, the nearby area was peaceful. Somewhere in the Emerald Kingdom, in a remote abandoned castle, was a gloomy place with no sunlight all day. This place had been deserted for a long time. The castle had long since been forgotten after its owner died. Not far from the castle, there was a mass grave. There were tombstones everywhere in the cemetery. On the tombstone, there were no names. Instead, they were from animals. Deer, wild boars, night ravens, and animal skeletons were piled under these tombstones. In a dark corner of the castle, a coffin seemed to have decayed. The coffin was covered, and some hexagram patterns were carved in blood around it. They were demonic and mysterious. Behind the coffin was a suit of armor. It was a dark red armor that emitted an ancient aura. The armor looked rusty, and it was inevitable to be like this after staying in a dark and humid place for a long time. Next to the armor was a 1.5-meter-long scythe. It looked like a blood-colored crescent moon, emitting a faint black light. The scythe looked made of mithril with some rune patterns carved on it. There were some small letters on the scythe's handle. Brad. The coffin suddenly opened. A shriveled corpse suddenly sat up. A rat appeared beside the coffin. The rat was soon turned into a dried corpse. It was as if he had drunk life-saving holy water. The shriveled corpse said hoarsely, "How long have I been sleeping?" He arrived outside the castle and looked at the blood-red forest behind the court. This was the sapling he had planted before he fell asleep. The blood-red tree was rare. This kind of tree could emit a strange fragrance. It lured all kinds of wild animals in the forest to come under the tree to eat the leaves of its trees. However, the leaves of the blood-red tree were poisonous. These wild animals would die instantly after eating them. Their blood would be absorbed by the powerful roots of the blood-red tree and stored in the trunk. He exerted strength in his palm and gently stabbed it into the hard trunk of the blood-red tree. Blood oozed out of the wound like resin. The blood turned into a river flowing in the air and finally entering his mouth. With the continuous infusion of blood, his shriveled body began to fill up. Finally, he turned into a handsome man 2 meters tall and slender. His voice was no longer hoarse. It was as if he had returned to his youth. Judging from the growth of these blood-bred trees, I should have been asleep for 200 years. The last time I walked in the human world, I used the identity of Blood Knight Brad. Unfortunately, that identity has been remembered by the church, so it's not convenient to use it. If it weren't for the death of a junior, perhaps I would still be in a deep sleep. It seems that these juniors began to feel uneasy while I was in a deep sleep. To kill a third generation of the secondary Blood Clan, he must have the strength of a top-tier Grand Knight. He should be close to a legendary knight. I wonder if there are any new legends in the human world after such a long time. The handsome man's figure changed into a slightly aged old man. This time I'll change my identity. The identity of a legendary knight is too dazzling. From now on, I will be Knight Anderson. The self-proclaimed Knight Anderson returned to the castle. When he reappeared, he was already wearing rusty dark red armor and a sickle wrapped in cloth. He was the elder of the Blood Clan, one member Levi had killed. Although he was not a primary Blood Clan member, in the hearts of many clan members, his prestige was not inferior to that of a primary Blood Clan member. After all, he belonged to the first generation of the secondary Blood Clan members, the strongest of the secondary Blood Clan. Other than that, he also had another identity. The legendary knight, Blood Knight Brad. 200 years ago, he used to walk in the human world as Blood Knight Brad. After he became a Blood Clan member, he had always asked himself to uphold justice and eliminate evil with the honor and morality of a knight. He was one of the very few peace-loving members of the Blood Clan. Since his debut, he had never drunk human blood and always cultivated with wild animals' blood. In the end, he became a legendary knight step by step. Unfortunately, his identity as the legendary knight Brad became increasingly famous. and his prestige increased. It was a severe threat to the faith of the church. Therefore, the church had its eyes on him. The pope of that generation used his foundation to encircle and suppress him. Ultimately, he could only fake his death and escape. He hid in the castle and slept for a long time, slowly healing his injuries. It was only now that he had fully recovered. Just because a junior was dead, it became the fuse to awaken him. Anderson had lived for so long, so he knew there was a high chance that the Blood Clan member did not remember his teachings and had been discovered by human experts by feeding on human blood. He did not know if the one who killed her was the church or some other human powerhouse. The Blood River will is also continuously infiltrating this world with the awakening of the Dark Wave. This isn't a good thing. Anderson knew that a Blood Clan member like him was an anomaly. Most of the Blood Clan members, especially those belonging to the primary Blood Clan, did not have the moral concepts and excellent and evil concepts of humans. They would take human blood for granted, just like how humans ate beef. They would not feel guilty at all. Humans were also in their homeland because this was the law of their survival. The humans there were the blood food raised by the Blood Clan. They were pigs. It was just like how humans in this world raised livestock. No matter what, I will try my best to prevent the worst from happening, Anderson muttered. His figure disappeared into the forest. He wanted to go where the junior died and visit the expert who could kill the Blood Clan member. He would not mind teaching them a lesson if they were from the church. Even a good person like him would be angry if his good intentions were treated like a donkey's liver. Now that the Blood River will had infiltrated his body, his power would be more powerful. He felt it was time for the church to pay the price for its immoral actions 200 years ago. Naturally, Levi did not know that a first generation of the secondary Blood Clan, a legendary knight, had targeted him. He was still waiting for the fire paper to burn. Damn it, why aren't you burning? I'm running out of patience. Levi stayed at home, cultivating meditation art and breathing techniques while waiting for the Magi to come and pick him up. The meditation art's proficiency increased daily at a tortoise-like speed, regardless of the weather. Levi was helpless against it. His breathing technique was still changing day by day, breaking through rapidly. It was the year 1015 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the moon of the wheat field. Tulip Hill had a bumper harvest. The territory was filled with joy. During this period, Levi's army also expanded. After all, to defend such a large territory, the original Blackwater Valley troops were not enough. During this period of cultivation, Levi was also looking for his successor. This successor had to be loyal to him. When he left the territory and headed to the wizard world, he would continue to manage the place and wealth for Levi. This way, when he returned, he could bring the wealth over. As far as Levi knew, there were also mortal gathering places in the wizard world. In these human gathering places, gold coins were still the common currency. When he became a wizard apprentice, he could still use gold coins to buy basic living materials or supplies. Although some alchemy wizards had mastered the real alchemy and could create materials like gold, however, the cost of such alchemy was extremely high. The price of artificial gold was several times that of natural gold, and it was not universal at all. Therefore, gold was still the currency some wizard apprentices or mortals used to transact ordinary goods. It was still precious. This was also why Levi decided to take back Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill. Many wizards did this. Perhaps some prominent merchant association or power was behind it. There were traces of wizards. Therefore, Levi could not relinquish the territory, which was part of his wealth and spiritual land. Unfortunately, he was still young. It seemed too late to marry a wife and have a child to inherit his territory. Levi did not have such thoughts, so he still had to find a reliable agent in the human world. This agent must be loyal to him, and it would be best if he had the strength of a grand knight. Only then would he be able to intimidate ferocious people. I'm worried. Levi was worried. He could only think of two methods. One was to use the living dead controlled by the seal of hell to replace him and guard the territory. The advantage was absolute loyalty and sufficient strength. The downside was that their intelligence was too low, and they could not handle complicated lord matters. Moreover, this living dead probably could not be used in the human world after he entered the wizard world. The second method was to use the man-face spider's kiss to control a grand knight for his use. The advantage was that it was a living person with no problem with intelligence. The disadvantage was that such a grand knight was threatened by death and might not be loyal enough. Moreover, to maintain this relationship, he had to give the grand knight the antidote every year. If only there were a spell that could control real living people. There must be such a spell, but I haven't mastered it yet, nor does that D. Ned Tootin. Levi sighed. If he had that kind of enslavement spell, he could enslave a grand knight for his use and manage his territory. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. There's still time anyway. I can pay attention to things in this area during this period. Levi walked out of the castle. He had been cultivating his breathing techniques during this period, and his strength had improved a little. However, Levi already had this particular effect, so there was little chance of repeating it. It had to break through to level 9 to allow his speed to rise to another level. This time, Levi came out of seclusion, mainly because he wanted to walk to green bug territory. He still did not want to give up on the Scorpion Knight's method of controlling scorpions. He decided to find a way to see this method before he left the human world and entered the wizard world. This way, he could have another trump card. When Levi left Tulip Hill, a plain-looking old man in armor also stepped into Flower City. The old man was the first generation of the secondary blood clan. To not attract attention, he dyed his dark red armor black. After all, his current identity was Knight Anderson, a wandering knight, and not the Blood Knight Brad. That legendary knight was already. He first went to Shining Tavern. "Your Excellency, today's pass is blood wine." The burly man at the entrance of the Shining Tavern reminded him warmly. He was afraid that Anderson would not understand, so he even introduced the origin and symbolic meaning of the blood wine to him. Knight Anderson smiled. Blood wine. He immediately ordered a cup of blood wine and drank it in one gulp. Blood wine was not blood, but red wine. It was as red as blood and was called blood wine. This wine tasted lovely. Not bad, Anderson laughed. Anderson cursed in his heart. Was he famous everywhere? He wanted to live a low-key life now. It is not wise to go against the church. When you thought the church was already rotten, the D-Ned church would always be like a centipede that had died but would revive. It was unknown where they had gotten their hands on some so-called sealing sacred objects. These sacred objects often had miraculous powers. It was said that the gods blessed them with incredible strength. Of course, using them often required the church to bear a considerable price. Therefore, the church would not use such resources if it could. The power of the sealing sacred objects was very great. Once, an influential primary blood clan member committed evil for a while and sucked the blood of an entire town, creating a shocking disaster. The Church of Holy Light immediately used one of the powerful sealing sacred objects. The primary blood clan member, which had destroyed a town and killed several official wizards, was burned under the item. Therefore, even someone as powerful as Anderson would not go head-on with the church. However, if he taught the church a lesson and made them suffer a little, it would at least make his 200 years of suffering a little better. Knight Anderson wandered around Shining Tavern alone. His perception was powerful. Whether due to his robust body or his cultivation of a legendary knight, he had a perception that surpassed that of ordinary grandamites. Therefore, eavesdropping on some conversations was too easy. There was no better place to gather information than Shining Tavern. Knight Anderson asked around. He found that blood clan members had been roaming around Flower City some time ago. There were also some in the nearby territories. Mind flayers. It should be Venena. Poor Venena. I often told her that her desires shouldn't control her. She should. De TNE master or Nur Easlers, not a slave to Tinem. It seems 11 key Snee Nuz dro ken her precepts. Venena was the name of the female blood clan member that Levi had killed. She could be considered a third generation of the secondary blood clan who was exceptionally talented in Knight Anderson's memories. If the church killed you, I will avenge you. But if it's the revenge of the people you hurt, then I can't do anything about it. This was the limit of what Knight Anderson could do. Deep in his bones, he was more inclined to think of himself as a human. Therefore, he preferred to stand on the side of the humans. Therefore, even though he knew Venena had done the evil first, his moral principles and Knight made it impossible for him to side with Vinella. He was causing trouble for the church primarily because of the personal grudge between him and the church. Finally, Knight Anderson left the tavern. He wandered the city and finally found the place where the incident happened, the trace of aura left behind by Venena. The battlefield had been leveled and repaired by Levi's men. However, Anderson's sense of smell was extremely sharp. He could smell Venena's scent. He followed her scent and continued to search. Finally, he stopped in front of the towering Black Snake Castle. The church does not kill her. Interesting. I didn't expect the Lord of Flower City to be so powerful, Anderson muttered. He politely approached the castle's edge and asked the guard, "Cough, young man, I'm a wandering Amite. I have something to report to the Lord. Please help me inform him." The guard said, "Old man, the Lord has gone out. Please return." All right then, Knight Anderson shook his head. Naturally, he could barge in. However, it was impolite to barge into someone else's castle like that, and it did not conform to his inner moral code. It was precisely because he had strictly followed the moral code for so many years that Knight Anderson could constantly suppress the desire of the blood clan in his body. So he slowly left. He planned to stay in this city, first to feel the changes of the times, understand some things, and simultaneously wait for the Lord's return. Levi was already in the territory of the Scorpion Knight. Since he killed the Scorpion Knight, Levi had been unable to forget about those strange scorpions. Although insects aren't beasts, the wild heart should be usable, right? Levi muttered. He thought he would catch and tame a few if he could not find a method to control the poisonous scorpions. Compared to the humongous beasts like Hen Ha-2 Generals Ha, these elusive poisonous scorpions were more suitable for actual combat. It was also convenient for Levi to carry it with him. Within the city, the kingdom had rewarded the Scorpion family for their contribution to quelling the rebellion in Montenegro Mountain. The current patriarch of the Scorpion family was an ordinary Grand Knight. This Grand Knight was Knight Lyle. He was in the secret room of his family, studying the private method left behind by his father, Saint Insect Defending Technique. One of the saint insects in this secret technique was Saint Scorpions, which were highly poisonous. Their most potent thing was its iron shell, which was impenetrable and extremely hard. Knight Ryle's father, the Scorpion Knight, had once controlled over 1,000 Saint Scorpions at his peak. If he were prepared, the average Grand Knight would not be a match for these Saint Scorpions. Even top-tier Grand Knights might fail. This was the most precious treasure of the Scorpion family. It was also the foundation of their family. However, many of the Saint Scorpions escaped after his father's death. Knight Ryle had captured less than 1/10 of them. These 100 Saint Scorpions were his last seeds. It was very troublesome to raise a Saint Scorpion. It needed fresh flesh and blood as food. However, this was only the lowest level of blood food. The Saint Scorpions that were nurtured had average strength. The best Saint Scorpions had to be fed by living creatures that had just died. Among the living beings in the mortal world, humans were the best. Using humans to feed Saint Scorpions was undoubtedly against human ethics. Therefore, he had to nurture Saint Scorpions secretly. In the secret room of the Scorpion family, Saint Scorpions were hibernating in the Scorpion Pond, and living people on the verge of death were thrown into the Scorpion Pond. Most of these people were criminals, vagrants, refugees, captives, or people who had offended the Scorpion family. They were thrown into the Scorpion Pond, and soon their bodies were covered with Saint Scorpions. They struggled, but it was useless. Knight Lyle's expression was cold. The Scorpion family had always been ruthless. It was an old tradition of his family to feed the living holy armor. The Saint Scorpions nurtured in this way would be even more powerful. When Knight Lyle watched the Scorpion eat a living person, there were sounds of fighting coming from outside. This made him frown. He wore his armor, picked up his weapon, and left the secret room. A black-clothed man wearing a bird of death mask inside the castle stood at the top of the tower, looking down at the soldiers below. The arrows shot by the soldiers could not get close at all. They were all scattered by the black gas around him. An absolute expert. Knight Lyle was shocked. "Are you from the Bird of Death's voice?" Knight Lyle asked. He pressed his weapon, ready to attack at any moment. Although the other party was suspected to be a top-tier Grand Knight and he was no match for him, this was the territory of the Scorpion family, after all. He did not believe they could not subdue a Grand Knight with so many people. Levi looked down at the Grand Knight. According to the information he had received, this was the current head of the Scorpion family, the heir of the old Scorpion Knight. "I heard that the Scorpion family can control poisonous insects and make enemies tremble in fear. I'll tell you straight, I'm very interested in the method to control poisonous insects. I'll leave now if you hand over the technique and poisonous insects," Levi said. In his heart, he felt that he had finally stepped into the ranks of the fanatics. The Scorpion family had no enmity with him in the past or the present. Knight Ryle was furious and sneered. "Your Excellency, you sure are arrogant. The Scorpion family has been famous in the South for hundreds of years. This is the first time we've been threatened. Even the Duke of Montenegro has never given in. You're just an assassin of the Bird of Death's voice, and you want to get your hands on our ancestral secret technique." "A joke, men crossbowmen, shoot this person to death," Knight Lyle said. The Scorpion family's army swarmed over. Levi's expression did not change. Like a bat knight, his black cape fluttered as he leaped high, releasing countless poisonous gases. As expected of the despicable Bird of Death's voice, using poison right from the start. "Quick, everyone, hold your breath. Don't breathe in poison gas." Knight Ryle personally knocked his bow and shot at Levi. Levi grabbed the arrow shot by Knight Lyle and threw it out. The hand was wrapped in black gas. Puch! The arrow shot into Knight Lyle's armor. Knight Lyle's expression changed drastically. His arrowhead had been dipped in the poison of the Saint Scorpions. Who would have thought that the enemy would be so assertive? Not only could he catch the arrow with his bare hands, but he could also reflect it and break his armor. This kind of usage of black gas was unheard of then. "I'm sorry." Levi turned into an afterimage and swept over. With a loud boom, a group of soldiers flew when he landed on the ground. Levi appeared in front of Knight Lyle. "I mean what I say, patriarch of the Scorpion family," Levi threatened. Knight Lyle looked at his opponent, who had easily defeated him. At this moment, he was terrified. The enemy was so powerful. It was far beyond his imagination. In his opinion, even the legendary knight in the legends were nothing more than this, right? Think carefully, patriarch of the Scorpion family. "Is your life more important, or is the secret technique more important?" Levi said. The patriarch of the Scorpion family was panicking. In the end, he was forced by Levi's tyrannical power and ordered his subordinates to retreat. He brought Levi into the secret room where the Saint Scorpions were raised. Levi looked at the poisonous scorpions in the pond. "It's this thing. It can devour souls." Levi looked at the Saint Scorpions and muttered, However, Levi frowned when he saw the people being devoured by the scorpions. "You feed the scorpions with living humans?" Levi asked. "These people won't live long even if they aren't fed to the Saint Scorpions," Nightlyle said. "They're just people who are about to die. You'll do the same if you want to nurture powerful Saint Scorpions." Levi said nothing. Under the threat of death, Nightlyle handed a sheepskin notebook to Levi. Levi took the sheepskin notebook and glanced through it. "It should be the method to control the poisonous insects. Saint Insect Defending Technique. Saint Scorpions and many other poisonous insects can be raised and tamed. This is a good thing. It should be the masterpiece of a wizard." Although Levi did not look closely, he could tell that it was not something that an ordinary person could create. It must be a work written by a wizard who studied the school of poisonous insects and monsters. Wizards had a wide range of research. It was customary for a school that specialized in poisonous insects to exist. "That's right, you didn't lie to me. Unfortunately, I'm an assassin of Bird of Death's voice. I don't keep my word and am despicable and shameless." Levi sneered and shattered Nightlyle's heart meridian and life seeds with a palm strike, killing him instantly. An ordinary Grand Knight like him was no match for Levi. No matter what, since he had already offended the Scorpion family, he could offend them to the end. The Scorpion family was a family that held grudges. If he let Nightlyle go now, although he did it as Bird of Death's voice, he might be found in the future. It was better for him to die. After Levi killed Nightlyle, he searched the secret room. According to the Saint Insect Defending Technique, there were usually unique breeding bags for poisonous insects. He searched for a while and finally found a strange bag hanging on the wall. It seemed to be sewn from some animal's fur, and there seemed to be some runes flashing on it. This should be it. Levi picked up the bag and opened it with the magic of the secret technique. He jumped into the scorpion pond and used his black scales to protect his body while grabbing the poisonous scorpions with his bare hands. He could feel that the saint scorpions were nibbling at his black scales. What a powerful poisonous insect. "My black scales are invulnerable, but can't withstand its bite." As expected of a mutated insect bred by a wizard, Levi praised in his heart and became even happier. His strength could rise to another level when he mastered this method of controlling poisonous scorpions. This way, after he entered the wizard world, he would have more means to deal with his enemies. He was delighted. Suddenly, Levi remembered that the Saint Scorpions could devour souls, so he took out the corpse of Nightlyle. Immediately, a bunch of Saint Scorpions lay on Nightlyle's head. They were crawling on the ground as if performing some evil ritual. Then, they sucked in the air. Tootin was released by Levi and said when he saw this scene, "What a powerful insect. It can devour souls. This poisonous scorpion is undoubtedly a creation of the wizard from the School of Insects." "Is the School of Insects also a wizard school?" Levi asked. "That's right. However, it's a relatively unpopular school of thought. People tend to classify it as the School of Mutation. After all, it's a weirdo who studies mutated poisonous insects." Soon, before his black scales were bitten to pieces, Levi finally put all 100 Saint Scorpions into the bag. Nightlyle's soul was also devoured. After devouring Nightlyle's soul, Levi noticed that a few scorpions seemed to have eaten until they were round. They lay motionless on the ground as if they had overeaten. "I hope they won't die from being stuffed," Levi thought. As long as this method of controlling poisonous insects can be displayed on the proficiency panel, it will be convenient. He picked up Nightlyle's body and wrapped it up. Although he was an ordinary Grand Knight, he could still be considered the fifth member of his living dead family. It was not a problem for him to be cannon fodder. This was the rational use of corpses. When the 5 generals of the living dead family were all crippled in the future, their flesh could be fed to the Saint Scorpions and recycled. An evil secret technique, but I like it. The more evil it was, the more powerful it was. For the sake of strength, Levi did not mind becoming one of those weirdos. He searched the Scorpion family's mansion and found a few more Saint Scorpions that had escaped. Levi also found the Scorpion family's breathing technique inheritance map. Unfortunately, it was the strength-type breathing technique that he disliked the most. It could only be cultivated to the peak of level 8 and was considered a second-rate breathing technique of excellent quality. In the end, Levi threw down the mask of the Bird of Death's voice and sneakily returned to Black Snake Castle in Flower City with Nightlyle's corpse. After returning, Levi turned Nightlyle into a walking dead. Levi named it Demon Scorpion. It was used to commemorate the poor Scorpion family. At this point, Levi already had Magic Shark, Demon Mountain, Demon High, Spectre, and Demon Scorpion under his command. What a luxurious lineup. There are still 2 empty seats left. I wonder which 2 lucky fellows will benefit from it. This fixed establishment is a blessing that these people took 500 years to cultivate. Levi laughed in his heart. Conversely, the Scorpion family received terrible news a few days later. An assassin of the Bird of Death's voice attacked the Scorpion family. This major event became the gossip topic of the southern nobles after dinner. The kingdom strongly condemned the despicable behavior of Bird of Death's voice. During this period, Levi had been studying the Saint Insect Defending Technique without sleep or food, preparing to record the method of controlling poisonous insects in this secret technique on his proficiency panel. Saint Insect Defending Technique. It was indeed not simple. This was a genuine wizard book. This was what Levi felt when he studied the secret technique these days. The author of this manual was unknown, but there was no doubt that the author was the master of the school of insects that Tootin mentioned. The contents of this manual were profound. To Levi, it was even more difficult to comprehend than breathing technique inheritance diagrams. Many of the terms were incomprehensible to those not senior researchers of the School of Insects. From Levi's perspective, this book was meant for professional wizards. It was not something that a half-wizard like him could comprehend quickly. I picked up a treasure. Levi was overjoyed. As for the other contents, Levi was still unable to comprehend them. However, there was no problem with the Saint Scorpions. After all, if the scorpion family could understand it, he would have no problem with it. According to the classification of all the different insects in the multidimensional planes, the insects in the world could be divided into 3 classes. High-grade insects often come from multidimensional planes. They were powerful, and wizards did not dare to provoke them easily. If too many of these insects existed, it would be the most terrifying insect plague in the world. Even wizards had to avoid them. Middle-grade insects were also relatively rare. Many of them were hybrids of the visitors from the multidimensional planes and the insects of this world. As for the low-grade insects, they were some ancient insects of this world, such as Saint Scorpions. It was a relatively famous poisonous insect. The Saint Scorpions itself was a highly poisonous creature in the world. The man-faced spider tears that Levi had refined required the poison of the Saint Scorpions. However, the Saint Scorpions' most vital point was that its shell was tough and impenetrable. It could even bite the black gas and even devour souls. If these poisonous insects devoured souls, there was a slight chance they would evolve their life level. It was possible to evolve from a low-grade insect to a medium-grade or even a high-grade insect. Of course, this required a long nurturing process. Generally speaking, no wizard would do such an extra thing. This was because a single Saint Scorpion's strength was limited. A large group of Saint Scorpions was required to form considerable power. If he wanted to nurture a large group of evolved Saint Scorpions, the time, energy, material, and financial resources needed were unimaginable. Therefore, the School of Insects wizards preferred to cultivate high-grade insects directly. It doesn't matter, I'm patient anyway. After Levi saw it, he felt that this Saint Insect defending technique was not simple. It was also very suitable for him. If one day he could use the proficiency panel to nurture thousands of evolved Saint Scorpions, then with a wave of his hand, the army of scorpions would cover the sky and devour everything. This would be a living natural disaster. Not bad. Levi was comprehending the Saint Insect defending technique. The bag used to store the Saint Scorpions was called Bug House. To a certain extent, the Bug House was also a wizard tool. Moreover, it was a spatial magic tool similar to the Bag of Gluttony. However, the Bag of Gluttony was a creation of the School of Death. The Bug House was a creation of the School of Insects. This kind of wizard tool only had one use, to become the little pets of the wizards of the School of Insects. Of course, the Bug House was of a higher grade than the Bag of Gluttony. This was because the Bug House could also be used to store other things, as long as one did not worry about the items being eaten by the bugs. Interesting. It's like I have 2 storage items. No matter what, the Bug House is more reliable than the Bag of Gluttony. I can put my important things in the Bug House. I must ensure that the poisonous bugs I put in won't devour the things in the bag. Levi was delighted. Currently, there were more than 100 Saint Scorpions in the Bug House. Opening of the Bug House required a mantra, and Levi had already memorized it. Levi placed his essential things in the Bug House, such as hammers and a large amount of gold. Saint Scorpions ate flesh and souls, not metals, so they would not be eaten. At the same time, Levi took a Saint Scorpion from the Bug House and placed it in his palm. He used black gas to grab the Saint Scorpion, and it kept struggling in his hand. It also used its sharp mouth to gnaw at Levi's black gas defense. So powerful, what is this mouth made of? A knife can't cut my black scales, but this mouth part can bite. Although it can only bite a little, it will be very terrifying if it bites a lot. Levi looked at the poisonous insects curiously. He planned to try the Saint Insect defending techniques method of controlling the Saint Scorpions. There were 2 ways to control Saint Scorpions. The first method was the blood defense technique. Simply put, it was to continuously feed his blood to the Saint Scorpions once a day. The advantage of this method was that it would take effect faster, but the disadvantage was that it would harm the body. Moreover, as the number of Saint Scorpions increased, it was evident that feeding them with his blood was impossible every day. In any case, Levi would not do this. Over time, it would harm his body, and the gains would not compensate for the losses. Scorpion family used this simple method to control the Saint Scorpions. Levi planned to use the second method, divine obstruction. As the name suggested, it was a technique that used one's spiritual force to control the Saint Scorpions. This was the most authentic way to control it. After all, wizards cultivated spiritual power, the most suitable way to control it. However, using mental power to control Saint Scorpions also required a corresponding spell. The authentic School of Insects control spell on the Saint Scorpions was called Sacred Insect Touch. This was a proper first ring spell, and it was evident that Levi could not cast it, although the Saint Insect defending technique seemed to have recorded the spell model of this first ring spell. However, to Levi, who had no foundation in spell, that was like a humanities student reading calculus. He could not understand it at all. Therefore, he could only settle for the next best thing. He used a zero-ring cantrip to barely control it. Levi felt it was feasible to use it with his wild heart. He would use the traditional blood defense technique if it did not work. This zero-ring cantrip was called the insect controlling technique. It might sound like a high-end technique, but the earliest inventor of this trick was a wizard apprentice who could not make it in the wizard world. After returning to the human world, it was unknown how he devised this trick by controlling poisonous insects as a circus trick. A trick. Generally speaking, their power was not that great. Therefore, the effect of this insect-controlling technique was much worse than that of a proper first-ring spell. However, the insect-controlling technique was straightforward to learn. Over time, it became a must-learn trick for some school wizards. Levi looked at the spell model of the insect-controlling technique. Such a simple spell model was drawn on a flat surface. Because of its simple structure, it could be displayed on a two-dimensional surface. According to Teuton, the complicated high-level spells and models were all displayed in the crystal ball in a three-dimensional form. That was the only way to display the spell model's complicated structures. Therefore, according to some wandering poets, wizards would always hold a crystal ball in their hands and stare at it in boredom. This was a wizard studying the spell model. However, the insect-controlling technique was not a complicated spell. It was the most straightforward trick and was only a little more advanced than the tricks of a charlatan. No matter what, this was still a challenge for Levi. Before this, Levi had never learned any spells, nor had he had a systematic teacher to teach him. Therefore, he had no confidence that he could successfully construct the spell model of the insect-controlling technique. In the following time, Levi even stopped cultivating the breathing technique. His daily work was only left with acquiring meditation art and comprehending the spell model of the insect-controlling technique. At least he had a guide, teacher Teuton. Although Teuton was not very skilled, he had mastered some cantrips as a wizard when he was alive. He was also quite knowledgeable about the construction of spell models for cantrips. With Teuton's explanation, Levi had a preliminary understanding of spell model construction. The spell model was similar to setting up a program and writing code. Levi needed to constantly observe the spell model and then use his mental power to construct the spell model. This was the foundation of learning spells. Only by mastering the spell model could one cast spells in the future. The critical step for the wizard to create a wizard tool was to build this model on some weapons or props. This step was called solidification. Of course, the prerequisite for solidification was that he had already grasped the spell model. Moreover, not all spell models could be solidified on items. Only some could. The insect-controlling technique could be solidified. If Levi could master the insect-controlling technique's spell model, he could solidify this spell onto some unique materials. For example, he could refine an insect flute, which could barely be considered a wizard tool. At that time, he only needed to control the insect flute to control the Saint Scorpions. However, spell solidification was a skill that only the official wizard had. Even if a wizard mastered a cantrip, they could not solidify it on a wizard tool. The spell model of the insect-controlling technique only had three significant structures. It looked like a triangle. However, this was not a simple triangle. There were many essential spell nodes on it. The spell nodes must all be completed. The first step of the spell model must be completed. The first step of the spell model must be completed. The more advanced the spell model, the more complicated it was. Triangles, quadrants, pentagons, hexagons, and complex hexagons, hexagrams, and octograms. The higher the spell level, the more complicated the model's structure, and the number of nodes involved would also increase. Levi looked at the simplest insect-controlling technique and realized he needed to construct dozens of spell nodes. Teuton had said that complicated magic spells had nearly 100 nodes. This made Levi think of the tiny figures on breathing technique inheritance diagrams. The two seemed to have the same effect in this aspect. Official spells had hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of nodes. The higher the level, the more nodes there were, and the more complicated it was. Levi could imagine it would take the wizard years or even decades to construct a complex spell model. This was like constructing a building in his mind. More complicated the spell, the higher the structure, and the higher the difficulty level. Of course, Levi did not need to worry about this yet. He only needed to build these dozens of nodes and the insect-controlling technique model, which would be a breakthrough. Levi spent a month comprehending. During this month, Levi did not even cultivate breathing techniques. He practiced the meditation art day and night, and then comprehended the spell model of the insect controlling technique. After working tirelessly for a month, Levi had only completed half of the nodes. The difficulty of learning spells gave Levi a deep impression. He did not know if it was because he was a beginner or if it would be like this in the future. If he continued to progress at this speed, it would be tough for him to become an official wizard. When he asked Tootin, Tootin's answer made Levi completely relieved. If a wizard can build his first spell model in a month, even if it's the simplest cantrip, then he's a genius in the field of spell model construction. It would be slower for the first time because it was a process of starting from scratch. It would be much better after that. Of course, some complicated spell model would still take a lot of time, so the wizard would always be busy. This made Levi feel at ease. His construction speed was not slow. He did not have an official wizard as his mentor, so he felt he could be considered a small wizarding genius. So what if he was one of the children of chaos? His ability to comprehend spell models was pretty good. During this period, Anderson came to the castle to find Levi again. However, Levi had been in closed-door cultivation, so he told his subordinates that he would not meet anyone who came looking for him. Knight Anderson did not disturb him and continued to wait for Levi in Flower City. He had plenty of patience as a Blood Clan member with a long lifespan. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this master of the Black Snake Castle was not simple. Therefore, he wanted to meet this young man. Within Black Snake Castle, Levi put all his heart and soul into constructing the spell model. In the second month, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the speed of his node construction seemed to have increased a little. Initially, he could build a node in a day and a half. Now, he could make a node every day. Practice makes perfect. This is the truth. Levi was delighted and struck while the iron was hot. Meditate, construct, the cycle repeated. Finally, at the end of the month of Northern Wind of the year 1015 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, a precise and mysterious spell model lit up like a star in Levi's mind. If Levi's mind was compared to a star map, this spell model was like a constellation connected by starlight. After nearly 2 months, the spell model of the insect controlling technique was finally constructed successfully. This was a great encouragement to Levi. Without a mentor, he had comprehended a spell model by himself. Levi, as expected of you. Levi gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Of course, he was not arrogant and complacent. Building spell model is only the beginning of spell cultivation. Next, you'll need to improve through continuous spellcasting practice to become more skilled, accurate, and powerful. The cultivation of spells was similar to that of seals. There was no shortcut to increase proficiency, which was to practice spellcasting continuously. Of course, if he were a son of element, his cultivation speed would be faster than a children of chaos like Levi. However, the insect control technique was a spell from the school of the worm. It was closer to the life school of thought, school of death, and school of alchemy. The tremendous significance of the birth of a new school was to give way for most ordinary wizards with the talent of the children of chaos. This was because they had the lowest requirements for elemental affinity compared to the old elementalist school. Of course, the lowest requirement did not mean any criteria. To become a wizard, one had to have the talent of a children of chaos. This was because regardless of whether it was the new or old school, in terms of origin, it relied on the 4 great wills of creation: earth, fire, wind, and water. However, the old school relied heavily on elemental affinity, while the new school relied less. After successfully constructing the spell model of the insect controlling technique, Levi opened his proficiency panel. He realized that a new skill had appeared on the proficiency panel. Insect controlling technique, level 1000. Perfect. Once you get on my proficiency panel, I'll cultivate you to the maximum, Levi said confidently. The next step was simple. He would practice the insect controlling technique. Insect controlling technique did not require casting materials. He only needed to use his spiritual power to communicate with the poisonous insects he controlled continuously. Levi took out a Saint Scorpion, and his mental strength flowed along the constructed insect controlling technique spell model. After circulating it, it became a faint connection. He instantly felt that he had an invisible hand, or rather, it was similar to the mother tree on Pandora. This was the high-level wild heart, which allowed Levi to use his spirit to communicate with Saint Scorpions. Of course, the advantage of the wild heart was that it could be used on all kinds of wild beasts. However, the insect controlling technique could only communicate with mutated insects, not even ordinary ones. There were specializations in every field and no distinction between good and evil. Soon, Levi sensed the Saint Scorpion's emotions. It was sometimes confused, irritable, and crazy. Under Levi's reassurance, the Saint Scorpion gradually calmed down. Levi tried to remove the black gas and gently touched the Saint Scorpion with his hand. It did not attack Levi. Success. Initial control successful. Levi was delighted. At the same time, a system notification came. Insect controlling technique proficiency +1. I'll start cultivating. From now on, Levi could be considered a true low-level wizard apprentice. It was the month of winter of the year 105 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Flower City was still as warm as spring. Levi came out from his cultivation state. According to the information from the front line, Montenegro Mountain City had fallen. Snow Demon invaded the northern territory. A few of the church's 7 holy knights of the world led the members of the knight group and began to hunt snow demons. The good news was that ever since the blue frost broke out in Montenegro, Mountain City, the other cities in the north had not. The Pope claimed he had received an oracle from the Heavenly Father. God had already noticed everything in the human world and would punish evil. God wanted the world to unite and fight against blue frost. Levi expressed his grave doubts. If God cares, then what about those who died before? Levi sighed. Rather than relying on God, it was better to rely on oneself, be it a knight or a wizard. This was the best way for mortals to protect themselves. If he were an ordinary lord like before, his fate might not be much better than ordinary people's. After this period of cultivation, Levi continued to practice casting spells. Levi's insect controlling technique had finally reached level 2. Insect controlling technique, level 2 15,000. Level 2 insect controlling technique was closely related to the Saint Scorpions. Levi could control the Saint Scorpion now. Of course, the number of Saint Scorpions he could control could not exceed 10. If there were more than 10 of them, the excess Saint Scorpions would bite him. At level 1, Levi could control a Saint Scorpion. Therefore, he guessed that if his level was 10 times higher, he should be able to control 100 of them. At level 4, he could control 1,000 of them. Level 5, 10,000. Of course, the prerequisite was that the insect controlling technique could be cultivated to level 5. 10 Saint Scorpions did not have much combat power. He would need at least 100 to threaten a Grand Knight. Levi could only take his time. He had already spent too much time trying to learn the insect controlling technique. Next, he had to pick up his breathing techniques again. After all, from the looks of it, the breathing techniques were still ones that could increase his strength the most. Levi came out of seclusion today because, recently, there was always someone looking for him. He had already looked for him several times. Initially, Levi did not want to pay attention to him, but the soldier told him the person might be a Grand Knight, so Levi had better go. Levi thought for a moment and decided to meet him. He had an old face, a slightly hunched body, pitch-black armor, and a head full of silver hair. However, the apparent aura of a Grand Knight made it so that no one dared to ignore this old man. It was Knight Anderson, who had visited the thatched cottage 3 times. "Esteemed Lord Levi, I am Knight Anderson. I have something to discuss with you." The old man was neither servile nor overbearing as he went straight to the point. Levi's spider sensing perceived a faint sense of danger, which made his expression solemn. The newcomer was an expert. Even though he had only displayed the strength of a Grand Knight, with his superhuman senses and spiritual energy, Levi could sense that Knight Anderson was a powerful being. He was the strongest knight he had ever seen, at least not weaker than the Duke of Montenegro and the Fist of the Empire. As the other party stood there, he felt like he had returned to his original state and was one with the world. "Sir Anderson, why are you looking for me?" Levi asked after sending the servants away. Knight Anderson sighed and said softly, "Did you kill a Blood Clan member some time ago?" Hearing this, Levi's heart changed. He did not expect to be exposed after being so cautious. Was this old man also a member of the Blood Clan? As expected, there should be some connection between the members of the Blood Clan. Levi thought to himself that it was troublesome. However, he was not very flustered. With his strength, as long as the other party was not a primary Blood Clan member, he was not without the ability to fight. At most, he would activate the Red Lotus blood and risk his life. Moreover, from his attitude, it did not seem he was here to cause trouble. "What do you mean?" Levi did not admit it, nor did he deny it. He pretended to be confused. Knight Anderson smiled. "I have no ill intentions. I am simply confirming this matter with you. Venena is the name of the Blood Clan member you killed. She is my junior, and she has an eccentric personality and is overly indulgent. I am not here to avenge Venena." Levi naturally did not believe him and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." In any case, he would not admit that he killed her. Knight Anderson said calmly, "Forget it, it's not a big deal. I'll say it directly. I'm also a member of the Blood Clan and Venena's senior. According to the rules of the Blood Clan, under normal circumstances, we'll carry out the craziest revenge on those who kill our fellow Blood Clan members. However, I'm a bit special. I won't take revenge on you. I want to take Venena's corpse away. I can sense that Venena's aura is in your castle. If not for my moral code, I could have snuck into the castle without your knowledge and taken her corpse or snatched it back from your hands. But my heart doesn't allow me to do that. I think you are a wild wizard. If you want to enter the realm of the unbelievers, I can introduce you to a mentor. I know some wizards with good character," Knight Anderson said softly. His expression was sincere, and he did not seem to be faking it. This made Levi confused, and he was skeptical. He did not believe this world had such a Blood Clan member. Not to mention the Blood Clan, not many humans followed the rules and the moral code. However, this person was influential. His old eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. This made Levi trust the authenticity of his words. From the looks of it, he was likely to be a legendary knight or an official wizard. It was indeed not difficult for such a strong person to kill him. There was no need to lie to himself. Yet Levi was still stubborn. "I don't know what you're talking about, sir." Knight Anderson did not know whether to laugh or cry. This lord was quite interesting. He had already said that, but he still did not believe him. It was only because Anderson had a good personality. They would have already chopped Levi into pieces if it were any other Blood Clan member. "All right, you can come and find me anytime. I live at 13 Tanton Street," Knight Anderson said, waved his hand and left. "You're a Blood Clan member," Levi said. "Aren't you afraid of the church's punishment for openly appearing in the human world?" Knight Anderson turned around and smiled. "I'm not afraid. I believe that you won't tell on us. After all, we all have secrets." Knight Anderson finished speaking and he disappeared from Levi's sight. Levi pondered. This old fellow should be a senior of the Blood Clan. He's likely a first-generation Blood Clan, but it's unlikely that he's a primary Blood Clan member, known to be a bunch of complete lunatics. They completely look down on humans and treat humans as blood food. They won't be so polite, too. His performance must have been due to his strong willpower, causing the will of the Blood Clan not to erode his will as a human. He was not simple. Moreover, with a glance, this old fellow could tell he was a wild wizard. He should be able to sense that his mental strength differed from ordinary people. This also sounded the alarm for Levi. Perhaps some of the powerhouses in the church had also seen through his background. The consequences would be unimaginable if the church discovered that he was secretly becoming a wizard. As for the wild wizard that the old man mentioned, it was a name that the wizards in the realm of the unbelievers gave to the group of wizards who wandered outside the realm of the unbelievers and hid in the human world without any organization or mentor. Therefore, there were some wizard groups in the world, but very few. Firstly, the church would watch him in the human world. He would have to hide all day long and be in fear. It would be downright uncomfortable. For example, Levi was now using a spell but did not dare to show it to others. He feared it would accidentally leak to the church and cause trouble. Secondly, in the secular world, the power of ether elements was fragile. Whether it was constructing spell models or casting spells here, the effects were far inferior to those in the realm of the unbelievers. The same person casting the same period would have different power. Moreover, wizards had to communicate with their peers to improve. It was not easy to achieve anything behind closed doors. Individual wisdom was not as good as collective wisdom. It was impossible to find wizards in the world to communicate with each other. No one was willing to be here. Levi had no choice but to stay here temporarily. Although Knight Anderson was sincere, Levi could not trust him. In the future, Levi could take out the corpse and exchange it for something he needed if he did as he said. He had shown enough sincerity but was still a Blood Clan member, so Levi must be careful. If he had some method to resurrect Venena and she came back to life for revenge, wouldn't Levi be asking for trouble? He did not think about Anderson. The days of cultivation passed, but there was still no news of the fire paper. On New Year's Day of the year 1016 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, Levi's Red Lotus breathing technique was at level 8. Red Lotus breathing technique, level 8 100,000, special effect, transcendent power, Red Lotus blood. This was the special effect of Levi's transcendent power. Levi was already calm and collected in the face of a breakthrough in his breathing techniques. Right now, Levi has a bunch of breathing techniques of level 8 and above. His strength was increasing daily. He was lying low and cultivating quietly. He did not cause any trouble and kept a low profile. It was also New Year's Day when explosive news spread from the Tuva Empire to the Emerald Kingdom. The Fist of the Empire reappeared. This top-notch expert, the unparalleled god of war born in the storm, killed the new king, who had yet to warm up on the throne with lightning-fast methods as soon as he appeared. Later, he was chased by the Night Storm of the Church of Storm. He relied on his terrifying strength to kill 3 Grand Knights. Then, even after the head priest of the Church of Storm used the foundation of the church, he still escaped to the Outer Seas. The reason why he went to the Outer Seas was because of another significant event. Someone found a treasure map left behind by the Golden Knight Gregor. Golden Knight Gregor was one of the legendary knights. He was powerful and left behind countless legends. He was mighty. It was said that the blood flowing in his body was golden in color and emitted a golden light. He was invulnerable to swords and spears, indestructible to Vajra, and resistant to water and fire. This was the famous Golden Blood. Some said that Golden Knight Gregor was a descendant of a robust foreign race, while others said that he was a descendant of a wizard. There are many opinions, but one truth was that Golden Knight Gregor had also mastered powerful sword skills. He was an actual sword expert. The current 7 godly swords were like brothers before the Golden Knight. According to the treasure map, the Golden Knight Gregor had left his wealth on an isolated island in the outer seas. It was said that in the last years of Golden Knight Gregor's life, because he was dissatisfied with the rule of the church, he spent a lot of money to build a vast ship and set out to sea to search for something. When he went to sea, the Golden Knight took his ship full of wealth, brought several grand knight servants under his command, and took everything that belonged to the Golden Knight to the sea. After that, there was no more news. Now the treasure map had reappeared. The mysterious treasure of the Golden Knight was on an isolated island in the outer seas. Do you want to obtain the wealth of the Golden Knight Gregor? Do you want the most potent power, authority, and breathing techniques worldwide? Do you want to become a legendary knight? Then let's go to the sea. Golden Knight Gregor left everything there. With this unknown news, the coastal areas of the Tuva Empire took the lead in launching a grand voyage adventure. Even the Fist of the Empire was no exception. They went out to sea to search for Gregor's treasure. This craze had now swept across the Emerald Kingdom. Levi did not know whether to laugh or cry. These people are bored. With the navigation and shipbuilding technology of this era, it's impossible to find the treasure of the Golden Knight. Moreover, this news might be fake. In any case, Levi did not believe it at all. He would not participate in such boring activities. However, he would still occasionally pay attention to the gossip of the dare and the movements of the Fist of the Empire. This 3-meter-tall man left a deep impression on Levi. Levi wanted a big fight with the Fist of the Empire to test his current strength. However, it was clear that the chances of this were slim. Levi would not go to the Fist of the Empire just to spar. However, could Golden Knight's powerful sword skill be my Golden Cross Slash? Levi suddenly thought of a problem. The Golden Cross Slash was taught to Levi by the Serpent Vulture Knight. The Serpent Vulture Knight said that if cultivated to the highest level, it would be a perfect or even legendary sword skill. Golden Knight Gregor was a legendary knight. Levi believed only a legendary knight could create such a powerful sword skill. Levi did not stop cultivating his Golden Cross Slash during this period. If his guess were correct, he estimated he could cultivate the Golden Cross Slash to the perfected level 6 this year. The Golden Cross Slash of level 7 corresponded to the power of revolving force. Of course, it was because of the invention of the Golden Ripple Divine Palm. Levi's Golden Cross Slash was only in name. It would be more appropriate to call it the Golden Ripple Divine Palm. While Levi was paying attention to the voyage situation, he was also quietly gaining experience in his territory. The mysterious and powerful Blood Clan member did not bother him during this period. He seemed to have become an ordinary old man and settled in Flower City. Levi occasionally ran into him when he went to the Shining Tavern. He would even smile kindly at Levi. Levi's spider sensing also rarely alerted him. This meant that the old man did not have any ill intentions and did not have any intentions of harming Levi. Levi was a little tempted. He was an influential member of the Blood Clan. He had lived long and even had friends with the official wizard. The other party had a lot of connections. He might not need the fire paper if he could introduce him. He would not need to wait for news from the 4 great families. If willing to speak, he could enter the realm of the unbelievers. However, the biggest problem was that he was a Blood Clan member. This had always been Levi's concern. In this dilemma, Levi continued to gain experience. In the month of flowing fire of the year 106 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the city of flowers was extremely hot, and the heat wave swept across. After a long period of practice, Levi's Golden Cross Slash was a powerful sword technique he had obtained from Sir Fred. He had finally reached the limit of level 6. Golden Cross Slash, level 6 maximum, breakthrough available, special effect, advanced vibration, advanced waves. The Golden Cross Slash has reached a bottleneck. I knew breaking through to the highest realm wouldn't be easy, Levi muttered. He had been focusing on the Golden Cross Slash recently because it had been stuck at the 6th level for a long time. He wanted to break through to the 7th level as soon as possible and grasp the power of the revolving force. However, reality proved that the revolving force was not easy to grasp. Previously, he encountered no bottlenecks from level 1 to level 6. He broke through on his own when he reached. However, from the 6th to the 7th level, he needed to think of a way to break through the bottleneck to break through the limit and grasp the revolving force. But how do we break the limit? Levi was worried. Now he was only one step away. Tremble, ripple, circle. According to my previous understanding, using vibrations to create ripples and ripples to create swirls is not wrong. What should I do to break through? Levi left the castle and went to Shining Tavern, listening to the other knights discussing the news of the Golden Knight Gregor's treasure. After half a year, the voyage had become less popular. A bunch of people were lost in the sea or returned empty-handed. Based on his analysis, Levi guessed that the Golden Cross Slash might be the sword skill of the Golden Knight Gregor. Therefore, the Golden Knight might be the key to breaking through the revolving force. In Shining Tavern, Levi listened quietly. He ordered a cup of wine and leisurely listened to the travelers' conversations. Many of them were related to Golden Knight Gregor's treasure. During this period, he investigated and gathered rumors about the Golden Knight. He felt that his golden cross slash was very likely to be created by the Golden Knight. However, for the imaginary possibilities' sake, he went to sea to search for the unrealistic treasure. Levi also felt that it was unrealistic. Therefore, he continued to wait quietly. He wanted to see who the final winner of this grand voyage was. At that time, he could pay a targeted visit. However, Levi believed that it would not be difficult for him to comprehend revolving force alone as long as he was given some time. In the tavern, Knight Anderson was also drinking in a corner. Levi thought for a while and ordered a glass of wine before coming to Knight Anderson smiled and said, "Have you thought it through?" "That's right," Levi said, "but I hope you can understand me. As a lord, I must protect my people." Levi began to play the moral card. After all, he seemed to be a rare old knight who truly abided by the rules of a knight. "Of course I understand. That's why I didn't take revenge on you," Knight Anderson said. Levi nodded and brought Knight Anderson back to Black Snake Castle. He took out Venena's ashes and said calmly, "This is the corpse of that Blood Clan member." "What?" Knight Anderson's old face twitched. "Your Excellency is kind. You cremated this junior of mine." Levi smiled awkwardly. "I heard that the Blood Clan has a powerful regenerative ability. I was forced to do this." Knight Anderson casually put away the box. The box disappeared from his hand. Levi knew that this old man had an actual storage item. He was indeed not simple. To be able to befriend a wizard as a Blood Clan member, he was indeed a big shot. Levi thought momentarily and asked, "May I know which sect your wizard friend is from?" Anderson thought momentarily and said, "I have two wizard friends. One is in the School of Death and the other is in the School of Alchemy. Which school is your meditation art from?" Levi thought momentarily and said, "Ocean School of Thought." Upon hearing this, Anderson frowned slightly. "The Ocean School of Thought. I don't know anyone from the traditional school, but I'll ask around. If any official wizards from the Ocean School of Thought are still looking, I'll help you get a spot. You must know that wizards from traditional schools like the Nature School are more arrogant and do not like to interact with us foreign races. On the other hand, the wizards of the new guilds were more open and tolerant because their foundations were still shallow. Therefore, the wizard friends I knew were all from the new guilds." It was not easy to get along with the traditional schools. Knight Anderson sighed. He was knowledgeable, and Levi felt that the old man seemed to know more than Tootin. However, from the looks of it now, this Blood Clan member was a very traditional knight. He was a rare gentleman who was honest, trustworthy, and abided by justice. It was scarce to see someone like him. If he could build a good relationship with this old fellow, Levi might be able to get some benefits. Knight Anderson, do wizards from the School of Alchemy still need apprentices? Levi asked. He thought about it and decided not to consider the School of Death. It was mainly because of Tootin's encounter that he kept a respectful distance from the School of Death. Although he knew every school had wicked people, he did not have a good impression of the School of Death. I'll help you ask. He has several wizards under him now, so you might not have many opportunities to stand out. Moreover, your meditation art is from the Ocean School of Thought, so it might not meet his requirements, Knight Anderson said. Levi wanted to say that he could cultivate any meditation art of any sect, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He would let Knight Anderson help him inquire about it first while waiting for news on the fire paper. He would use both methods, whichever was suitable. After completing the transaction, Levi held a banquet at home to entertain Knight Anderson. A legendary knight was also a human. He had to do his part in the ways of the world. Previously, Levi had been too vigilant, but now that everyone had got to emo each other, Levi was naturally more enthusiastic. Knight Anderson might have been lonely for too long. He had no descendants. The so-called junior was not related to him by blood. However, because he was a first generation of the secondary Blood Clan, he had the earliest experience, the most robust strength, and the highest prestige, so everyone called him Elder. After the banquet, Levi enthusiastically sent Knight Anderson home. Before Knight Anderson left, he said, "Your talent as a knight is top-notch. Even if you become a wizard in the future, don't give up on the path of a knight. The legendary rank might not be the end of the path of a knight, but there is always a layer of imprisonment that prevents me from seeing the path ahead. If you become a legendary knight one day, we can exchange our experiences. I don't have the talent of a wizard, so there is no hope for a wizard in this life. I can only place my hope on the path of a knight."